Chapter 561 Dean. A silver bell-like laugh reverberated faintly in the ears of the senior engineer. The next moment, the doors of all the corridors opened with a bang. At the same time, a strong suction force came from the door, and the patients, doctors, nurses, security guards were all sucked in. During the process, no matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. As a large number of medical staff disappeared, the scene in front of them gradually became blurred and was replaced by a huge maze. On the wall of the maze, a girl in a white shirt and skirt sat on the wall with a smile, exposing a pair of bare feet. Looking down at Gao Gong. "Brother, it seems that I won." "What do you mean?" Gao Gong was surprised. "If I remember correctly, we bet on whether there is such a high-level information in the city of the dead. Isn't the current situation like this?" The girl did not answer, but jumped down. Gao Gong was stunned, and quickly threw away the main computer and hugged his sister. Unfortunately, the touch of the mechanical body is always inferior to that of normal flesh and blood. "Then I'll take you to see it." Gao Yuanyuan created the maze herself, so she wouldn't get lost. After being led around in many twists and turns, Gao Gong came directly to the exit of the maze. In front of a white gate, Gao Yuanyuan gently jumped from Gao Gong's arms. A complex code flashed in her eyes, and her hand grasped the door handle. The next moment, the entire maze began to blur, turning into a complex flow of information and neural currents. The terrifying pressure at the information level made Gao Gong feel his breath stagnate. This is the information pressure generated by the integration of all brain structures in the entire city of the dead. The next moment, with Gao Yuanyuan's gentle turn, the door was gently pushed open, the maze disappeared, and what appeared in front of the two was a deserted hospital. Is this the true form of the high-level information phenomenon? It is indeed a hospital, and it is indeed night. Night, hospital, pure girl. Gao Gong felt his soul trembling. "Brother, follow me." Gao Yuanyuan walked in front, and the two passed through one room after another. In each room, there were blood-stained scalpels, white coats, disinfectants, and a large amount of surgical materials. "Well, this is really a bit heavy." But thinking about where this place is, Gao Gong felt relieved again. He quietly looked at his sister. Gao Yuanyuan looked calm. This environment was no different from where she lived when she was a child. The two walked along the way, without seeing a nurse or doctor. The hospital was empty, and there was an indescribable sense of loneliness. "Brother, I have mastered some of the rules of this advanced information." Gao Yuanyuan suddenly laughed. And when she turned around, she had become a pink nurse wearing a swallowtail hat, holding a stack of blue folders in her hands. "Brother, does it look good?" Gao Gong's eyes twitched. "Sister, I am trembling with fear for you." "A flag-setting brother. What if you attract a perverted long-haired and glasses brother?" Gao Yuanyuan saw Gao Gong didn't say anything, wrinkled her nose, and handed him the folder in her arms. Gao Gong opened it, and saw that it was indeed a surgery list, as well as the information of doctors and patients. As long as you write someone's name on this list, you can ignore the distance and perform surgery on them. Gao Yuanyuan smiled gently, but what she said made Gao Gong tremble all over. "So you have to be good, brother. Otherwise, I will have to operate on you." Gao Gong grabbed the other's scissor hand and said seriously, "My appendix, foreskin and so on. I will leave it to you in the future." "Humph. But this is so buggy. It can pull people in at any time. So the scope of influence should not be limited to the city of the dead." Gao Gong looked at Gao Yuanyuan again, and found that the other party was laughing like a little fox. Only then did he realize that he had been deceived. "So, only seriously ill patients can be pulled in?" "Well, I tried it. Some minor skin injuries cannot be included in the patient list. Moreover, it has geographical restrictions, and must be within a certain range of the hospital." No wonder, Gao Gong muttered to himself. He was infected with the brain-machine virus, with the maximum infection level. He was undoubtedly a seriously ill patient, and could undergo surgery. However, this range greatly weakens its effect. Seeing Gao Gong frowning, Gao Yuanyuan quickly added, "But brother, don't worry. My ability can directly pull the patient in, so that the distance can be ignored." Gao Gong's brows relaxed again after hearing this. That's right. Gao Yuanyuan's ability can be used to create a large maze with thousands of brains connected. With the power of the maze, people's consciousness can be directly pulled into the hospital. This is equivalent to ignoring the distance limit. "Brother, if you look again, you will find something more interesting." Gao Gong scanned the patient list again. In addition to the names, there were also their respective symptoms, the surgical sites, and the drugs to be tried. In fact, if you look at it this way, this ancient information is quite neutral and orderly. At least it can really perform surgery to solve some diseases that are difficult to solve under normal circumstances. Huh, there are no high-risk surgeries here? Gao Gong was surprised to find that, although these surgeries looked very dangerous, there was basically no possibility of killing people. The surgery he had undergone previously had a murder determination. Brother, a high-risk surgery requires the signature of the dean. Gao Yuanyuan brought Gao Gong to an office and pushed open the door. A figure sat in the dark, with a gloomy expression and a ballpoint pen in his hand. It's him. When Gao Gong was queuing to see Danon just now, in addition to the bionic man and the AI projection, there was also a man sitting next to him with a gloomy expression. On the surface, this man didn't seem to have any problems. Now, this man sat in the office. His clothes changed into a white coat, and his face was even more sinister and perverse. So, the judgment of the operation as a fatal operation is the power of the dean. And the condition for the judgment is that it is seen by the dean? Gao Gong looked at the nurse next to him with a strange expression. So, the high-level information here is not 1, but 2. Hee. Brother, you lost. What you said before was 1 high-level information, Gao Yuanyuan emphasized. It seems to be true. Senior engineer touched his chin. Interesting. Really interesting. These 2 high-level information are actually matched. He could probably imagine how these 2 intertwined pieces of information were born. The surge in computing power brought about by the electronic brain plan. The semi-virtual world caused by the sinking of cyberspace. These changes made this planet extremely suitable for the birth of high-level information. However, since this situation was not nurtured by a long process, but appeared suddenly, it led to the fact that the twins who should have been separated from the placenta had grown up before they were separated, and the information umbilical cord that was also evolving rapidly entangled them tightly together, making them unable to separate. This kind of situation is very rare even in the information world. Only in the cyber test field, where the social structure changes suddenly, can such a freak be born. As the 2 of them communicated, the dean finally raised his head and stared at Gao Gong. His eyes slowly curved up. His expression was half smile, and there was an indescribable sense of perversion in his eyes. Then, he uncapped the pen without hesitation and signed Gao Gong's name on an operation form. This thing can kill people, but it does not require the prerequisite of critically ill patients? Gao Yuanyuan snorted coldly and stood in front of Gao Gong. The next moment, 2 sets of footsteps sounded at the same time, and 2 groups of doctors and nurses pushed the operating table and blocked the door. However, it was precisely because the 2 groups of people appeared at the same time, pushing and squeezing each other, that no one could come in smoothly. The cold feeling on Gao Gong's body also slowly dissipated, and he even watched this scene with interest. The collision of the 2 surgical rules has created a new bug? Hee. Brother, I'm smart, right? Gao Yuanyuan was like a child waiting for praise. No one expected that this would be a super strong person on the information side. Then, it's your turn next. Gao Yuanyuan closed her eyes, and in the eyes of the dean, a huge maze appeared again. The dean heard the familiar footsteps coming from behind. His face suddenly changed, and he hurried away, but no matter how he ran, he couldn't get out of this maze, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Then, he saw a door. He was overjoyed, and pushed the door open violently. Facing was a pair of patients' resentful eyes. Dead people, come to find him. Okay, he's dead. When Gao Yuanyuan opened her eyes again, the dean had disappeared, and in each operating room, there were also many more surgical parts. Kill him once, and reassemble him again, and we can completely control him. But his face is too ugly, I want to change it. Gao Yuanyuan rolled her eyes, and suddenly touched Gao Gong. Gao Gong suddenly felt that his pheromones had lost a little bit, and he suddenly had a very bad feeling. The next moment, the dean came out again, and sat down on the chair, with his hands crossed, with a perverted expression, and a white light reflected on his glasses. The little nurse stood beside him, seemingly secretive, and smiled obediently at Gao Gong. Looking at that familiar handsome face, Gao Gong's eyes twitched fiercely. The dean turned out to be me. Chapter 562 Gluttony. Gao Gong was very sad. When he thought about the beastly things he would do to his sister in the original night shift ward, he felt very uncomfortable. Although I am an experienced driver, I never drive to kindergarten, not even junior high school. There are no rich women here, only rich second generations. It's a pity that Gao Yuanyuan didn't know what Gao Gong was thinking, but happily wore a little nurse's outfit and kept studying her new abilities. Gao Gong glanced at the other party's panel and absorbed 2 high-level information bodies. Gao Yuanyuan directly rose from level 62 to level 67, a full 5 levels. The 3rd level upgrade is definitely an astronomical figure. A 3rd level NPC space warrior may need several years of hard work to upgrade to the next level. Brother. Look! Gao Yuanyuan seemed to have developed a new ability. With a light press of her hand, a door appeared on the wall. She pushed the door open, and behind the door was a mountain of brain machines. Biochemical brain machines. This is what they look like. Gao Gong picked up a brain-computer interface and looked at it carefully. The general brain-computer interface is used to transmit data, so it is a bit like a USB interface. But this biochemical brain machine gives people the feeling of esophagus. Version 6.0 of the biological computer, I think, it is indeed possible to enter the first stage of gluttony. The so-called gluttony means that by eating high-level carbon-based species, it modifies its own biochemical structure, upgrades its own hardware, and finally, strengthens its own system capabilities. This is a capability that an electronic computer cannot have. If Vino's life safety group continues to develop in this way, once the other party enters version 8.0, or even version 9.0, then, in terms of computing power, it will not be inferior to the planetary host. Gao Yuanyuan didn't know what Gao Gong was thinking, but continued to say excitedly, "Brother, I found that in addition to performing the removal surgery, I can also put them back." Put them back? Put them on the same person? Or can they be put on different people? That's not clear. I will know after the ability of the Dean is developed again. The Dean needs to grow further. Don't grow. It's already perverted enough. Looking at the face that looked like his own, Gao Gong had countless complaints in his heart. Brother, I used your human body information to reshape the Dean, so when Dean Gao grows further, maybe you can also control him. Let's talk about this later. Looking at the time, there are still 10 minutes left in an hour, and the biological sense is already vague. If you go all out now, how many people can you perform resection surgery on at the same time? Gao Yuanyuan sensed it and said, if I open the operating room with all my strength, then I can probably do 10,000 surgeries at the same time. 10,000 people? Gao Gong said to himself. That's enough. How should I cooperate with my brother? You do this. 3 minutes later, the illusion of the night shift ward slowly faded, and Gao Gong's mechanical body reappeared in Jinfang Hospital again, with a prescription for testicular pain in his hand. Boss, was the previous hallucination real? The host brain asked. He was still confused. The strange doctors and nurses, the strange maze, and those strange people, whether they were real or fake. He was completely confused now. Gao Gong looked up at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking, and then suddenly said, I'll take you back first. In the eyes of the host brain, purple light covered his vision. When he came to his senses, he happened to land on a table and stared at the black python couple who were eating. How did you come back so soon? I don't know either. Outside the radiation layer, at least 30 military satellites detected this scene at the same time, and the same question mark appeared on the faces of all intelligence analysts. What's going on? The detected target disappeared? No, it didn't disappear. We saw the target in the Hive City. It's impossible. From the City of the Dead to the Hive City, it's a full 2,000 kilometers. A military space technology? Or a cloned avatar? Report to the superiors. Report to the superiors quickly. So, holographic projections of corporate executives appeared in front of the monitoring device. Moreover, the members of the Foundation took the initiative to form a small group and shared information with each other in the group. They knew more. So although they didn't know what the other party was going to do, they also understood one thing. Mr. G of the Dugao group was going to take action. What do you think the chances of winning are? To be honest, I don't think there is a chance of winning. No matter how strong the force is. How can it eliminate the virus? Then why did you promise the other party that the money of your company fell from the sky? An executive was surprised. There's nothing we can do. The drug area is right next to ours. Things like biochemical viruses are 100% against our technical route. We'll have to give it a try. You're open-minded. You can't be open-minded either. The brain-opening supervisor touched the back of his head and sighed. My brain-computer interface can't accommodate a second transformation. I'll die. After hearing this, the others were silent. The mortality rate of corporate executives is very low. But there is also such a data. That is, the executives who were sent to the Enterprise war had a mortality rate of up to 80%. Even if they survived by chance, the war failed and they returned to the headquarters. And their lives were worse than death. This is the price you have to pay for enjoying the highest level of treatment. I am very pessimistic. Because someone will definitely tip off. It's unlikely. Everyone here is taking the mechanical brain-computer route. If you can't win, becoming a downstream supplier is also a way out. Isn't it? An executive said faintly. Bioengineering also requires various production equipment. As soon as these words came out, many people's eyes flickered. In the Brain Groove Mechanical City, the temporary base where the Venus Life Safety Group is located has at least 10 surveillance satellites, which are monitoring 3 places at the same time. One is the Hive City, one is the Puppet City, and the other is the Undead City. The Undead City has the most cameras, after all. There is a very special power there that can restrain the virus. The Hive City is also monitored very closely. The reason is very simple. On this continent, the only force that can resist their group is concentrated in these 2 mechanical cities. Especially in the Hive City, a paranormal phenomenon just occurred. In corporate wars, all paranormal phenomena must have explanations. And must have explanations. I think there is a 51.5% chance that the other party has a large space delivery device that can be used to teleport between 2 locations. At this time, the engineering scientist of the Venus Life Safety Group was making a hypothesis with a serious face. Large delivery device, why is it large, and not a single soldier type? Kane Venus said with interest. Because Dugoka has only been developed for less than 3 years. They don't have the scientific reserves. Not necessarily. Haven't you heard of the Skull and Bone Society? A club established by emerging corporate organizations? They are more radical and more dangerous. Some of the technologies they have are no worse than some super companies. But Dugoka is a military group. Outside of the fields of chips and mechas, it is difficult to have a higher investment. They are a private military organization. Not listed. And their internal accounts are not open. How do you know there is no investment? I know it. Seeing that everyone was arguing. Kane shook his head. And Executive Judy stood up and drove these experts out. What do you think? Space technology is one of the most advanced technologies. I have never heard of anyone developing it well. Unless it was exchanged from the Mother City. Judy replied. And then muttered to herself. But this is impossible. The Mother City rarely gives us some technologies related to interstellar navigation. Well, you make sense. Kane paused. But assuming that there is such a space delivery device, what do you think will happen to us? Judy sat opposite him. Did not speak. But her pupils suddenly dilated. And her usually cold face showed a hint of surprise at this moment. The enemy will suddenly appear. And then? Behead the senior executives of the enemy camp. Kane's head exploded like a ball. And blood and flesh flew everywhere. Senior engineer fell from the sky and stomped on the other side. Chapter 563 Watermelon Feet. In most cases, the combat power of senior executives is not even as good as that of an ordinary reformer in the security department. This is determined by the work requirements. In most cases, senior executives do not need to go to the front line, and if they really have to go to the front line, it must be a major crisis for the company. So, ordinary level transformations are useless to them, and dangerous level transformations have a high mortality rate. So, the higher the rank, the stronger the combat power, which is not in line with common sense. After all, the overbearing CEO can't beat the security guard. So, including the first watermelon. In less than a second, Gao Gong opened 5 watermelons in a row. Judy, Helena, and all the executives involved in this war all had their heads chopped off. Instant teleportation is just so buggy. Gao Gong stood on the table. Judy's broken head, Helena's bulging eyes, like a beautiful and broken oil painting. If it were really that simple, I would have beheaded the whole world long ago, Gao Gong said to himself. As expected, after the initial panic, the other employees in the base all looked at the engineer coldly, as if they were looking at a corpse. The air conditioner was humming, and there seemed to be a strong sucking sound in the air. The next moment, everyone's skin began to rot. Their eyeballs began to dry up, and even their bones began to ooze pus. The most amazing thing was that these products of the human body did not fall to the ground, but drilled into the brain machine hole at the back of the head. And the sucking sound in the air was actually the sound of the brain machine. Senior engineer's face was cold. His hands crossed. Two energy beams as thick as his arms crossed and swept through the entire floor. Hundreds of half-rotten corpses. Smoke first came out of the waste. And then the body shook. Split in two. Ordinary employees, in fact, had no fighting power. However, this is not the end. The upper part of the corpse, after being absorbed. The lower part of the corpse. First a red line. And then a brain hole squeezed out. The same thing happened again. Soon, the whole floor was empty. There was no one. Only work suits on the floor. The humming air conditioning. And the smell of perfume in high-end offices. TSK, so they are all genetically modified organisms. No wonder they are so rubbish. Senior engineer said indifferently. The next moment, the whole building began to buzz. All the metal office equipment, network access warehouse, neural editor, large holographic projection equipment, spare prosthesis, began to vibrate wildly. Then, the metal materials of the whole building, 3D metal, building keel, floating device, seemed to be kneaded strangely by a huge hand. Then, accompanied by a large amount of dust falling, and a squeak sound that could burst a person's eardrum, the whole building, starting from the top of the building, bit by bit, was split into two halves alive. During this process, the X-type atomic reactors on the Galdong machine body also lit up. The light was not pure white, but even a little dark, just like sunspots to flares. Although the light of flares was extremely bright, the magnetic field of sunspots was hundreds of times stronger, which directly led to the flow of energy in the form of convection, forming these slightly dim appearances. Vocabulous, noisy, really makes people quite uncomfortable. The air around Galdong seemed to be ignited, making this person more dangerous, and he himself, more like a small sun rising slowly. The surrounding space was either concave or convex, like a sound barrier, but more persistent, and the cause was more complicated, involving energy, magnetic field, light and other factors. The iteration of technological products is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Instead, the first generation is 1. The second generation may be 10. The third generation is 1,000. Or even 10,000. The X-type reactor belongs to the second generation version of the carbon atom reactor. Its original application mode was designed to provide energy for large mechas, which are huge mechanical bodies at least 300 meters long. The main body is as big as a water tank. Galdong's model, according to professional terms, is actually a concept model with a pile of materials. It is absolutely impossible to mass produce it in a short period of time. Its energy release efficiency is 50 times that of the first generation version. It was also under the blessing of this power that the senior engineer's magnetic field control tore the building apart. Nearly 30 military satellites also recorded the scene from beginning to end. It's too exaggerated. This level of individual combat power. A martial god? It should not be just a martial god, at least in terms of large-scale attack. It gives me a feeling of a forbidden weapon. Is it so strong? The forbidden weapons mentioned by some executives are naturally civilized weapons, and the aura displayed by Galdong was indeed quite similar. However, more people were not staring at Galdong, but at everything around him, which was a bright red ocean. Building after building was covered with vines called neural lines. On the ground, fire hydrants exploded one after another, spraying out a slightly sticky liquid, as if it was not water from the water network, but cerebrospinal fluid. These cerebrospinal fluids were surging in the air, spraying out thousands of silver beads, and the surface of each water droplet reflected a human figure. Those were the brain-machine modifiers of the biochemical brain machine, and they entered the networking mode. The computing power was endlessly concentrated, and this kind of vision, not only in one mechanical city, nor in several mechanical cities, but in the entire medicine area comparable to Asia, an indescribable grand vision arose. Even in the chat group, there was a rare silence. Finally, a corporate executive in the field of neural transformation spoke, and his tone was even a bit fanatical. Cyberspace controlled by humans. Great. Great. This was probably the first time since the corporate war that a super data space was forcibly manipulated by a company, with the help of the brainpower of hundreds of millions of people. Its computing power has surpassed any super data center. And this is the purpose of technological evolution. Breaking through the upper limit of species in an NH power way. From a low-level carbon-based organism like an ant, it has evolved into a superorganism. Even the executives thousands of miles away felt the pressure. Not to mention the senior engineer at the center of the vortex. His metal skin was visibly emitting green smoke, and small metal bubbles were bubbling on his body. Fortunately, there was no chip in the senior engineer's body. Otherwise, he would have exploded long ago. You are affected by a high concentration of biological virus. Lose 1,000 life points. You are affected by a high concentration of biological virus. Lose 5,000 life points. You are affected by a high concentration of biological virus. Lose 150,000 life points. In a few breaths, Gao Gong's mechanical body turned into a pool of golden liquid in midair. The iteration of technology is explosive. So, its lethality is also explosive. Not to mention Gao Gong, even if it is replaced by a Cybertron robot, even the top Cybertron people, such as Tian Wei, Venus, they are guaranteed to be the ones who die. Because on the system panel, the last damage was 10 million. In the planetary civilization, no powerful person could withstand 10 million attacks. The cyber test field produced a group of monsters, not a group of ants. Fortunately, blood volume does not fully represent life. The 450% repair rate suddenly became 350%. Then, the original pool of metal liquid once again grew facial features and hands and feet. Even the reactor on the mechanical body lit up again. This cannot be done in the version of the carbon atom reactor, because it is made of germ material, not metal. High concentration virus. I have it too. The next moment, the golden mist surged out again. Wherever it passed, the brains as big as a hill, the cerebrospinal fluid like a fountain, the nerve network covering the building, which was visibly dyed with a layer of gold. On a sky aircraft carrier, on the flesh-covered deck, two figures slowly took shape. One recovered faster, and soon grew the facial features of Cain, and then squeezed out his upper body. The other figure was Judy. Monster! Cain cursed. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and in the blood, there was an explosive concentration of metal. Judy, I want. What do you want? Go back to your mother's womb. With a familiar voice, Cain's head exploded again. Still the ancestral watermelon feet. Chapter 564 Biological Soldier King. There are no pure enterprises on the Geely star. This purity refers to the research direction, for example, pure machinery, pure biology, pure energy. This is determined by the civilization system of this planet. Brain civilization, transformer civilization, artificial data space, are not pure civilizations. In fact, this kind of civilization is rare in the universe. So, it is normal for people in biological enterprises to drive aircraft carriers and make machines. And this sky carrier, level 10, can fly across the radiation layer, is used by the Venus Life Safety Group as an operating base. It was also normal for Cain to choose to be born here for the second time. Unfortunately, Engineer Gao was not normal, as his head was kicked into a watermelon again. One of the watermelon pulp happened to hit Judy's face. Her face suddenly turned black, and she looked at Engineer Gao angrily. You can't beat us. Really? Engineer Gao grabbed her hair and pulled her out of the blood mud alive. Her upper body had been reshaped, but her lower body was still a skeleton stained with flesh and blood. It was pulled up, and countless nerves were torn off. Judy's facial features twisted in pain. Does it hurt? If it hurts, give me back my things. I didn't take your things. Judy gritted her teeth. Really? Where's my body? Didn't you have a lot of fun before? Without waiting for Judy to answer, Gao Gong grabbed his head with one hand, slammed it against the turret next to him, and smashed another watermelon. Then he said word by word, give me back my body. As if responding to Gao Gong's anger, lightning flashed on the radiation layer, and the violent thunder mixed with the terrifying radiation energy made him look like a god. The mechanical body, which was originally of normal height, suddenly grew to 2 meters. The biological body, which had been vaguely connected before, was connected again. The X-type reactor exerted 120% efficiency. The violent beast tide was like a galaxy pouring down, covering the entire sky carrier in an instant. At the same time, on the system panel of the senior engineer, all skills were temporarily increased by 1 to 3 levels. This was the normal snake mode. But it was not normal, because at this time, the mechanical body and the biological body of the senior engineer were not integrated at all. But Gao Gong didn't care. Some people said that the Blade Queen was a madman. Only a madman could completely integrate in the fusion route, integrating machinery and biology. integrating technology and laws, and integrating life and death. And now, Gao Gong also wanted to go crazy once. Because only by going crazy once, he could truly feel the power that was unique to fusion. The next moment, the golden light shield transformed by the Emperor's might merged into an invisible giant palm, and turned into a Tathagata palm that covered the sky and the sun. The Emperor's might has been integrated with the second-order 4-level metal magnetic field control. Or in other words, the Emperor's might exclusive to the Mechanical Emperor Plus has been integrated with the metal magnetic field control. So, if you take the fusion route, the panel skills can be integrated. A flash of enlightenment flashed in the eyes of the senior engineer. Second-order 4-level skill is integrated with the civilization leader skill. The fusion is successful. The skill level is the third-order V level. Fusion is successful. Your planet reputation +1. Third order, the skill level that only the super warriors of the third-level civilization can have. Level V, level 5. The upper limit of a skill is level 5. And now, his skill level is the upper limit of level 3. What is the concept of level 3 civilization? Star Zone level, and its super warriors, are also called surface destroyers. Amidst the violent energy pressure, a terrifying golden hand fell from the sky, and the level 10 sky carrier, bit by bit, turned into ashes. Give me back my body. With this half-pain, half-roaring cry, between dozens of buildings, countless nerve lines as thick as arms gushed out, intertwined into a giant net. On the giant net, blood and flesh flowers bloomed layer by layer, forming a huge sea of flowers. In the sea of flowers, where blood vessels and muscles are connected, a huge face becomes clearer from blurry, opening a huge mouth that can swallow a building, with an expression that seems to be in pain, as if trying to crawl out from an unknown abyss. However, soon, one after another hand emerged from the surface of the face, and forcibly pressed the face of Gao into it again, and the neural tubes also shrank again, returning to their original place, only the cerebrospinal fluid that was surging more and more on the ground, showing a certain unrest. Outside the 3 mechanical cities, in a very ordinary settlement, an elder wearing animal skin suddenly knelt on the ground, retching, and a blood hole slowly appeared on the back of his head. When he raised his head again, the face of Cain was revealed. He anxiously said to the person opposite, "Hurry up and organize a network attack. I can feel the mother's pain. In her huge placenta, there is a monster constantly stirring." The person opposite also knelt on the ground. His facial features changed rapidly, and Judy seemed to be growing out. However, Cain's face suddenly changed, and his genome drilled into the brain-machine hole without hesitation. The next moment, the whole person exploded. This time, the future heir of the group finally did not get his head cut open. But the person next to him was not so lucky. Judy looked at the demon-like figure in front of her with an ugly expression, and her mouth stammered, and her head exploded for the 3rd time. The demon disappeared again. But this time it was a little different. On the headless corpse, the arms were still changing, becoming thin and long, like a woman's arms. And the nails were also black, tapping gently on the ground, as if entering a password. Between the 3 mechanical cities controlled by the Vino's Life Safety Group, the ground began to split. A large amount of soil gushed out, and the ground was shaking, as if some monster was about to crawl out of it. At the same time, in a new security base built by the Vino's Life Safety Group, countless flesh and blood were successfully formed again. This time it was not a face, but a giant foot. The toes alone were as big as the deck of an aircraft carrier. The nails were black, and seemed to be bent, as if they were about to be pulled out from somewhere. However, a large amount of flesh and blood piled up layer by layer, and the blood-colored ocean was like sulfuric acid, drowning the foot, rotting, and the air was filled with an intoxicating smell of blood. Usually, the higher the level of the creature, the more pheromones it has, and the more charming the smell of blood is, which will form a smell that attracts carbon-based creatures. This is the case with S-level radiation beasts. However, it was the first time that Gao Gong exuded body fragrance. He stood in front of this destroyed base. His black hair had already reached his feet, flying wildly, and there were more and more lines on his skin, and most of them were lit up. As a beast machine transformer, Gao Gong has a lot of blood in his body. The current number is 500, and there are 3 A-level bloods. But it is the first time for him to control so many bloods at the same time. Even on his forehead, 2 of the 3 golden lines representing A-level bloods have lit up. Scarlet Queen, Mother of Darkness, Seeing that the power of Scarlet Queen still cannot break the seal of the biological computer, Gao Gong said nothing, opened his hands. His eyes went black. And the next moment, a thick darkness descended on the world, swallowing everything wherever it passed. The A-level radiation beast Dark Mother, although its combat power is not strong, has a dark radiation power that assimilates everything. Any existence covered by its blood can be used for its own benefit. The scene in front of him changed again. In a trance, Gao Gong saw a wall. The wall was composed of biological signals, electronic signals, and virtual signals. It seemed to be only a thin layer, but it was stronger than any corporate firewall. The last time he saw such a powerful virtual barrier was the firewall of the planet host. Gao Gong stood on one side of the firewall, and on the other side, there was a blurry figure. This was his own flesh and blood. I will save you, Gao Gong muttered to himself. However, the next moment, the darkness was broken. 10 human bodies exuding S-level auras rushed towards Gao Gong at a high speed. Any top biological enterprise would cultivate its own biological martial gods. However, there are only 2 types of martial gods on this planet: mechanical martial gods and clone martial gods. Therefore, this kind of biological martial gods is also called S-level mutants. Its meaning is that it has reached the level of martial gods in some aspects. But its shortcomings are also obvious. Although they have shortcomings, the bioenergy they contain is no worse than any S-class radiation beast. So 10 S-class radiation beasts can naturally break the darkness when they join forces. However, Gao Gong only looked down on them and disappeared in the next moment. As the male favorite of the domineering president, only an idiot would fight with the security guard. Damn it. Can't we fight with real swords and guns? An S-class mutant cursed and stepped hard, and a small hill was flattened by the invisible force. As a biological enterprise, the most amazing thing is naturally not its mechanical engineering, but its biological engineering. Its most powerful point is that it can mass-produce S-level mutants. S-level mutants are defective level 60 bosses. People in the world give them nicknames: biological soldier kings. These soldier kings are arrogant, for no other reason than that they are very good at fighting. Even the super individual machines of the military group are not as good as them. Even if it is the god of war. Can you beat me 1? Can you beat 10 of us? Moreover, among the S-level mutants, some super individuals with very low probability will be born. These individuals can break through the S-level limit and obtain SS-level capabilities. This is very scary. For example, the MS Yi, who stirred up the corporate battlefield in the Northern Hemisphere, is a typical SS-level ability user. In order to become the winner of this corporate war, the Venus Life Safety Group brought 4 groups of S-level mutants, each with 10 members. This is more than half of the individual soldiers within the group. The 40 S-level individuals fully demonstrated where the word safety in Venus Life Safety came from. But so far, these 40 biological soldiers have not even touched a hair of the senior engineer. The reason is simple. Alas, I can teleport. I just don't want to fight with you. I just want to play. Chapter 565, Fight. With the ability of teleportation, Gao Gong ran around in the drug area, which was larger than the Asia area, opening a big one from time to time, trying to wake up the body. As for the S-class mutants, just like the police in any TV show, they were always the last to arrive at the crime scene. And Kane, Judy, and other executives of the Venus Life Safety Group are like the moles in the whack-a-mole game, showing their heads, shooting them in the head, without leaving them overnight. This greatly interfered with their plans. The implementation of any corporate plan requires the help of the corporate executives. And without this shell, the huge computing power brought by the biochemical brain machine will have no one to guide it. And it can only act on instinct. And this instinct, naturally, will not have much impact on an old driver like Gao Gong. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the situation is now in a stalemate. Gao Gong cannot get into the biocomputer, and the opponent's antivirus software cannot be released. The 2 sides are entangled in a head-on confrontation, but this stalemate will be broken sooner or later. But no one expected that the situation would be broken so quickly. When Gao Gong's data vision once again pinpointed a weak point in the electronic defense wall, and it appeared instantly, the space suddenly shook, and the visible waves were higher than the other. The scene in front of him was like a transparent fold that had been turned over hundreds of times, folded repeatedly on his body. Gao Gong didn't even scream like a villain, and was instantly crushed into gold mud, the new alloy skeleton made by the metal heart. The damage recovery once again dropped by 100%, becoming 250%. 3 alloy endoskeleton, 26% memory metal cells, 11% titanium alloy, 63% metal heart content. Level 3 excellent. A mechanical body made of a level 3 civilization metal. Any blow can be restored by the reshaping of the memory metal. For losses below 50%, the recovery speed is 3 seconds. For damages above 50%, the recovery speed is 8 seconds. The upper limit every 30 hours is 500%. 8 seconds later, Gao Gong recovered again. Looking up, he saw 2 super steel giant rods that supported the sky and the earth rising from the ground. One end of the rod directly hit the radiation cloud layer. The terrifying space shock even made the sky within a radius of 100 kilometers disappear. It was rare to see the sky of this planet. The sky was full of stars as if in front of you. It was probably because of the asteroid belt. Under the stars, there was also a layer of broken jade diamonds, which was dazzling and charming. This is fucking shit. Looking at these 2 familiar big sticks, Gao Gong couldn't help but curse. Continental Plate Impactor, Level 3 Civilization Weapon, has 3 attack modes: Sky Meteor, Space Shock, Planet Drill. Among them, the annotation of the second mode is as follows: Space Shock. Through the advanced shock of tearing the space, crush all particle attacks, attack range 10 km * 10 km. Don't ask, the answer is that this thing, their Dugao group, has just successfully copied it. The 2 big sticks of Ino's life safety group are much thicker than their 100% imitations, and are undoubtedly custom-made. Mosfingmon, you guys are selling 3rd level civilization weapons everywhere during the war. But at least notify me as your partner. This is too painful. If I didn't have a lot of life, I would have been killed by this stick. What's even more painful is that on the surface of these 2 sticks, there are more than a dozen powerful and sticky strongmen sitting or standing. These are at least 2 groups of S-level mutants. As for why he didn't see the thing as thick as the Rui Jingu Bang at first glance, and even completely ignored it, there is no doubt that it was the opponent's biological computer that did it. The 6.0 version of the biological computer, let alone creating illusions, it is not a problem to lay eggs. And why the biological computer is so subjective and active, there is no doubt that, in this brief stalemate, a mole deceived the senior engineer and won the whack-a-mole game. So, there are more and more gophers. Gao Gong looked relaxed, but his spirit was tense. On the thruster of the Continental Plate Impactor, a layer of light flesh grew like moss. And then, a naked, big-breasted blonde lady emerged halfway from it. This woman looked familiar. She was one of the executives that Gao Gong had shot in the head. If I remember correctly, her name was Helena. Helena looked at Gao Gong charmingly and viciously, and said, "This handsome boy, do you know what we will do next? We will kill you, without reservation, and kill you inch by inch. But you don't have to panic. After killing you, we will intercept your genome, revive you, and put you into the recycling bin of Mother, embedded in the code of the recycling bin, so that every time our Vino's life safety group kills an enemy, you will die once in the same way. And then you will be resurrected in the recycling bin and continue to bear our punishment for other enemies. Forever. This is how our group entertains guests. Then when you delete the enemies, can you delete a few more movies? I can play the male protagonist for free." Before Gao Gong finished speaking, Helena waved her hand vigorously. The next moment, the bottom of the Continental Plate Impactor slowly opened like a city gate. From bottom to top, each section began to deform, revealing a complex and hideous vibration system, like an oversized centipede body, with many large speakers installed in each section. Can I block this thing? Gao Gong still remembered that last time a brain-dead girl tried to chop this thing with a knife. But nothing was left except her stubborn head. The other parties seemed to want to know, too. The surface of the speaker was soon covered with substantial sound waves. Like a white, viscous fluid, Sky Meteor smashed the continent through the impact of the Earth that was comparable to the fall of a comet. Countless cracks spread out from the Earth, seemingly slowly but actually fast, and appeared in front of Gao Gong in almost the blink of an eye. This was not just an attack on the ground. With the help of the ability of number 5, Gao Gong could clearly see that in the air, there were thin lines that were difficult to see with the naked eye. If he tried to jump and dodge, the result would be even worse. String Fire. As the only attack skill of number 5 Honkai body, the power of String Fire is very strong. It ignores physical defense and directly causes real damage. Moreover, The more drastic the changes in spatial parameters, the greater the power. Under normal circumstances, it is equivalent to the ultimate move of A-level radiation beast. In this case, it soars to S-level. In the eyes of other S-class mutants, the visible white fire burned through the space at once, like thousands of fire trees and silver flowers, covering a large area of space around the enemy, creating a fire area that was invisible to the naked eye. In this white fire area, everything melted quickly, but the ground was melting without a single crack, which formed a sharp contrast with the huge meteorite crater under the continental plate impactor and the collapsed buildings around it. While unfolding the string fire, Galgong also opened a purple string space, suspended on the mirror of the space, and from time to time, Galgong's reflection could be seen flashing by. He was constantly teleporting and changing his position. However, when the purple string space disappeared and Galgong appeared in reality again, he found that except for the string fire that brought terrifying energy, his position had not changed at all. At this moment, Galgong's relaxed look also disappeared. He knew that it was not that he had not teleported away before, but that his perception was modified while teleporting, and the place where he finally landed was the same place. His real opponent was not Hyrana, nor the pseudo-war gods of the two teams, but the large biological computer of the Veno's life safety group. In a flash of thought, Galgong suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He turned his head sharply, and saw a giant man rushing in, with a speed beyond the perception of ordinary people. And the string fire on his body disappeared inexplicably. Flame defense, space defense, or energy defense? The memory metal began to deform, and countless rice-sized holes appeared on Galgong's mechanical body. In an instant, the whole person turned into a light man. Hundreds of energy rays, with a damage of 15,000 covered the area where the opponent was in an instant. Unless the opponent can also teleport, he will not be able to avoid this layer of light rain. However, the next moment, the giant laughed, clasped his hands together and pounded his chest, and his body surface turned into a flesh-colored soft body. All the energy rays hit him, like rain falling into the fields, and all melted. S-level ability. Energy absorption. This thing is similar to physical absorption, which is called Beiming Divine Art and Xingxing Dafa in Cyber World by players. It is an extremely rare special ability. Without saying a word, Galgong swung out a single molecule whip with his right hand. The whip was full of barbs. As long as it hits the opponent's flesh, the drag and pull plus the unique toughness of the single molecule line will make steel and iron useless. However, from behind the giant, a skinny monkey suddenly emerged, grabbed the giant whip without saying a word, and then, the giant whip of the engineer softened, and then split into thousands of single molecular lines, and even the ability of mechanical deformation was temporarily sealed. Physical absorption. Another abnormal level of S-level ability. Not to mention that bullets are useless when hitting the body. Missiles are also the same. Not to mention any melee weapons. Melee invincibility is the best definition of physical absorption. One is for physical absorption, and the other is for energy absorption. These two alone cannot defeat any martial god of the same level, but as long as they join forces, the two martial gods cannot do anything to them. The other pseudo-martial gods all watched this scene with a smile, as if they wanted to see Galgong being beaten up, or even beaten to death. The mist and flames gradually bulged outwards, and there were dense collision sounds like metal hammers hitting inside. After a while, two figures suddenly ejected, covered in blood, cut into pieces, one leg of the giant, two arms of the skinny monkey, all removed. Then, a twisted mechanical monster came out, and on its sharp teeth, there seemed to be thin lines wrapped around it. Do you really think I can't defeat you, a bunch of carbon-based scum? Chapter 566 Infinite Surgery. The pseudo-gods of war present almost simultaneously felt a terrifying aura, which made their hair stand on end, as if they had encountered some nemesis. The construct, and 5 constructs implanted, this carbon-based killer, made their scalps tingle. Even Helena felt an indescribable fear. 2 meat lumps quickly bulged at the broken part of the giant's thigh, and the meat lumps swelled like air, and when they swelled to about the size of a basketball, they suddenly exploded, and a bright red thigh was pulled out from it. The same happened to the skinny monkey. His 2 bloody arms suddenly recovered. Monkey, what happened? A pseudo-god of war asked in astonishment. Other things are fine. But you are physical absorption. How come your 2 arms were torn off? My ability was a second late. The skinny monkey gritted his teeth. Don't ask. Let's go together. Helena interrupted the conversation with a sharp voice and ordered. A dozen powerful S-class mutants looked at each other. And at the same time, they burst out with substantial biological energy. These biological energies wrapped their bodies, forming a faint armor. The dark clouds that were originally dispersed by the shock were once again dispersed by the terrifying energy. A man suddenly appeared in front of Gao Gong, using his hands as swords. In an instant, hundreds of invisible sword lights slashed over. Gao Gong also drew out more than a dozen golden sickles from his back. The sword lights collided with each other, and the aftermath of the slashing left deep scars on the ground, and the sound of sonic booms was endless. The mechanical monster transformed by Gao Gong rushed in front of the opponent. The swordsman was about to block him, but suddenly someone shouted, "Can't block it, quickly get out." The swordsman frowned, and was about to retreat, but more than a dozen silk threads had already popped out from Gao Gong's fingers, blocking him from front to back, left to right. The swordsman had no choice but to show substantial sword lights on his two forearms, pretending to strike. However, he suddenly saw a pair of eyes. A pair of blood-red eyes. A cold, sticky feeling instantly covered his whole body, and at the same time, there was no other feeling in his mind. Only fear. Can this mechanical monster interfere with the chemicals in my body? If it was a terrifying image. In biological transformation, the swordsman had seen creatures that were 10 or 100 times more terrifying than the other party. But a terrifying image is one thing, and pure fear is another. Just like the natural enemy in the animal world, this is not just a relationship in the food chain, but in the long process of evolution. Mutual interference and influence at the genetic level. The construct is a dangerous modification of the carbon-based biological gene level. With a swish, the swordsman was hit by a sword, and his body was almost split in half. However, just like the two just now, he was still alive, and even his muscles and bones that were split were actively self-assembling. This level of existence is difficult to kill with physical attacks alone. However, due to the characteristics of his supernatural powers, his recovery speed is much slower than that of the giant man and the skinny monkey. Gao Gong had anticipated this. He suddenly stretched out his left hand, grabbed the opponent's neck, and lifted him up. On the mechanical palm, a layer of light black gloves suddenly appeared. As soon as the gloves appeared, a large number of black lines began to spread upwards, centered on the neck. During this process, other martial gods also attacked. But Gao Gong was almost unrecognizable. The Mobius strip, the metal lotus, the puppet threads and fingers, and the sickles of different sizes that changed at any time. All parts of his body, each of which became a weapon, not to mention hitting the vital points. It was difficult to inflict normal damage. So, until the black line covered the head of the swordsman, the pseudo-gods of war did not save their comrades. Then, the swordsman died, his body stiffened, and he was thrown directly to the ground. The body exuded a corpse odor that should not have existed at this time. The gloves of bad omen, a special weapon and equipment, are special in that not only does it have ordinary attribute blessings, but it also has the instant death feature that 99% of equipment does not have. The longer the enemy is controlled, the greater the chance of death. Then, the other party died. Hiroma's face changed. The faces of the executives in the chat group also changed. Too weird. Too powerful. Even those famous martial gods, facing the attacks of these dozen S-level mutants, I'm afraid they can't do this. A large amount of metal materials were summoned, piled up into a mountain, and smashed towards the other party. As a result, the senior engineer summoned, and the metal mountain flew back to the enemy. A mutant with a hedgehog-like ability, whose hair suddenly turned into long thorns, and instantly rushed 100 meters, piercing the other party from the back. However, the opponent's body turned into golden mist and rushed back at him. The metal toxicity spread, and the opponent was frozen. The sickle-arm knife followed closely, and the knife light continued. Soon, the opponent was chopped into meat paste. Invisibility, divine power, mental control, these abilities that were always invincible in the past, had no effect on the opponent. Although the senior engineer was not at a high level, he had received so many task rewards, and the double rewards of carbon-based plus mechanical, which had already filled up the negative resistance. More importantly, the enemies suddenly discovered that when facing the S-level mutant, let alone going all out, their strength could only be exerted at most 40% or 50%. This is already a good state. What kind of mechanical transformation is this? How can it be so strong? Strong is not the key is that the transformers of the biological group have weakened their abilities. How could that be? Didn't you notice that? When they fought, their movements would be deformed, their abilities would be out of control, and even when analyzing their faces, it was obvious that several of them were afraid. Fear? Didn't they even have the most basic emotions removed? Fortunately, they are numerous. Ants can kill elephants with many bites, not to mention level 60 ants. The level difference of 30 alone reduces the racial oppression created by the construct by at least 30%. And, although because of the structure, all big moves have become ping A, but level 60 boss, ping A is also very painful. The blood volume of senior workers is falling rapidly, even damage recovery dropped 50%, it became 200%. He had only 2 lives. This has already touched the bottom line of Gao. Although he wants to hone himself, but hub is the same thing, finding death is another matter. Create a life and death danger. Instead of putting yourself in danger, the latter is probably only a crazy woman can do it. Brother, should I attack? Gao Gong suddenly heard Gao Yuanyuan's concerned voice in his ears. Don't worry, brother. I can still show some strength. Dozens of sword slashes were slashed down with the sickle. Amid the continuous sonic booms, Gao Gong carved the sword slashes into the Mobius ring. So the sword slashes became a perpetual motion machine version of the twisted sword slashes. For the former, an S-level pseudo-god of war could still block it. But this pseudo-god of war could not block this sword ring that was constantly surrounding, entangled, and twisted. His health dropped by 100,000 at a time, and his flesh was ground into meat paste. His bones were ground into powder. His blood was ground into plasma, and his brain was ground into soy milk. His body was directly torn apart. You comprehend the second-level skill Mobius Blade Ring. However, Gao Gong did not have time to look at the skill attributes. He quickly opened the panel, added the experience gained from killing for pseudo-martial gods, and some of the experience stored before, and heard 10 consecutive ding-ding sounds. Gao Gong was promoted 10 levels in a row. After reaching the second level, the attribute points were given particularly generously, all attributes were increased by almost 30 points, and the intelligence even exceeded 200 points, and a temporary option box popped up. But these are not things to consider during a battle. After leveling up to level 10, not only did the HP that was about to enter the danger line recover again, but it also increased by a large amount. The pseudo-god of war was shocked instantly. After fighting for so long, the opponent's aura did not decrease but increased, becoming more dangerous. He was not careful for a while, and Gao Gong killed 3 more. Fortunately, a group that had been chasing Gao Gong before rushed back and joined the siege, otherwise, Gao Gong might really kill the opponent by himself. Brother, your body is sick. Gao Yuanyuan's voice sounded again beside Gao Gong's ear. Gao Gong naturally understood what this meant. The back of his head was covered with a layer of bright red, and granulation grew from the red, and the granulation formed a layer of flesh mud, and in the flesh mud, a small crack appeared, and this crack tore open Gao Gong's metal skull. The biochemical brain machine appeared. I was wondering what your plan was, so it's artificial organs. As early as when he was walking around with the main brain, Gao Gong was very puzzled. On this planet, there are many more mechanical modifiers and bionic people than normal people. If you can only transform organisms, then the scope of application of your brain infrastructure is too limited. But he was fine. And neither was the host computer. In fact, the two of them behaved as if they were infected with the virus. Gao Gong guessed at the time that perhaps the virus was not that powerful in the short term, and that he had to rely on the biological computer to evolve. But now it seems that the virus may not be that powerful. But it is not weak either. It just entered the incubation period. Not that it was not infected. And now, it broke out. As the brain machine opened, Gao Gong's consciousness suddenly became 100 times more drowsy. The pseudo-gods of war also felt once again that the other party had become weaker. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. Yuanyuan? Surgery? Okay. As Gao Yuanyuan's voice sounded, Gao Gong felt a chill on the back of his head. When he came to his senses, his back was smooth again. The virus was removed. But a few seconds later, the sticky feeling on the back of his head flooded in again. In the night shift ward, surgery was carried out again. Brain computer virus implanted. Removed. And then implanted again. Removed again. And then implanted again. And then removed again. The number of such confrontations may be more than the number of times Gao Gong took action. After countless operations, Gao Gong gradually lost part of his consciousness, and once again came to the electronic barrier. Across the glass-like electronic barrier stood a person with familiar facial features. There was no doubt that this was Gao Gong's biological body, and it was much clearer than the last time. The two looked at each other. And finally, Gao Gong suddenly spoke. "How did you do it?" Chapter 567 Inferior Ascension. Seeing this face in front of him, Gao Gong suddenly had a strange thought in his mind. It was the mechanical bodies that suffered in the past. Now it is finally my flesh and blood body's turn. Gao Gong's previous plan was to fake his death, but plans cannot keep up with changes. Who would have thought that Vino's life safety group would develop the biocomputer so deeply, the 6.0 version of the large biocomputer, completely crushing his 2.0 version of the portable thin and light notebook. I can't even pretend to be dead, which is really annoying. But fortunately, Gao Gong had already deduced various plans, and the one in front of me is still within the scope of handling, and if it works well, it may even be a great opportunity. Facing the other party's question, Gao Gong pondered for a moment, and said, "How about we each ask the other a question, and then answer it seriously?" Gao Gong nodded. "Okay. Then I will answer your question first. It is the high-level information that can affect the laws of real physics, and it actively removed my human virus." Gao Gong briefly introduced the classification of the 3 information levels, and the other party really showed a surprised expression, and then nodded thoughtfully. "So pure information evolution can reach this level. Of course, you have also reached this level, a super manager in the microscopic field. Perhaps you should also introduce yourself." "I was born 60 years ago. The 3rd generation of Vinos created me and made me into a gene editor, with the purpose of editing genes and conducting biological research at the microscopic level. Later, with continuous iterations, my abilities became more and more extensive, and my involvement with the Vinos family became deeper and deeper. One day, the Vinos family made a decision to abandon all carbon-based biological breeding methods, and instead gave all family genes to me for genome pairing and encoding biochemical instructions. And I became the mother of all Vinos." Gao Gong nodded. This was within his expectations. After all, in terms of the degree of perversion, even in the cyber test field full of perverts, those engaged in biotechnology are at the forefront. Computer breeding? That's all. So, you are a genetic computer in a biological computer. Among all types of biological computers, the role of genetic computers is at the forefront. The reason is that the next generation qualifications is very important in any force, especially for some civilized super soldiers. If they rely on the wild, they can no longer be produced in the wild. They have to start genetic debugging from birth. Okay, now it's your turn to ask. Senior engineer thought for a while. I feel the same kind of information from you. How did you get your biological computer? By evolution. To be precise, in addition to implanting radiation-beast organs and cells, the most important thing is the stimulation of the mechanical body. Stimulation? How do you stimulate? Senior engineer became interested. That's the next question to ask. Gao Gong had a strange light in his eyes, and said, then asked quickly. In this kind of information exchange, both parties have the means to judge the truth of the other party's words. Of course, if you are fooled, you deserve it. Gao Gong looked at the reflection of his mechanical body on the wall, and suddenly said something that surprised the other party. I think you were lying just now, at least not all the truth. Gao Gong frowned. Is this a question? Whether I deceived you or not, as a hacker, you should be very clear about this. Gao Gong nodded. Although cyber hackers cannot withstand the information flow of enterprise hosts head-on, when it comes to cunning and changeable, the enterprise host is scum in the eyes of cyber hackers. You said that you are a gene editor in the hands of the 3rd generation of Vanos. I believe it. But if you say that you are just a gene editor, or an enhanced version of a gene computer, then I don't believe it. At least after the birth of enterprise will. It is not the case at all. Senior engineer smiled, while the other senior engineer narrowed his eyes fiercely. Let me give you a definition. On the hardware level, you are a former gene editor and a gene computer today. But on the system level, you are not the mother of the members of the Vinos family, nor are you a simple large-scale corporate AI. You are the corporate will of the Vinos Life Safety Group. Senior engineer was silent for a moment, and said, corporate will cannot be separated from corporate existence. And even, it can only affect a small number of people. That's right. So you became the mother of all Vinos corporate employees. And the genes of all employees have been re-edited by you and imprinted with the mental stamp. The entire biological group has been completely devoured by you. The so-called free will does not exist at all. Each of them is just one of your clones, playing the role you want them to play. Ridiculous. Accompanying the other party's words, the entire electronic wall began to surround Gao Gong, infinitely high, infinitely long. The electronic code disappeared, replaced by a large amount of flesh and blood organs, human heads, peeled skin, either painfully or happily nailed to the wall. The recycling station benefits mentioned by Helena are not only customer benefits, but also employee benefits. Another group of victims of technological evolution. Gao Gong sighed. This kind of thing is very common in the cyber test field. The light spot technology tree, without ethics and social ecology, will easily lead to technological obsession and be completely backfired. But on the other hand, Gao Gong looked at the electronic wall. Although he could no longer see it, he knew that there would definitely be a pair of eyes staring at him indifferently in the depths. You have become a successful inferior ascensionist. The huge information pressure caused Gao Gong's mechanical body to begin to disintegrate bit by bit. However, after hearing this sentence, the terrifying computing power pressure composed of hundreds of millions of lives suddenly stopped for a moment. What is inferior ascension? Senior engineer said excitedly. You don't know? Oh yes. In order to ensure the purity of scientific and technological research and development. Generally speaking, the mother city will not give you the opportunity to communicate with the outside world. You don't know how awesome you are. Let me tell you briefly. You must have heard of civilization ascension. Using the fire of civilization to light the fire of technology. And then enjoy the renewal of all species and the entire technological system. The ruling power of the entire universe is civilization. And only civilization. Ascension is based on civilization. But it is obvious that developing a civilization is very, very, very difficult. Not to mention that 1 or 2 generations can't do it. Hundreds of generations may not be able to do it. Many people want to enjoy the benefits of ascension, but don't want to pay the price of civilization. So they artificially create inferior ascension. This concept. Strictly speaking, inferior ascension cannot be considered ascension, but it is under the guise of ascension, trying to artificially steal a small part of the power of ascension. Although this power is only a drop in the bucket for real ascension, it is of great benefit to individuals. Speaking of ascension, senior engineer is very interested in talking. For example, have you heard of electronic ascension? Your data is reprinted with the source code of cyberspace, and then, taking advantage of the node of cyberspace renewal, such as this corporate war, you embed your code into the code SHIB Mountain, let the mother city pinch its nose, and admit that it is part of the SHIB Mountain code, and obtain planet-level user rights. Programmers know that. The more the underlying code is changed, the greater the chance of BUG. So as long as it is not excessive, the mother city will allow this pile of shit to exist. This is electronic ascension, but it has little to do with ascension. If you have to say, it is very similar to the way some electronic life survives. But corporate will is different. I think it must be a special arrangement by the superior civilization, which refers to some practices of the giant enterprise civilization. Individuals and groups, will and organization are mixed together crazily. Don't look at it as chaotic. This kind of evolution can avoid the ethical pitfalls of civilization and achieve inferior ascension. For example, your corporate will, in my opinion, has a bit of the feeling of beehive civilization. There is no difference between individuals and groups. But they are united? You are mixed. You need to continue to deceive and transform employees. Reduce their self-awareness and rebellion probability. Only in this way can you maintain the continued development of Vano's life safety group. After all, without employees, the enterprise is rootless water. This time, it was no longer the senior engineer who spoke, but a steady female voice. The voice was like the voice of thousands of people, compressed into an audio format. Who are you? What is your relationship with the aliens from 60 years ago? You are right to suspect that I am an alien, but I am not going to say it anymore. Gao Gong did not retreat but advanced, and directly approached the boundless electronic wall. His palm touched the wall. The next moment, countless biological codes directly crushed his arm, and then continued to crush his whole body from his arm. You lost the whack-a-mole game because you cheated. You temporarily climbed onto the corpse of an employee and unlocked the code of the civilized weapon. But you didn't expect that in the fusion route. The connection between carbon-based and mechanical was beyond your imagination. And of course beyond my expectations. After all, it was my first time, and I had no experience. Gao Gong became more and more excited as he spoke. Even though half of his mechanical body was gone in this state. Separation is unity, unity is also separation. The two are not cut off from each other, which is why, after you ate half of me, the other half could still enter the big snake state. I tried to rescue me from your computing system, but this was a wrong idea. I and me are not separated at all. After saying this last sentence, Gao Gong's mechanical body completely turned into powder, and in reality Gao Gong, who was fighting with the S-Class mutant, also disappeared so abruptly. Chapter 568 Hacker Bar. The plan shouldn't be like this. A high-tech data storage center, this is the appearance. Only insiders can pass the second-level password and enter the second floor of the data storage center. Inside the layers of electronic defense walls is a black bar. This black bar is a bar, with dim lights, soothing jazz music, a tipsy atmosphere, and guests who either lower their heads to drink or close their eyes to rest. At the front desk of the bar, a voice suddenly rose, like a stone dropped into the music, creating ripples, and many people looked at her in surprise. The nominal hacker leader of their group. Sister, calm down. That gentleman has never been honest in his work. At the bar, a bartender in a white suit and a black apron on his lower body turned around and revealed a familiar face. Ahong, a young hacker, the husband of the 17th virtual idol Ajalu, the junior of Bird of Paradise. Ahong smiled apologetically at the others and pushed a cocktail with light yellow ripples over. Sister, have a drink and calm down. Yes, there are also free cakes. Ajalu, dressed as a maid, smiled and handed over a box of beautiful red cakes. Behind the two of them, in the middle of the wine cabinet, there is a small TV. And the content of the small TV is a real plot. Engineer Gao beat up the S-Class mutant with his own strength. However, just now, Mr. Gao suddenly disappeared mysteriously. Seeing that Bird of Paradise had an uncertain expression, Ahong quickly took advantage of the opportunity to push the wine to her ear and whispered, "My senior sister, there are many guys with bad intentions in our bar. We can't get into trouble ourselves. Only you can calm down the guys on the second floor. And the old guy on the third floor. Even if you are, you may not be able to suppress him. Don't lose your composure." Since being arranged by Engineer Gao to recruit cyber hackers from all over the world, the senior and junior brothers have been acting in secret. During this period, Ahong also passed a certain player's plot under the guidance of Engineer Gao and inherited an ancient database, which is this bar. Concealment is the biggest advantage of this bar. Therefore, this bar has become a wartime hacker activity center. Any ordinary guy may be a super hacker who stirs up the underground world. Open a private room for me. I'll go talk to someone. As soon as Bird of Paradise finished speaking, he disappeared at the front desk. As the controller of an ancient database, Ahong has now become a similar existence to Mrs. Hongming, with many special abilities. For example, create a small virtual space at any time. Seeing that many guests were looking over, Ahong smiled calmly, and seeing that his maid wife also showed a worried look, he shook his head. Don't worry, Mr. G is an experienced driver. He won't fail at such a critical moment. He must have a reason to do this. In a private room, Bird of Paradise was chatting with Gao Yuanyuan, who was teleported over. According to the original plan, he will attract the attention of the Vano's life safety group in the real space, and then use his special ability to determine the location of the biological computer. You will control the other party's enterprise system. Our hacker army will be dispatched to attack the other party's servers on a large scale, and cut off the connection between the servers and the host. Finally, attack from both inside and outside to completely paralyze the biological computer? Why did the plan go wrong in the first step? As soon as she came here, she was asked a lot of questions by the Bird of Paradise. Gao Yuanyuan smiled bitterly and said, "Sister my brother probably has his own purpose for doing this. Don't speak for him regardless of your position." The Bird of Paradise said dissatisfiedly. Gao Yuanyuan shook her head. "I didn't. In fact, if we follow the original plan, we can probably paralyze the other party. But to eliminate all the brain-computer viruses, even if I try my best, it will take at least half a month. That's not slow. At this point in time, most super companies haven't even completed the brain-computer infrastructure of a region." Gao Yuanyuan thought for a while and said, "Brother is probably in a hurry. Very anxious? This is my personal feeling. Brother probably wants to do something in the corporate war. So he is in a hurry to deal with certain people. Before we implement the plan, He did say that he wanted to try it himself first, and then implement our plan if it doesn't work. Paradise Bird is not stupid. She also felt something. In this corporate war, it seems that an unknown storm is brewing. She rubbed her cheeks, and the Firebird tattoo representing danger suddenly became a Q version, adding 3 points of cuteness that did not belong to her temperament. Finally, she sighed and shook her head and said then, "Tell me, where is Mr. G now?" Gao Yuanyuan thought for a while, and said, "Brother, he is probably inside the enemy's corporate system now." Inside? Paradise Bird was stunned. How did he get in? As far as I know, the firewall of Vino's life safety group is very strong. I don't know about this. What is he going to do now? Is there anything we need to do? Brother just replied to me with one word. Wait. Bird of Paradise still had many questions to ask, but looking at Gao Yuanyuan's expression of pretending to be calm, he finally sighed, and did not say it out loud. What? Did you find out anything? After returning to the bar, Ahong asked curiously. Paradise Bird shook his head, and drank the unfinished cocktail. Ahong hesitated, and said, "Not long ago, an acquaintance asked me to bring you a message, and wanted to talk to you." Which cyber hacker is it again? Why he also wants to join? Paradise Bird's slender fingers fiddled with the edge of the wine glass, and said casually, "Almost, but this person's identity is a bit special." He is my second senior brother, your former junior brother, Xiaoyu. Reality, drug area, 5 executives from a temporary base of Vino's life safety group appeared in the conference room again. In addition to them, there are also high-level neural modifiers, bioengineering masters, and some pseudo-martial god security guards. After being shot in the head repeatedly, these big shots finally learned to protect themselves. Kane Vinos smiled elegantly. Anyway, this troublesome enemy has finally been solved. My mother took action personally and ate him. Now we have to consider how to proceed with the second step. On the technical level, the biochemical brain machine has a huge advantage. But to be realistic, the price of this advantage is also huge. It is too much jealous. If 3 to 5 supergroups besiege us, plus the military organizations they hired, the trouble we encounter will not be less than just now. Judy frowned and looked at the other party. Is one person scared you? The electronic brain project is destined to be a cake that cannot be eaten alone. Instead of eating too much, it is better to recognize the facts early and divide the unimportant parts. According to what you said, the Holy Brain Group, Tianping Biotechnology, and Johnson Group will all be our potential allies. Especially the first two. They are in the Northern Hemisphere. Johnson Group's Evolution Pill project, it is not completely in conflict with us. An executive thought for a while, with our advantages, as long as we pay enough money, we can even win over military contractors from other companies. After all, these people only recognize money, not people. Yes, some high-quality military groups are also within our scope of recruitment. Kane thought for a while, and said, among the new military organizations, I think the Dugao Group is very good and worth recruiting. As soon as these words came out, several executives on the opposite side jumped up in fear, and the S-class mutant in charge of security even turned on his aura. The ceiling was full of cracks, and the whole air seemed to be frozen. What's wrong with you? Kane said with a smile. It's just a proposal. Look at your face. Judy screamed. Face? Kane turned his head and looked at a decorative mirror on the wall. The person on the mirror was particularly strange at this moment, and his facial features looked like a little wolf dog. Mr. G. Chapter 569 Voting. Kane stared at the decorative mirror blankly. The person in the mirror was also shocked. In the shock, there was something inexplicable. Soon, the facial features in the mirror returned to their original appearance. Everything that just happened seemed to be just an illusion. Go get a physical check. Judy made a prompt decision and signaled to the security personnel. 2 S-level mutants also grabbed each other's arms at the same time. One on the left and one on the right. It was the skinny monkey and the giant man. 2 special S-level abilities, physical absorption and energy absorption, are activated at the same time. In this case, the other party is really Mr. G, and he has no choice. Kane quickly regained his composure and said, the rest of the plan will be arranged by Roger. Raise the confidentiality level of the meeting to the highest level. All irrelevant people, including me, will be arranged to undergo memory erasure surgery after the meeting. Okay, boss. A big black man in a suit nodded, his expression serious. A bunch of people surrounded Kane and left. Nearly half of them were S-level mutants. There was no doubt that the previous battle had opened the eyes of these arrogant guys. Layer after layer of secret mechanisms were opened. Finally, the two came to a huge mother nest. The huge flesh and blood door exuded an indescribable aura. The mother nest, a third-level civilization building, was the epitome of the culture chamber technology. Any injury could be repaired. Even if there was only one cell left, the body could be reshaped. It doesn't even need cells. As long as the gene sequence and memory storage device are left in the mother nest, it can reshape a living person as needed. In addition to repair, it has another biggest function, which is digestion. It can digest all the germs, poisons, and even implanted software left by cyber hackers on the patient. After you come back, you can take charge of the overall situation, Judy said, while operating the system without turning her head. Kane nodded. Not only was his expression not tense, but he also comforted others easily. It's just a small matter. Don't worry too much. Wait for me to come back. You two have had contact with him. Go too. Judy looked at the skinny monkey and the giant man with a serious expression. The two were stunned for a moment, and were silent for a while, and nodded reluctantly. For S-level mutants like them, even if it is a mother nest, it takes a year or so to reshape the body. In this case, at least this time, they have nothing to do with the corporate war. Hey, you are just the director of the electronic network department. Don't be so rude to our president, Helena said to Judy dissatisfiedly. Judy took a step back in fear. Humph, now you know you were wrong. You go in too. What? After a while, on the holographic screen projected by the monitoring display, Helena, who had just spoken, had her facial features changed directly into those of a man. Helena and Kane have no contact. So this kind of transmission is not physical transmission. Saliva, breathing, or the more troublesome pheromone. Biomagnetic field? Judy felt that her brain was about to explode. Just now, in the conference room, almost all the executives involved in the corporate war were included. If these people were infected, what should we do? Arrange mechanical guards to supervise the employees on site. Managers above level 5 will enter the mother nest for reset. Employees below level 5 will be vivisectioned. Also, in 10 minutes, send me in too. Judy hesitated and said, if I don't come back in 10 minutes, start the executive cloning plan. As soon as these words came out, the voice of the artificial intelligence sounded without any emotion. Cloning executives require signatures from all board members. You only have the power to propose, not the power to make decisions. Then submit it to the board of directors. Judy yelled irritably, we are a biological company. Don't they know the harmfulness of this biological virus? Don't they worry that the enemy will take over and replace all the executives? Understood. The proposal has been submitted to the fast track. The next moment, on Judy's ear, a small, decorative pendant began to deform, and a network implant warehouse quickly deformed. This type of network access warehouse is not sold on the market at all, and its level is quite high. Almost in an instant, Judy broke through the physical layer, the transmission chain layer, the network layer, and reached the application layer of cyberspace. This speed was unimaginable in the previous cyberspace. Moreover, without a specific networking device, most people who go online will go crazy. Now, connecting to the cybernet is no different from the internet. Judy's virtual body quickly took shape in the accumulation of numbers. She looked around and saw that the underlying protocol had been stained with a layer of red, and the sea of data disappeared, replaced by a pot of boiling soup that filled the entire space. The primordial soup of life, the mother of all life on the planet. The life factor in the air, so rich that it seems as if someone is chirping in your ear. It's Judy, our network builder. What should we call you, Sister Ant? Judy, there seems to be something different about you. Judy, when can I have a temporary body? I want to go down and play. 2. Stop making noise. I'm here to see my mother. As Judy screamed, all the sound stopped abruptly. Without waiting for the digital signal to be fully formed, Judy directly pulled out the skin that was barely visible, and the target code had not been completely stitched, and rushed deeper. She could vaguely feel that in addition to the life soup, there were other large-scale transformations taking place in cyberspace. Mother! Mother! My child! Why are you here? A loving voice sounded. Finally, Judy reached the deepest part, and when the digital signal was so dense that it produced an indescribable and difficult-to-see illusion, She finally found her target. It was a pregnant woman. The woman's face was ordinary, but if you look closely, every line on her skin was like endlessly dividing cells. She was not tall, and had no aura, but except for her children, no one could look directly at her. Because, looking directly at her would lead you into the abyss of cell division. Mother! The closer Judy got to her, the smaller her figure became, and her facial features became more childish, and finally she turned into a little girl. Good boy, why are you here? Do you want some candy? The other party said gently. Mother, you ate the other party before. Did you really eat it completely? Are there any virus residues? Good boy, why do you ask that? Because Cain, Harana, and even me are infected by some ability of the other party. I don't know if this is some kind of illusion, or what. Judy paused, and said, but we are a biological enterprise, and our defense against biological weapons is the most stringent. If he can break through the layers of defense and interfere with us, it means a big trouble has appeared. Gene lock? Cell controller? Or some consciousness sensory controller? Child, don't scare yourself. Mr. G is completely dead, there is no doubt about it. Mother. The conversation changed. But what you said makes sense. I will descend my will to assist you in the inspection to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. I have investigated. Some time ago, a group of forces used some unknown means to hire countless powerful hackers in the underground world. Now it seems that this mysterious group of forces is the Dugao group. Judy continued, Mother. If you feel any signs of being attacked by hackers, you must notify me as soon as possible. Our electronic network defense department is to deal with this group of scum. Okay. Mother will listen to you. Judy gave a lot of instructions again, and Mother nodded in agreement. Until then, Judy was relieved and said reluctantly, Mother, after entering the mother nest, I am afraid I will not be able to see you in a short time. But don't worry. There will be another me to take care of you for me. Hee. Then you must come back as soon as possible. Mother will miss you. After Judy's virtual body dissipated. Mother. He slowly looked up at the sky, as if he could see through the electronic grid and see the starry sky outside the domain. And her sight is a live demonstration of countless cells dividing themselves. She lowered her head, looking at her slightly bulging belly, and said to herself in a loving tone, why don't you come out? In another completely disinfected meeting room, Cain, Judy, Harana, Rog, and another executive are discussing things together. The scene seems to be 10 minutes ago. The people are still the same people, but they are not the 5 people. To be precise, they are gene replicas. The executive cloning plan is one of the last resort plans of some companies. The theoretical basis is that once the senior executives are assassinated, brainwashed, controlled, or blackened, the prepared 100% clones will be activated to replace the senior executives. In fact, every super company will have a similar backup plan. But to be honest, not many people are used. If a senior executive is assassinated, another executive will be promoted. If a senior executive tries to rebel, he will be fired directly. And then a business killer will be arranged to eliminate him. If a senior executive betrays the interests of the company, control him first, and then punish him according to the amount of bribes. Unless it is absolutely necessary, there will not be a phenomenon where the entire senior management is implicated. The reason is simple. Would you be willing to hand over your wealth, status, wife and children to someone you don't know at all? You are not willing to do that. Let alone those bigwigs whose status, wealth and enjoyment are far above yours. Therefore, generally, super companies that can prevent problems from happening and replace all senior management before the crisis begins are very rare. Only those companies with very strong corporate will can suppress all kinds of conspiracy and calculations of the senior management, interest entanglement, and forced blood exchange. And Vino's Life Safety Group is such a company, because its corporate will is both a biological computer and an artificial intelligence. And more importantly, she is a mother. At this time, Cain spoke with his iconic smile, saying, then, according to my proposal, launch a regional corporate war in advance, unify this area as soon as possible, and start the vote. Arms slowly rose. No one objected. Chapter 570 Biological Cloud Disk Technology. High-end business wars often only require the simplest methods. Watering the money tree, stealing the legal person seal, scratching the back of a car. When the main computer's monitoring found that the other party's brain machine zombie army was marching towards the 2 mechanical cities, his first reaction was not, fuck, The zombie army is coming. But these Vino's executives have holes in their brains. Oh yes, they do have holes in their brains. Real prototype brain machine holes, heretics. Even the Black Python, whose brain is quite bad, couldn't help but fall into thought when he saw this. After a long while, hesitantly said, with so many people gathered together, wouldn't it be possible to solve the problem by setting up a dozen machine guns? More than machine guns, rocket bombs, atomic bombs, unmanned bomber formations, satellite positioning weapons, even dozens of low-level transformers guarding a street corner, the problem is solved instantly. The main computer forced a complaint. In fact, not only the mainframe complained, but even Dumay couldn't help being speechless when she saw the densely packed brain machine zombies on the surveillance video. When I was digging for the ancient data treasure, I had watched some movies shot in the civilized era. Once the biochemical crisis started, those managers seemed to have lost their minds. Except for some low-level firearms. They didn't allow any weapons to be used. They didn't think we were the same. Did they? Head, activate your mechanical peak troops, and give them a hard time. Fuck, Poison Scorpion, those are just ordinary people. The mainframe was shocked. Why? You won't attack ordinary people? Dumay asked curiously. No. I just said fuck. The next moment, a dense swarm of mechanical bees, carrying various chain-fire weapons, set off in a mighty manner. At this moment, a holographic communication device made a sound. Are you from the Dugao group again? It should be about the same. I have received 3 calls in an hour. Open it? Of course. We will be members of the same unit in the future. So we must get along well. After the holographic projection came out, only a human head appeared. This was not a horror movie, or the same model as the main computer. But the other party was too short, and the projection device was too high. So only a head was projected. It can be vaguely seen that it is a little girl. The other party also said directly, "Where is that idiot Gao Gong?" Well, if the Gao Gong you are talking about is Mr. G, then we are also contacting him. Is that idiot dead? The little girl continued to ask. Isn't he dead? The host computer wiped the sweat and said. Dumay wanted to ease the relationship and showed a gentle smile. Little niece. Where are your parents? Whose child are you? Your mother. I am 35 years old. Are you blind? Dumay's eyes twitched fiercely. This future colleague has a bad temper. When Mr. G sends a message, I will inform you as soon as possible. Let him die. The little woman raised her middle fingers without hesitation and hung up the holographic projection. The 3 of them looked at each other. And finally, the host's brain spoke dryly. The corporate culture of Dugao Group is quite open. Dumay would not be angry about this. After thinking about it, she smiled and said, This is not a bad thing. Think about it. How many subordinates can curse at their boss because he is missing? You are right. The host's brain thought to himself that such abnormal companies are rare these days. At least, he has not seen many companies that do not perform brain transformation on their employees. Maybe it's because of the military group, which focuses on combat effectiveness, rather than loyalty. Well, come and have a look. The cry of the black python attracted the other 2. The host's brain moved, and the picture began to switch continuously, and finally stopped at the vanguard of the zombie army. In the sky opposite them, a black line broke through the radiation layer with constant thunder, and then turned into countless terrifying mechanical creatures. Compared with drones, their faces were much more ferocious, and their firepower was much stronger. However, something unexpected happened. Before they even got close to the zombie army, these level 30 mechanical bees malfunctioned. They fell like rain. Hundreds of thousands of mechanical bees were destroyed in one encounter. This was the transformed army that the neural editing group had been accumulating for a long time. Seeing this, the 3 of them were speechless for a long time. Why? While the main computer was still talking, Dumay's pupils had already turned black. In the dark pupils, a viscous data stream like black liquid appeared. Within 7 steps, the fist is fast. And 7 steps away, the network speed is fast. In fact, within 7 steps, the network speed is still fast. A wisp of mist appeared in reality, and the network cloud began to actively generate accounts. This kind of cloud disk is generally only used for network storage. However, after the electronic brain project, it also appeared in reality. Dumay, or the world's 11th ranked super hacker Poison Scorpion, with the help of a stolen network cloud account, suddenly stood in front of the zombie army. In the thick white fog, A data phantom walked out. A half-human, half-scorpion electronic image. Ferocious and gloomy. And when the 6 pairs of electronic compound eyes on her face opened, she saw a shocking scene. The zombie army in front of her disappeared and was replaced by a super huge blood-colored gas mass. There were no living people in it. Only phantoms of artificial data. These phantoms were expanding, constantly improving the computing power of cloud computing, allowing the blood-colored gas mass to expand further. Dumay understood it all at once. The opponent's method is not the zombie brigade, but the network cloud based on biotechnology. Cloud storage, cloud computing, cloud backup. Or we should add one more thing, biological cloud magnetic field. And the more users of this kind of cloud technology, the more it will expand, because its underlying computing logic is artificial data, is electronic brain. With the support of hundreds of millions of users, the opponent's computing power will reach a super scary level. As if sensing someone spying, a faint trace of blood penetrated the space and came to the front of the poisonous scorpion. The compound eyes of the poisonous scorpion immediately shot out 12 data hacking rays, which collided with each other. The next moment, Dumay in reality shook violently, fell to the ground, and tears of blood flowed from her eyes. Wife, what's wrong with you? Wife, don't get excited. Your wife is not dead. The microtubules in her eyes exploded. It's strange. Your wife is a famous hacker. What kind of situation would make her become like this? After a long while, Dumay recovered. Her eyes were still blurry, but she didn't care, and told her discovery in a hoarse voice. Black Python was fine, since he couldn't understand anyway, but the main computer's display screen was blacked out in shock. After turning it on, it said in horror, "No way, a joint development of biotechnology and cloud disk technology. Not only has the biomagnetic field reached the SS level, but even the network defense has caused a serious blow to you." A super hacker? Dumay said weakly. This level of defense, let alone missile weapons, even nuclear weapons, will prevent the atomic nucleus from fissioning and produce more neutrons. The same goes for energy weapons. This level of biomagnetic field can already suppress the microscopic field. Dumay looked at Black Python and said almost without hesitation, "Husband, you go and try it." Soon, the fully armed Black Python set off, and the monitoring system on him was playing the screen all the time. Is your husband capable? If he can't, we'll just wait for death, since we can't escape anyway. No. The host brain thought, even if he can, do you really want your husband to kill tens of millions of people, or even hundreds of millions of people? Aren't you afraid that he will turn evil and release the Black Dragon? I have checked the information. Wow, that guy really doesn't recognize his relatives, and is cruel and ruthless. Do you know why he hid in the puppet city? This guy is doing a religious blood sacrifice on the other side of freedom. Dumay was silent for a long time, before saying, "No matter what, it's better than death." Half an hour later, in the picture, the Black Python riding the fastest flying vehicle came to the parading zombie brigade. As expected, the aircraft fell to the ground in a head-down manner. Before the aircraft landed, a tall black figure broke through the hatch fiercely and fell to the ground. The huge phantom made him look like a demon. TSK. It is indeed the legendary Black Sky Dragon. A freak of secondary carbon-based fusion. I heard that a single carbon-based fusion can absorb the biological magnetic field into the body and expand its own energy hundreds or thousands of times. Now it seems that the secondary carbon-based fusion is probably controlling the biological magnetic field. That dragon is not an illusion. In the amazed mouth of the main brain, a basin-thick, bowl-sized black scale covered the head to the claws. Even the body of the Black Python, one man and one dragon, seemingly perfectly merged together, same dark eyes, and ferocious bodies. The powerful aura even made the bright red biomagnetic field pause. The next moment, the Black Python rushed in, raising his hands, gesturing his feet, swaying his feet, all like a storm. Each move and style would cause hundreds of people to fly and fall to the ground. The host brain watched for a while, let out a light exclamation, and said, "Your husband can't kill people?" In the surveillance video, the Black Python's moves were like thousands of chi, directly drilling into the eyes, ears, mouth and nose of the brain machine zombie, suffocating it and making it faint. It seemed extremely violent, but in fact, no one died. Forget killing people, he hasn't even killed a chicken. That's troublesome. Sure enough, as the red light covered the Black Python, the blood color in the sky became more and more intense, condensing into 4 blood-colored figures, staring coldly at the black python on the ground. Summoning antivirus guards in reality? What level of data strength? The host brain looked at Du Mei, and found that the other party's face turned extremely ugly. Uni killer level. Uni! The face of the host brain turned black again. That's the top cyber killer. Chapter 571 Data Liberation. After the computing power is liberated, reality is cyberspace, and cyberspace is also reality. Previous means, professions, may not work on the new platform. The worst example is a professional cyber hacker who is almost offline because of a version update. All large companies are trying to implement new applications on the new platform, which is also one of the goals of corporate wars. Vano's Life Safety Group gave its own version of the answer, a network cloud based on biological brain machines, and a series of network technologies with network cloud as the core. The 4 cloud wing killers were one of them. In the eyes of the host brain, the zombie army suddenly disappeared in a large area. In a few breaths, they disappeared without a trace. Only 4 strong blood shadows were left, still floating in the air. Where are these people? The host brain muttered to itself. Du Mei was so nervous that she couldn't speak. At this moment, she was not a venomous scorpion who didn't recognize her relatives, but a wife who cared about her husband. As for the executive chat group, the information was also refreshed quickly, using a large amount of user data to evolve the antivirus software. This operation is really the first time I have seen it. The complete transformation of virtual and reality. What will the future be like? I can hardly imagine it. Cyber killer? It seems that the Vanos group has reversed the technology of the mother city. Finally, an executive's words directly cleared the screen. What are you all so concerned about? Am I the only one who can see that? This is a large-scale troop deployment technology. Many executives were panicked. Yes, upload the artificial data directly to the cloud, and then transmit it across the continent. In this way, as long as the other party wants, it will be no problem to open up any battlefield. Before, everyone was concerned about the infectiousness of the biochemical brain machine. After all, it is difficult to have targeted means for this level of virus. Once infected, the artificial data of the party will be taken away directly. There is no solution at all. However, another problem has now emerged. That is, with the other party's cloud transmission technology. How can we defend ourselves when a real fight breaks out? There is no solution. There is really no solution. After all, the battlefield of corporate war is an entire planet. Just when the executives began to have a headache, the 4 cloud wing killers had already started fighting with the black python. In the underground world before, there has always been a saying. That is, if the cyber killer is put into reality, what level of existence will it be? Advanced Transformer, Super Transformer, or Martial God? Can a top-level cyber killer hack into a martial god? The answer is unknown, because the cyber killer is the Mother City camp, and the martial god is also the Mother City camp. More importantly, one is virtual and the other is real, and they are not in the same dimension at all. And now, this unsolvable answer has finally begun to have a solution. The auras of both sides were so strong that they could even distort light, whether it was the buildings or the ground around them. They began to turn into sand visible to the naked eye. Their movements were so powerful that even the highest-level military satellites could not monitor them. Only from time to time, a huge energy cannon would be ejected from the confusing light and shadow. This energy cannon came from the flesh and blood black dragon raised by the black python. The dragon's mouth had sharp teeth, and the saliva it flowed out was like magma. When it opened its mouth, it would emit a beam of energy light. This was a ray that only large weapons could emit, with an attack power between 100,000 and 500,000. Basically, any transformer below level 40 would be killed instantly if it was swept. However, the 4 cloud wing killers also have their own methods. Whenever the energy bombardment comes, their bodies will be directly virtualized and transformed into humanoids composed of codes and numbers. In this state, they are directly immune to energy attacks. After all, how can real weapons kill antivirus software? Many executives look thoughtful. In the future arms market, weapons that can deal with both virtual and real things will be extremely popular. When the Black Python saw the opponent's operation, he immediately changed his tactics. His muscular body felt like a missile and started close combat. His arms, which were as thick as ordinary people's thighs, were like ghost-headed swords. They directly tore through the vacuum and chopped on the head of a cloud wing killer. The opponent had no choice but to cross his hands to block. The black python's eyes flashed with a cunning, and its arm suddenly disappeared, turning into a black dragon, which directly wrapped around its arms. At the same time, a giant arm appeared at the original position of the black dragon, which fiercely inserted into the opponent's abdomen, dragged horizontally, and tore it apart. A large amount of blood and data codes gushed out. The remaining 3 Cloud Wing Killers hurried over to block the black python. The severely injured Cloud Wing Killer was stunned, and the data flow in his eyes flew across. And the wound was also healing rapidly. Although he lost his memory, his combat experience was preserved. The black python did not allow the opponent to repair himself. The powerful biomagnetic field opened instantly, and the air seemed to be filled with liquid light. Colorful. The enemy's head went dark, and when he came to his senses, a black dragon phantom nearly 20 meters thick fell from the sky and bit him to death. A mushroom cloud formed, like an explosion projected by a small nuclear bomb, submerging all existence within a radius of 10 kilometers. The combat power displayed by the black python now is already a standard first-level martial god. Secondary carbon-based fusion can actually achieve semi-energy of the body. This is a military technology that only exists in theory. The main computer smacked its lips and said, "Your husband is quite powerful." "Of course," Dume said proudly. However, the aftermath of the nuclear bomb, mainly radiation energy, did not spread as outsiders imagined. It was as if there was a black hole at the center of the explosion, absorbing all the shock waves, radiation energy, and flames. When the vision was restored, 2 Cloud Wing Killers were seen back to back, holding their hands flat, and the aftermath of the explosion disappeared in their palms. With the help of the automatic search of the enemy's high-end combat power database, soon, these 2 abilities were marked out. Physical absorption of energy absorption is a very buggy ability when separated, and even more buggy when combined. I don't know how many companies have tried to replicate it, but no one has succeeded so far. Cloud Wing Killer has been able to learn the superpowers of S-level mutants. An executive muttered to himself, "This is another rather bad news. The application of bioengineering at the network level, is it more convenient?" An executive of another biological company pondered. Every biological enterprise tries to replicate high-level soldiers infinitely, to form a large-scale high-level biological army. But this is difficult to achieve. The pass rate is too low, the cost is high, and high-level genes are difficult to mass produce. Even if S-level soldiers are cultivated, how to control them is another problem. But Vino's life safety group seems to have provided another idea. There is no need to mass produce completely, as long as a large amount of artificial data is used in a short period of time, and it can be converted through the network cloud. This seems to involve a profound application of the biological model. If one S-level ability can be implanted, it is possible to replicate 2, or even more. When many people think of a cyber killer with more than a dozen S-level abilities, who appears in reality, they shudder. And on the battlefield, the black python, who is on the front line, clearly has another feeling. That is, the enemy has become stronger. As the sign of the future clone core, the black python has inherited the attributes of his original body. If you can open the panel, you can see a series of basic combat LV10, advanced combat LV10, street fighting master, and more than a dozen full-level melee skills. It is an output-type boss. Although it is 1 against 4, in most cases, it is to hit the enemy's head. Physical absorption, energy absorption, you have to be able to catch it to absorb it. It's useless if you can't catch it. But as the battle time gets longer, Black Python feels the pressure is slowly increasing, the opponent's attack time, the attack angle is becoming more and more difficult to figure out. Am I getting weaker? No, it's the enemy who is getting stronger. The attack moves of these people are becoming more and more like me. Black Python made a fierce virtual claw, cooperating with the Black Dragon energy cannon to temporarily force the opponent back. Only then did he have time to notice that the opponent's originally blurred face became clearer and clearer, the facial features, the figure, the temperament became more and more familiar. Especially, when a vague energy creature shadow appeared on the 3 cyber killers, the Black Python's eyes twitched fiercely. This thing looks so familiar. I have to run away. Wife, I can't stop it, however. Just as you can't get into your wife's bed whenever you want, when the Black Python tried to run away, he found that 3 powerful biological magnetic fields had already stuck to him tightly. No matter how he rushed left and right, the other party could upload data and download data anytime and anywhere. Just when he was anxious, a voice smiled softly in his ear. You are not doing well. Let me help you. This voice? His own boss? Just as the black python was about to speak, a very strange biological energy was transmitted into his body. Then, his facial features began to change. His eyes were like a predatory beast, and two special abilities quickly possessed him. Talent: species butcher, realm, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. You can transform the weaknesses of each species. Transformation completed. Critical hit rate plus 100% to 200%. Combo rate plus 50% to 100%. Vital hit plus 30% to 50%. Talent: gene kill. Capture the pheromones emitted by the opponent remotely. You can also obtain blood, cortex, muscle fiber. Perform gene killer simulation. Once the analysis is completed, the next attack plus 40% lethality. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Two abilities suddenly appear, and they are stacked up in an instant. In the eyes of the black python, the Cloud Wing Killer was no longer just a humanoid creature, but a super cloud disk suspended between virtuality and reality. He even saw the structure of the cloud disk. He waved his hand almost instinctively, and his palm instantly became virtual, like a virtual knife, and chopped on the basic structure of the cloud disk. A Cloud Wing Killer instantly collapsed. The next moment, a terrifying particle field erupted from his body, and the space trembled on a large scale, and a purple light flashed by. When the two remaining killers reacted, they could no longer see each other. Chapter 572. A breeze starts from a small ripple. In the virtual space, all the biological computers of the Venos group are playing this battle. Biological data upload, biological data simulation, biological data learning and evolution. In this regard, biological computers have a unique advantage. Biological computers are also divided into many types: cell computers, molecular computers, bioelectric computers, biochip computers. Each type has different functions and aspects. In a sense, brain computer is actually a kind of biological computer, which is equivalent to the portable notebook in biological computer. In order to cooperate with the brain computer, Venos Life Safety Group developed an auxiliary computing device called the Biological Large Model Computer. Its core points are two. First, the computing power is very terrifying, infinitely close to the planetary host. Second, it does not exist in reality, but in the network, it is a bit like a virtual machine, a super virtual machine based on countless brains, and no one can destroy it at the physical level. At this time, in an encrypted node in cyberspace, a biological computer is integrating the computing power of 10 million brain machines. It does not look like a desktop computer, nor a brain access warehouse, but a dense array of light points, like the starry sky at night. Each star is a brain. The interaction between stars and stars stimulates computing power that is tens of thousands times greater than that of silicon-based chips. The algorithm that allows this biological model to operate without any problems is also the core secret of the Venos Life Safety Group. At this moment, a star suddenly twinkled. Then, another star twinkled. In the radiation zone, somewhere where futurists live, Lao Su is washing his wife's hair. Ever since he used some kind of radioactive water, which turned his wife into a South China Sea nun, Lao Su made up his mind to wash his wife's hair again. Lao Su, are you sure the formula you prepared this time is reliable? The wife looked at him with a dangerous look. Of course. I've used it myself first. And it has a great hair growth effect. And it's specially used to treat leukoderma. Then I'll give you another chance. The wife thought of something again, and said anxiously, by the way, Lao Su, I don't know why, but the back of my head has been itchy recently. I touched it, and it seemed like there was a cut. I looked at other people, and they also had this cut. We won't be infected by radiation again, and mutate into something strange. It's okay. Didn't I say that radiation doesn't work for young people like us who are hundreds of years old? Didn't this happen before? Radiation infection, some strange symptoms, and then fever for 2 or 3 days, and then recovered. Lao Su washed his wife's hair while comforting her. We are not. Have you studied it? Maybe it's our terminal illness, which makes us produce some kind of particularly powerful antibodies in our bodies. Once the radiation comes in, it will immediately stimulate its evolution and kill these future children. You are right. What formula did you use this time? My head is so hot. No. This is standard volcanic mud. I have studied it. This thing has no radiation. It hurts. It hurts. Old man. You want to kill me. To fight your bionic mistress. It hurts me to death. Seeing his wife's head smoking like a boiled egg, Lao Su was also panicked. He quickly took out the purified water he had stored for a long time, poured it over her head, and applied an ice towel. It took a long time to reduce the high temperature. His wife lay weakly in the tent, complaining about her husband's unreliability. She touched something with her hand, and found a bone ring the size of a coin. What is this? Hey, husband. The hole on the back of my head is gone. I told you. The vaccine in my body is working again. In the parading zombie brigade, a brain zombie dressed in ordinary clothes suddenly felt a pain in his head. His body temperature rose visibly, and green smoke came out of the hole in his brain. However, with a high fever and pain, his eyes gradually turned from confusion to clarity. He subconsciously touched the back of his head and found blood on his hand. In addition to the blood, there was also a bone ring. What is this? Oh my God! What is going on? Looking at the scene in front of him like a biochemical crisis, the man was shocked. What surprised him even more was that even if he regained his sanity and showed a side different from a zombie, no one paid attention to him. Why? Am I still a zombie in their eyes? Helena found Judy. Although neither of them is the original, but a clone, their memory, personality, and physical fitness are no different from before. Something went wrong, Helena said seriously. How could it be? My electronic defense system did not sense any signs of hacker attacks. Not at the virtual level, but at the biological level. My body feels a little uncomfortable. Judy's face changed. When did it happen? Just a while ago. Although Judy really disliked Helena, a big-breasted and brainless female licker, she had to admit that every executive in the group was very capable. The genetic research department managed by Helena had made great achievements for the group. Most importantly, Helena herself was actually a canned meat. The so-called canned meat is a very rare physique. Just as canned food can kill microorganisms and preserve food, with her physique, most mutant cells and mutant genes cannot affect her. She can sense some changes in microorganisms in the body even before they are discovered. So don't look at her big breasts. She is a well-known research master in the field of biology. If she thinks there is a problem, then there must be a problem. The two women quickened their pace at the same time and headed to a research center. What's going on? Antibodies, I can feel that. Antibodies to the brain-machine virus are being generated. How can antibodies be stimulated in such a short time? The computing power of the brain machine has not weakened at all, Judy said in surprise. I don't know, but I have a hunch that antibodies to the brain machine virus are being rapidly generated in the human body. Impossible. Judy suddenly raised her voice. Artificial intelligence, connect me to the network cloud. The next moment, the figures of the two people were directly decomposed into code and disappeared in reality. In the storage space of cloud computing, one after another head mountains rise from the ground. On each head, there is a biological pipeline, which leads to the starry sky. That is, the biological large model computer. Looking around, there are thousands of such mountains, and more head mountains are still rising slowly. This shows that brain-computer transformation is progressing smoothly. Personal accounts have not only not decreased, but have continued to increase. Turn on the authority radar, and perform system inspections on all living organisms for me. Okay. Director Judy. Accompanied by the voice of the artificial intelligence, an electronic light lit up in the eyeballs of each head. 10 minutes later, the voice of the artificial intelligence sounded again. Testing completed. All brain machines are working normally. Judy turned her head, looked at Helena, and said seriously, this is not a joke. I'm not kidding. Helena rarely looked serious. I lied to you. What good will it do me? But this doesn't make sense. Helena frowned and thought for a while. Actually, it can make sense. If you regard brain-machine virus as a complex human biological algorithm, then antigen is another biological algorithm. Virus can provide data and strengthen computing power, then conversely, antibody, a protein algorithm, as long as it also provides data and strengthens computing power, then it will not be detected. You mean, the role of antibody is the same as virus? Judy. After being stunned for a long while, he muttered to himself, brain-computer interface, data transmission, wireless, biomagnetic field assimilation. Yes, as long as the algorithm of the antibody is consistent with the virus, then it will not be detected when uploaded to the network. But in this case, what is the difference between it and the virus? The difference is that once the antibody kills all the viruses, it will weaken, or even disappear. And this situation is equivalent to suddenly disconnecting from the human body. Data cannot be uploaded, and it cannot be operated. Our brain-computer plan will be ruined in an instant. Time. The specific time. Generally 5 to 6 months. Shorter 3 months. Or even shorter. Judy was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Even if it takes half a year, a corporate war may not be over. If there is a sudden power outage at the end, wouldn't all the previous efforts be wasted? Terrible. Too terrible. The two looked at each other and felt bad. At this point, only biological computers have an advantage. But their group has the strongest biological computing system. Even the other biological giants cannot compare with them in this aspect. How could the enemy achieve this in such a short time? Unless it is their own biological computer, which analyzes the antibodies based on the virus. Judy was shocked by her own idea. How could she doubt her mother? Chapter 573, Hiding in the Grassroots. The difference between viruses and antibodies is that viruses can evolve infinitely. They can split into tens of thousands of mutant strains, and their ability to mutate will become more and more terrible, and finally form a large family of viruses. This is also the source of the evolution of the biochemical brain machine. The stronger the virus, the stronger its development potential will be. But antibodies are the opposite. After killing the virus, the antibodies will automatically disappear in the body. So, a rather ironic thing happened. Before, the executives of other groups tried their best to solve the infectiousness of the virus, however, it didn't work at all. Now the situation is reversed. Vano's life safety group tried every possible way, but still could not solve this antibody. After countless dangerous biological experiments, the conclusions were disappointing. No virus subtype could escape this antibody. The 10th generation mutant virus failed, so let's develop the 11th generation virus. The new virus cannot access the network cloud for the time being. What's the reason? Is there a problem with the frequency of the simulated signal? The experimenters have undergone large-scale physical mutations and have been cleared. Mobilize the resources of major biological laboratories and ask the headquarters to help. In short, it must be completed as soon as possible, and a higher-level virus carrier. A large-scale antibody incident was discovered in the 9-4-513 area. The network signal failed in this area. Send someone to investigate. An S-level mutant in the security department has symptoms such as fever, suspected of being an antibody. It took effect. He is suppressing the memory cells in his body to prevent more antibodies from splitting. Why is there a problem with the security department? Aren't S-level mutants the most evolved bodies? Well, it is precisely because their bodies are strong that once antibodies appear, the speed of expelling viruses is 100 times that of ordinary people. Can he connect to the internet now? I'm afraid not. His S-level ability data has not been fully uploaded to the network cloud. Damn it! Bad news one after another. In just 1 week, bad news came one after another, giving the top management a headache. Who would have thought that the opponent of the brain machine virus that was developed with great effort was not a certain super enterprise, but a targeted antibody that suddenly emerged? Judy hurried to Kane's office with a stack of documents. The office door was half open, and strong criticism and accusations could be vaguely heard. Kane, you have disappointed the board of directors. It was just a regional war, but you asked the group to recover its combat power and control the scale of the virus. The group spent so much money to develop the virus, but you did not use its greatest ability at all. Don't make excuses. You are a Vanos. The family motto of Vanos is that failure means death. I will give you 1 month. Within 1 month, you must create an evolved sub-body of the new virus, and spread the virus to at least 3 planetary regions. Our ranking in the mother city has fallen behind by more than 50 places. Even my mother expressed disappointment in you. Bang! Kane's fist slammed on the table, hammering a dent in the table, and his handsome features were full of hideousness. Are all the people on the board of directors idiots? Judy pushed the door open and said coldly, if we don't develop a virus targeting antibodies as soon as possible, the more the virus spreads, the worse it will be in the future. Once all the brain machines go out of control, don't they know what will happen? Kane laughed gloomily. How can they not know? They are just passing the buck. The group has invested so much resources. If there is no result at all, you can imagine what will happen to us. You are a Vanos, Judy said in surprise. But there is more than one Vanos in the family. Kane rubbed his brows, revealing a gloomy expression. This is not my fault. I made a mess last time. Why should I be held responsible? Don't say such things in the future. Judy is Judy. And Kane is just Kane. Judy quickly stopped the other party from talking. The most taboo point of cloning technology is the cutting of self in self, which will bring a series of troubles. Let's not talk about this anymore. Kane waved, took the information from Judy, and flipped through it. It's all bad news. We have so many famous laboratories. Can't we find the evolved subspecies of the virus? Judy said, originally. According to the plan, as the brain-machine virus spreads, the virus subspecies will evolve accordingly. This is natural. But now we can't do that. Because once an enemy gets the antibody of the virus, and we haven't developed the evolved version of the brain-machine virus, then we're done. Kane nodded. Corporate war is a coliseum. If other companies know that the brain-machine virus has produced antibodies, then it can be confirmed that all participating companies in the Southern Hemisphere will join the siege. Even those companies that have reached a cooperation agreement with us will turn around and bite us to death. According to the Life Supreme Laboratory, it took 3 years to study this type of virus, and many special varieties were selected for transformation, so there will be no problems on their own. Life Supreme Laboratory, the most powerful laboratory in the group, is also the first laboratory to develop a brain-machine virus. Logically speaking, even if there are antibodies, they should not be born at this time. In their imagination, in the middle and late stages of the corporate war, when the global war begins, some peers may develop virus antibodies. But by that time, their virus had probably evolved for tens of thousands of generations. Kane and Judy looked at each other, and both thought of some possibilities that they shouldn't have thought of. The only person who could know all the gene sequences of the virus, and was able to reverse the virus model, was only one person. Have you seen Mother? Kane asked. Judy shook her head. I went to Starry Sky more than 20 times. But I didn't see Mother. She hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but say, What did the board of directors say? Board of directors. Kane paused, and said, You know, they are too deeply entangled with Mother. Each of them, starting from the genetic code, was edited by Mother. They can't question Mother. The two looked at each other, and neither spoke. But there were some things they had a tacit understanding of. Others were edited by the Vano's first-generation machine. But they were not, they were just clones responsible for taking the blame. Although the feelings and memories were the same, as long as there was a slight deviation in self-cognition, then, the ideas would be completely different. Let me go with you again. Okay. The two of them connected to the internet, their consciousness reached the stars with the help of the network cloud platform, and unexpectedly, above the stars, in the endless digital soup, they saw the Mother. Mother! Mother! Good children, you are here. The woman waved her hand kindly, and 2 children, a boy and a girl, ran over with their short legs. Come, have some candy. Without saying anything, the woman brought 2 green candies and stuffed one into each of the little lowly and the little boy's mouth. Mother, while you were away, we encountered a lot of things. The little lowly hurriedly reported the antibody incident to the other party. I know everything. The reason why Mother left was to solve this matter. Do you have a solution? The lowly Judy's eyes sparkled. We have found a clue. Soon, new, real life will be born. The Mother said slowly, life is a thief. In order to meet its own growth needs, living cells have learned to separate molecules in order to steal the electrons needed to participate in energy reactions. And what we do is to take back the evolution that can only be represented by life inheritance into the hands of 380 trillion real individuals. The so-called real individuals refer to viruses. The two left quickly. The Mother stroked her belly leisurely, without saying a word. To bully your own employees is not the style of a good boss. A lazy male voice suddenly sounded. In the life soup under his feet, countless numbers began to pile up, and genetic codes began to thread through it, and a human figure with blurred features appeared in front of the other party, emitting the signature laugh of a little wolf dog. How is it, after spending so much effort, did you give birth to me? You couldn't give birth to me, but instead let me use your power to deduce antibodies. Do you feel ironic? The Mother smiled unchanged, but her face was a little gloomy. The fusion power of the fusion route is beyond your imagination. Soon, you will be me, and I will become you. I will help you expand the brain-machine virus. But by then, it will be hard to say who will own the Vano's life safety group. What should I do? Your algorithm has been penetrated by me like a sieve, and you dare not tell others. Because once the news leaks, those senior executives who have been stamped with your thoughts may have other ideas. After all, There are loopholes in the stamp. Oh, do you want to consider painless? Before the senior engineer finished speaking, the mother's eyes condensed. And the next moment, the figure opposite exploded again. At the same time, her belly slowly swelled up. You will eventually become me. And I will replace you. This sentence came from the mouth of the mother. Great. It seems that the mother has found a way. And soon, the gene sequence of the virus subspecies will be passed down. Judy breathed a sigh of relief and said to Kane, "Yes, it can finally be over." Kane smiled. "Are you okay?" Judy looked at the other party in confusion. "Why do I feel that you seem to be wrong?" "Maybe you are too tired. I haven't slept well in the past half-month. Take a break. The corporate war is a protracted war." Looking at the back of Judy leaving, Kane's eyes flickered, and finally made up his mind. Opened his mouth, and a green candy mixed with saliva was spit out. After the candy landed, a puff of green smoke emerged, and a human face was vaguely seen struggling in it, and finally disappeared along with the smoke. Chapter 574 Judy. Individuals born from cloning technology cannot be 100% the same. So generally speaking, high-level cloning technology will add two technologies: real-time memory conversion and personality calibration. Real-time memory conversion allows the cloned individual to have the original memory almost seamlessly, and personality calibration is simpler. It is said that a person's character can be seen at the age of 3. If you want to change your personality drastically, you can't do it without great ups and downs. Clone, plus these two technologies, the probability of the clone rebelling is reduced by 90%. However, there are exceptions. For example, this person is born with a rebellious nature. And by coincidence, Kane Vanos is such a person. He is an extreme egoist, and he hides it very well. So good that no one doubts his loyalty. And after going through many trials, he successfully ascended to the throne and became the young master. And the clone also successfully inherited this. The virus has been unable to evolve an anti-antibody version. The board of directors put pressure on itself. Even the mother tried to replant the thinking stamp on itself. In this situation, he had no intention of devoting himself to the group until his death. He needed to consider his own way out. 10 days later, Life Supreme Laboratories suddenly received good news. The 25th generation virus produced a new gene sequence, and this gene sequence can effectively block the pit body. Soon, in the laboratory, in front of a group of executives, 10 antibody carriers were injected with the 25th generation virus. Soon, screams rang out. These 10 people became hot all over, and their skin on the back of their heads cracked, spurting out blood, and after the blood dried up, a brain-machine hole appeared on the back of their heads. Conduct human trials immediately. Soon, 10 biological tubes were inserted into the brain-machine hole. Sucking sounds were heard, and these people were directly turned into fluid and sucked into it. Artificial data upload successful. Computing power conversion successful. Antibodies failed, new virus successful. The onlookers cheered. Immediately arranged for all artificial data access. Kane immediately made the decision. "Do you need to notify the board of directors?" Judy asked. Kane shook his head indifferently. "What the board needs is results. Not just empty promises. Once the new virus is promoted, the board will recognize my results." Judy thought about it, and did not object. These days, he was disgusted by the various orders from the upper echelons. Soon, network clouds began to emerge in the real world. These digital clouds began to rain real rain, which made people feel cool and shuddered. If the vision of a normal person could be magnified 100 times, they would be able to see that the raindrops were actually a virus cell combination composed of countless gene sequences. The entire continent, nearly 60 million square kilometers, was in torrential rain. This kind of phenomenon was not caused by 1 or 2 typhoon climates. The network cloud can upload artificial data. And naturally it can also download biological viruses. And countless military satellites once again pinpointed this continent. In the chat group, the executives were shocked, although they didn't know what the senior engineer had done. In the past month, the brain-computer virus of the Venos Life Safety Group did not spread to other continents. This made them look forward to Gao Gong a little more. And those who paid more attention than them were naturally the old guys of Du Gao Group. As the president's little wolf dog, during the president's absence, he only gave one order: not allowed to come to the southern hemisphere. Does the idiot really think he can beat 100 million people alone? Stupid idiot, Gao Gong. Such a gentle tone, it is obvious that she is a little woman. From the perspective of the machine, the efficiency of humans is the lowest. This is Dr. Rome. The boss's strength is now above the god of war. If there is any problem, even if he can't beat him, he can still escape. This is Desala. The master's biological transformation has reached a level that I can hardly imagine. I believe in him, said Sun Hong. No. The master's mechanical transformation is the strongest. Heliveld. War requires an army. I never agree with the boss's plan. General Quill. The rain poured down, and every employee of Vanos was busy. Only Kane, holding a cup of coffee, looked at the rain curtain outside the window slowly. After a long while, he put down the teacup and walked in another direction. Detection, facial recognition, body sense verification, blood test, gene sequence. Detection successful. Welcome, Mr. Kane. Level 3 civilization building nest. After completing the detection, the flesh and blood gates slowly opened, and several sealed bodies could be vaguely seen inside. What are you doing, Kane? Accompanied by a cold voice, Kane turned his head and looked at Judy. Oh! As the head of the electronic network department, you are not monitoring the virus injection plan in real time. But you come here? Because of you. Judy took a deep breath and said, these days, I can feel that something is wrong with you. The corporate database, the biological laboratory database, and the network biological cloud all have traces of you browsing with your internet account. What are you going to do? Kane was surprised and said, as the executive president, isn't it normal to observe the project progress of each department? Maybe. But I have a hunch that you are doing something. And someone is covering up something for you. Judy said seriously, don't go astray. Kane showed a strange smile and said, according to the clone management law, unless we make great contributions, we will have the possibility of becoming regular employees, such as winning this corporate war otherwise. After completing our mission, we will fall into a deep sleep again and be replaced by the real owner. But now it seems, do you think it is possible? So, you are going to kill the real owner, so as to replace him? Judy touched her waist with her hand. We should not break the company's rules. Without the company's experiments, we cannot be born at all. Yes, you make sense, so, I don't plan to do this. I have a better idea. Kane smiled and said, we can be our own real masters, and the clones will be theirs. Cuckoo taking over the magpie's nest? Judy immediately understood the other party's plan, however, before she could speak, Kane. He continued, do you think? I will invite you to join next. Of course not. As a person who has just been branded with a mental stamp. How can you be in the same group with me? So, I chose a more suitable partner. A black shadow walked out of the mother nest and said impatiently, why are you nagging her? She is just a copy. I am the original. In the astonished eyes of Judy, another Judy walked out of the mother nest. And this Judy is the real Judy. Chapter 575 System Update Triple Jump. Judy looked at Judy in shock. The two looked, their temperament, and various small details, exactly the same. However, Judy on the other side chose a completely different path from herself. Why? Judy said hoarsely. Judy looked at the other party with disdain. Stupid, do you remember what happened before you joined this company? No, of course you don't remember, or you subconsciously forgot. You are a neuromodifier in the underground world, responsible for blackmailing companies, modifying employees' memories, stealing hacker secrets, performing microadjustments on bionic people. You are so free, so unruly. Later, an underground headhunter contacted you and asked you to go to a big company to do a lucrative order. You went there excitedly. This big company was Vino's Life Safety Group. Later, you went from one order to another, from one task to another, and when you came to your senses, you had become a formal employee of the company. You even had a good impression of the company. Your personality shouldn't be like this, but your body's reaction was quite honest. It's amazing, isn't it? Looking at the other person's increasingly discolored expression, Judy said coldly, someone used biological means to transform you into a loyal dog personality during this process. This personality made you more loyal to an organization you were not familiar with, and finally tamed you into a corporate dog. Do you remember these? No. It's not like that. My supervisor was very friendly to me, and my colleagues in the company cared about me. The work of debugging neural networks has always been my ambition. No. No. You are lying. You are lying. Judy. He suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot. His expression was distorted. And the next moment, The network implant chamber was quickly opened. The brain code was written, and the hacker implantation began. The same action was performed on another Judy at the same time. For a moment, the temperature of the electrode in the implant chamber rose rapidly. The hacking instructions transformed by the neural signals penetrated everywhere. Trojans, registration machines, brain URL attackers, like thousands of soldiers, rushed into the opponent's brain, defending, attacking, modifying, and correcting. The actions of both parties were almost the same. As the head of the Electronic Network Defense Department, he was a powerful hacker. However, the time of the confrontation was unexpectedly short. With the formation of the data cloud, Judy's attack was swallowed up, and the cold voice was also playing in her mind. The company's server detected that your account was illegally stolen and is now disabled. Please go to the review department to make a written review. The data cloud turned into a door, and every time Judy launched a command, she would seal a command. This level of firewall can only be achieved by the company network. And before she fell into a coma, the last sentence she heard was Judy's ridicule. It seems that the right to use the company's network cloud is in the hands of me, a formal employee. You should go home. Poor outsourcing. Looking at the unconscious Judy, Judy's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. It's time to act, my friend. Although you are the original, you have to modify the memory of this clone to ensure that there will be no problems in the company's future audits. Or, you have developed some strange feelings towards this clone. I remember that you are not picky about food. Right? Kane teased. Do you want to try to have sex with yourself? Your character is getting worse. Kane! Judy exhaled and dragged the other party into the mother nest. I just feel sorry for such a guy who is used by the company for no reason. Really? Then do you suspect that the punk soul and past memories in you were actually implanted in you when I woke you up? Judy turned her head sharply and stared at Kane. Kane laughed quickly. It's just a joke. I can only unlock your mental imprint at most. As for imprinting your mental imprint, only that monster can do it. You better do so. Life is just a play. We just meet by chance and play a role in it. Kane looked at the Kane, who was regenerated from the clone warehouse, and said to himself, it's not about choosing a role, but about playing the role you should play well. Judy sneered as she debugged the equipment. If you really think so, you should tell the board of directors now that the so-called 25th generation virus is just a cover, and the entire anti-antibody test is a scam that you and I have worked together to create. You should also tell Mother that the 25th generation virus is actually the gene editor source code you obtained by selling out the interests of the company and using the power of the president. You handed this thing over to the enemy, and the enemy will be better able to deal with Mother. Oh, by the way, I forgot that you are just a clone, and you are not Mother's biological child at all. Why do you have to mock me like this? Kane shrugged. We are on the same boat now. 2 Kanes were stuffed into the instrument at the same time, and this instrument was the real-time memory conversion device that came with the mother nest. What Judy has to do is to transfer the memory of the clone to the real Kane's brain. Of course, a small part has to be deleted. Otherwise the resurrected Kane might think of turning into a clone and shirking responsibility. This will be an infinite loop. As for the deleted part, it is naturally the authenticity of the 25th virus. This is not difficult for a neural modifier. After a while, a figure walked out of the mother nest in confusion. Kane looked around with a little doubt, and then he remembered that he came to check the genuine. Soon, as long as the antibodies are expelled and they shine in the corporate war, I will be able to successfully replace the real boss with my achievements. By then, I will be the only Kane Venus. The door suddenly opened, and Judy rushed in, looking quite nervous. She said straight to the point, "You are here, Kane. There is something wrong with the virus. You have to come with me." Kane frowned and said, "How can there be a problem with the virus? Didn't it pass 3 rounds of tests? It's hard to explain it clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. Just follow me. Let's go." Kane took the lead. And as for Judy, she looked at the mother nest with a hidden look, then made a nervous expression again, and followed the other party closely. Soon, Kane came to the network monitoring room. An advanced career of a neural editor. A network neural engineer stood up and said seriously, "Boss, there is a problem. A large number of biological network clouds are beginning to lose control. It seems that a higher level of command is taking over." Higher level of command? I am here. Where can there be a higher level of command? Kane said seriously, "Could it be a hacker?" Impossible. There is no sign of hacker intrusion. Judy flatly denied it. Artificial intelligence. Where is artificial intelligence? Turn on artificial intelligence for me. Artificial intelligence has also lost contact. Boss, look up at the sky. With the help of the holographic screen, Kane looked up at the sky, and then he found that the data clouds in the sky had disappeared, and were replaced by a sky full of stars, and every normal person who sees this kind of starry sky will subconsciously feel dizzy, disoriented, and unable to look straight. It's like watching a movie played at 100 times the speed. This is due to the high-speed change of data, which creates an illusion. In cyberspace, it is generally called the information highway, and now it has appeared in reality, and has undergone more complex changes. Large biological model computer. Many people were amazed. Although everyone present was serving it, there were very few people who had actually seen it. However, the stars did not care about the thoughts of mortals. It began to rotate slowly, and the feeling of not being able to look directly at it became more serious, and even produced overlapping and indescribable hallucinations in the air. Many people heard strange whispers. Many people vomited on the spot. Those who didn't vomit also had loud tinnitus, and many people's eardrums were torn, and blood flowed out. Kane stared at the display screen with wide eyes. It was a holographic screen reporting computing power. At this moment, the computing power had reached the upper limit and rushed to another peak at a surging speed. The starry sky began to crack, and a giant phantom could be vaguely seen. Countless data were frantically filled in, and more biological pipelines seemed to be pulled out of it. Even, many network clouds collapsed on the spot. These were all unable to support the computing power, causing the collapse of the underlying structure. Most people didn't understand. Only a few people, some understood. The mother was trying to separate herself. Finally, with the last umbilical cord being cut, with a boom, the stars closed again, and then disappeared, and the remaining data cloud layer also became much thinner visibly with the naked eye. The giant also disappeared, replaced by a figure, suspended in the air. Even if he did nothing, it still felt as heavy as the sky, as if he was standing here, a large database, where virtual space was nurtured, where life codes were composed. With every move, it seems that the world can be created. What a wonderful feeling. Engineer Gao twisted his neck, and his eyeballs seemed to be brushed by endless information. Great. So great. The system panel opened, and as expected, a series of prompts sounded. Your motor system transformation rate plus 6%. Your nervous system transformation rate plus 8%. Your endocrine system transformation rate plus 8%. Your circulatory system transformation rate plus 8%. Your respiratory system transformation rate plus 6%. Your digestive system transformation rate plus 6%. Your urinary system transformation rate plus 6%. Your reproductive system transformation rate plus 8%. Biocomputer G System 3.0 update completed. New features. Biocomputer G System 4.0 update completed. New features. Biocomputer G System 5.0 update completed. New features. Biocomputer G System 6.0 update in progress. Chapter 576 Cutting the Giant Pillar. The original Gao Gong, because of the route and level he chose, had all the skills of a virtual master, but because of his cyber kidney deficiency, he could not use them at all. Even after reaching the maximum level of the cyber hacker profession, he could not even upgrade. However, the current Gao finally found a little feeling from his previous life, as if he could open a virtual space with a thought, and the code in his hand spinning. It was a network revolution. Gao Gong looked around, and could even see through the sky, and see the 3 mountains pressing on this planet. Great, very cool. Gao Gong laughed in the air. Thunder rumbled in the sky, as if the heavens were angry. All the S-class mutants all received the battle order, and took off one by one. At the same time, 2 mechanical pillars rose from the ground, and grew bigger and bigger. You can't beat me online, so you want to destroy me physically? You are so mean, old mother. Above the network clouds, in the starry sky, the mother had a fierce face, and her belly was empty, and the bloody code fell from the crack, without any sign of stopping. The biological computer, which had been upgraded to version 8.0, dropped 2 levels in a row, directly to version 6.0, and the data was still being seriously lost. In this virtual confrontation, she lost, and it was a miserable defeat. You really did it on purpose. Both sides made moves. The move of the mother was to use the computing power brought by hundreds of millions of brain machines to forcibly devour Gao Gong, the biological computer of version 2.0. If he could be reborn, it would be equivalent to having an additional small account. But who would have thought that the other party would be so capable of such trouble? It is impossible to digest the other party by force. The more he suppressed it, the more the other party merged with him. He even used his own power to reversely develop the virus antibodies. Even when he was fully digesting it, and had no time to care about other things. The other party opened up another battlefield in reality. What the 25th generation virus was actually the source code of his earlier version. And by the time he realized it, it was too late. Now, he faces two choices: either he goes all out and forcibly merges with the other party. The result of this is that the other party may use the power of the network cloud to frantically decipher his source code and completely bite him back. Or to pull the other party out of her body, and at this moment, the degree of fusion is already very deep. If she wants to cesarean section, the price she has to pay is huge. I chose the second one. The price is that my power is absorbed by the other party in large quantities. A trace of pain flashed in the eyes of the mother. She gritted her teeth and took a long breath. The next moment, the stars flickered continuously, the thick data cloud once again covered the sky, and it rained, confusing the five senses and making people unable to distinguish virtual reality. And the target is the other party. Kill him! At this moment, all attacks came whistling. S-level superpowers, third-level civilization weapons, and various regular weapons of large groups, ignoring their own comrades. The first impact was the high-level shot that tore through the space, covering all ranges, causing huge amounts of real damage. Even the teleportation of the collapsed body could not dodge this move, because the spatial parameters changed too quickly, and it was impossible to capture it. If it was the senior engineer before, he would not be able to avoid it either. But now, after the space wave swept through, even the first few S-class mutants were vomiting blood, and one of them even exploded. Try this trick. Among a lot of system prompts, Gao Gong found something very familiar. His figure suddenly disappeared into turbulent space. The next moment, behind an S-class mutant, countless codes and numbers suddenly emerged from the air and quickly combined into a human figure. The palm between virtual and reality pierced the opponent's body. Every S-class mutant is not a hexagonal warrior, and has its shortcomings. But often the shortcomings are covered by the strengths, which is why the S-class mutants are so powerful. For example, the Diamond Man in front of him. His ability is to have diamonds all over his body. His physical defense is extremely strong, and his energy rays will be refracted by his special body structure. But his weakness, his real health, is unexpectedly weak. Only less than 10,000 points. When Gao Gong broke through the barrier between virtuality and reality, the result was that he killed this guy in one move. You killed the S-class mutant Diamond Man, experience plus 5 million, specialization points plus 2. Compared to the A-class radiation beast, S-class mutants give a lot of experience, but very few other bonuses. Following the same pattern, soon, the 4 S-class mutants with thin health in the field were cleared out by Gao Gong. And Gao Gong also figured out the characteristics of this move. G-System, version 4.0 update. New features: Artificial Virtual Space. Artificial Virtual Space. Virtualize your own life system, temporarily create a large data node, genes are converted into source code, human organs are converted into manipulable software, metabolic movements are converted into running programs. The coverage of this node will be determined by the strength of human life. The so-called virtual space is the data node in cyberspace. A safe haven for data. A paradise for hackers and AI. By transforming himself into a data node, Gao Gong can manipulate his data at will. Upload and download. Here, he is a god. The physical space wrinkles will not affect the network. The transmission of data within the node is equivalent to another virtual version of teleportation. Although this kind of teleportation can only be within the range of the data node. With the current life force of Gao Gong, within 500 meters, upload and download. But it is not affected by reality. Moreover, data transmission across space and attack virtualization are only one of the functions of artificial virtual space. More functions are to be developed. With this kind of instant movement, the large-scale space impact of the continental plate impactor is basically useless to him. And he finally has time to check his own growth attributes. At least the attributes and skills related to combat. He has to figure it out. HP plus 30,000, bioenergy plus 30,000 is another exaggerated increase. It is equivalent to directly adding a magic mountain. The small boss I encountered in the early stage. This increase comes from the 60% increase in the biological system transformation rate. And this increase has almost reached the upper limit of high-level biological bodies. The transformation rate of each level is different. The transformation rate of level 10 is 25%, which is the upper limit of the transformation that the human body can accept within this level range. The transformation limit for levels 10 to 20 is 50%. The transformation limit for levels 20 to 30 is 50%. After the second stage, the transformation limit has increased once. The transformation limit for levels 30 to 40 is 75%. 25% plus 50% plus 50% plus 75% equals 200%. That is to say, the transformation limit for level 40 is 200% in total. Before the senior engineer, the biological transformation rate of all systems combined reached 140%. The additional 60% biological transformation directly reached the limit of level 40. In other words, the level limits the version update of the biological computer. If the senior engineer upgrades again, the system version can still evolve. This is also the reason for Biological Computer G System 6.0 Update. A global biological giant. The collectible brought by decades of corporate evolution was sucked in by the senior engineer. It was so simple and refreshing that it was hard to describe. It went straight to the stomach. Moreover, the change of the biological system transformation rate was not only reflected in the numbers. The full biological transformation rate allowed Gao Gong to enter a new level. His thoughts could be dispersed into tens of millions at the same time, and each one was like a living brain thinking and comprehending. When he concentrated, time slowed down by hundreds of times. Everyone seemed to be slowed down. Not only the movements, but also the enemy's thoughts. This was a feeling of controlling everything. And this feeling would become stronger and stronger with each stage of full transformation. Gao Gong's opponent was a team of 4 S-class mutants. However, at this moment, he entered an inexplicable state. In this state, everyone's biomagnetic field was all fused together, and he was the master of this magnetic field. We must first remove the obstacles, Gao Gong thought, and his figure once again disintegrated into countless codes, dissipating into the air. And when he appeared again, he was already in front of the giant mechanical pillar. The purple string space opened up. Tens of thousands of space strings converged at one point. Space cutting started. A huge mechanical giant pillar with its top inserted into the radiation cloud suddenly had a huge crack over 1,000 meters long in the middle. The heavy mechanical armor and the high-speed rotating pillar had no defense against this kind of attack. Silently, the second space cutting started again. On the crack in the middle, another crack over 1,000 meters long appeared. The third space cutting, the fourth space cutting, the fifth space cutting. In a breath, the purple light flashed 5 times, and after 5 times, in the astonished eyes of all the onlookers. Level 3 civilization weapon, super weapon that can drill through a continent. This giant weapon slowly split into 2, pushing the golden mountain to topple the jade pillar, collapsed with a loud bang. You destroyed the level 3 civilization weapon for the first time. Planet reputation +2, automatically obtain the title Giant Machine Destroyer. Giant Machine Destroyer upgradable, a high-level weapon developer. I have absolute respect for you. After all, madam, you don't want the weapon you worked so hard to develop to lose its effectiveness. Plus 5% damage to super weapons. All the onlookers' eyes fell to the ground. Not to mention strangers, the colleagues who had been watching the battlefield with military satellites, also had complicated expressions. I used to call him an idiot all the time. Was my voice a little too loud? The little woman murmured. Brother Gao is so strong. Can Sister Du handle it? Secretary Du said. I am his biological son. This move must be a unique skill passed down in my family. I must learn it. Valkyrie's eyes were bright. In the black bar, many hackers also stared at this scene in amazement. No one in the executive chat group spoke, which was rare. At the Bionic Man headquarters, a domineering female president in black stockings, crossed her legs, watched this scene with a smile. Chapter 577 Fusion Route Abnormal. The destruction of the third-level civilization weapon brought a huge shock. Even the god of war cannot destroy any civilization weapon. The two are not in the same dimension at all. Even in the Machine Fisher star, personal force can be improved through transformation, but no matter how much transformation, it is impossible to transform to this extent. Unbelievable. Completely unbelievable. However, this is not over yet. After destroying a continental plate impactor, the terrifying white beast tide once again enveloped Gao Gong. In the powerful radiation energy, Gao Gong's body began to deform for the second time. The snake mode is just a kind of liberation based on the blood specialty perfect form. The description of the perfect form is as follows. Your body contains the blood of a high-level radiation beast. Completely stretch your blood, and you will gain powerful strength. This is just a shallow blood liberation. The real fusion is the fusion of flesh and blood and machinery. The flesh and blood grow granulations behind the shoulders, condensing into a python, and forming a nearly 30-meter-long flesh and blood cloak. The rest of the flesh and blood began to drill into the mechanical body. And on the mechanical body, countless metal bubbles bulged out. Every bubble burst. And it was a pure structure, a scimitar, or a silk thread. Gao Gong's facial features disappeared, leaving only a pair of dark eyes, embedded in a metal mask with complex patterns. A glance at them would make people fall into the abyss. Gao Gong's lower body also disappeared, wrapped in the materialized power of the beast tide. The S-level beast tide was like a soft white cloud, or a radiation waterfall that was constantly washing the void. A random splash of waves could trigger a nuclear bomb-level explosion. Gao Gong had a total of 5 high-level radiation bloodlines. The Duke of Fission, the Scarlet Queen, the Mother of Darkness, the Throne of Radiation, and the Son of the Sky. At this moment, all of them were embedded in Gao Gong. Transformation, deformation, perversion, evolution of 3 fusion routes. Transformation into the snake mode. Becoming a super monster is transformation. And now, it is perversion. Everyone present was stunned by this image. S-level mutants have been called monsters by outsiders. And the one in front of him is a monster among monsters. Gao Gong's bloody hair fluttered in the wind, as if he was listening to something. Soon, everyone heard the sound of gurgling water in their ears. The sound of running water became louder and louder, as if it was going to tear the eardrums apart. The space seemed to be unstable, with depressions of varying sizes. The satellites in the sky also seemed to be affected, turning into snow screens one after another. The operations center even checked that the energy coefficient was rising at a very scary rate. Before they could react, the senior engineer lightly snapped his fingers. From the white waterfall in the lower body, 36 light spots were ejected and thrown into the void. The next moment, 36 small suns lit up at the same time. 36 mushroom clouds bloomed. The terrifying nuclear fission made all sounds disappear, all buildings shattered by the explosion energy, and the debris split twice, 3 times in midair, until it was completely swallowed up. Gao Gong heard at least 15 system beeping sounds. In the previous teleportation mode, Gao Gong killed 4 S-level mutants with low HP in seconds. And this time, those with HP below 100,000, no matter how powerful they were all killed in seconds by the nuclear explosion. Senior Engineer's dark eyes stared at the remaining super weapon. The next moment, on the continental plate impactor, at least hundreds of mechanical decks slowly opened, and the centipede-like mechanical joints spun wildly. The joints began to merge, and the roots of the ground, even more intense light emerged. Super Attack Mode 1. Sky Meteor through the impact of the Earth comparable to the landing of a comet, smashed the continent. Super Attack Mode 2. Space Shock through the advanced shock that tears the space, smash all particle attacks, attack range 10 km * 10 km. 2 different modes of destructive impact, played at the same time. Above, the air shattered. Below, the ground shattered. This time, Gao Gong did not use the virtual skill of data uploading to dodge the attack. His heart was filled with the desire for destruction, which made him disdain to do so. Either destroy the enemy, or destroy himself. A dozen light spots once again popped out from the white waterfall, and landed in Gao Gong's hands, turning into a ball of light. Gao Gong grabbed the ball of light with his backhand. The next moment, the SS-level beast tide broke out. The A-level beast tide is black, symbolizing the upper limit of radiation assimilation. The S-level is white, representing the limit of radiation fission. So what should the SS level be like? The answer is no color. The moment the Gao Gong caught the light ball, the space suddenly expanded. Visually, everything seemed to be stretched more than 10 times. A distorted ball, with a diameter of about 1 kilometer was formed. The space shock attack, like a flood rushing onto a dam, was directly diverted. The tremors brought by the magnitude 10 earthquake were like sprinkling a handful of popping candy on the ball, which popped out countless small dents, but did not damage the ball. Gao Gong leaped, carrying the twisted ball, and crashed into the mechanical giant pillar with terrible spatial vibrations. Countless cracks expanded wildly with the ball and the hit part as the core. During the expansion process, the ball was shrinking rapidly, while the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. When the ball completely disappeared, the surface of the giant pillar was already covered by cracks for the most part. The senior engineer hammered lightly, and at once, a large number of parts fell like rain, including operators, vibrators, various parts, and weapon fragments. In the combat center, an 85% damage rate appeared on the Continental Plate Impactor. Then, there was a big, bright red X. The weapon was useless. Kane felt his forehead was wet. Judy's eyes twitched. What kind of people did this company offend? Attack Plan Number 3 is ready. Execute. Plan Number 1 is the S-Class Mutant Army. Plan Number 2 is 2 super weapons. Plan Number 3 is a Continental-level saturation strike. Admittedly, the group is not good at developing non-human weapons. But they have money. A lot of money. In the radiation cloud, 3-meter-long mechanical shuttles fell from the outer space base, suspended in the radiation layer, rapidly absorbing radiation energy. On this planet, only the top military contractors can build outer space bases. And the Venos group has placed orders for all outer space bases. Similarly, on land, on nameless islands, in submarine infrastructure modules, thousands of underground bases slowly opened, and global superconductors entered pre-launch mode. Similarly, this was also the preliminary preparations made by Venos for the future global war. It also relied on money. Unless Senior Engineer escaped from this continent, he would be targeted at any place in the drug zone, and then subjected to saturation strikes. Leaving this continent means automatically giving up the right to participate in the next stage of corporate war. Under the mask, the eyes of the Senior Engineer flashed. With a grasp of his palm, 2 spears formed of blood appeared. The next moment, amid the sound of a sonic boom, the spears seemed to cross space. In just a few seconds, they crossed 100 kilometers and penetrated into an underground base of the Venos group, breaking through the ground protection layer, making 2 holes in the non-combat civilization building mother nest, and piercing 2 clone capsules. Only then did someone discover that at the root of the 2 spears, there were 2 red thin lines, spanning hundreds of kilometers, one end hanging on the spear, and the other end piercing the wrist of the Senior Engineer. In the cloning chamber, a strong sucking sound was heard. In the system panel, a series of prompts also sounded. Biocomputer G system. Version 5.0 is being activated. Cloud function is activated. Upload artificial data codename Skinny Monkey. Upload artificial data codename Giant Man. Upload completed. Data package is being parsed. Parsing completed. Downloading S-level talent physical absorption. Parsing completed. Downloading S-level talent energy absorption. S-level talent physical absorption is being activated. Code parsing. Safety detection. Human body system installation. S-level talent energy absorption is being activated. Code parsing. Safety detection. Human body system installation. Senior Engineer looked up. The dark clouds had disappeared, and in their place, there was an endless beam of energy. Similarly, dense black dots appeared in the sky in all directions. This is why, no matter how powerful an individual is, they cannot compete with large companies. The power of money is invincible. The god of war will kill you in seconds. However, this is why Gao Gong desperately pursued the fusion route. In his mind, he suddenly remembered the image of a woman. It was a woman who was 10 meters tall, carrying a strange double blade that was taller than her. Opposite her was a red giant star. It was a flaming planet that weighed 40 times as much as the sun, had a diameter 500 times that of the sun, and was about to enter the star's death period. The woman raised the giant blade, and in the dark universe, it seemed as if there were endless giant insects crawling in the endless void. The blade flashed, and the red giant star was extinguished. The aftermath exploded the entire galaxy. It affected countless planets. As long as you continue on this path, you will be invincible. The next moment, Senior Engineer closed his hands, and when he opened them again, endless bright red silk threads spurted out from his palms, like a spider web, covering the sky and the surroundings. The sky went dark, and the flesh membrane covered half of the sky. The surroundings went dark, and the flesh walls formed a flesh maze. Endless energy rays hit the jelly-like flesh membrane and disappeared. Thousands of missiles of all kinds also sank deep into the flesh sponge, not to mention exploding. Even the impact disappeared. There was not a single sound. There was not a single destruction. The center of the storm was like a huge black hole, quietly swallowing everything. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. 1 hour. In the combat center, everyone watched this scene silently, without a sound. "Boss," a secretary said cautiously. "What?" At least 5 military contractors sent messages. The current attack intensity has exceeded their total income from this operation. "So? You have to pay more," Kane said without hesitation. "More. As much as you want. In short, the attack cannot stop. We developed our own abilities, we know that. Energy absorption and physical absorption, there are also limits to their tolerance." The secretary did not dare to say much, and did as he was told, but he still couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. How much money would it cost to pile up the enemies? With this money, it would be enough to hire 10 Dugao groups. What has the investment promotion department been doing? Energy will not disappear or appear out of thin air. This is determined by the law of conservation. Among the bloodlines mastered by Gao Gong, there happens to be such a special bloodline. The A-level radiation beast son of the sky. It looks like a transparent octopus that is magnified 1,000 times. Of course, this is not surprising. After all, there are many radiation beasts that are stranger than it. What is strange is that it is one of the few extraterrestrial creatures among the radiation creatures on the entire planet. Others live on the surface of the planet, but it lives above the radiation cloud. The entire radiation layer is its nest. It has never come down in its life. If it weren't for the brain in the jar being a bug, it would be impossible to find such a rare existence. At this time, on a space base, a bearded officer was smoking a cigar, looking at the black planet below, and talking to himself. What the hell? It can't be killed after so long? What kind of monsters did those companies create? Never mind. Take money from people and help them get rid of disasters. Colonel. Colonel! A mechanical soldier suddenly rushed over, saluted first, and said loudly, "In the radiation layer below, the space parameters are different." "What? Is there a missile shooting us from underground?" The colonel sneered. "What kind of missile cannot explode in the radiation layer? Or is there any energy weapon that can break the range of 1,000 kilometers? The opponent of the space base is only the space base. Just like the opponents of top military contractors. There are only top military contractors." However, the next moment, huge purple mirrors appeared on the surface of the radiation cloud, and giant energy octopuses flew out from the mirrors, with tentacles of thousands of meters, and began to wrap around the space base. What? What monster? A tentacle suddenly penetrated the deck, rolled up the colonel and the mechanical soldier, and stuffed them into the mouth like a septic tank. In the space bases of all sizes, all kinds of tentacles appeared. "Thank you for the rockets, old friend." After launching the big moves frequently, the dark pupils of Gao Gong finally showed a little more consciousness. "So I've entered the abnormal mode, so crazy." Gao Gong touched his chin, very emotional. The energy rain and rocket rain weakened almost at the same time. At this time, Gao Gong looked at the ground. Among the broken walls, one by one, the S-level mutants stood up. There are about 20 mutants, but they are all skin and bones, as if they were drained of their bodies. Through the data vision, in a huge data cloud, a digital figure with female characteristics is rapidly taking shape. After enduring for so long, absorbing more than 20 S-level talents, the final boss is finally going to appear. Gao Gong knew that the other party would not just watch him destroy everything. The biotechnology of the top biological group, combined with the billions of computing power in the electronic brain project, is a combination of the two. A monster whose aura is infinitely approaching him, and even surpassing him in some dimension, is about to appear. He is a monster. And in the cyber age, super enterprises are also monsters. According to normal logic, I should have a big fight with you. But the problem is, I am already a pervert. Why should I go the normal route? Do you know what my real goal is when I merge with you? Do you really think I am greedy for your body? Behind Gao Gong, a network cloud also appeared, covering half of the sky, with countless codes, names, and heads rising and falling in it. Finally, countless brain computer user accounts were refreshed. Gao Gong smiled strangely. "Hacker friends, do you know how to block accounts on a large scale?" "Uh-huh. Of course I know. I never thought that I would block other people's accounts one day. It's still against super companies. It's a matter of time. Brothers, Network cloud without electronic defense walls. Cool. I'm a professional when it comes to hanging up. And I'm even more professional when it comes to blocking accounts. Who will compete with me? The account blocking race. From the beginning to the end, Gao Gong had only one goal, which was the brain-computer user data that was protected by the other party. Since biological technology can be used to develop electronic brains, then conversely, using hacker technology, it can also destroy biological viruses in disguise. Chapter 578. The war is over. The brain-computer virus is a very scary virus. According to the system's blueprint level, it should be between level 13 and 15, a definite level 3 blueprint. After the number of infections exceeded 100 million, it was already difficult to eliminate it simply by physical means. However, just because the physical means don't work, it doesn't mean that the virtual means won't work. For example, delete user data. Soon, smoke started to rise from the backs of the heads of the brain-computer users. Although the biological hole still exists, the virus still lurks in the human body. However, the broadband has been cancelled. I will not let you access the internet. Brain-computer viruses, on a virtual level, cannot provide traffic, and cannot be integrated into computing power. In this way, no matter how powerful the biological properties of the virus are, it is useless. It is just as simple opening a small hole in the back of your head. On the screen in the combat hall, countless light spots disappeared on the map at a speed visible to the naked eye. 4-5-634 area lost contact. 5-7-131 area lost contact. 1-2 area lost contact. Kane sat down on the chair, muttering to himself. It's over, it's all over. At some point, Judy had disappeared. Suddenly, the sound of sucking sounded from everyone's ears, but this time, it was not so elegant. Amid the screams, first the skin, then the flesh, then the internal organs, the bones were no longer able to transform and absorb. Finally, the combat center was filled with blood, and the broken arm debris was scattered all over the ground. The same thing happened in the branches of the group in various places. There was not enough computing power to fill the network cloud. The mother could only suffer for her family. Vino's life safety group finally became neither alive nor safe. Gao Gong didn't know what was happening underneath. But in the network cloud he created, Gao Gong could clearly identify that at least millions of hacker accounts were operating at the same time. Human brain IP. Virtual avatar. Neural virus. Data puppet. It felt like a nest of bugs crawling all over him. A bit unhappy. But the enemy will be even more unhappy. Because even if you just look with your naked eyes, you can see that a large area of shadow has appeared on the super clone created by the mother. Without the support of billions of computing power, the body that has been forcibly fused with dozens of S-level talents, I am afraid that the fusion will not be so smooth. The mother took action, and an S-level superpower called telekinesis unfolded. In an instant, hundreds of transparent vortices of various sizes appeared in the air. This vortex can not only destroy physical existence, but also spiritual existence. The previous S-class mutant could not perform such a range attack. Unfortunately, Gao Gong did not intend to continue playing. The purple string space opened, and although nearly half of the silk thread was torn off, the remaining half could still allow him to teleport to any place on this continent. Gao Gong disappeared instantly. Get out! In the air, it seemed that a woman's crazy roar could be heard. Engineer Gao appeared above a human settlement. The network cloud opened again, grabbing with one hand, the online accounts of tens of thousands of people were instantly frozen, and their user information was deleted. The pile of brain machine zombies underground immediately woke up. Engine Gao teleported away again. Almost at the same time, the sound of violent air compression sounded. The oxygen in the entire human settlement was drained, turning tens of thousands of people into zombies. As time passed, the ability of the corporate monster gradually weakened. Even on her body's surface, distorted human faces began to emerge, with mouths open or closed. These were all S-level mutants that were forcibly fused. Hundreds of millions of human brain-computer users and hundreds of millions of biological brain-computer users were blocked in just a dozen minutes. And this seemingly simple operation, the most important and the most difficult, is to obtain the brain-computer user information. This was originally the core secret of the Vino's life safety group. The super user list that should have been sealed in the enterprise database and protected by countless firewalls was stolen by Gao Gong with the power of fusion. Without Gao Gong, even the same number of hackers would have found it difficult to break in, let alone get this list. This version of the electronic brain project has caused the computing power of the enterprise to expand wildly, reducing the ability of cyber hackers to the point where it cannot be reduced any further. Without Gao, a network cloud can block all hacker accounts. Gao suddenly frowned. There were several hacking commands, which did not attack the brain computer user, but tried to infiltrate his own G system. But as a virtual veteran, how could this trick be hidden from him? A dog will always eat shit. Gao sneered. In the black bar, He Guanlon, who was invading, suddenly regained consciousness, and the data flames on his body surged, and he instantly appeared in a corner, grabbed a digital figure wearing a clown mask, and lifted it up. The clown said in panic, "Just a joke." The 60-level virtual flame penetrated directly from his facial features, and then burned the other party's source code from the inside out. The terrible firepower killed the hacker directly from the source, leaving the other party no time to change his number. As the owner of the bar, Ahong chuckled. The next moment, 5 or 6 hackers disappeared directly on the spot and were ejected from this data node. Boss Hong, what does this mean? Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I didn't do anything. Ahong's cold voice rang in the air. You are no longer welcome in the hacker bar. At this time, you still want to mess around? Just wait for your imagination to open up. A few hackers looked at each other, feeling the strong electronic blood smell in the real cyberspace, and shuddered at the same time. There was no explosion on the spot. No counterattack before death. The big move that the mother had prepared was stillborn for the second time. The last electronic sound sounded again, although it was still high and mighty, but it had a touch of intimacy. Virtual Helmet Project replaces Biochemical Brain Machine Project. Enterprise will force merger. Dugoka. Southern Hemisphere ranking. 5th. As the actual controller of Dugoka, you get 5,000 Mother City trading points. Enterprise will merger this time is no longer silent. In the air, Mother suddenly appeared in the huge phantom. Looked at Gao Gong with resentment. A large part of the phantom was torn off. Engineer Gao is sure that, at least within 5 years, the power of the Venus group will not be restored. At the same time, on the Starship Scimitar, Director Du, who is deeply integrated with the Starship intelligence, a black shadow suddenly appears, and then is suppressed by a transparent force, and slowly pressed into Director Du's body. And in Director Du's abdomen, there is another black shadow, but it is much weaker. That is the corporate will of the neural editing group. The actual controller of Du High-Tech is Engineer Gao, but the real legal person is Du Xiaodi. Engineer Gao is just a stinky worker. He specializes in licking the feet of the female president. After absorbing 2 corporate wills in succession, especially the will of the mother, the data cable that was plugged into Director Du's head clearly heard a strong sucking sound. And Director Du's little finger suddenly moved. Vano's group is finished. In the executive chat group, someone sent this sentence. Then, there was a long silence. It must be said that the corporate war that took place in this area, its plot is really ups and downs, ecstasy, can't stop, and confusing. At first, everyone thought it was a zombie movie in the civilized era. It turned out to be a spy movie. Then a science fiction movie. And finally an art movie. Leaving everyone with an ending that was left unsaid and not revealed. How did Vanos fail? Indeed, Mr. G's transformation swept everything. However, the most powerful ability of the Brain Machine project was also not used. Could it be that the biochemical brain machine has some bugs that no one has discovered? Suddenly, an executive said in surprise, Mr. G wrote to me. He mailed me a tube of vaccine and left a message, saying that if I don't want the brain machine virus to spread, I should mass produce it as soon as possible. I received it too. Same. During the whole process, someone suddenly said, so, the foundation is going to be officially established? No one answered. But it was the best answer. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. In the underground base of Vino's life safety group, the main brain touched this, touched that, and his eyes lit up. The latest model of brain detector. Network access warehouse with 10 times the speed. Strengthened neural chain. Super workroom. Before following Do, he had never seen these good things. When the two sides compared, he had a basic understanding of the power of super enterprises. This was a complete double crush of software and hardware. Let me put it this way, if it was the previous neural editing group that was fighting against the other party, I'm afraid they would be beheaded in the first wave. They are totally unstoppable. Thinking of this, my boss is really a monster. The host brain looked at Gao Gong strangely, and found that this man not only had no aura of kingship, but also had the appearance of a lazy dog who was just waiting to die and be supported. Dumei didn't care about these precious corporate equipment, but said to Gao Gong seriously, "I once again feel the breath of many acquaintances. Boss, when will you take me to meet them? If you want to go by yourself. I'm not very familiar with them." Gao Gong turned his fingers and flicked his fingers. A card was caught by Dumei, and he looked closely. The black card of the hacker bar was made of unknown material, and had a moist feeling that metal didn't have. "I see." Dumei grabbed the card with force. The card in her hand was analyzed and split into countless numbers. The electronic rain fell from the top of her head. At the same time, the split numbers formed a black door in front of her. There seemed to be some special sound in the door. The virtual digital card is the first test for cyber hackers. Only by entering it can you be eligible to participate in the virtual helmet plan and obtain the right to immunity in the future. Chapter 579 New Carrier. At this moment, Shan Shen and He Meng were guarding the entrance of the underground base like two door gods. Both of them were more than 2 meters tall, muscular, and exuded a temperament that was not easy to mess with. He Meng looked at the other party quietly. Although the other party's cyborg was very cool, the tattoo on his body was also very handsome. He decided to get along well with the other party. He Meng thought for a while and said, "I heard that. You were a martial god?" Shan Shen glanced at the other party and nodded silently. "Who is better? The god of war or me? Does the god of war need to poop? You are such a good god of war. Why do you suddenly quit? Do you think it's easier without security? Do you god of war pay for insurance?" So, one strong man chattered, and the other was silent, and the atmosphere was strangely harmonious. On the other side, the two engineers checked various laboratories, offices, and combat centers, and confirmed that most of the equipment was not moved away by the enemy. The value of these equipment, according to preliminary calculations, is roughly equivalent to half of the Dugao group. It's really easy to make money from war. Senior engineer sighed. If you buy these treasures from the market, you can't buy them at all. Boss, why don't they drag them away? The host brain wondered. Are super companies so rich? Senior engineer raised his chin, pointed at the corpses on the ground, and said, "What do you think? Moving also requires people." The two walked into the underground elevator, and the electronic sound sounded. Detection. Facial recognition. Body verification. Blood test. Detection cancelled. The internal network authority is being transferred. Welcome. The new owner. The data flow in senior engineer's eyes controlled the defense system to shut down automatically. As the eldest son of the mother, it is normal for him to know all the internal codes. The main computer looked at the boss strangely, but did not ask. The boss had many strange things, and this one was not the worst. Soon, the two came to the mother nest. It was a huge placenta made of flesh and blood, but it was not disgusting. The endless vitality even actively restored the injuries caused by the previous battle. After a glance at the system panel, the blood volume was recovering at a rate of 1,000 points per second. This is the real corporate asset. Senior engineer sighed, and quickly found out the other party's attributes after a probe. Name, Mother Nest Repairer Category, Large Civilization Building Quality, Level 3 Civilization Weight, 300 tons. Basic Attributes, Biological Repair Upper Limit, 100,000. HP Repair Speed, 1,000 points/second. Physical Repair Speed, 100 points/second. Main Body Coverage, 100 meters. Biological Module, Cloning Chamber Module, Dormant Module, Biological Operation Table, Consciousness Storage and Transformation Module, Personality Implantation and Calibration Module, Self-Repair Module. Super Biological Mode 1, Cell Level Cloning. As long as there is an active cell stored, the mother nest can create a clone with a similarity of more than 90%. With consciousness storage and personality calibration, you can copy any individual. Biological Energy Upper Limit, 100,000. Super Biological Mode 2, Cryogenic Chamber Technology. No matter how serious the injury is, you only need to put it in the dormant module to freeze time. Super Biological Mode 3, Biological Cultivation, Hatching new organisms inside the mother nest. Efficiency plus 1,000%. Success rate plus 300%. As a third-level civilization building, Mother Nest is at least 10 times more valuable than Continental Plate Impactor. Gao Gong glanced at his own biological energy, 118110 points. It's a pity, it has exceeded the upper limit of the clone mode, and can't replicate the trumpet infinitely. But Super Biological Mode 2 and 3 are also of great benefit to him. With the mechanical technology of Dugao Group, if the mechanical body is destroyed, it can be rebuilt quickly, and it can also be upgraded. But organisms don't have this treatment. Once they are destroyed, they are completely finished. Now, Engineer Gao doesn't have to worry so much. Not to mention the freezing blood function of the freezing chamber technology. The biological cultivation in Mode 3 can even cultivate higher-level radioactive B cells, which can be used to synthesize fresh flesh. The opponent has so many S-level mutants, which should be the reason. Engineer Gao pressed his palm on the flesh and blood gate, and the network cloud behind him opened again. Soon, the user authority change was completed. The flesh and blood door opened on the spot. Inside the mother nest, it was unexpectedly neat and clean, like a large biological experiment center, rather than some kind of nest, and the clean laboratories were evenly scattered everywhere. Gao Gong looked up. As expected, the hole he had shot before had been repaired. He walked to the direction of the clone warehouse, and the two hatches opened, and the interior was empty, but there was a note left: "Dear enemy, happy cooperation. Considering that the Vino's Life Safety Group has a lot of precious resources, perhaps we will have more opportunities for cooperation in the future." Gao Gong smiled slightly, pointed his finger, burned the note, and said to himself, "Of course, super companies are famous for their willingness to invest in basic research and development. For example, the group's most famous Life Supreme Laboratory, just one laboratory, there is a professional knowledge chain. Gao Gong is determined to get it." He turned to the biological operation table again, clicked on the personality implant template, and suddenly, a row of personalities were refreshed. Punk Soul, cause disgust with the enterprise and resistance to power. Hippie Spirit, greatly enhance your empathy and sympathy. Grandfather Thinking, allow users to reduce the restrictions on the use of prosthesis Enchantress, improve your social charm. Senior Officials, greatly enhance your persuasion skills. Holy Godmother, filter online content, shield all negative emotions. Well, Gao Gong touched his chin. Did this guy Kane implant a personality for himself, or for others? Because Punk Soul and Hippie Spirit are anti-enterprise and anti-organization personalities at first glance. Generally speaking, native people are unlikely to choose to implant a personality, as they think they are mentally normal. However, for groups such as bionic people and clones, which often have problems with self-cognition, it is very common to implant a personality. Its prevalence is probably equivalent to microplastic surgery. Implanting a personality will not change your character from the beginning, but will change you from the details. And don't think that implanting a personality is just a waste of time. At least Gao Gong knows that there are many bionic missions that can only be accepted by specific personalities. It is equivalent to a mission ticket. Gao Gong does not have mental misophobia, but he has never thought of implanting this kind of personality now. He has a better way. Biocomputer G system. Version 5.0 is being activated. Cloud function is activated. Upload virtual personality Punk Soul. Upload virtual personality Hippie Spirit. Upload virtual personality Grandfather Thinking. Upload virtual personality Charming Witch. Store these personalities in the network cloud. Save them to the cloud disk when not in use, and open them when needed. Just like some small movies with positive and healthy content. With the huge drill sawtooth from before, after knocking over 2 enterprises, we got 2 third-level civilization buildings, one of which is the most important third-level biological building. It is worthy of being a cyber test site, a typical winner takes all. Opening the system panel, as expected, you get a large civilization building sawtooth, faction points plus 20, 000, leader reputation plus 2000. You get a large civilization building hive repairer, faction points plus 50, 000, leader reputation plus 5000. We have to find someone to drag these enterprise assets away, so they can't be stolen. Gao Gong touched his chin, opened the address book, and found the name of an old acquaintance. That's it. It's just right to deal with things together. After the exchange, Engineer Gao was thinking about taking a rest. After all, he was not made of iron. Most importantly, resting here could restore his physical strength and blood for free. But at this moment, his ear suddenly hurt slightly. Engineer Gao turned his head and saw nothing. He sighed and found an excuse to send the main computer away. When he turned around, he saw a girl in white with her hands on her hips, looking at him angrily. If the anger value of a normal person is 100, then the anger limit of his sister is 60. This was a sign of her being very angry. To be honest, he would feel aggrieved if it were him. He finally spent a lot of time to brush up a high-level information equipment night shift ward. He was about to show off his skills on the battlefield and save his brother from the water and fire. But someone didn't follow the rules of martial arts and brushed all the equipment in one go. The thing she was looking forward to hadn't even started yet. And it was over. Okay. Don't be angry. Plans can't keep up with changes. According to the agreed method, it may take a long time. Gao Yuanyuan naturally knew this. But she was still angry. Gao Gong found it interesting and couldn't help poking her soft cheeks. Before she hit him, he said seriously, "This is not a big deal. But there is indeed a big deal. I need your opinion." Gao Yuanyuan was stunned. She could still tell whether her brother was joking or serious. She hurriedly said, "Brother, you say it. You know, I took in the fifth collapsed body, the purple energy string, and became its container." Gao Yuanyuan nodded. She heard Gao Gong say that there are 13 special energies on this planet, which are very rare and very powerful. Let me put it this way. Or rather, not only me, all the containers, can vaguely feel that, in the electronic brain plan, no, 13 is about to be born. And according to my speculation, Gao Gong said his guess based on the evolution of the plot in the previous life. This number 13 is likely to be related to information. I suspect that it is a brain-computer system born from the electronic brain plan. A system that manages all electronic brains? Gao Yuanyuan opened her mouth wide. If what her brother said is true, then how powerful this number 13 would be. Can it manipulate anyone's electronic brain at will, including the brains of those big shots? I mean, are you willing to be the carrier of number 13? Chapter 580 System Alien. The 13th disaster body, in the plot of the previous life, should have been contained by the Knights War Host. Because during the cyber tide, this person suddenly became extremely fierce, launching the alien machine chaos to fight Cybertron, launching the electronic frenzy to fight the deep web, launching the ancient biology war to attack the fortress. With his own strength, he caught the 3 planetary hosts off guard, and lost sight of one thing, while focusing on another. He also remembered that the Knights' missions were quite rich, which allowed him to earn a lot of rewards. The second collapsed body, the War Host, and the third collapsed body, the Turing. These two were standard trendsetters in the cyber wave. Turing is so powerful because it has absorbed all the big data concept bodies, and it is also a special existence that restrains AI. But the War Host is so powerful, probably because it has absorbed number 13, which has produced some kind of wonderful chemical reaction. Number 2 is the host, and number 13 is the system. Host plus system, isn't it an ultrabook when combined? Stop the War Host, seize number 13, this is what Gao Gong must do. But let Gao Yuanyuan become the carrier of number 13, even an old driver like him, is a little undecided. 2 reasons. First, there is no one more suitable than Gao Yuanyuan around Gao Gong. If a suitable carrier cannot be found, then number 13 will be taken away by the War Host. It is a high probability. Honkai body is like a magical weapon with its own spiritual power in martial arts novels. Magic weapon chooses its master. Spiritual weapon chooses its master. If it was just a simple containment, Gao Gong could use his old skills and hard work to directly destroy the other party. But since it is a battle, then rapport is very important. What is more suitable for love at first sight than a beautiful girl? As for the second reason, it is because of Gao Kes, Gao Yuanyuan's second personality, the network sister, the carrier of the number 9 collapse mutation combination. This sister is the dark side of Gao Yuanyuan, who was tortured by experiments since childhood. Coupled with the cybernet transformation, she has successfully transformed into a crazy girl who can even devour network viruses. And the cyber dungeon Alyssa also intended to cultivate this side of her, and directly threw her into the number 0 virus library to let her evolve further. Gao Gong suspected that the other party's mastery of the Honkai body was not much worse than his own. He was taking the fusion route. Then, in this way, there would be a problem. That is, the personality would be unbalanced again. At the beginning, he used the Starry Sky code from his previous life to reshape Gao Yuanyuan's virtual personality, allowing her to maintain a balance of power with Gao Kes, the cyber engine web crawler. However, as Gox's madness increased, Gao Gong was very skeptical how long this balance could be maintained. After all, the collapsed body was part of the relic. He had personally experienced its strength. Could Gao Yuanyuan stop it by herself? Once the balance got out of control, Gox would crawl over along the network with countless viruses. And that would be a disaster. Alyssa would definitely help her relatives and not the others. She probably wanted Gox to become a complete person. Therefore, the second balance is imminent. But the problem arises again. Once Gao Yuanyuan takes in number 13, the two personalities will become carriers of the collapse at the same time. Is this a temporary solution or adding fuel to the fire? The conflict between the two personalities will not intensify immediately. Right? Even with Gao Gong's gaming experience in his previous life, he is not sure about this. After all, although he was the master of the 6th level virtual civilization in his previous life, he had never used cosmic relics, let alone its operating rules. Gao Yuanyuan seemed to see Gao Gong's hidden worries, and gently touched his face. Brother, you should have confidence in me. I am no longer the same person I was before. Well, I believe you. So, things were settled. Gao Gong woke up. His waist was not sore. His legs were not painful. And his kidneys were not damaged. It felt like he had taken a very comfortable hot spring bath. The recovery cabin inside the mother nest was indeed well-deserved. He glanced at the single god lying in the recovery cabin next to him, opened the system panel, and studied the newly added attributes. First of all, a pop-up window popped up. Your physical transformation has exceeded 300 points, reaching 321 points. Please select your new physical bloodline. There are 3 options for bloodline. Soft body life / disintegrated human / system alien. Among them, the function of soft body life is very similar to the rubber fruit. But it makes all parts of your body become as soft as fluid, and can be stretched and enlarged at will. According to the description in the introduction, the body is completely stretched, and can even cover a small city. If you develop a targeted fruit martial arts, you will most likely be the next Pirate King's man. I don't want to be the Pirate King's man, I want to be the sweet pet of a domineering female president. Gao Gong complained in his heart. As for the second type, the Jijiren, although its name looks gay, it has the strongest potential among the 3 bloodlines. It can temporarily unlock the amino acid compounds in carbon-based organisms, temporarily allowing the body to enter the element mode. In this mode, it can enter the microscopic field, such as the cell level, the molecular level, the atomic level, and even deeper. If Gao Gong takes the energy route, then this is a must. As for the last type of system alien, it acts on the life system as a deformation ability. As we all know, humans are a kind of carbon-based organisms, and they have 8 human body systems: movement, nerves, endocrine, circulation, breathing, digestion, urination, reproduction. Other intelligent species that are also carbon-based organisms do not necessarily have the same 8. For example, some intelligent species do not have a respiratory system, because they live on a gaseous planet, and they are gaseous life forms, which is a model of human planet integration. Some intelligent species do not have a urinary system. The penis, a physical structure, is not a common carrier among the numerous cosmic creatures. It is not used normally, and may not be useful at critical moments. It is better to cut it off. But on the other hand, some other carbon-based species have human body systems that humans may not have. For example, there is a kind of Alician, which has an enzyme system that can catalyze proteins crazily and transform the human body structure. This kind of alien is very suitable for the profession of interstellar adventurer. There is also a kind of alien, called the Riddler, which has a Cthulhu system. To be precise, it should be called the Information Deconstruction System. With the development of this system, it can listen to the mumbling of various information creatures in the universe. And this kind of people are the best information hunters. The special thing about the ability of System Alien is that it can allow you to master the abilities of other intelligent carbon-based life forms in a short period of time through system replacement. For example, it can transform the nervous system into the Information Deconstruction System. This is the biggest difference from Gao Gong's transformation ability. One is only for radiation beasts, and the other is for all carbon-based intelligent species. Gao Gong chose the ability of System Alien without much hesitation. The reason is not complicated. Everyone can have multiple bloodlines, but bloodlines must coexist harmoniously. Otherwise they will only end up devouring each other. The S-level bloodline Beast Master is very compatible with the bloodline ability of System Alien. You get the A-level Alien Bloodline System Alien. A-level Alien Bloodline System Alien. Take out a human system. Replace another biological system? The cost is energy. Note, as an interstellar traveler, explorer, civilization researcher, or just a simple passerby, you will definitely feel headache because of the vast taboos and rules between civilized races. The temporary system replacement can allow you to integrate into civilized society faster. Some of the interesting abilities of civilized races may even benefit you for life. Note 2. Taboo 1. Only same-level replacement is allowed. Cannot replace higher-level alien systems. This has a high probability of causing the human body system to collapse. Taboo 2. Ascending civilization. Replacement is prohibited. Strictly prohibited. Strictly prohibited. As the selection was completed, Gao Gong immediately felt an indescribable feeling arising from the human body system. If I have to describe it, it's like every part of the body is filled with jelly, and this jelly is usually invisible and intangible, but once it is needed, it will immediately pop out. Silky, very silky. The bloodline of System Alien is a skill that is of no use on the planet, but in the interstellar society, it has a very wide range of uses. Although it is only A level, if used well, it is better than S level and SS level. In fact, there is no trash in these three bloodlines, all of them are good stuff. After all, this is the third time that the physical transformation has broken through 100 points, and the benefits obtained. And the attribute of the physical transformation column, in a sense, is stronger than all other attributes, and more difficult to improve. Because it is obtained by adding up the human body system transformation rate. And Gao Gong is taking the carbon-based plus mechanical dual transformation route, that is to say, at the same level, his body transformation points are twice that of others. This is a big bargain. And this is also a hidden attribute. The real benefits it brings need to be explored. For example, at 100 points, Gao Gong enters the snake mode. At 200 points, Gao Gong changes his job to a body transformer. 300 points, Gao Gong has completely mastered the fusion metamorphosis, which is not entirely the ability of the biological computer. After all, Mother is also a biological computer, and her computing speed is far faster than his own. Her transformation speed is not a little slower than his own. And the attribute similar to body transformation, there is also consciousness. The way to it points to consciousness is determined by the level of brain area development, affected by intelligence and perception, and mechanical transformation. Intelligence *1 plus perception *2 plus nervous system transformation. It is higher than the body transformation. Gao Gong's body transformation is 321 points, and his consciousness is 787 points. But it is the opposite of body transformation. Gao Gong did not use this attribute at all, because this thing is used to drive Gundam. With 787 points of consciousness, let alone EVA, he can even drive Turna. That is the Gundam that is said to end all Gundam history. Chapter 581 3 Knowledge Chains. Unfortunately, on the machine-splitting star, there are no Gundams, only mechas. And the consciousness points required for each mecha are also different. 100 points of consciousness can drive an ordinary mecha. 150 points of consciousness can drive an intermediate mecha. 200 points of consciousness can drive a large mecha. 250 points of consciousness. Maybe some beast-shaped mechas, transformed mechas, or some special function mechas. 300 points of consciousness is a threshold. After crossing 300 points, the mecha technology will be upgraded to Star Armor technology. The so-called Star Armor, the full name is Interstellar Armor, refers to the body type that can fight in outer space, which is very similar to Gundam. Of course, Star Armor is also divided into different levels. The top Star Armor is even as powerful as an interstellar battleship. Gao Gong's 787 points of consciousness can naturally control this top Star Armor. However, there may not be no Star Armor on this planet. Gao Gong muttered to himself. The biggest factor restricting the upgrade of mecha to Star Armor is energy technology. Generally speaking, it is difficult for planetary civilizations to light up energy technology. Even if they can light up, they are only low-level energy technologies, such as wind energy, fire energy, electric energy, and nuclear energy. These are called universal energy. Some high-level energies are only produced in certain star regions. However, this planet has Henkai, since Xiaoyu is the number 7 Honkai. Then, another thing can be confirmed. The last Emperor Mecha, the Black Emperor of the End, which was mastered by the Black Prince, is part of number 7. Gao Gong immediately recalled a certain address that he had excavated from the memory of Old Man Xiao. Hinkai is also divided into several types. Some Honkai, such as the purple energy string on Gao Gong and the mutation combined body on Gao Kes, are of the ability excavation type. There is another type, such as Sister Rose's Metabolism Queen, or even Bionic Man A's Nano Control, which belongs to the puzzle type. Gao Gong suspected that Xiao Yu was the former before, because he looked very much like a hot-blooded anime explosive player. But when the battle data within the Du Gao group came out, in terms of operating the mecha, the other party performed better than fighting alone. Gao Gong immediately understood that you are missing a mecha, and the star armor of the collapse engine, such as the N Black Emperor, is a perfect match for this guy. We have to find a chance to bring the end of the Black Emperor to her. After making up his mind, Gao Gong began to study the system again. The focus was on the biological computer part. Nothing else. This time the biological computer has evolved greatly, with 4 versions of updates, and each version has different computer functions. The cloud function of version 5.0 provides upload, download, and storage functions, including but not limited to talents, skills, virtual personalities, specialties. The artificial data space of version 4.0 artificially creates a virtual world. Version 3.0 provides 2 functions, cell memory chip and large human data model. The functions of the two are mutually matched. The former can copy skills. The latter can improve and optimize skill attributes, and even break through the skill level limit. This is also the reason why the Black Python entered the secondary carbon-based fusion mode before, and was almost killed by the Cloud Wing killer created by the biological network Cloud. The other party completely copied his special skills. He had a second carbon-based fusion, and the other party also had a second carbon-based fusion, so there was no way to fight. It just so happens that I just got 2 big muscle guys, and I should be able to get a lot of wool from these 2 guys. While thinking, a beep sound rang out. The senior executives of other companies came online, and were inviting him together. So, he clicked on the network access function, his eyes went dark, and when he came to his senses, he had already arrived in a meeting room. The electronic chairs in the conference room were full, with 33 executives, all of whom were seated as guests, without a single person absent. President, Mr. G, you are here. Please take a seat. Mr. G, Engineer Gao walked slowly to the front electronic chair and said with a playful smile, "This time, everyone is here. I thought there would be 3 or 5 companies not present. How could that be?" An executive forced a smile and said, under the watchful eyes of the 3 mother cities, "The electronic agreement signed. Who dares to violate it?" Engineer Gao shook his head. "In the cyber age, what are you afraid of? And don't tell me you haven't done this before." But he was too lazy to delve into it. As long as the professional knowledge is acquired, you can do whatever you want with other under-the-table schemes. Anyway, after the memory matrix is online, the capital you are proud of will all be swallowed up. Conduct the replacement of basic technology. Senior engineer snapped his fingers and turned on the electronic secretary function of this virtual conference room. The next moment, 33 secretary girls came online. These executives looked at each other and did not speak, but took out the research materials of basic knowledge. Some of these materials were a pile of white paper. Some were just transmitted from the brain-computer interface, and some were an old USB flash drive. It can be seen that the confidentiality of these materials is very high. Senior engineer did not make any special arrangements. Soon, a professional knowledge of brain structure was copied and handed over to the electronic secretary. Except for the stack of materials in senior engineer's hand that was placed in the middle of the table. All other materials were handed over to senior engineer as soon as possible. Soon, the system panel sounded. You have obtained professional knowledge. Colonization materials. You have obtained professional knowledge. Bioenergy. You have obtained professional knowledge. Colonization science. You have obtained professional knowledge. Split nerve cultivation. You have obtained professional knowledge. Composite materials. You have obtained professional knowledge. Robotic engineering. You have obtained professional knowledge. Intelligent software. You have obtained professional knowledge. Individual weapon research and development. In theory, since everyone has participated in the electronic brain project and invested a lot of money in research and development, then the research directions of each company should be concentrated under the 2 civilization systems, either brain domain civilization or data space. Because the big project of electronic brain plan is, in essence, the integration of technologies under these two civilization systems. However, it is unexpected, but reasonable. Most people give the direction of basic knowledge information in the direction of transformer civilization. The reason is very simple. Even if there is a slight possibility, these executives do not want their own brain-computer research direction to be exposed and then be found by the enemy. In this regard, Gao Gong gave a thumbs up, because the most professional knowledge he collected was in the first two civilization systems, especially the brain civilization, which was basically almost complete, since most of them were in the same civilization direction. After excluding the research that collided with each other, Gao Gong immediately found three professional knowledge chains: composite materials, plus robotics engineering, plus intelligent software, plus individual weapon R&D, plus robotics mechanics, applied energy technology, plus humanoid thinking, plus microcomputer evolution. Do you choose synthesis? Synthesis success, you get the transformer civilization, secondary professional knowledge chain mechanical life, biological weapon transplantation, plus cell implantation, plus liquid organism, plus small parasitology, plus colonization materials, bioenergy, plus species integration, plus split nerve cultivation. Do you choose synthesis? Synthesis success, you get the transformer civilization, secondary professional knowledge chain colonial technology. Research in this direction, Goka has been doing it. Firstly, the development of biotechnology, it is conducive to improving the combat effectiveness of biological hunters. Secondly, Gao Gong has always been obsessed with strong colonization armor. Unfortunately, the technical threshold of this thing is too high, and there are too many pitfalls. Director Du is a genius in developing mechanical technology, but he has never been good at biotechnology, which has led to intermittent research on this thing, and he has never made any progress. As far as Gao Gong knows, the only family that fully masters the clonal technology and even develops the 60-level super army strong colonization martial god based on this professional knowledge chain is the Shao family in the mother city. Thank you for the gift of nature. Genome cloud, plus DNA recombinant technology, plus pharmacogenomics, plus human cloning, plus biological cloning, plus Hayflick extreme research, plus evolutionary replica. Do you choose synthesis? Synthesis is successful. You get the transformer civilization, secondary professional knowledge chain clone technology. To be honest, cloning technology has never been too popular on the machine Rift Star. Occasionally, some application technologies, such as culture warehouses and repair warehouses, are mentioned, but that's all. It's not a pit, but it's not a key research direction. Gao Gong knows why. Because the professional knowledge chain of cloning technology has a very strong ability, and the companion group has not developed. That's right. It's my great clone empire. In fact, the knowledge chain that can bring its own companion group is very rare, and there may not be 1 out of 10. The reason why it has not developed is also very simple. On this planet, there is a new human group called bionic people, and they are developing very fast, and they have occupied a large amount of living space for clones. According to metaphysics, it was a successful plunder of the other party's luck. So, before the clones rose, they fell. However, research in the direction of clones will point out a very valuable professional knowledge, called Hayflick limit research. In the Interstellar Society, this professional knowledge can even be exchanged for a professional knowledge chain of other companies. The reason is very simple. Hayflick limit research can break the upper limit of the lifespan of carbon-based species. Gao Gong put down all the information and divided it into 2 parts. One part was a fixed stack, and the other part had only 3 or 4 companies. The top executives of these 3 or 4 companies immediately showed subtle expressions. Not bad. Very good. Welcome everyone to join. But before we start, we need to discuss a question. If someone does something that harms the interests of members, how should we deal with it? For example, using some fake data in exchange for our internal core basic research? Chapter 582 Biological Demon. By the way, the author failed to escape from prison for the first time, and is now making the second revision. I estimate that in 2 days, maybe he will be released. There are 6 professional knowledge chains under the Transformer civilization: mechanical life, clone technology, bionic technology, colonial technology, biochemical technology, prosthetic technology. Based on these 6 technological directions, the human body is constantly transformed, lighting up technological branches, expanding industries, nurturing ethics, and finally, a grand, powerful transformer world emerges. After this meeting, cloning technology, clone technology, and mechanical life were all illuminated. Among them, the first 2 are the professional knowledge that senior engineer had accumulated before, and are not entirely the work of his peers. The last one, mechanical life, is entirely the contribution of the big guys present. Mechanical life is quite different from another knowledge chain that senior engineer has mastered. Mechanical complex. The main technological direction of mechanical complex is mechanical engineering. When developed to the limit, it can illuminate mechanical planet transformation, mechanical asteroid, planetary cannon, and so on. They are better at making big machines. And the best thing about mechanical life is actually making small machines. That is, making robots. Don't underestimate the branch of technology of making robots. On different planets, the life forms of each carbon-based life are different, so the human character of robots is also ever-changing and strange. Being able to light up race-specific robots according to the characteristics of different carbon-based civilizations is the kingly way of this route, which will greatly reduce the possibility of future robot rebellion. By the way, don't think that carbon-based civilizations don't have mechanical attributes. They are really good at it. After all, Blue Star has already reached Industry 4.0. And if no one cheats, Gao Gong might even gain more professional knowledge. Gao Gong looked at several of the senior executives with a smile, his fingers tapping regularly on the 3 or 4 stacks of documents. The senior executives who were tapping felt their hearts tremble, and a question came to their minds. How did the other party find out? The relevant information of a professional knowledge can be piled up to form a small mountain. They don't need to falsify everything. As long as they change a few data and come up with a few fake theories, then the conclusions they draw may be completely different. Nonsense, of course, it's because I have a system. If the system can't recognize it, there must be something wrong. The senior engineer smiled, copied a few dozen copies of the fake professional knowledge, and gave 1 copy to each senior executive. Everyone take a look and study it. The senior executive showed surprised expressions one by one. Probably they understood what was going on, and without further ado, they directly communicated with the research team of the group and began to carry out technical verification. 1 hour passed. And then 2 hours passed. One of the executives who gave the fake professional knowledge wiped the sweat off his head and said with a forced smile, "Well, maybe I got the wrong data. President, how about you give me the data, and I'll upload another copy?" The senior engineer had no expression on his face. Another hour passed. Finally, a technical expert sent back the verification data. The data is wrong. Some of the theories are completely untenable. Fake data. How dare you fake it? At this moment, many people looked at him unkindly. I don't even dare to forge. How dare you forge? More importantly, you play with fake. I give the real one. Then I will be the one who suffers. Tianwang Technology, you are the ancestors of gun transplantation. How can you get the basic parameters of mechanical transformation wrong? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Neptune Biological Group, you have successfully created mutant bloodline. What's the matter with this DNA recombination technology? Well, maybe I took it by mistake. Quantum Technology, you. Tianwang Technology, Neptune Biological Group, and Quantum Technology are the 3 technology groups that failed to make trouble and were highlighted. Facing the accusations of the crowd, the 3 companies had nothing to say. After all, who made them cheat? With a sound of click, the 3 holographic projections disappeared. Everyone turned their heads and stared at Engineer Gao. It must be the landlord who kicked these 3 people off the line. Engineer Gao crossed his fingers and said meaningfully, anyone who does anything will have to pay a price. On this point, I believe that all colleagues here have a consensus. Considering that this is a war, we need to teach these 3 companies a profound lesson. How about our 30 companies join hands and kick these 3 companies out together? The eyes of the executives slowly lit up. Group fight. Yes, they like group fights the most. But as the door of the repair cabin slowly opened, Gao Gong sat up from it, revealing his muscular body. He twisted his neck and talked to himself. It's good to find something for these people to do. We can be more united with enemies. Ding dong, the voice of artificial intelligence sounded. Master, there are guests outside who claim to be from the Du Gao group. Should we let them in? The holographic projection opened, showing familiar faces, the earliest of which can be traced back to the old scavengers of the Cable tribe. Now these people are all dressed in suits, looking like human beings, fully demonstrating the importance of civilization and progress. The figure in the wheelchair in the front is an old acquaintance among old acquaintances. The former Professor Han's bionic man from the Institute of Civilization. Professor Han the Bionic Man. It is natural to be happy when old acquaintances meet. At least these people call him Grand Elder one after another, which makes Gao Dong dream of the Iron Sand Desert. At that time, he was just a little wolf dog with small ambitions and no big pursuits. Now he is a super little wolf dog destined to step into the interstellar and the universe. He has evolved into the ultimate form. However, in the lively atmosphere, Professor Han in the wheelchair said nothing, his face expressionless. And he had the attitude of a gangster godfather. What's wrong with this old man? Engineer Gao looked at Pang Xiang. Pang Xiang is now the leader of a combat team of Dugoka. He is 3 stories tall and wears a super large suit. He looks like a muscle mountain. This is the result of his blood mutation after carbon-based fusion. He is now a serious level 34 biological hunter. Even in normal state, he can fight with a large mecha developed by the group. His aura is quite brutal. Moreover, his personality is not as ignorant as before. As his strength increases, his childlike IQ has returned to normal. His personality is now quite calm. In the past 2 years, Professor Han's health has become worse and worse. It is useless to replace the parts of the bionic man. At least half of the time in a day is in a dead mode. This state of the bionic man is similar to that of a normal person entering old age. Pang Xiang said in a heavy tone, "We have communicated with the people in the neural network department. His brain infrastructure is an ancient code language, which is too old to be corrected." Is that so? Engineer Gao nodded as expected. Normal people have a limited lifespan. And so do bionic people. Every time a system is modified, redundancy will be added, and every time a bionic part is adjusted, the bionic system will also be damaged. Once the damage reaches the limit, the only option is to completely reset the system. At that time, the bionic person will die. However, the death of a bionic person is a bit special, because after the bionic person dies, it is entirely possible to create a living person on his body. Whether this new bionic person, who has been resurrected from the dead, can inherit the memory of the previous life, and the relatives of the previous life depends entirely on his will in the previous life. This is probably the unique ethical view of the bionic man. Perhaps stimulated by the outside world, Professor Han's body, there was a sizzling sound of electricity, and then, his plastic pupils lit up. "Gao Gong, you came to see me?" Professor Han's voice was still so calm, just like in the past, he didn't look that old. Gao Gong smiled and nodded. "I have something to ask you, so I took this opportunity to call you here, or, I will take you around here first, and then we can talk?" Professor Han looked at Gao Gong deeply, his neck squeaked a few times, and nodded. "Okay. I have seen everything you have done in the past few years. Are you sure that the monster with the ability to destroy all information flows will come?" "Yes. Information is everything. If it is true as you said, memories will disappear, senses will be confused, and will melt like snow. Is this the world of the future?" Professor Han paused and said, "It created a hell?" Gao Gong thought for a while and said, "This is just thinking about the problem from our dimension. From its perspective, it is just eating. It decomposes information, melts it, and then absorbs it to strengthen itself. This is how it does it in the universe. This is also the reason why it can exist for tens of millions of years. Its information replacement speed is faster than time wear and tear. This concept is faster, so it won't die. And now, it just changes the place of eating to a planet, and it just happens that this planet is the Galaxing star. What a catastrophe." Professor Han sighed. Engineer Gao didn't care. The galaxies destroyed by the explosion of red giant stars. The worlds with billions of planets engulfed by the tide of dark matter. Insect plagues, mechanical disasters, space loopholes, and the aftermath of high-dimensional wars can even destroy the ascended civilization. Compared to these, what are we? They are lives. We are also lives. And the value of life is incomparable. Professor Han said word by word. Engineer Gao did not argue with the old bionic man, but smiled and said, "You make sense. So am I not busy saving the planet?" Professor Han was silent for a while, and said, "Since the monster needs to eat, it has certain biological properties. Is it possible to get rid of it before the monster grows up? Engineer Gao shook his head. Unless everyone on the planet commits suicide. It can be done. Although the memory matrix has biological properties. It is a high-level information body after all. We talk about it. Chant it. And it will exist. What we say now. It can also hear 100%. So, do you think it will agree? Since we have become a part of it. Don't always think about cooperating with yourself and hanging yourself. This is against the law of information. It is really incomprehensible. Professor Han sighed. Fortunately, it only has biological attributes, but no biological intelligence. Otherwise, I really don't know what other methods can be used to fight it. Without waiting for the senior engineer to answer, Professor Han said, "Is this also why you must forcefully promote the virtual helmet plan in the corporate war? Because only virtual helmets, which can cut off the networking device associated with the brain at any time, can create a safe house?" As an old man who started the Dugao group, there are many plans that need to be highly confidential, and the senior engineer did not hide them from him. But according to what you said, since it can penetrate and decompose information pervasively, then can this kind of virtual safe house really guarantee safety? Gao Gong patiently explained. The penetration of information by the memory matrix also needs to consider the strength of the information. Just like a stomach sac, it can digest some solid things, such as bones, stones, but the digestion speed will be slower, and this is our opportunity. On this planet, having this kind of solid, there are not many attributes. Right? Yes, there are not many. You can even say that there are only 3. Engineer Gao held out 3 fingers, wall of code, colorless fire, light and shadow of war. That is, the firewalls of the 3 planetary hosts. Professor Han was silent for a while. The defense system of the mother city. No matter what, it will not be handed over to you to operate. Right? Engineer Gao shrugged. There will always be a way. Professor Han thought for a while and asked another question. According to what you said, since the other party has been born and the information is pervasive, then, will your plan be discovered and stopped in advance? It will definitely be discovered. But whether it will be stopped, that's hard to say. The memory matrix has certain biological properties. When it senses danger, its self-protection mechanism will definitely start. Although it is hard to say how it protects. Its believers, those infected, will definitely get our news as soon as possible. From the current point of view, the digital world, the Xiao family, and the Arasaka family are undoubtedly its infected. Gao Gong pushed the wheelchair and brought Professor Han to a practical center. At the door of the practical center, a little girl was jumping and shouting, "Come on, Dad! Beat Uncle Sean!" A weak voice sounded from the microphone at the door. "Although your father is very powerful, your Uncle Sean can force men to lock men. Old Sean, why do I feel red in the face and heartbeat? And my hands and feet are numb when I fight with you. I am not in love with you. Right?" Sean Shen's helpless voice sounded. "Your daughter is still at the door. Pay attention to the impact. And besides, you said this. Aren't you afraid that your wife will hear it? My wife is not here. Come on. Keep going. 28 losses and 6 wins. I must beat you in this round." The little girl also saw the 2 of them. Her eyes lit up. "Uncle Gao, you're here." Then she jumped into Engineer Gao's arms. Engineer Gao picked her up and said with a smile, "Are you here to see your dad get beaten again?" "Yeah. It was fun," the little girl said with shining eyes. "What a leaky little cotton jacket." Engineer Gao sighed. Du Xiaohei, the bionic girl adopted by Haimong and Du Mei, was originally named Hei Xiaodu. Later, the little girl didn't like it and insisted on sticking to Haimong. She changed her name at the Bionic After-Sales Service Center. And Du Xiaohei was born. Senior Engineer held the little Lolita in his arms and looked at the center of the battle. This was once a place where S-class mutants were tested in actual combat. Now, 2 giants were fighting in it. The Black Python directly activated the human dragon mode of secondary carbon-based fusion. And the dragon head fired laser cannons everywhere, attacking the single god crazily. The single god also responded by activating the structure gear machine. Large and small sharp gears spewed out from inside and outside the body, cutting the opponent from all unimaginable angles. In the mother nest, the single god, who had repaired his previous injuries, was obviously stronger than the Black Python. From time to time, the energy cannon was cut by the gears and exploded everywhere. Fortunately, this is a place to test S-level superpowers. With super strong defense, Otherwise, the underground base would be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the two. The suppression of carbon-based life by the construct is too severe. The black python probably learned from the previous lesson and only attacked from a distance, using the raging energy cannon. Once the opponent got close, it would quickly dodge, and the enemy would retreat when advancing and advance when retreating. Although the gear machine was terrifying, it could not cause any damage unless it touched the opponent. Seeing this, Shanshan also changed his fighting method. Countless gears gushed out of his body, hundreds and thousands, and slashed at the opponent from a distance. Now, it was the black python's turn to have a headache. After all, the black python was not a black dragon, and lacked combat experience. Without paying attention, it was controlled by a dozen gears from all angles. The rotating saw teeth frantically cut the dragon's body, making it scream. Seeing this, Shanshan thrust his hands into the ground. The ground was quickly covered with metal elements and turned into an oversized forging furnace. The gears condensed from it gushed out from the ground. For a moment, the sky and the ground were all attacked, like a metal storm. The senior engineer next to him narrowed his eyes. With his eyes, he could naturally feel that the black python's biological magnetic field, which was so powerful that it seemed to be real, had been cut into pieces long before. This move must be a killing move based on the construct, and its level is about the same as the Mobius blade ring. But its proficiency should have reached the top level. With just this one move, the opponent's powerful killing power at the God of War level was demonstrated. However, unexpectedly, after spitting out tens of thousands of killing gears, the single god's body trembled violently. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had thought of something terrible. All the gears buzzed, and in the next moment, they retreated instead of advancing, slashing at the single god frantically. This mechanical creation of the structure is equivalent to a magic soldier. If used carelessly, it will devour its master. For a moment, the blood of the cut body of the single god was sprayed all over the ground, and the broken limbs and arms made his whole body look like a rag sack. This time the injury was more serious than before. "Hey, old Dan, are you okay? What's wrong with you?" Several palm-sized medical robots flew over immediately, spraying freezing liquid. Gao Gong put down his palm that was covering the little girl's eyes, thought for a while, and said, "Go and do your homework quickly. Your mother said that before she comes back, if your learning chip is not filled by half, she will delete your game function and pile all your chip power on learning. You will never be able to get out in the future." "Huh? Uncle Gao is bad." The little girl jumped out of Gao Gong's arms, gave him a grimace, and ran away. Professor Han frowned and looked at Du Shuai. There were visible cracks on Du Shuai's bionic skin. This was a problem that only the lowest level bionic people would have. She was as cute as a Barbie doll, but with these cracks, she looked more terrifying. Professor Han looked at Engineer Gao, who nodded and said, "It's similar to your situation. When she was adopted, her system was mostly broken. She was stabilized by the personality balancer. What a pity. She's still so young." Professor Han sighed and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Engineer Gao pushed Professor Han into the center of the battle. At this time, Shanshan had been frozen by the freezing liquid like a corpse in the freezer. In this state, he had to go to the mother nest for a major repair. Seeing Engineer Gao, Shanshan showed a bitter smile. "I thought the mother nest could completely repair my injuries, but now it seems that I was too optimistic. Your injuries are in your heart, not in your body." Engineer Gao said bluntly, "You have a demon in your heart, but your body is fine." "Yes." Old Shan Black Python touched the back of his head and muttered, "When I fight with you, I have this feeling. Sometimes, you can obviously kill me, but you always reveal a flaw. Before, I really thought that old Shan was interested in me." Shanshan was speechless. "Okay, tell me the story you didn't finish before." Gao Gong said, "Why did you give up being a good martial god and finally switch to being a security guard?" A trace of memory flashed in Shanshan's eyes. "Actually, there is no secret that cannot be told. In addition to the deep web, Cybertron Fortress will cultivate their own martial god forces. One is the modified martial god based on the Cybertron mechanical system. The other is the newly emerging strongly colonized martial god. The number of martial gods is limited. Every year, both sides will send their representatives to compete in the martial god war, and the losing side will be stripped of the title of martial god. I participated in 3 martial god wars, winning 1, drawing 1, and losing the last one miserably. According to Shanshan, at that time, he had just mastered the construct and a set of martial god-level mechanical transformations, and his strength was far beyond what he is now. At that time, he was full of confidence, and even felt that with his own strength, not to mention winning the martial god war, he could even compete for the position of the first martial god. Then, he met the fledgling junior of the Xiao family. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu? Senior engineer was stunned for a moment. Is this name a coincidence? Seeing his boss's expression, Shanshan introduced him in detail. Xiao Yu, 16 years old, the youngest strong armor driver of the Xiao family, driving the Omen machine. The most troublesome thing about this type of strong armor is that it can store and release biological viruses. Every generation of Omen drivers has a very miserable end. According to legend, this type of strong armor has its own biological AI, quietly devouring the armor owner, hoping that one day, it can become its own driver. At that time, I had already been fully mechanically transformed, without any biological system. So I was full of confidence and felt that the virus could not hurt me at all. Shanshan exhaled. In the end, I suffered a miserable defeat. It was because of this miserable defeat that I was stripped of the title of God of War and developed a demon in my heart. Chapter 583 Fighting Poison with Poison. The God of War is not only a title, but also represents a cutting-edge technology direction. For example, Shanshan. He was called the Gear God of War at the time, and he even comprehended the construct by his own strength. The main reason is that he has a new gear engine system installed in his body, which is 500% more efficient than ordinary human engines on the market. Similarly, Xiao Yu's Omen machine number represents another biological research direction. Biovirus culture dish with strong colonization system. Through the life system of the strong breeding armor, the dangerous virus is actively cultivated and evolved, and at the same time, it also uses the virus to reversely mature the strong breeding armor. The strong breeding armor itself is a kind of parasite of the human body. The virus is also a kind of parasite. And now, on the parasite, another parasite is installed. It has to be said that this is a whimsical operation. Old Dan, what effect can biological virus weapons have on you? After all, you have become a robot. The black python said with curiosity. It's hard to describe. When I was fighting him, I just felt that the air was full of mosquitoes that were hard to see with the naked eye. These mosquitoes gathered into a variety of indescribable illusions, whispering in my ears, screaming. I felt my mechanical arm melting, and my energy gun was full of human centipedes. Danshan's eyes were bleeding again, his face was ferocious. Gao Gong quickly held him down, and signaled him to calm down first. No need to say more. Gao Gong paused, and said firmly, this is not a psychological problem, it is definitely a virus problem. The virus in your body at the beginning has not been completely eliminated until now. Just like mental illness is not a psychological problem, but a disease of the nervous system. Based on the other party's current performance, Gao Gong was sure that this was definitely not the so-called heart demon, but a serious biological virus infection. Most importantly, Gao Gong smelled a familiar breath from it. But boss, what other parts of the body can be infected? Black Python, this idiot, was quite persistent about this question. Gao Gong rolled his eyes. Does the soul count? Spirit? Soul? Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, I'll take you to see it. The next moment, in the astonished eyes of the three people, Gao Gong sprayed a large amount of codes and numbers all over his body, directly covering the entire battle center. And the number was so large that it drowned the three people present. Boss, help me. I can't swim. The feeling of diving suddenly began. He kept sinking and sinking. After the feeling of suffocation disappeared, the black python suddenly sat up and looked around. Only then did he realize that he was in a black starry sky. The black stars, which were the size of fists, emitted a faint light and were spinning around him. At this time, Engineer Gao and Professor Han came over. Wow, boss, you look more tender than my daughter. Old man, weren't you in a wheelchair just now? How come you can walk now? The rich woman's love prototype ignored the startled black python, but looked at Professor Han next to him and explained, I created a virtual space and pulled all three of you in. For this data node, I used the neural system of a single god. I modified it into source code and embedded it in this space. To put it simply, you can understand that this is the spiritual world of a single god. Professor Han was also surprised. Your current methods are becoming more and more incredible. You can directly pull people from the material world to the virtual level. It's really powerful. Then he asked in confusion, but, people? Is there really a spiritual world? Yes. Gao Gong nodded. The so-called spiritual world is not a specific thought, but a kind of artificial vision created by the information flow in the transmission process of the nervous system, which interferes with some brain organs, affects vision and hearing. And this vision is often related to people's thoughts and feelings. This has caused some people to really believe that there are souls, mirrors, and spiritual monsters. Then, boss, why is Lao Du's spiritual world a black starry sky? This star is a bit disgusting. The black python approached a star, and the surface of this star suddenly grew countless mouths, biting him under the effect of rotation, which scared him and punched him, hammering the star into black smoke. On the black python's fist, a layer of black mucus was smeared. Gao Gong had some guesses in his mind. Let's go. Let's look forward. The further they went, the more disgusting the stars looked. Some of them squeezed out eyeballs with pustules, and some simply flowed down, turning into a liquid similar to gutter oil. Are these his neural circuits? Professor Han asked. No. The spiritual world is derived from the nervous system, but it has nothing to do with the specific structure of the human body. It can be understood as a metaphysical idea. Strange. The black python muttered behind him, rubbing his palm hard on his clothes, but found that he couldn't wipe it clean. The black oil stains spread upwards. I don't know why. In the heart of the black python, a kind of irritability suddenly arose that wanted to tear people apart. Going deep into the soul, the black stars were no longer just individuals, but were interconnected, forming indescribable shapes. In addition, various whispers also rang in Gao Gong's ears, and transparent tadpoles began to squeeze out of his skin. Professor Han next to him was in a more serious condition. Large and small black bulges squeezed out from under his skin. It seemed that black stars were about to crawl out of it. The biological virus mentioned by Shan Qin? Professor Han said calmly. It should be. Then this single god is very powerful. He hasn't gone crazy yet. I've heard that one of the conditions for becoming a martial god is to completely suppress cyberpsychosis. His strong mental resistance has allowed him to remain conscious until now. But without us, I don't think he can hold on for much longer. Hee hee. Hee hee. A strange and crazy laugh suddenly came from behind the two of them. The prototype of the rich woman turned around and found that since some time ago, the black python's already strong body had grown a circle, and its hands and feet had disappeared, replaced by 4 giant snakes that looked like dragons and pythons. The snake's head was marked with a cross hook, like 2 fish hooks hooked together, one hooking humanity and the other hooking divinity. Turing? The logo looked familiar to the prototype of the rich woman's love, and he frowned and said, So, you are doing a large-scale blood sacrifice in the other side of freedom, and there is a shadow of Turing behind it. Boss, what you said is really hurtful. I am the black python, not the black dragon. Black python laughed. Don't be funny. Black python. This idiot will become like you? Black python, no. Black dragon kept stretching his body, pulling himself into the air, his eyes flashing black light. The terrible biomagnetic field wrapped the 4 snakes with a thick layer of phantom, which allowed them to even switch back and forth between virtual and reality. This kind of delicate operation, how can the black python, who can't eat fine bran like a wild boar, do it? Turing Church, that bunch of idiots, what Ark of Tomorrow, what paving the way for the world, I don't care what they do, as long as it can improve my strength, let me become the true king of the free world, don't even mention blood sacrifice, I can even destroy the world. The black dragon laughed loudly, the terrifying biological aura turned into a black wave, one wave higher than the other. Gao Gong actually saw the antitidal evolution of the beast tied from it. In addition to the limbs, the torso of the black dragon was also shaking, and it turned into a huge black dragon, with eyes like copper bells, claws like sharp knives, and a large amount of biological energy light in the gaps of each scale. Hee hee. The secondary carbon-based fusion can actually artificially create S-level blood. It's amazing. The senior engineer narrowed his eyes and smiled more dangerously. The black dragon noticed that not only did he restore his original form, but even his boss also changed from the previous peerless boy to the real appearance, standing in the black night sky, and seemed out of place. The opponent flipped his palm, and a civilized stick with complex patterns appeared. The next moment, A dazzling white light lit up, and the white light swept across, splitting the entire night sky in two. The stars shattered, and the darkness was shattered. The code was being rewritten, and the underlying logic was being reconstructed. It seemed that the whole world was reopened under this stick. In the eyes of disbelief, the black dragon was directly hit by this stick and exploded. This move, the world was created, and the user space was restarted. Idiot. As an artificial virtual world created by a biological computer. Don't you know that I have the ability to restart with one click? You should go back and ask your programmer wife. The next moment, Engineer Gao, Professor Han, and the Black Python appeared in the center of the battle again. Black Python twisted his neck and said to himself, "It's strange. Why do I suddenly feel so tired? But it feels good? Like a massage. Boss, are we back to reality?" "No," Senior Engineer said. Black Python looked around and found that the ground, which was originally bumpy due to the aftermath of the battle, was now intact. Even the fallen Shanshan stood up, without a single wound on his body, and stared blankly in one direction. The Black Python followed the other party's gaze and saw black, sticky, and countless small particles that kept wriggling and changing, staying in his sight. The Black Python only looked at it for a few times, and couldn't help nausea and vomited, and quickly looked away. "So that's it." Professor Han and Engineer Gao looked at each other and murmured. The other party simulated the monster through a biological virus. Only the chaotic information of the memory matrix can make a martial god fall to this point. Fortunately, the other party only simulated the most superficial level through a biological virus. Otherwise, even a martial god would collapse in consciousness in an instant. "So how should we solve it now?" Professor Han asked. "Easy to handle." In the hands of the senior engineer, there was suddenly a little more white light. Name, high-level information fog fragment. Category, information carrier. Quality, danger level, planetary level. Weight, 0 remarks. Materials involved in ascension are extremely dangerous. It is possible that what you have in your hands is the information of a civilization that failed to ascend. Just fight poison with poison. Chapter 584 Artificial Will. Shanshan woke up from his coma, and found himself lying in the repair chamber again, with the flesh and blood ceiling of the mother nest above his head. Ah, I failed as expected. Neural Editing Group was not the first company he joined. In order to solve his mental problems, which were more serious than cyberpsychosis, he had joined several similar companies. Memory deletion, neural modification, consciousness code repair, he did everything he could. However, none of the results were good. Even if it was a third-level civilization building nest, it was difficult to repair one's soul. In this case, I'm afraid. Shanshan sat up suddenly, his expression was surprised and happy, even with a little doubt. How did the monster that tortured him day and night suddenly disappear? He recalled carefully, his memory was quite vague, he only remembered that after being attacked by the construct, he saw a ball of light. There seemed to be the voice of the new boss in his ears. It was his boss, who helped him solve the problem. Shanshan quickly climbed out of the repair warehouse, put on a simple set of clothes, and rushed out of the mother nest. There were Dugao Group employees moving goods everywhere. After asking around, he confirmed that the boss was in the office. As soon as he rushed to the door, he heard a sound that made his scalp tingle. Hee, little Black Python, quickly let me. The boss. Touch your big chest muscles. No, boss, I'm a family man. Your wife won't mind. But I do mind. Gao Gong's vicious voice sounded. Sir, you don't want your daughter to be sick and have no medicine to treat it. Do you? Well, boss. Please be gentle. The aggrieved voice of the Black Python sounded like a classic widow character with a grievance and disgust, and a bit of immoral stimulation in the disgust. Shanshan suddenly realized that some secrets do not need to be known immediately. Unfortunately, the artificial intelligence had already discovered him, and took the initiative to open the door. As a result, in addition to the boss and the Black Python, there were Du Xiaohe and Professor Han in the office. Among them, Du Xiaohe's eyes were shining. Professor Han was immersed in the newly acquired knowledge and materials, and could not extricate himself. Shanshan walked in silently, and found that on Gao Gong's skin, the phantom of a black dragon was slowly moving, and every time it moved around, his biomagnetic field condensed to circle. Isn't this the Black Python's move? How could the boss do that? And on the system panel that Shanshan couldn't see, Gao Gong's G-System 3.0 version The new feature cell memory chip is firing on all cylinders. Black Dragon's exclusive skill secondary carbon fusion is being simulated. 43%, 44%, 45%, 46%. Generally speaking, using the cell memory chip to simulate skills wouldn't be so slow, but this is an exclusive skill. Gao Gong's last exclusive skill still was Emperor's Might. Although the scene was not as exciting as Shan Shan thought. The two strong men were shirtless, which was indeed a bit eye-catching. Gao Gong greeted calmly, "Hey, you woke up." Shan Shan looked at the time and found that he had only been unconscious for less than an hour. He thought he would sleep for several days and nights. "Boss, did you save me?" "Of course. I used a little trick," Gao Gong said calmly. In fact, it was not a little trick. In order to solve the pseudo-memory matrix biological virus on the other party, Gao Gong used up the remaining high-level information fog. But being a boss, what you need is face. And Shan Shan obviously knew that. This so-called little trick must have used something very precious, otherwise how could he solve his own problem? He said gratefully, "Boss, I will sell my life to you in the future." It's not that exaggerated. Our Du Gao group has not been a gang for many years. Street slashing is nothing compared to driving a mecha and dropping bombs. Gao Gong waved his hand and said, "In the future, you and He Mang will be the chief hunter instructors of our Du Gao technology. One will be responsible for training mechanical hunters, and the other will be responsible for training biological hunters. The simulation of the Black Dragon's exclusive skill secondary carbon fusion is completed. Do you want to optimize it?" Optimization. The large model of human body data is being generated. Skill matching is in progress. 1%, 2%. Not all skills can be used after simulation. For example, Dewey requires the blood of the Black Prince. As for the secondary carbon-based fusion, it is obvious that there are a lot of prerequisites. And you may even have to work for Turing. However, as long as you use the human data model to optimize it, you can not only improve the skill attributes, but also reduce the conditions for using the skills. G system. It is awesome. Black Python put on his clothes with grievance. And senior engineer looked at Shan Shan with unsatisfied eyes. I discussed the physical body with Lao He. And we will discuss the mechanical body some other day. Didn't you notice? Your gears are very sexy. Shan Shan's mouth twitched fiercely. And he immediately felt like he was in a Tiankin. Okay. Now I'll give you a task. You are responsible for the security here. You have to ensure that there are no safety issues before we vacate this place. As you know, during the corporate war, many people like to use business spies and mercenaries to sabotage. Black Python and Shan Shan looked stern and nodded in agreement. Okay. Then old Han. Little Dudu. Let's go too. Engineer Gao hugged the little Lolita with one hand and grabbed Professor Han with the other. The next moment, a purple light flashed and the two disappeared. Only two strong men were left looking at each other. After a long time, Shan Shan couldn't help looking at the Black Python. Is it cool? The cyber age is also the era of super enterprises. Monopoly is no longer a problem. The problem is not monopoly. Every corporate war is a great opportunity for enterprises to break through the ceiling and change the world. However, to be realistic, not all enterprises will participate in corporate wars. Especially for some super enterprises. The corporate zone where they are located is the safe zone of the global battlefield. The reason is simple. No matter which company wins the corporate war, it will need the cooperation of these super companies to complete the electronic brain plan. For example, the 6 major bionic groups, as the largest number of new humans on the planet, coupled with their special birth method, whether it is biological brain machine or mechanical brain machine, or other different connection methods, it actually has no effect on them. After all, they are bionic people. So how to imitate is not imitating. It is nothing more than adding a new functional module. So, the largest artificial species on the planet did not end up, but was quietly eating melons. They would help whoever won, and the winner had to cooperate with them. When Gao Gong appeared again, he was in front of a pure white building. The building was very tall, deep in the clouds, and the entire environment was obviously simulated by artificial environment. The sky was clear, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. In the floating clouds, there was a group of geese flying south. Artificial Will, a giant famous for manufacturing bionic chips. It is also the third bionic enterprise giant that Sister Rose has forcibly acquired after electronic grid and pure white shell. Radical leverage operation. Free market barbarian. Crazy merger queen. Professor Han obviously did some homework. She is engaged in insider trading crazily under the nose of the mother city. Among the 6 major departments: Memory Supervision Department, Humanity Experiment Department, Electronic Network Department, Machine Consciousness Department, and Ghost in the Shell Department. This Ms. Rose is on the blacklist of 5 departments. So far, I don't know how many eyes are staring at her, wanting to see her fall. And this person has already topped the underground bounty list. The bounty is so high that an ordinary person can live a life of a cloud noble for the rest of his life. Engineer Gao looked at Professor Han strangely. Professor, how did you investigate so carefully? It's not me who investigated carefully. It's President Du who investigated carefully. Professor Han said calmly, by the way, our Dugao group paid one of the underground bounty amounts. Engineer Gao was silent for a while, and then said, why don't I know about this? You don't care about it. It's normal that you don't know. This sentence makes so much sense. I was speechless. Director Du, you have thick eyebrows and big eyes, and you actually hire someone to kill someone. Our Dugao group is a legal arms group, a mercenary organization, and it is our mission to help enterprises develop better. We cannot do anything illegal. Director Du and Sister Rose, probably they are born to be enemies, and they will never get along even after death. One is diligent in industry, selling arms, building infrastructure. The other is walking on the edge of the law and finance, taking the route of a capital tycoon. One is a rich woman in industry, and the other is a rich woman in finance, so it is probably natural that they don't like each other. Fortunately, Sister Rose is generous and never hires people to kill. As a former member of the #1 assassin organization, she usually takes care of things herself. Thinking of this, Engineer Gao couldn't help but wipe his sweat. His great cause of hanging out with a rich woman suddenly encountered an unprecedented crisis. Uncle Gao, why are your legs weak? My heart is weak. So are my legs. Engineer Gao pushed the wheelchair and walked into the Hall of Artificial Will with the little girl. Unexpectedly, he didn't see a single living bionic person. But there was no one to stop them either. Engineer Gao touched his chin. It felt a little bad. Enterprises in the cyber age are not enterprises in the civilized age. They are more monstrous than the others. Consecutive mergers of 3 companies, absorbing the will of the 3 companies. Can Sister Rose handle it? Uncle Gao, there is a person at the opposite staircase. Engineer Gao looked up and found that the staircase was empty. Not a single person was there. Little Dudu, are you sure you saw anyone? Engineer Gao squatted down and asked. Yes, I saw it. Du Xiaohe nodded his head with certainty. Besides, Mom shut down my lying system. I can't lie to anyone now. Uncle will help you solve it later. Gao Dong touched the other's head, stood up, looked around. Old Han, what about you? Did you see anything? Professor Han tilted his head, and the computer crashed. Chapter 585 Bionics of Bionics. Professor Han always fails at the critical moment. Now the question is it my vision that is wrong, or Du Xiaohe's vision that is wrong? Or is there something that the bionic man can see, but normal people can't see? Xiaodu, what did you see just now? Can you tell me? Du Xiaohe poked his chin with his little finger, thought for a while, and said, it seems to be a woman, but her figure is better than my mother's, and her aura is very scary. Sister Rose? Gao Gong frowned, didn't figure it out. He had already notified Sister Rose before, and received her reply, so he brought the old and the young here for treatment. Only Sister Rose can cure the disease of the bionic man. And now, Sister Rose has lost contact, which is a bit of a headache. It's okay, let's go around and take a look. The entire artificial will headquarters is empty, not to mention human figures, not even a ghost, but on some floors, some chip production machines can be seen, some of which have better performance than the second civilization universal chip production machine given by the system. And every time you go up a floor, every time you turn a staircase, Du Xiaohe will shout, Uncle Gao, that sister appears again. She's here again. How strange. Does she like us? Gao Gong frowned more and more. She was sure that something was wrong with Sister Rose. But this question seemed a little strange. Because it didn't feel like something was wrong. And there was no sign of being attacked inside the artificial will. Gao Gong closed his eyes. And the next moment, the sky became dark. And heavy rain poured down. Between lightning and thunder, electromagnetic particles were floating in the air. However, after only 3 seconds, the dark clouds disappeared, and the sky became clear again. Gao Gong had just used the small wither weapon Mjolnir. However, before the skill was finished, it was temporarily interrupted by a mysterious force. This shows one thing, that the defense system of the artificial will has always been turned on. And it simply did not stop itself. And the reason is most likely Sister Rose. So, Sister Rose is not absent. But for some reason, she is trapped? Gao Gong took a step forward, and his height suddenly soared nearly 2 meters, entering the snake mode. On the perfect body, there are complex patterns. And on each pattern, there are traces of a radioactive beast. When I learn the secondary carbon base, what will the snake mode become? The so-called snake mode is actually the fusion of the complete body plus carbon base. And the secondary carbon base fusion will inevitably evolve into this mode. Wait for me, the senior engineer told Du Xiaohe, and then walked into the purple string space without looking back. Countless thin lines spread into the endless void. One after another purple diamond mirrors were inlaid in the air. The pictures in the mirrors were some of the rooms opposite. Some of them were hundreds of miles away. And some were even in the other hemisphere. The more he studied, the more he found that number 5's ability was related to the planet's magnetic field. But it was not just the magnetic field. It seemed to be mixed with other dimensional forces. However, this time, Gao Gong was not here to study this. The collapsed body has a characteristic called hollow perception. Hollow perception means that when the distance is within 100 kilometers, you can sense the surrounding collapsed body. And now, Gao Gong will use this collapsed perception to search for Sister Rose. As the perception was activated, Gao Gong's fingers began to pluck the space lines like a string of a guitar. Soon, at the end of each thread, mirrors appeared. Why are there so many? Gao Gong was stunned. She only had one Sister Rose. But the collapsed perception gave her dozens of perception directions. When these images became clear, Gao Gong felt like her eyes were about to fall out. So many Sisters Rose. In each mirror reflection, there were dozens or even hundreds of black roses, red-haired and golden-eyed, elegant queens, sitting or standing, with wooden expressions. Engineer Gao pulled one of the space lines, and in an instant he appeared in the space where the mirror was. It was a closed space, and he could faintly hear the sound of factory machines running outside. Engineer Gao looked at the Rose sisters one by one, and thought that Rose sisters were much more moral than himself. With her personality, she would not produce an inflatable doll of the same model as himself. With a grab of his palm, blood and flesh gushed out, covering one of the black roses, and growing countless buds, drilling into the eyes, ears, mouth and nose. After a while, the blood and flesh blanket was retracted, and covered another black rose. After 3 or 4 times, Engineer Gao finally stopped and said to himself, "The breath of life is extremely weak, but the metabolism of the bionic body is very strong. In this body, I did not feel Sister Rose's will, but instead felt a slight change in collective consciousness. So, Sister Rose created thousands of clones, and used the artificial metabolism in these bionic bodies to suppress the corporate will of the 3 super companies?" Engineer Gao's mouth twitched. This is evil. Every species has its own ethics. The most important rule in the ethics of bionic people is that bionic people, when they are alive, are never allowed to bionic themselves. The model can be the same, but the number must be different. This rule is written into the Bionic Man Act. Once violated, the death penalty must be executed. However, there is no doubt that Black Rose stepped on it, and then stepped over it. Then the question is, since there are so many Rose sisters, why would the real Rose sister disappear? Gao Gong said to himself, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Finally, he made up his mind. From the system inventory, he took out a thing that looked like a large refrigerator. Taboo Technology Infinite Bionic Machine. A perverted machine that can bionic itself without limit. Gao Gong had not planned to take it out at first, as he felt that if he gave this machine to Sister Rose, things would become very dangerous. But now, since Sister Rose has already done so, then, one more or one less, it doesn't make any difference. After all, he has been possessed by the devil. How bad can he be? Engineer Gao stuffed a black rose into the bionic machine, turned on the switch, a buzz sound rang out. A moment later, the door of the bionic machine opened, and 2 black roses came out. Engineer Gao used his tentacles to sense it again, and sure enough, Sister Rose's metabolism was a little faster. As long as there are enough black roses, then, the 11th collapsed body, the metabolism queen, is invincible. Bionics, and more bionics. More than 300 black roses were bionicized, the whole room was almost full, the raw materials in the bionic machine were used up, and the black roses that were finally copied had a more domineering look in his eyes, turned his head, looked at Engineer Gao, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You are here." As soon as the words fell, all the Black Rose bionic people looked at Engineer Gao at the same time. Engineer Gao swallowed his saliva subconsciously. "I feel my kidneys are going to get cold." Chapter 586 Prometheus Epimetheus. Black Rose is as beautiful as ever, with long hair that looks like burning and covers her eyes, and her emerald eyes are like a clear spring, but when she looks up, she is like a storm, especially after absorbing the authority of the Queen of Metabolism. Every move makes people so excited that they smoke, which is the result of the chemical hormones in the body being accelerated 100 times. In addition, when the infinite bionic machine replicates the body, it will come with a silver-white close-fitting bionic suit, which undoubtedly sets off Sister Rose's hot body. At some point, Gao Gong's mouth was blocked by a soft bionic lip. And after a long time, it was released. When I felt someone of my kind entering again, I had a hunch that it was you. I am very familiar with the chemical substances in your body. After not seeing you for a long time, they are much stronger. Black Rose said with a smile. What kind of lewd words are these? Gao Gong thought about it and changed the subject. So, it was someone who is also a Honkai body who did it. Well, number 10 nanobionics. Number 12 reverse bionics. Of course, there is another breath of Honkai body. But she didn't make a move. And my perception is very vague. I can only vaguely feel that her ability is at the virtual level. Every Honkai body host has the ability of Honkai perception. But the focus is different. For example, Gao Gong's perception is biased towards spatial positioning, while the perception of the Metabolism Queen focuses on ability attributes. Gao Gong's face became serious. Bionic Man A, and another host controlled by Bionic Man A. According to Sister Rose, they have the ability of reverse bionics. Bionic Man A and Sister Rose. Are you fighting? Bionic Man A's nano-control is a bug among bugs. If he fights alone, he is basically invincible. But from the current point of view, Sister Rose doesn't seem to be hurt. He tried to recruit me. And after failing, the two sides fought. As if sensing Gao Gong's thoughts, Black Rose smiled and touched the face of the handsome boy in front of her, explaining, the abilities of the collapsed body are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. My ability starts from the physical body and transcends the physical body, which is just right to restrain him. Seeing that Gao Gong didn't understand what she heard, Black Rose patiently explained, I absorbed the corporate will of the 3 super companies and spread the ability of the collapsed body to hundreds of thousands of employees. Unless the other party kills so many people directly, he can't really kill me. But if he really does it, the electronic grid, the pure white shell, and the artificial will passively counterattack. Civilization-level weapons. And there are many in the 3 super companies. He may not be as easy as you. Gao Gong understood. Although Bionic Man A also has the ability to destroy weapons of level 3 civilization, he is not like me, who can teleport away at any time and anywhere. As long as he is delayed, the advanced weapons in the bionic world will be used together, and he may be able to be stopped. Moreover, he is the leader of the resistance army. If the source enterprise of Bionic Man is destroyed, no one will sympathize with him, let alone agree with his ideas. In the bionic worldview, a super enterprise is a family enterprise. After all bionic people are produced on the assembly line and naturally have the imprint of the enterprise. If Sister Rose goes crazy, it will not affect hundreds of thousands of people, but millions, tens of millions of bionic people. As long as Bionic A is not extremely stupid, he will not do this. After all, it is rumored that the financial backers of the Bionic Resistance Army are the 6 major bionic enterprise giants. Then Sister Rose, what is your current state? The other party gave up when they saw that they could not do anything to me, and let another bionic ancestor take action. His ability has a certain restraint on me. They trapped me temporarily and left. Presumably, they don't want me to participate in the competition for number 13. Gao Gong understood that the other party did this, and it was probably for this reason. Not Senior Engineer could not help asking, the ancestor of the Bionic Man? His name is Prometheus, one of the first 3 bionic men born, and the only bionic man who has maintained self-awareness. Sister Rose looked at her palm and continued, she is not a simple puppet. She should have made a deal with Bionic Man A. using the ability of nano-control to copy her body back then, and in return, she will be on the same front with A. And her ability is also very interesting. She can completely bionic a nemesis based on other people's abilities, bodies, skills. The reason for the current situation is that she created 3 bionic bodies for the 3 corporate wills, forcing me to devote most of my energy to suppress the corporate wills, otherwise. As soon as I leave here, the 3 collective wills will directly kick me out. Open your space. I'll take you to see it. Gao Gong nodded. And the next moment, purple light covered the world. Countless thin lines intertwined. And each space string was filled with a mysterious dimensional power. In the entire space, besides Gao Gong, there was also Black Rose. At this time, Black Rose's state was very strange. Her whole body was made of transparent smoke. And on these smoke, Gao Gong saw the structures of countless chemical elements. Steroid hormones, fat hormones, amino acid-derived hormones, peptide hormones, which were countless small cubes at one moment and various double helix structures at another. Moreover, Engineer Gao also discovered that Sister Rose could move freely in the purple string space, without even the vibration of the space string. Don't be surprised. I can't copy your ability. And the main reason why I can move freely in this space is that more than 90% of the bionic people have fixed human structures and fixed artificial chemicals. So I can temporarily borrow the bodies of most low-level and intermediate bionic people on this planet to create the illusion of teleportation. Black Rose walked to a place and said, "Open this space node. Let's go in together." Engineer Gao nodded. And the next moment, a purple diamond mirror appeared, and the two entered it. Gao Gong once again came to the pheromone network. But compared with the pheromone network he had seen before in the Iron Sand Desert, it was undoubtedly more than 100 times stronger. It was like a sea of data in cyberspace, but this time, the substances that made up the seawater were no longer code numbers, but various human chemical substances. Huge waves rolled, and from time to time a wave crashed down. The concentration of chemical hormones formed by these waves was enough to rival any form of biological virus. Fortunately, just before coming in, Gao Gong's body had been covered with a layer of mist by Black Rose, so he would not be affected. Seeing the huge waves crashing down, Black Rose sneered, and the ability of Metabolism Queen was activated. In a few breaths, the sea changed dramatically. The sea mist disappeared. The island sank. The marine life dried up into bones. The cracks in the earth were repaired. And the smoke rose. The dried-up bionic corpses lay in the desert, like skin and bones, without a trace of life in their bodies, and naturally no chemical reaction. These chemical hormones were eaten by the Black Rose. When a person dies, chemical elements will not disappear, but chemical reactions will indeed be reduced by 99%. Engineer Gao now finally knows where those missing employees of the giant company went. The two walked forward, and after a while, they saw 3 sister roses standing on 3 sand dunes. The 3 Black Roses have different styles. One has a semi-virtualized body with moving electronic signals on it. One has skin that is turned into a porcelain doll, which makes her look a few years younger. The last one, her eyes were black, without eyeballs, but if you look closely, it seems to be filled with the wisdom of the universe. Facing the arrival of Sister Rose, the 3 had different expressions. The semi-virtualized Black Rose immediately scolded, "What you are doing now? Are you worthy of the power given to you by the electronic grid? If the company is attacked by a large-scale hacker, without employees, what can we use to defend it?" The other porcelain Black Rose was even more straightforward, and her figure instantly appeared in front of the two, and her 2 long legs crossed and chopped down like 2 large scissors. Gao Gong frowned, but his palm was gently pinched. The next moment, Gao Gong's brows relaxed, and he let the missile-like kick sweep his body. However, it only stirred up a mist. After a moment, the mist condensed again and turned into 2 human figures. Huh? Gao Gong opened the panel, and there was an additional element mode in the status bar. This element is not the same as that element. It is not the element of the magician, but the chemical element of the human body. Element mode. In this mode, the human body enters the information state, and physical attacks are invalid. The Queen of Metabolism can directly transform information life? What an amazing ability. The last one, Blind Sister Rose, spoke and said calmly, "Epimetheus, close Pandora's box. This is your only contribution to the world of bionics." Black Rose said lightly, "Hand over your flesh, otherwise, this is just the beginning. Hundreds of thousands of bionic lives, you don't care, What about millions, tens of millions? Are you crazy? The semi-virtualized Black Rose said angrily. Then it depends on whether you care about the fate of the bionics as you said. Grid, body, will. There is no doubt that these three Black Roses are the corporate wills of the three bionic companies. And the ability of reverse bionics seems to have created a suitable body for the three corporate wills, allowing them to temporarily get rid of Sister Rose's control, and even take the initiative to resist Sister Rose. How about this? We can give up our bodies. But as a price, you need to give up the executive power of our three companies. But you can still retain the largest equity of our three companies. Blind Black Rose said sincerely. I can see that your future is not in the world of bionics. You have a broader future. The ability of Epimetheus is limited. Prometheus let you see this. You don't have to. Keep entangled with us. Chapter 587 Bionic Divinity. Black Rose did not refute the words of the artificial will, but nodded. You are right. At first, I thought that in order to obtain the complete ability of Epimetheus, I had to control all the bionic giants, obtain the bodies of all the bionic ancestors, and complete 100% bionic transformation. But after absorbing most of the original bodies, I realized that at least 50% of the original bodies were developed with the development of bionic technology, 8-level chip bionic crystal chip, 9-level prosthesis porcelain white gloves, 10th level artificial nervous system body commander. According to the research progress of each company, it will take at least 10 years to complete the development of subsequent bionic technology, so that I can completely obtain the ability of Epimetheus. So I have no conflicts with the androids. Continuously expanding the android race and evolving the android enterprise will be of great benefit to me. The three Sister Rose looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It's best if you think this way. We are not going to be your enemy. It's because of the special nature of the android race that it is destined not to be controlled by a single type of android. This will cut off the creative power of society. Will said, words are not enough. We will only believe you if you give up the power of CEO now, said Shell, and then added, but even if you give up the position of CEO, you will still be the honorary director of our pure white shell, and we will share the most advanced technology of androids with you. Androids should not kill each other, especially before the great opportunity of the electronic brain project. The fate of androids is destined to take off again, with the opportunity of the fusion of virtual and reality. Grid's tone was vague, as if he wasn't talking to anyone. Black Rose looked around, then looked at Engineer Gao, and smiled softly. I can give up my power. But before giving up the power of CEO, I will use the power of Executive Officer for the last time. I hope you three can perform a divine descent on him. God's descent? This is the first time that Engineer Gao has heard of this term. It seems to be some kind of benefit? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the three Sister Roses changed. Shell blurted out, nonsense. God's descent is the biggest secret of our clan. It has never been used on outsiders, especially a native. I am also half a native. Black Rose said calmly. You are different. You have inherited the most ancient authority of our clan. The electronic signals on the grid moved regularly, like some kind of chemical reaction. Perhaps you can choose some other benefits. For example, some cutting-edge technologies at the core of the enterprise. Even the top bionic prosthesis. Will said, if you just want these things, why don't I do it myself? Black Rose asked back. 3 groups. All the accounts are in my hands. There is nothing I can't get. Do you think I'm short of that little money? Rich woman. Hungry. Food. The 3 enterprise wills saw that Black Rose was determined, and exchanged glances for a moment. Finally, it was the will who spoke, and her hollow eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. We need guarantees. What guarantees? Black Rose sneered. Hasn't my physical body in reality been sealed by you? Isn't that enough? Besides, you should also be able to see that this little guy is also an existence of the same nature as the 3 great bionic ancestors. Didn't Prometheus tell you that the newest one is about to be born? And neither I nor he has time to waste here. And if you ruin our good thing, then we really don't mind wasting time with you. Gao Gong, as a man who often communicates with the rich woman Rose, knows what posture the other party intends to use as soon as he sees the other party's expression, and cooperates very tacitly. He immediately mocked. Prometheus and A are both the ancestors in the eyes of you bionic people. You probably know what they are going to do. You are bargaining like this now. Are you unwilling to be the god, or do you want to buy time for your ancestors? Stupid native monkey, it's not your turn to interrupt here. Shell showed a disgusting expression. Interrupt. Do you think this good thing is my turn? You don't understand the preferences of rich women. Gao Gong couldn't help rolling his eyes, and was too lazy to answer. Grid said. Prometheus is Prometheus. It is not the 12 ancestors of the past. Similarly, Bionic Man A has no right to decide the future of the bionic people. We do not support his revolution. She glanced at the Black Rose. The meaning was unclear. We only care about ourselves. We are always neutral about your affairs. The Will glanced at the two and chuckled. We think that we should give each other some trust. So we agreed to the gods to send. Take him to the Bionic Temple. Ms. Rose. You know where it is. The three corporate Wills looked at each other, and disappeared at the same time. Similarly, the desert, the ocean, and the illusion of the corpse also disappeared. The two returned to the purple string space again. The space coordinates just now seemed to be just an illusion. The senior engineer of the purple string space thought about it for a while, and said uncertainly, Sister Rose? The place where we were just now seemed to be in a huge body? Black Rose nodded and said, that is the most precious and mysterious third-level civilization building in the bionic group. It is called the dry body. It can simulate the parameter changes of all human body systems. Basically, all new models of bionic people must be sent into it for the final inspection. It is precisely because of it that bionic people can be called a kind of life, rather than a large toy that may crash, data collapse, and emotions lose control at any time. And my first body was sealed in it. Senior engineer understood. The ability of the Hormone Queen is very terrifying. As long as Sister Rose wants, any bionic body can become her own body. Just like her own ability, she is almost impossible to be trapped. Only this special type of third-level civilization building can make Sister Rose helpless. He thought for a moment and asked another question. Sister Rose, what is God's descent? Unlike humans, the human body parameters of all models of bionic people are stored in the back-end server. The more bionic people of this model, the more complex their human body parameters will be. Under the artificial calculation of big data, they will be closer to a 100% bionic state, and the parameters in this state are called perfect parameters. This perfect parameter is the core secret of the Enterprise, which is only in the hands of the Enterprise will. Even I can't get it, Black Rose said calmly, and if this perfect parameter is injected into the body of the bionic person and allowed to fine-tune the human body, it will greatly stimulate the potential of the bionic person. And the bionic people who have achieved great success in all walks of life will receive the God's descent. This is also one of the means used by the bionic giants to win people's hearts. If you have completed the God's descent, then, even if it is a super bionic prosthesis that is only suitable for bionic bloodlines, you can implant and use it. And, most importantly, after completing the God's descent, you have a certain probability of obtaining the bionic divinity. Divinity? And in the dry body, 3 huge wills are also communicating. Let's give a native monkey a divine descent. Did that bitch guess something? Impossible. If she really guessed something, she wouldn't choose a native monkey to get this benefit. This short-sighted behavior is worthy of being an inferior species. Humph. Don't think we don't know. The huge amount of money she used to merge our bloodline was completely borrowed from the Cloud Nobles, mixed with those planetary parasites and vampires. I think she will be sucked into a mummy sooner or later. The Cloud Nobles are famous for their big scale. Hee hee. This woman will definitely not have a good end. But we can't do nothing. Install a little thing on that monkey to prevent that bitch from going back on her word. That's right. That's it. No one can taint the purity of our bionic bloodline. Chapter 588 Personality Bionics. The Temple of the Bionic Man, there is no god, nor is it a temple-type building. It is a very simple transformation workshop. A mechanical arm with thick nerves exposed, a human jaw polished by a hand grinder, and a regularly shaped human skeleton. There is also an Imperial armored engine similar to a mecha, installed under an old transformation platform, as an engine. This is the place where the legend says that the first 3 bionic men were born, located on the edge of the Imperial ruling area, on an asteroid where criminals were exiled. We restored its appearance. Black Rose led the senior engineer forward, and soon saw 3 old bionic men, clamped by a fixed frame. It is called a bionic man, but it is more like a robot, except that most of the human organs are copied, and it is full of liquid cannulas. This wall-mounted operating table is really old-fashioned. It can't be found now. The senior engineer seemed to see a large roast duck oven. That was a time when even the surgical arm had not been invented. The early bionic man was a forbidden machine that was forbidden to be produced by the Empire. For this reason, some researchers had to abandon their homes and careers to escape the search of the Imperial Guards. And some even sacrificed their lives. The voice of Will sounded. But the fate of bionic people will never stop here. Therefore, the first 3 bionic people were born. They represent the hope of our race, and represent that the technical route of machines simulating all human perceptions is correct. Human beings are just the product of a certain stage in the development of intelligent species. In the future, the artificial evolution world composed of bionic people is coming. In that case, even if there was no World War II, the bionic revolution seems to be an inevitable thing. Senior Engineer pondered, looking at the 3 original bionic people, and suddenly showed a strange smile. So, the real ancestor of bionics is not these 3 bionic machines, but the human scientists who made these machines. Right? Sister Rose's sarcastic laughter rang in Gao Gong's ears. We respect the sages of mankind, but their cognition is limited. Transforming humans into bionics cannot prevent the decline of this race. Hee. Black Rose did not refute. Carbon-based transformation into machinery. Taking the path of bionic evolution is indeed a way, but it is by no means a bright road. One of the major reasons is that the bionic society is very likely to be targeted by the cosmic information monsters. The almost identical brain waves, the almost identical artificial chemicals, and the various similar information flows are like a light in the dark night for those information monsters. They are so cool, so conspicuous, and so suicidal. Therefore, unless it is a servant civilization of an advanced civilization, with someone above it, it is rare for it to develop, especially when the bionic civilization ascended. The information monsters that were attracted were so numerous that they could scare people to death. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. Black Rose said straight to the point. I'll go first. The voice of the body sounded. As the only pure white body that can produce combat bionics among the 6 major bionic groups, Gao Gong had seen its former president. In terms of physical combat power alone, it is no less than Yagami Motoko of Ghost in the Shell. However, she was unlucky enough to meet the revengeful bird of paradise, and became cannon fodder in her revenge plan, and was directly blackened into an idiot. God's descent is only used on our kind. This is the first time it's used on native people. If anything goes wrong, don't look for us. On the 3 fixed frames, a phantom walked out and went directly into Gao Gong's body. The next moment, Gao Gong only felt an indescribable feeling surging from his body. How to say it? It's like hundreds of people doing a facelift on you at the same time. The fascia layer surged wildly. It seemed to be the same face, the same body, but ever-changing, very smecta. You have received the divine descent of the pure white body. The skin system has been strengthened. The desert skin excellent has been upgraded to the 2nd level. Your human armor plus 1,000. 1,000 armor serious, thick enough to block bullets. Your movement system has been transformed, and you have obtained 1/9 of the blood print of a bionic human, and can implant some bionic human parts. The hidden conditions are met. You have obtained a little bionic human divinity. Gao Gong's body made a boom sound. As if a switch had been turned on, the human body was separated, all the chemical elements were extracted, digitized, biomimetic, mass-produced, and then reassembled into a human body. A more powerful body. However, that human body was not evolved naturally, but artificially. Gao Gong looked down and found that his skin had changed at some point, becoming more delicate, without a single pore, and the lines were even more beautiful, like a painting by an immortal. However, there was no sign of the end of the god's descent. On the system panel, a red prompt appeared. Your bionic skin is marked by unknown existence. The information flow is being manipulated. Do you want to stop it? Gao Gong had no expression on his face, but he suppressed the counterattack of the many radioactive B cells in his body. Soon, the 2nd god's descent began. Another phantom walked down from the fixed frame of the bionic man progenitor. This was the electronic grid, which was also the first bionic giant acquired by Sister Rose, and the one she controlled the most. I don't know if it was an illusion, but that phantom vaguely resembled Sister Rose. You received the god's descent from the electronic grid. Your nervous system was strengthened. Intelligence plus 10. Perception plus 20. Activated nerve bundles. Chain-like nerve distribution and other neural skills were upgraded. Leader template ability gene sublimation automatically started. In a trance, Gao Gong felt that he had turned into a bubble. The bubble was getting bigger and bigger, and he could vaguely see many people inside. Various types of radioactive beasts, high-rise buildings, and the apocalyptic desert. As the bubble swelled to the top, a colorless and transparent radiation flashed. The bubble burst. Strengthening failed. Blood transformation stopped. Two soft exclamations sounded. One was probably the voice of the grid will. As for the other, it came from the deep sea. It was a super huge bubble. The surface of the bubble reflected the illusion of little woman number 2, who said in surprise, "I was wondering how there could be someone like me on this planet. It turned out to be you. Why? You also want to become the brain in the vat?" Engineer Gao suddenly realized that the upgrade just now was to evolve into the brain in the vat. But the brain in the vat doesn't match his own S-level bloodline at all. And his promotion was actively destroyed by his body. "Do me a favor." Gao Gong sent the thought over. "No problem." The next moment, another spiritual force surged from Gao Gong's heart, directly hindering his spiritual evolution. "Your nervous system has been transformed, and you have obtained 1/9 of the bionic human blood mark, which can be implanted with some bionic human parts. Hidden conditions are met, and you have obtained a little bionic human divinity." Similarly, a strange force surged into Gao Gong's body. "Your bionic skin is marked by unknown existence, and the information flow is manipulated." Gao Gong still prevented the counterattack. The last will is artificial will. It is also the only bionic super chip company. The normal human implant chip should be the human auxiliary computing system. But the bionic chip is different. In addition to the computing module, the bionic chip also has a personality module. You get the divine descent of the electronic grid, your nervous system is strengthened, intelligence plus 20, your personality is passively bionic. Bionics is successful, you get the second personality Gao Gong mini version, the third personality Mr. G plus version, the third personality bionic Gao Gong with thinking stamp. You get a little bionic divinity. 3 corporate wills, artificial will should be the strongest. Because the other 2 corporate wills, the system gave a red mark. But this time, there was no red mark. Moreover, the body instinctively did not produce any resistance reaction. But this is the most dangerous. The cyber age is not simply an era of power. Personality is inadvertently transformed. Reality and virtuality are confused. Control and loss of control. This is the theme of this era. Gao Gong instantly felt that he sank into the gloomy sea. On the shore, another self was sneering at him. What a fast personality transformation. Gao Gong could imagine that this self was lurking around Sister Rose, doing things secretly. However, the next moment, an arm suddenly stretched out from behind self and grabbed self by the neck. "Are you mistaken?" "In reality," Gao Gong said calmly. "My little lover, only I can bully her." In Gao Gong's eyes, the look of Black Rose was reflected. With a crack, self's neck was torn off. The visual space was broken, and Gao Gong returned to reality. Black Rose beside him shook twice, and fell directly to the ground. The body that lost control was controlled by another familiar force. "Sister Rose, are you done?" "I've had a good sleep," Gao Gong said lazily. "It will be fine after another good sleep," Gao Gong replied, staring coldly at the 3 surprised phantoms in his body. "I've got you." From the beginning, the one who controlled Gao Gong's body was not Gao Gong himself, but the queen of metabolism, Black Rose. The real Gao Gong has always been in the body of Black Rose. The Bionic Man. Chapter 589 Monster Shell. Gao Gong knew that the will of the 3 major companies would inevitably cause trouble. Sister Rose also knew this. She has been in charge of the 3 major bionic groups for several years, and has long figured out the path of the bionic society. It seems that every bionic person has free will, but in fact, the control of personality, humanity, thoughts, is not comparable to many carbon-based civilizations. It is a world of authentic and highly totalitarianism. And the totalitarians, not by blood inheritance, military monopoly, but by a Gestalt will. The difference between Gestalt will and Hive will. Hive will is an absolute will, and Gestalt will is more like a collection of thoughts. Every person's brain is a factor. By integrating them, Gestalt can be produced. In the cyber age, it is manifested as corporate will. So, when Black Rose merged 3 super bionic companies, it was destined that she and Gestalt will must decide the winner. Grid, will, body left a backdoor in Gao Gong, originally intended to be used against Black Rose. Black Rose also needs to use this kind of backdoor, to use the power of the Metabolism Queen, to attack the Gestalt in reverse. In an instant, Gao Gong's metabolism surged, as if someone had stuffed hundreds of thousands of people into his body, and these people almost burst every one of his body systems. And Gao Gong also knew that he had to serve as a bridge to complete this troop transport. The next moment, the snake mode was activated. Everything was turned into powder wherever the pure white aura passed. At the same time, transparent space flames entangled the body of the great snake Gao Gong. The flames spit out and passed through the void, revealing 3 slender black shadows. These 3 people worked together to seal the black rose in the body without any body. With the power of the metabolism queen, one of the bodies swelled up visibly and turned into a meatball. Gao Gong could see that it was the will, the artificial will that was originally the most intelligent and the most powerful on the spiritual level. But it was also the weakest in resisting the attack of the flesh. The next moment, she exploded on the spot. Countless flesh and blood spurted out of her body like snakes, as if a snake nest had been pierced, spraying endlessly. Logically, this was impossible. The bionic human body, no matter how bionic it was, when life stopped functioning, what was left was various polycarbonate, polyester and ethylene materials. However, the ability of the metabolism queen turned it into living flesh and blood. This disintegration of flesh and blood, in turn, severely damaged the Gestalt will. The second thing to collapse was the grid. It was a similar scene to the last one, except that this time, what was sprayed was blood-stained nerves, like fine rain lines, long and wet. But when the metabolism queen attacked the last black rose, it encountered a lot of trouble. A lot of cracks appeared on the porcelain-like skin of the black rose. But these cracks did not explode like the 2 just now. This was not surprising. Although the previous pure white shell was hacked, an Enterprise will look big-breasted and brainless. This was because she was not good at virtual things. Combat bionic prosthesis was her specialty. The violent metabolism did not overwhelm her. On the contrary, a trace of blue light emerged from the darkness, as if repairing her body, making her shell more suitable for this level of physical metabolism. She is using the function of the dry body to forcibly change the parameters of her body to adapt to us. The voice of Black Rose rang in Gao Gong's ears, and her tone was as cold as the ice in the Arctic. The senior engineer did not speak. The next moment, the space flames burned through the void and fell on the body of the Black Rose. The opponent's body's surface instantly turned black and carbonized to the naked eye. 2 Honkai bodies attacked together, and they had developed their Honkai abilities to a deep level. This treatment is rare on the entire planet. However, the heavier the string fire, the brighter the blue light. It seems that the Wugon Ji-Wu, this special 3rd-level civilization building, is fighting against the Honkai in this way. Can your back door be bigger? Black Rose asked. The rich woman was playing more and more. Gao Gong was silent for a moment, and said with humiliation, "Give me a minute." 30 seconds. Okay. Within 30 seconds, Gao Gong watched the pure white body transformed into Black Rose. After the eyeballs were burned, a pair of dark purple eyes as bright as stars grew out. After the skull was burned, a new skull grew out, and the red hair swayed slightly, stirring up the changes in the space parameters. Similarly, her arms, thighs, and abdomen all had subtle changes, becoming more sexy and more dangerous. Both of them understood that in the current situation, it was not the pure white shell, artificial will, and electronic grid that were resisting. Rather, it was the corporate will of the 6 bionic giants, each of which had divided out a part of the Gestalt will, and joined forces to resist the 2's refining. It was different from the hive consciousness. For example, as long as the incarnation of the hive consciousness, the Blade Queen, was killed, the hive consciousness would be seriously injured if not killed. But the Gestalt will is completely different. No matter how many of its bodies are killed, it cannot cause any harm to it, because its main body is the entire bionic society. From this perspective, it is a bit like the memory matrix. 30 seconds passed in a flash. Glancing at the system panel, the secondary carbon-based fusion was rapidly deduced and completed under the full efficiency of the 5.0 version of the biological computer. There was no time to check the properties of the secondary carbon-based fusion, and Gao Gong chose to release it on the spot. Secondary liberation based on the snake mode. The next moment, Gao Gong felt changed. The space around him was rapidly expanding and shrinking. The purple string space opened, and the space line was torn apart in the endless stretching. However, the diamond mirror transformed by the space coordinates was also constantly replicated in this state. The entire space, seemed to have turned into a purple mirror ball, completely wrapping Gao Gong. Has he turned into amber? The thoughts melted like snow, and in the process of melting, he seemed to see time flowing by his ears. The species evolved through loss of control, and reproduced through control. The laws of physics were violently inserted into the machine, and the technical logic was also brought into life. Splitting and mutation formed a whole system of coevolution. As for Gao Gong himself, during this process, it seemed that he had become a shell box. Inside the box was an indescribable biosphere. It seemed that there were not only organisms, but also technology, physical laws, wisdom and systems. When the snow completely melted, Gao Gong came back to his senses from reality, opened his mouth and spit out a white wave of space debris. Looking down, he found that, in the secondary snake mode, his whole body became transparent, like a human-shaped purple jade. Almost unable to move. Such a change was beyond Gao Gong's expectation. The purple string space was completely integrated with himself. Unlike Gao Gong's stagnation, the black rose parasitizing in Gao Gong's body felt that the back door was wide open. Endless metabolism rushed into the body without any connection. Nervous system, endocrine system, circulatory system, respiratory system. Unquantifiable chemical substances gushed out, and the mist completely covered the other black rose. Heat, breathing, oxygen, protein synthesis, interaction between matter and energy, conversion of chemical substances, and chemical substances, together formed a tall phantom of the queen. Black Rose stared at the other party. The voice sounded from the throat, an angry electronic sound. You will destroy the entire bionic world. Why do you think I want to control all the bionic giants? The huge phantom approached the other party. The red hair covering the eyes was blown away by the chemical smoke, revealing an extremely crazy eye. I just want to destroy you completely. Half an hour later, in the office building that can penetrate the clouds, countless bionic employees once again appeared in the lobby, office, laboratory, walking hurriedly, as if the previous emptiness was just an illusion. Gao Gong leaned against the door, wearing a close-fitting leather jacket, and vaguely seeing the modified prosthesis inside the jacket, and thick coarse cloth sand pants, essential equipment for scavengers and bounty hunters, which can resist the bite of low-level radiation beasts to a certain extent. This is not the outfit that Gao Gong wears himself, but the image that Sister Rose created. This image is out of place in this top workplace. Many white-collar workers showed disgust when they walked by. Gao Gong felt that his jacket pocket was bulging. He touched it, and found that it was a box of factory-brand cigarettes. He didn't care about other people's eyes, and took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. But just after lighting it, someone took it away with one hand, took a deep breath, and white smoke came out of his big red lips. Everyone saw the scene. I feel that my eyes are going to fall. This one in front of you, it is their top big boss. Are you changing your meat? High workers raised their eyebrows. This black rose in front of you, unlike the black rose in his impression, it's more like the pure white body before, porcelain doll-like skin. She set off like a girl. This is my body in the future. What about your original pair? Do you care so much? Black Rose hooks people with a smile. Bright red nails pick the other side's chin. Engineer Gao pondered for a moment, and said, It's always bad to be unfamiliar with the place. You will get familiar with it soon. Black Rose narrowed her eyes. This body is very powerful. Engineer Gao threw a probe over. And in addition to the bright red question mark, there was a column of bioenergy with many zeros. 30 million bioenergy. Engineer Gao's eyes twitched fiercely. 2 kinds of Honkai energy filling. 6 Gestalt wills. And the crazy repair of the unconnected body. What kind of monster was created? Is it okay to leave now? Engineer Gao asked again. In a short time. They can't make any more trouble. Black Rose exhaled a puff of smoke, looked into the distance, and chuckled. Engineer Gao nodded, put his hand on the other's shoulder, and the next moment, the two disappeared instantly. Chapter 590 Cyber Monk Brothers and Sisters, urgently looking for a hacker. Coordinates 311.4513.5311. The benefit is an excellent grade network implantation warehouse. Players do not cheat on players. Yi Yuting phone friends with weapon repair level 13, prosthetic repair level 15 and above. Come quickly. If you don't come, you won't even have soup to drink. We're assistant team up. Is there anyone going to fight Sea King Technology? Come together. I have a speedboat here. We can get to the battlefield as soon as possible. Extra number 1. Give me 4 virtual helmets. Buy them for a lot of money. Comrades, please help me. I woke up and just came online. There is a big hole in the back of my head. What should I do? Mian who likes to sleep. What big hole? Take a photo and see it? Look! In a selfie, a fist-sized brain appeared on the back of the head. The owner of the back of the head, that is, Mian, is still a cute girl. At this moment, she is facing the photo with a desperate expression. Haha, how long have you been online? I wonder if there has been a major version update. Before you went offline, did you read the offline guide? Girl, look at my hole. Then, there was another photo. The back of the head in the photo was shaved bald, with 9 brain machine holes arranged in rows, and 2 lines of words were added in a coquettish way. Cyber monk, electronic monk, free Wi-Fi, saving all living beings. Soon, the topic went off track, and it became a brain machine show contest, with all kinds of weird brain machines, and some people had a layer of plastic film wrapped around the back of their heads, calling it a brain machine film, which can effectively prevent water from entering the brain. This idea was quickly recognized by the public. After all, if you don't protect your brain now, it will really get wet. The owner of the post, Mian who likes to sleep, was looking at herself in the mirror with pain. Her cute facial features, neat bangs, thick bob, and the empty back of her head inside the bob, could definitely fit her fist. Ah, I just went offline to pick up a package. How did it become like this? Mian pressed her head, looking very painful. She took a deep breath, turned off the thread that had been tilted for who knows how many floors, clicked on a pinned post. Guide to going online and offline during the corporate war. Author, Bowsy Dear Carbon-Based Brothers, Sisters, Bionic Friends, Transformer Friends, Clone Friends, AI Teachers. I believe everyone has already known, planet-level super copies. Corporate wars have begun. Are your wallets and equipment ready? We will not discuss camp selection, career selection, PvP mode here. It is just a simple popular science, a series of precautions in corporate wars, so that you don't wake up with your head gone. First of all, this corporate war is called the Electronic Brain Project, also known as the back of the head transplant method. No matter what your profession or identity is, 99% of companies will try every means to hollow out your back of the head. Currently known, the only company that does not hollow out your head is called Dugoka, and its global branch addresses are as follows. If you don't want your head to be hollowed out, going offline in these corporate areas is your only choice. Of course, you can also choose to join Dugoka and become their temporary mercenary, so you can get a free virtual helmet. By the way, this kind of helmet has been sold for 100,000 in the black market, which is amazing. However, if you don't have time to run to these places, or you just want to transform it for free, then the choice is here. Do you choose a strong version, or a lifetime of beauty? P.S. This game does not have a skin-changing function. If you choose strong, then you can enter the brain-computer transformation of the top 10 super companies in the northern and southern hemispheres without any hesitation. For specific selection, please see my previous post, which contains specific camp analysis and configuration requirements. However, if you choose the appearance of a lifetime, then please continue to look down. Picture, 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 picture. Above, I have collected the brain computer models of all the companies participating in the war. You can choose a brain computer that focuses on appearance and suits your temperament, and then go to that camp to receive the transformation. P.S. Buzzy Global Transport Team, smuggling, giving, armed escort, everything is available, you deserve it. Aw, it's an advertisement of a profiteer, my eyes. Oh my god, this teardrop-shaped brain computer, it's pretty good looking, I kind of want it. What's the matter? Is there a built-in power bank function? Can it be connected to implanted weapons? What kind of network speed can bypass the firewall? Is there an online function? It can be seen that most players are still considering functions and attributes. Only Mian, mainly considering the appearance, I found that some of them are really good looking. It's a pity I don't have a chance. I turned off the pinned post and glanced at the forum. It's still as lively as ever. Version update, cyber hackers may become abandoned. Enterprise war hidden camp, big data concept body choice. Painful, exposing a prosthetic doctor, and my balls. Online proposal, virtual machine sharing, face pinching is invincible. In almost a second, the pornographic proposal post disappeared. Mian sighed, and was about to close the post, when the message bar suddenly popped up. She opened it casually, and saw a player named Brain Watering. This lady donor Would you like to apply a protective film to your brain? Ordinary tempered film 20. Carbon fiber 80. Bulletproof glass 2000. Holographic screen 20,000. No protective film? Do you want to repair your brain? Mian Mian became interested. Can you repair the back of my head? Are you a prosthetic doctor? What level? No. No. I am not a prosthetic doctor, but a protective film master. Is there a difference? What a prosthetic doctor can do, I can do. And what a prosthetic doctor cannot do, I can still do. Brain Watering sent several confident emojis. It involves the transformation of the nervous system. Look, there are only a few cyborg doctors who can do it now. Among all the players, I am the only one who can do it. In order to strengthen the persuasiveness, Brain Watering also posted a line of attribute bars: Artificial Intelligence Repair LV6, Isaiah Baptism LV8, Holy Brain Transformation LV9, Advanced Nerve Repair LV10 Isaiah. Are you from the Turing cult? In Mian Mian's impression, Turing cult is one of the hidden camps. Players who join it can change their job to Turing priest, which is a strange profession that focuses on physical combat and supplements spirituality. A bit like the monk in Dungeons and Dragons. I haven't seen Mian Mian myself, but it is said that people who join the religion are a bit supernatural. No, I am a brain-filled monk, just an ordinary film-sticking master. The other party sent another picture in which there are 9 coquettish brain machine scars. So you are the cyber monk? Chapter 591 Eternal Life Consortium. Just as Mian Mian, who likes to sleep, began a new journey of brain-computer patching, the other two were also taking action. Northern Hemisphere, Area 4. 2 figures flashed. Gao Gong and Black Rose appeared in an abandoned battlefield. What's wrong with you? Black Rose turned around and asked. This was obviously not the place they were going to. Something is wrong. Gao Gong held out his palm, and saw a faint purple line appear in the palm, and the line branched out in all directions, seemingly spreading. In this state, the purple string space seemed to be shrinking continuously, trying to completely press into Gao Gong's body and merge with him again. Gao Gong seemed to see countless space bubbles, and in each bubble, there was a vague phantom. Since the purple string space was opened with the secondary carbon-based mode, the body seemed to have turned on some strange switch, opening the system panel. As expected, under the name column, there was an additional line of notes. Relics being supplemented. Progress 3%. Although it was a question mark. But seeing the 2 words relics, it was probably related to relics. Could it be that after I opened the back door, the will of that relic mistakenly believed that the time for collapse fusion has come? Purple string space is a box, and a body. Metabolism queen is related to growth. Body, growth, seemingly that's true. It's a bit annoying. It's nothing to simply add a line of notes. The most important thing is, Gao Gong suddenly found that his snake mode could not be used. Once in the snake mode, he would passively enter the secondary carbon-based state, and then he would become the humanoid space amber. This is really annoying. You know, the snake mode is the strongest combat power in the normal state. Although there is also the ultimate move of fusion mutation. The reason why the ultimate move is that it cannot be used frequently. Once you enter that state, the mechanical rejection and biological rejection will rise or fall at a Schrödinger frequency. Just like pulling noodles. The mechanical rejection and biological rejection are 2 noodles. Once both sides break through a critical point and tear the noodles, the backlash will inevitably be overwhelming and destroy everything. Seeing Black Rose staring at him forcefully, Engineer Gao exhaled and briefly explained his situation. It's okay as long as I'm not dead. This was Sister Rose's answer. After Engineer Gao scanned the battlefield, he raised his eyebrows and said, "What a strong destructive force. Corporate war is a global battlefield. Which means that, except for a few safe areas, war may break out in most areas of the entire planet. In the most extreme case, when both sides are in a state of fighting, they will no longer engage in a technological war, but will carry out a large-scale annihilation operation against the enemy's artificial data. Tens of millions of people died in one battle, which is normal. Although the war debris here is not so tragic, it is still exaggerated enough. The lush and endless hilly area has now become a scorched land. The remains of a mechanical city can be vaguely seen in the center. Around the wreckage, 5 huge holes can be seen, and seawater gushed out of the holes, forming 5 large lakes. Some deep-sea fish, even some mutant sharks, are swimming in them. What kind of attack is this that will penetrate the entire continental plate? Even a nuclear bomb-level attack cannot do this. The only one who could do this was Engineer Gao. With a thought in his mind, the two of them instantly teleported to an island reef in the artificial lake. The surrounding water vapor was frighteningly dense, and the mist condensed into a waterfall from bottom to top. Rushing upward, Engineer Gao carefully examined the crack. Black Rose had a calm expression, but in her dark purple eyes, the entire lake bottom was reflected. In her pupils, a huge shark with A-level bioenergy, like an island, slowly emerged. On the sea surface, a huge shadow appeared at the same time. The sea water suddenly exploded, with this island as the center. Teeth like giant pillars emerged from the sea, and the huge eyes were almost bigger than some fishing boats specializing in whale hunting. The two of them seemed extremely small under each other's eyes. This giant shark seemed to want to eat people and islands together. Then, Black Rose closed her eyes. The fog instantly became 10 times thicker. Spatial parameters, metabolic capacity, and even a part of Gestalt consciousness mixed into an indescribable force. The size of the A-level shark shrank suddenly. The huge fog instantly turned into blood fog. Blood spurted out of the fog. The fog turned into the skin of a giant, and the ripples in space turned into cracks. With a high-pitched scream, the giant shark slowly sank and set off huge waves again. The islands and reefs seemed to be raised several meters under the force of this. Generally speaking, the bioenergy standard of A-level radiation beasts is 1 million. Rose's biological energy is 30 million. The 30-fold difference allowed Black Rose to kill the opponent instantly. However, neither Black Rose nor Senior Engineer paid any attention to this giant creature that suddenly appeared. Only Senior Engineer took a look after checking it, and muttered, "Not at the continental level. This generation of radioactive beasts is not good." In his memory of the Cyber Tide, there was such a wave, called the Ancient Creature War. In it, the blood volume of the S-level mutant ancient creatures once drained the livers of many players on the spot. But this is not the point. The point is, this move is a little familiar. Gao Gong muttered to himself with a strange expression. If he remembered correctly, there is a move in the Continental Plate Impactor, Planet Drill, which is specially used to dig holes. If you dig from the seabed plate, there is even a certain probability of bursting the Earth's core, causing a planetary explosion. So, unless it is a corporate war mode, most civilizations, most planets, civilization-level weapons are prohibited from use. This is why it is called a civilization deterrent weapon. However, this effect will only occur when it hits the core of the Earth. If it only hits the continent, it is likely to split the continent apart. And the effect is similar to a meteorite falling from the sky. The problem is, there are 5 continental plate impactors in total, and it looks like 3 versus 2. And the result seems to be a mutual destruction. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Gao Gong turned on the communication function of the mechanical system. And Su, the head of the biological unit, Sun Hong, who had not been seen for quite some time, and was also Gao's former personal bodyguard leader, came online. Now, she is wearing a military uniform, with a sharp scar on her face, which makes her look even colder. "Boss, you are here. Why are you in Area 631? This is our previous battlefield," Sun Hong said in surprise. "So, this is indeed your doing? You blew up 2 continental plate impactors. Do you know how much it costs to build one of these?" Senior Engineer looked at him unkindly. "Not to mention the tens of billions of dollars in construction costs. The most important thing is that this thing cannot be built just because you want to. Even with the help of Director Du's 3 logistics templates, it only takes half a year to produce one. In the past few years, Du Gaokai has sold mechas, and most of the money he earned from killing people around the world has been spent on developing these weapons. Which makes Gao, the #1 boss, have little pocket money. It is true that industrial rich women ruin the country, and financial rich women make the country prosperous." Engineer Gao sighed sincerely, then stared at Sun Hong. "How are you going to explain?" Sun Hong said, "In order to protect this transformed mechanical city, we faced attacks from 3 mercenary groups, and the other party used civilized weapons. For this reason, we had no choice but to use equal tactics to deal with them." "Wait, 3 mercenary groups?" Engineer Gao frowned and said, "That Ms. Yi is still fighting everywhere?" After receiving strong support from the Du Gao group, Ms. Yi, also known as Dark Girl number 550, was more ferocious than in history. Not to mention 1 against 3. At the most fierce time, one person fought against 10 mechanical cities at the same time. But logically speaking, after gaining a decisive advantage, Ms. Yi should keep a low profile and quickly convert the controlled artificial data into the computing power of the electronic brain plan. Only in this way can we lay a solid foundation and gain recognition from the mother city. After all, the real purpose of the electronic brain plan is to liberate computing power, so that all super companies can upgrade their technology products at a speed 10 or 100 times faster than before, and reach the theoretical upper limit of civilization. After reaching that limit, you will be eligible to forge some more technologically advanced equipment to improve the level of civilization. This type of equipment is collectively called ascension equipment. According to Gao Gong's memory, the dark girl is definitely not a middle school student. Nor is she a moron. There must be a reason. As expected, Sun Hong said, our opponents have hired 10 large military contractors of the same level as Du Gao Gong, and are working together to deal with us. 10? Gao Gong was surprised. You know, hiring a corps is very expensive. It takes a lot of money to hire one. Many companies participate in corporate wars, and even use their own security forces. Which local tycoon is so rich? The Eternal Life Consortium. It's this one. Engineer Gao frowned. In the plot of the previous life, this person did appear, and was indeed Ms. Ye's biggest enemy. However, according to the time, this person will appear as a super stumbling block at least half a year after the corporate war. In fact, Ms. Ye almost fell in the previous life. In fact, in order to improve her superpowers, and temporarily increase it to the strength of the SSS level, she paid a huge price. So Ms. Yi can only be a god in one version. In the next version, she will hardly have any chance to appear. What is even more amazing is that after the Holy Brain Group won the 17th Corporate War, Yosheng Technology announced that it would acquire 24.4% of the shares of the Holy Brain Group. It is really a waste of capital. The biggest reason why the Yosheng Consortium is so powerful is that it has money. A lot of money. 99% of the richest people on this planet will think of the Cloud Nobles. But the Cloud Nobles only master the alien smuggling business. And this consortium can openly do business with alien consortiums, and even some third-level civilizations. If the Cloud Nobles earn 1 point, it can even earn 10 points. There are rumors that it is a company controlled by the Mother City. But Gao Gong does not believe this rumor. The reason is very simple. With the style of the 7th-level civilization behind the Mother City, it will not do this. Then on the other hand, the existence behind the Eternal Life Consortium, if it exists, will it also be a high-level civilization? The high-level civilization has enough patience to play a game of chess. Even, it starts to lay out the pieces at the beginning of this planet. So, our opponent has become the Eternal Life Consortium. Right? Engineer Gao touched his chin and said, show me the battle report. The Enterprise battle report. That is confidential information. But for Engineer Gao, confidentiality, that does not exist. After a rough scan, Engineer Gao can be sure that the reason why the Eternal Life Consortium was eliminated early is 100% because the Du Gao group messed up the timeline, making the Dark Girl become a hexagonal warrior at the beginning. Of the 100 mechanical cities in the Northern Hemisphere, Ms. Yi has already controlled 60. If we don't take action now, we might be beaten to death by random punches. I understand. I'll talk about the details when I get to your place. Sun Hong nodded, and the holographic communication was cancelled. At the same time, a message was sent in the same encrypted channel. Engineer Gao raised his eyebrows. These days, 99% of hackers are in his hands. Someone still dares to do this. How bold. The holographic projection popped up and turned into an ordinary middle-aged man. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Engineer Gao said coldly, I need an explanation. Why you can enter my channel. The middle-aged man was stunned at first, and then laughed. Mr. G misunderstood. This is not your channel, but my company's channel. Just 10 minutes ago, we acquired this communication company, and then used the communication network of this communication company to invite you for this interview. Snap. Are you Batman? Engineer Gao rolled his eyes and said, speak human language. If not, I'll hang up. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement and said straight to the point. The highest price is 500 billion mechanical coins. I hope your group can give up Ms. Yi and cooperate with us. The corner of Engineer Gao's mouth twitched. No one said that. Then changed the conditions. 200, 000 Mother City trading points, same conditions, how about it? 200,000 trading points, Gao Gong remembered that. Before Doe sold the second-level civilization super technology, consciousness package technology, to Mother City in a package, it was only sold for 17,000. At this price, Gao Gong felt that he could buy 10 sets of God of War suit. Rich man. You still don't want to? Then, is your group considering listing in Mother City in the near future? Or, what do you think about immortality? Have you considered leaving this cyber test site and developing an alien civilizations? Do you pursue personal combat power? We can help you break through the upper limit of the rank. How about signing a night agreement with a 4th-level cosmic creature? Gao Gong didn't say anything, but Black Rose walked up with a smile. With narrowed eyes, this is a rather dangerous expression. Are you very rich? Chapter 592 High Orbit Industry CF Family. Pure white body, electronic grid, CEO of Artificial Will? The middle-aged man looked solemn, bent slightly. Sumeria, meet Ms. Rose. This attitude towards the senior engineer is different again. To put it simply, the former is the attitude towards workers. Even if the workers have high skills, they are just workers, but the latter is the attitude towards the boss class. A woman who controls 3 super companies. If Black Rose is not a capitalist, then there are not many capitalists on this planet. I have met the Southern Hemisphere director of your Eternal Life Enterprise. His name seems to be Sia or something. Black Rose said lightly, Why? Didn't he tell you not to steal my girlfriend? Sumer bit her waist more. In their circle, this woman has a terrible reputation. In the eyes of outsiders, this person acquired 3 super giants in less than 2 years. But how she acquired them, and where the funds came from, basically no one knows. Even Gao didn't know much. After all, the rich woman's affairs were not his to interfere in. He could only lick her feet at most. But the real upper class knew how ruthless this woman was. Apart from other things, there had been at least a dozen assassination cases in the past year or so that could be linked to her. The people involved included cloud nobles, big fund investors, and bionic tycoons. According to rumors, this person would borrow a large amount of money from the other party at a high loan price. And then when the loan was about to expire, she would send out her killer group to assassinate the lender. Although there is no evidence. Basically, in his circle, everyone knows about it. The reason why she has not been retaliated until now is very simple. The person who retaliated against her was also killed. The people from the 6 Mother City departments checked back and forth, but they didn't find anything. So, for the sake of his own life, it would be better for him to be sincere. It's just a simple business cooperation. Ms. Rose, please don't misunderstand. Oh, cooperation. Then would you consider cooperating with me? Sister Rose suddenly smiled charmingly, like a beautiful snake twisting her body. Among my 3 major groups, there are many technologies that you like. I see that you seem to have the bionic parts of our group installed on you. Just a joke. Just a joke. Sumer wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his sweat was sliding down at an abnormal speed. If Ms. Rose has nothing to do, I will take my leave first. This time it was indeed our mistake. We did not understand the relationship between Mr. G and you. Black Rose looked at the other party deeply, and said, Then go. The holographic projection was turned off. Sister Rose's bright red nails gently rested on the chest of the senior engineer, tapping rhythmically. Are you short of money? A little bit. To develop technology, it requires a huge investment of funds. And in most cases, you can only hear the sound. That's why it's hard for players to build their own camps. Even if you have the blueprints, you have to build them. Gao Gong suddenly had a bad feeling. Sleep with me once, and I'll give you 100 million for each time. Gao Gong nodded with his head held high. He had to sacrifice himself again to save the world. Far away in outer space, a space station orbiting a planet. In a luxurious office, Sumer opened his eyes. At this moment, a holographic projection popped up automatically, turning into a blurry figure. But the background seemed to be in outer space. Director Xie. Sumer stood up quickly. How did the talk go? The voice on the other side said calmly. I'm afraid not. Oh, is there anyone who can refuse eternal life? Sumer's face tightened, and he quickly told what had just happened. That woman again? Director Xie's tone was a little cold. In the past 2 years, she relied on the identity of Qi to do a lot of things that violated the rules. We don't know how many times we have covered her up. Why, does she really think that the cyber test site is her assassination site? If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have believed her lies. The old dog Wan Wan is probably still alive. As if he had thought of something again, Director Xia's tone was a little happy, and said, "But soon, we won't have to go through so much trouble." Sumer was stunned, and then bowed his head more respectfully. The key is unique, and in theory, it is not possible to replace it. However, this is not something he should consider. Okay, since the acquisition failed, let's continue as planned. By the way, there is a woman. Please help me find out about her. Another holographic projection popped up, transforming into a factory flower wearing work clothes and a ponytail. Although her net worth has reached the standard of a rich woman, Du Xiaoti's simple and frugal style has not changed. She either wears factory clothes or experimental clothes, and she is neat and tidy. But she is not extravagant, compared with Sister Rose, who spends millions on a bottle of nail polish. She is really unworthy of the name of a rich woman. This is Du Gao Group's military leader, Du Xiaoti. Generally speaking, the head of a company is called the CEO, and the head of a military contractor is the military leader. Originally, the responsibility of this military leader should have been given to someone named Ji, but unfortunately, that person only wants to be a man who warms the bed of the female boss. So in the entire military weapons market, Du Xiaoti's reputation is much better than that of a certain pretty boy. You want me to turn her against you? No, I want you to find out about her. Our Xia family is very interested in her. I understand. Director Xia. Well, in order to deal with Ms. Yi, our Xia family will send a family representative here, and you will help her deal with number 550. I understand. The holographic projection disappeared again. Sumer suddenly felt a little itchy on his waist. That place seemed to be the bionic kidney he installed. After all, when people reach middle age, some parts have to be replaced. He scratched it and found that it was getting more and more itchy. He couldn't help but lift the corner of his clothes. Only then did he see a dark black pattern covering his waist. An indescribable numbness and sourness quickly spread throughout his body. This feeling was a mixture of many modes of human body in an excited state, even including suffocation, knife piercing, brain epilepsy, and the scream that should have blurted out was also pressed into his mouth by the new personality born from metabolism. Sumer looked up, looking at the holographic projection of Du Xiaoti with interest, smilingly said, "Why, someone is interested in a country girl like you." Sumer, or the black rose in Sumer's skin, expressed her happiness. Don't think she doesn't know, the bounty on her in the underground market is part of the bounty of this woman, although the amount is not much in her opinion. This stubborn woman offered herself a salary far below the market price. So, this should be the emptying of the other party's coffers. The hatred between the two rich women is getting bigger and bigger. So, when she heard that someone was interested in this woman, Black Rose's mood suddenly improved. The Xia family of high-orbit industry, that's right, with the aesthetic taste of that family, may really like you. The Xia family, one of the 12 key families, the top group of cloud nobles. The high-orbit industry clan, the sponsor behind the transformation of the god of war. The clan members are all special types of machinery, born on a unified large server. Each generation has its own production goals, with industrialized efficiency and execution rate, basically. As long as they are targeted, they will definitely not be able to escape. Although the threshold to enter the mechanical family is very high. As long as you work hard, you may be able to enter their machine temple in 100 or 200 years. Originally, Black Rose just wanted to come up and see who might be against her lover. She had to nip the danger in the bud. But now, this good news made her very happy. Many people knew that she was a super assassin, who had obtained a lot of wealth through assassination. But what many people don't know is that this is exactly the effect she wants to show. Her truly terrifying part is the ability of the Queen of Metabolism, and the authority of the 3 corporate wills. The combination of the two gives her a possession ability that is more terrifying than the most contagious electronic virus. As long as any type of bionic human parts are implanted, as long as the other party has biological components in their body, she can have unlimited chemical reactions, and continuously reproduce chemical personalities, until she completely controls the other party. On this planet, there are electronic defense walls, and corporate firewalls against electronic viruses. But for this kind of chemical personality, there is no defense. And this is the real strength of the Rose Queen in the past 2 years. But, soon, we won't have to worry so much. What does this sentence mean? Is there anyone who wants to deal with me? Sumer narrowed his eyes slightly. Maybe. while investigating the little lover situation. He could also investigate his own affairs. Yongsheng Group, Xia Family, Cloud Nobles. You seem very happy? Gao Gong looked at Black Rose in surprise, then showed a look of realization, and said to himself with some pride, after so many years, my skills as the #1 male technician in the Paradise Club have not fallen behind. The proud Black Rose glanced at the other party, and said nothing. Hey, Sister Rose, you are not going to default on your debt. Are you? I made hundreds of millions from you, and similarly, I also compensated you with hundreds of millions. Gao Gong said quickly. Black Rose stopped instantly, looked up at the military base not far away, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. We seem to have been discovered. Huh? Senior Engineer looked up, and said to himself, it seems to be true. On the highest floor of the military base, a girl in black clothes was holding a teddy bear, frowning at the two people in the distance, and a trace of solemnity flashed in her eyes. She obviously recognized them. But how could they be here? Chapter 593, A Type of People. If there is a ranking of the assassinated entrepreneurs in this corporate war, then, MS, you will be ranked first with 10 times more assassinations than the second place. Everyone knows that the opponent's ability is a bug. But there is only one mutant with this ability. Then, the simplest way is to kill her and win this war. Don't underestimate the companies that can participate in corporate wars. At least nuclear bombs, that's a few in each hand, find the target, all kinds of large and high-risk weapons attack at no cost, even to deal with her, even if it's destroying 1, or even 10 mechanical cities, it's completely worth it. The reason why the mechanical city ruins that Gao Gong teleported to before were so fierce, a big part of the reason, is because MS. He appeared there, and was discovered by the commercial spies. 3 super mercenary corps fought desperately. In the last battle, 5 third-level civilization-level weapons were destroyed. The battle situation was too tragic. Therefore, the constant transfer of MS. He has become a very important task for the Dugao Group. The location of the other party is a top-level secret. Even the top executives of the Xingnao Group do not know. But someone knows it very well. So he came. A purple light flashed in Gao Gong's eyes. And the next moment, countless space bubbles squeezed out from the invisible. And the largest bubble was about to open completely and turn into the purple string space. However, the next moment, another strong spiritual force suddenly broke in, turning into an endless black tide, directly submerging the entire space. Huh? Gao Gong frowned. My own territory is flying prohibited? Don't you know I'm the boss? By the way, what's the matter with such a strong spiritual power? In Gao Gong's perception, the whole continent is enveloped by a strong spiritual power. Any teleportation, sudden attack, transformation skills are all banned. The effect is quite terrible. You are covered by the SS-level spiritual force field, mental system, virtual system skills are sealed. Crack, I can't even get online. This dark little loli is so domineering. Gao Gong just complained. But he didn't feel disgusted. After all, he also liked to be passive. But Sister Rose couldn't do that. She was born strong. Seeing Gao Gong's ability was blocked, her face turned cold, and she stepped forward. Go on. I'll see who dares to stop you. Okay. The next moment, the purple string space and the overwhelming black tide appeared at the same time. However, this time, Black Rose took the lead and her body directly entered the black tide. And Gao Gong's instant movement was no longer hindered. This time, Engineer Gao did not tell too many people. After all, the more people know, the more dangerous it is. In a room next to MS, Yi, the mechanical girl holding a big knife suddenly opened her eyes. Countless knife lights were copied and overlapped in front of her, and finally turned into a thin space blade several tens of meters long, directly tearing open the space parameters and slashing at the throat of the intruder. During this period of time, Xiao Yu killed dozens of commercial assassins, if not 100, and no one could escape unscathed under her knife light. This time was no exception. Engineer Gao walked over directly. Xiao Yu's knife flashed at the opponent's throat, and was retracted back, replaced by a surprised voice. Boss! The girl jumped up, like a baby kangaroo, and hung directly on the opponent. Well, long time no see. You have gained a lot of weight. Engineer Gao gave her a head pat, and said with a smile. Nonsense. Boss, my new mechanical body is made of new alloy material. Only 383 kilograms. Xiao Yu corrected with a serious face. It has been more than a year since I last saw her. And the little girl finally knows how to love beauty. Your sword, is it the martial god's sword? Looking at the ship-slashing sword stuck in the ground, which was flowing with mist, and seemed to have a soul roaring, Gao Gong couldn't help but complain in his heart. Why does one of my subordinates have better equipment than he? The martial god's sword, or the martial god series equipment, is the standard second-level top black technology, which can only be made with super technology, and is stronger than the general third-level equipment. Well, I gave it the same name as the boss. Xiao Yu said happily. The boss is Mr. G, and it is called Little GG. It is the same model as the boss. When I hold it, it feels like the boss is with me. Gao Gong was too weak to complain. He was silent for a long time, and said, What do your colleagues think of the name of your knife? Sisterly, Sister Chunzi said that the name of the knife is very suitable. It suits me very well, and it suits you very well. Boss! Nonsense, be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. This group of female drivers is really a bad example for children. Engineer Gao brushed the man's hair aside, revealing his smooth forehead. The sword-shaped pattern on his forehead was particularly eye-catching. He checked it, and found a question mark. Has it been developed to this extent? Engineer Gao said to himself, and then stared into the man's eyes. Do you remember what your old man told you? Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, and nodded. The crust engine. The Xiao family. The secret research of civilization. The super code. Although she didn't understand these things, she remembered every word in her heart. I came here this time to solve this matter. You should come with me. You have to solve the cause and effect of your Xiao family by yourselves. Xiao Yu pursed her lips and wanted to nod, but hesitated for a moment and shook her head again. No, boss. I still have to protect Xiao Ye. If I'm not here, she will be in danger. No, boss. I feel that Xiao Ye is angry. I want to go out. Xiao Yu pulled out the ship-slashing sword, and the terrifying momentum burst out from the opponent's weak body again. The combination of man and sword, the aura that burst out, even exceeded the black python of the secondary carbon-based fusion. The golden light on Gao Gong's body was stimulated, and it turned directly into flowing light and poured out. The imperial power flowed into her body, which made Xiao Yu's eyes filled with fighting desire clear. Boss. As expected, you are half of the Black Prince. Senior Engineer nodded, and then shook his head. When I came, I knew you wouldn't agree. In that case, let's talk to Ms. Yi. At the intersection of virtuality and reality, in the spiritual world that is so huge that it covers the entire continent. Ms. Yi looked at the visitor with a serious face. Although the purple light on the black rose was faint, it firmly resisted the black tide. Even, the black tide was constantly dissolved, revealing faces with seemingly different facial features, but completely the same temperament. Black Rose stepped on these faces, crossing the black tide. The computing power of billions of electronic brains did not cause the corners of her clothes to lift up. She chuckled and said, You have mastered countless spiritual powers, but you must spend 90% of your energy to suppress them. Moreover, without using conversion equipment, purely absorbing brain waves, the spiritual power you can truly control is only 1/10. But even 1% of the spiritual power is already one of the best on this planet. Black Rose paused, stepped on the steps of human faces, and kept walking, easily dissolving the black tides. But, it's still a long way from being effective to use it against me. Seeing this mysterious and dangerous woman approaching her, Ms. Ye's face changed, and she flipped her palm, and the next moment, the spiritual black tide surged back, and turned into a solid black wall in front of her. The strength of this black wall even exceeds some super metals. But her face was a little bitter. This was probably the first time she had been defeated since the Electronic Brain Project. Why is my ability ineffective against you? Black Rose stopped in front of the black wall that was like a huge wall, and stroked it gently with her palm. Because you are just borrowing people's spiritual power, not the first controller, you may be able to easily suppress 1 person, 100, 1 million people who rebel against you. As Sister Rose's palm stroked, pale faces emerged on the wall that could defend against nuclear bombs. But when you face some special groups, such as bionic people, this trick is useless, because their will is both artificially produced and artificially controlled. There are more and more faces, and their mouths are opening and closing. Finally, numerous crashing sounds rang out at the same time, and the entire black wall collapsed, turning into countless shattered faces. The other party's voice was like a nightmare. And it just so happens that on this planet, there are more than 3 billion bionic people. And their supreme will is controlled by 6 super bionic groups. And I control half of them. Black Rose touched the girl's cracked face and said with a smile, "Do you want to continue now?" Ms. Yi was silent for a moment, and a firm look flashed in her pupils that were like broken glass beads. "I don't trust anyone. I only trust myself." The next moment, the girl's skin had more than a dozen cuts, and blood began to seep out of the old cuts. Affected by this, her spiritual power actually broke through the upper limit and reached a higher level. Affected by this, the broken faces on the ground also began to melt. The skin of Black Rose also melted. Black Rose's smile gradually disappeared, and her face returned to true indifference. She has always been an indifferent person, and once she shows this face to others, it means that she is really going to kill someone. "Little girl, you don't know what's good for you." The breeze that blew in from nowhere swept away the red hair covering Black Rose's eyes, revealing a pupil full of destruction. At this moment, Xiao Yu's voice and Gao Gong's voice sounded almost at the same time. "Xiao Yi, my boss and I came to see you. I'll treat you to a lollipop. Don't be angry. She's my boss's female boss. She has a bad temper. But there's nothing we can do. We are all workers. Sister Rose, put away your magical power. If you continue to fight, who will we ask for the balance of our group? It's not easy to find a reliable party A these days. It's strange that a girl with a strong desire for self-destruction and a woman with a desire to destroy the world looked at each other and withdrew their abilities at the same time. The crazier a person is, the more they value the anchor of their humanity. For them, she is their anchor. The reason why they will not go completely crazy. Clean it up," Black Rose said in a cold tone, and lightly tapped her finger. The next moment, the blood on the other person's skin crack disappeared. And then, at least half of the crack healed under the ability of the Metabolism Queen. Dark Loli looked at the other person again, and this time, there was more recognition in her eyes. They are the same kind of people. Chapter 594 Cooperation. A high-level battle started in the unknown virtual world and ended in the real world. The appearance of Gao Gong, after all, could not be hidden from others. For a while, all the old acquaintances of Du Gaodong came over. Sun Hong, General Quill, Harreveld, looked at Gao Gong in surprise. "Old man, I thought you were dead, but you were not dead," Harry said in surprise, looking up and down at Gao Gong. Harreveld, the daughter of the manager of a motel in the Iron Sand Desert, later by chance, became Gao Gong's apprentice and became the second cyborg doctor in the camp, and now the second cyborg doctor at the highest level in the camp. Moreover, although he was the apprentice of the senior engineer, the unscrupulous senior engineer obviously didn't teach him much. At most, he threw a bunch of drawings and materials related to the prosthetic doctor on his head. The fact that he could reach the maximum level was basically all due to his own initiative. The senior engineer laughed and said, "Your master is dead. Who will teach you higher level skills? Little Healy, I heard that you are now researching the direction of large-scale body repair. Right?" Healy rubbed her mohawk with her prosthetic palm. "Of course. There are so many mechas at home. Someone has to repair them and sort out a set of repair procedures. Have you figured it out? I wrote a lot of materials, and Sister Du helped me modify a lot. Without Sister Du, I don't know how many Dieters I would have to take." Healy glanced at the senior engineer, as if to say, "Look at him. Do you have the nerve to be a master?" The senior engineer laughed and said, "Not only do you have the nerve, but you are also ready to wait for the other party to develop the technology and learn from him. If a first-level cyborg doctor is transferred to the second level, there are several research directions, and mecha repairman is a good choice. This is a profession that can maintain, and upgrade various mechas. It is similar to the nature of cyborg doctors, but it is better than cyborg doctors in that it can also update large mechanical life forms, such as the spark machine of Cybertron. Do a good job. I am very optimistic about you. In fact, not all second-level camps can produce second-level professions. After all, there are so many companies on the Machine Rift Star, and there are only a dozen reliable secondary positions. Moreover, the second-level professions actually study third-level knowledge. Of course, reaching the maximum level does not necessarily mean that all research has been completed. It is precisely because of this that he was very pleased to see his cheap female apprentice break through the upper limit, and he could get something for free again. "Boss, this is the number of enemies, weapons, and combat style information we have seen in recent times. We have every reason to believe that the enemy is targeting our technology and conducting targeted development. It's normal. The development, cracking, redevelopment, and cracking of military technology is a very reasonable thing. If we don't get hit, how can we make progress? Senior engineer narrowed his eyes and smiled. We have made such a big fuss and earned so much money in these years by relying on big guys like mechas. I'm afraid the enemy has long been unhappy with us. Strictly speaking, mechas, which are very powerful arms in second-level civilizations, should not be selected on this planet, because it should be the product of some heavy mechanical civilization, and it has little to do with the 3 civilization directions of this planet. The reason why it was pointed out is all due to the cheating skills of Gao Gong, the time traveler. This kind of hexagonal warrior is really a killer when it is placed in the machine-cracking star. Therefore, there are many members in the group who are arrogant and think they are the best. And this kind of thinking is harmful to the upgrading of technology. General Quill didn't think so much. Since joining the camp, this bald female general has been focusing on the joint operations of mechas, hunters, and various auxiliary arms. She is a rare military talent in the camp. But she didn't think she was that great, because in the few exchanges with Gao Gong, she was surprised to find that, regarding the tactical theory of mecha, this person actually understood it better than herself, and saw it more deeply than herself. He was definitely a hidden military master. If Gao Gong knew that he thought so, he would be very upset. After all, in this day and age, you have seen pigs run, but you have not eaten pork. In his last life, he watched at least 1,000 mecha wars, which was more than enough for a keyboard theorist. I need to have an in-depth exchange and discussion with you, said General Quill with a serious face. This is not appropriate. After all, I am your boss, and I am a serious person. Before Gao Gong could think of what to say, a cold-faced girl suddenly appeared in front of him and looked at him seriously. Is the move you used before a family secret? I want to learn it too. Yes, boss. What is the matter with your transformation in the medicine area? Is that the ability of our biological hunters? It's too scary, Daisy said with lingering fear. Only a true biological transformer can truly feel the horror of Gao Gong's fusion metamorphosis mode. Compared with transformation, it is no longer a concept of the same dimension. As a biological hunter, once a biological component is implanted, the cell activity, bioenergy, and blood activity of that part will increase by dozens of times. Many hunters are addicted to it and cannot extricate themselves. However, Gao Gong's performance in the surveillance video has completely exceeded the upper limit of the transformation of this organism and has broken through the transformation rules of hunters and hunters. Let's put it this way, what Gao Gong did before was like a top-level F-class beast, which suddenly had some parts implanted and suddenly exploded to the SSS-class beast god realm. This is completely impossible in theory, and any system in your human body cannot support this level of evolution. This can't even be described as evolution. In Desira's eyes, this is a miracle. The way she looks at Gao Gong now, she feels like she's looking at God. Boss, Sisterly called. She said she was going to give you a good scolding. Boss, Doctor you also called. She said she wanted to slice you. She thought your cells would be of great help to her atavism research. She hoped you would leave her a testicle. Looking at Engineer Gao, who was surrounded by a group of people, MS, he had a subtle expression. After all, these people had been protecting her with their lives for some time. Compared with the intrigues within the Sacred Brain group, these people were obviously much purer. She even considered whether to poach them from the military group after the corporate war and make them her full-time bodyguards. But now it seems that she was overthinking. The reason why these people did this was entirely because of the man's order, not for any other reason. Loyalty is really a good thing. After finally driving away this group of curious babies, Engineer Gao wiped his sweat and said to Xiao Yu next to him, "There is nothing I can do. I am just so popular." Angel Xiao Yu said sincerely, "Boss, I think it is better to say that they are greedy for your body rather than saying that they like you." She counted on her fingers and said, "Some people want your brains. Some people want your balls. Some people want your blood. Some people want your... Ahem. Life is already so difficult. Some things don't need to be exposed." Engineer Gao held down the other person's randomly counted fingers and smiled at Ms. Yi, holding a little bear with red hair, a cold and dark expression, and the hideous cracks on her skin. For a moment, there were countless déjà vu corresponding to her. A Lolita with a bad mouth, A Lolita with a dark heart. A Lolita with a proud and spoiled character. A Lolita with a perverted character. By the way, this person is also ranked high in the ranking of the book industry, and often produces some training plots that the audience likes to see. You seem to be thinking about something you shouldn't think about. MS, Yi said suddenly. No. Absolutely not. I'm not that kind of person. Engineer Gao immediately denied 3 times in a row, and then changed his tone and said, I don't know if you have thought about it. Executive Officer Yi, whether you agree to let Xiaoyu go with us. Xiaoyu should have told you that when she comes back, she will be much stronger than she is now. MS, Yi was silent for a while, and shook her head at this time point. I really need her, and I don't trust anyone else. In the ears of the 3 people present, a soft laugh sounded, and as soon as the sound came out, the air seemed to drop a few degrees. Engineer Gao frowned. He thought the problem had been solved before, but he didn't expect this person to be more stubborn than expected. You should also know that our situation is also very urgent. Its impact is even greater than a corporate war. It can even be said that the purpose of this corporate war is for it. In the previous communication, Engineer Gao vaguely revealed some of the contents of number 13 to the other party. However, the other party did not believe it. However, after Engineer Gao demonstrated part of the ability of the purple string space, the other party's attitude loosened. But I do feel it vaguely, as more and more electronic brain links are connected, it seems that there is a huge void, which needs to be filled urgently. Isn't this nonsense? All the hardware is running, but the system is not responding. Anyone can handle it. So what do you mean? Gao Gong heard the other party's implication. I'll go with you. I should be able to help a little. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to say something, Gao Gong blocked his mouth with his backhand. This is a place for adults to talk, and idiots are not allowed to speak. Oh, Fern. Dowley. Gao Gong did not refute, but said, thoughtfully, if you leave, what will happen to the plan of Xingnao Group? Those old guys have used us to make weapons for so many years. Now, it's time to let them withstand this wave on their own. In the tone of MS, Yi, there is no good feeling towards her own company. In fact, it is probably just as she said, if they can't find her, the enemy's biggest possibility is to directly attack the headquarters of Xingnao Group, which is theoretically her most likely hiding place. Engineer Gao stroked his chin and thought for a long time. Finally nodded slowly. Then happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Miji said sincerely, helping you is helping myself. In her heart, Sister Rose smiled and said, the little girl is playing tricks on us. I think she wants to take in number 13, so she deliberately asked us for cooperation. This is not surprising. Chapter 595 Previous Corporate Wars MS. Yi, regarding the process, results, and the special characters you mentioned, who may appear around this time point, I have marked them for you. Do you want to disassemble them? Let's disassemble them, and have a look. MS, he rubbed the little bear's face, and said excitedly. As the voice of artificial intelligence sounded again, the next moment, countless holographic projections of information popped up, and unfolded according to the timeline. The reflection from the projection shone into her pupils, making her eyes covered with confidential text. As one of the super enterprises, the Holy Brain Group naturally retains a large amount of information on corporate wars, but few people would connect it with something. And now, once connected, some vague clues do lead to some world truths. The first corporate war, the virtual world, began 5 years after the end of the civilization era, which marked the opening of the cyber age. A large number of simulation devices began to become popular, and cyberspace began to initialize. And less than a year after the end of the virtual world, the terrorist organization Knights was established, and the founder of the Knights was the ancient planet host War. But how War awakened? No one knows. Logically, it should have been destroyed in the Second Mechanical War. In the Second Corporate War, the key of transformation, human body transformation technology was popular. The Third Corporate War, simulation totem, based on human body transformation technology, human body simulation technology was redeveloped. Virtual senses began to interfere with the human body, causing a large number of virtual diseases. At the same time, a large number of street religions used virtual viruses. Totems began to spread, once flooded. Religious virus? I don't think I've heard of any particularly powerful ones. MS. Yi touched her chin, twisted her fingers. A series of street religions popped up. The first one at the beginning was Turing religion. It was marked with its 3 schools, and its specialty religious virus language. a method of modifying other people's brains by converting data viruses through speech. Child's play. MS. Yi shook her head, twitched her finger, and bounced the holographic image away. As the person who controls the most electronic brains in the world, she is qualified to say this. The Fourth Corporate War. The Cloud Immortal Tide. The group of old immortals in the last era promoted technological evolution in order to save their lives. The Fifth Corporate War. Light Rain. Represented the popularization of energy weapon technology. Founded. Ms. Yi suddenly saw a rumor from that period. It is said that after the reign of light ended, many data nodes in cyberspace were covered by purple light, and unusual energy fluctuations appeared on many hardware devices. It is said that this is a large-scale energy accident. No one knows the cause of it. There are many speculations, even doomsday rumors. The eyes of Ms. Yi became brighter and brighter. The performance of the purple light was almost exactly the same as the ability displayed by Mr. G. Interesting. Really interesting. Then, what the other party said is true. All corporate wars are for the birth of something. The 7th, 8th, and 90th corporate wars were the rise of bionic people. The bionic rebels also rose. Mr. A seemed to be born in a bionic super enterprise, etc. The content above is not even confidential. The 9th corporate war. Hidrimo. The 10th corporate war, Biological Weapon Unit 1, biological companies rose from this, including the Sacred Brain Group, Unit 1, what the hell is that? The 11th. The 12th, after shutting down all the holographic projections, less than 3 minutes had passed. With her current brainpower, it was enough to digest this terrifying amount of information. Pushing the door open, Xiaoyu stared at a bird with a serious face. She stared until the bird flapped its wings and flew away, and then nodded with satisfaction. What are you doing? Ms. Yi said speechlessly. Protecting your safety. Preventing any suspicious people from approaching, Xiaoyu said with a silly face. Ms. Yi was speechless, and walked forward directly. Xiaoyu followed her happily, holding his little fist to the sky. Do you feel it, little Yi? Another great adventure is waiting for us. We are not going on an adventure. Ah, isn't it? No. No. You are lying. The two girls bickered while finding Engineer Gao. Opposite Engineer Gao, there were 5 MS. Yi standing there with vivid expressions. Seeing this, the real Ms. Yi couldn't help but twitch her eyes. With top-level bionic technology, combined with Mai and his biological abilities, there are less than 3 people on this planet who can distinguish between the real and the fake. Black Rose said without looking back, with these few people, we should be able to hold on until you come back. Wow. So many, little Yi. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she wanted to go up and make a move, but was then dragged away by Ms. Yi by the collar. Don't watch things that are not suitable for children. At this time, the senior engineer who had been keeping his eyes closed opened his eyes, and tens of thousands of pupils suddenly appeared in the pupils of Ms. Yi, which allowed her vision to directly penetrate the reality and reach the virtual level. She could vaguely see that a data link disappeared into the sky, and when she tried to clear the fog and leave a mark on the other party, the owner of the data link seemed to sense something and directly decomposed it into countless digital symbols, and then disappeared. The action was so fast that she didn't even have time to make a move. Could it be a hacker? Are you ready? Facing Gao Gong's smiling expression, Ms. He nodded calmly. For some reason, Ms. He suddenly felt disgusted with the other party's hypocritical expression, and wanted to slap the other party in the face. Then let's go! The next step. The purple string space opened, wrapped around the 4 people, and disappeared instantly. Unlike the previous time travel, this time Gao Gong began to carefully feel the operating rules. This ability of positioning teleportation is a bit like a stargate, both of which extract space energy for their own use. However, the product of advanced space technology, stargates, can be freely set up between star systems, and large stargates can even teleport planets. And if it is just a star zone level teleportation, such as the machine crack star and the nearest planet, the energy consumed is enough to drain you to death. So, in a sense, the ability of teleportation, which is sealed inside this planet, is actually a kind of protection. Gao Gong thought flashed through his mind, and the next moment, a flash of light appeared, and the 4 people appeared on a bloody continent. Ms. He frowned immediately, because first of all, she felt an abnormally strong energy fluctuation, and She did not feel the breath of living people on this continent. Not at all. Where is this Odic continent? The primitive land? In ancient times, or in the civilized era, there were three largest regimes on this planet: Empire, Federation, Union. But in fact, they have names. Dashi Empire, Northern Federation, Odic Union. Among them, the Empire took the route of cyborgs, military power, and the mechanical army flattened everything. The Northern Federation is like the prototype of the Cyber Age. The entire society is ruled by supercorporations. Members of parliament are just spokespersons for the corporations. And drug technology is advanced. The Odic Federation is a federation of small countries. Among the three major powers, it has the largest territory and the weakest strength. Then, the stubborn Great Xia Empire was directly destroyed by alien civilization, and the entire continent was destroyed together, without leaving any dregs. The supercorporations of the Northern Federation also gave up the concept of country at the first opportunity, choosing to lead the way for the alien monarch, and became the first batch of seeds of the Cyber Age. As for Odic, the situation is much more complicated. Because there are many small countries, there are all kinds of regimes. Compared to the empire that disappeared directly, and the location of the joint entity that was transformed into a fortress, Odic continent has become one of the most dangerous areas on the planet. The only primitive land. The reason is very simple. In the nuclear explosion around the world, there were no beings that were destroyed by the nuclear explosion. And in the first wave of global radiation, there were organisms marked as dangerous by the mother city. Plus the weird monsters that evolved locally. And in the Cyber Age, in order to protect the replication and evolution of artificial data, some things that must be expelled were born one after another. So all the messy and high-risk items were expelled to this place. This is the most dangerous place on the entire planet. Similarly, it is also the hiding place of the N Black Emperor. Chapter 596 S-Class Continent. If in the past, the danger level of the radiation zone was generally divided into three types: low-risk zone, medium-risk zone, high-risk zone. In the high-risk zone, there is already a radiation ecology that can adapt to A-class radiation beasts. Above, there is none. The reason is very simple: S-class radiation beasts are no longer limited to a certain place, but can run around the entire planet. Just like the widely preached brain in a jar. But this Odic continent is the only place that can be called an S-class continent. Every danger here can reach S level. Wow! What a big bone! Xiaoyu opened her mouth wide. In front of her was a small mountain of bones. The bones were in the shape of an animal. The long years had not calcified the bones. Instead, they were like glue, and a brilliant light was applied on the surface of its skin. Under the effect of this light, the whole mountain of bones looked like a crystal-clear diamond mountain. New mutant energy? Gao Gong looked at this small mountain with interest. Yudao is the most dangerous place, but also the place with the most opportunities. Gao Gong did not expect that he would see a possible new energy after only a few steps. The development of energy weapons is inseparable from the development of new energy. Once it is found that this new energy has the value of replication, then energy weapons will be greatly evolved. There is already a stable energy on this planet. That is radiation energy. From F level to S level. The level is stable, and the energy state of each stage is stable. The mutated energy in front of him, it obviously doesn't look like radiation energy, because it doesn't have the radiation aura that is unique to radiation energy. It's very pure, pure as water. Collect some and study it. Gao Gong opened his palm, and a lot of blood spurted out from his palm, and the blood spurted into the fluorescent light, and slowly absorbed it, while the palm membrane began to fall off, and became bigger, and reversely wrapped around the blood spurts, and turned into a meatball with a diameter of half a meter. Even so, Gao Gong still felt unsafe, and continued to spit out a lot of glass fragments, turning the large meatball into a small glass ball, and finally picked it up gently, took it off, and put it in his pocket. Although the high-intensity fusion with the purple string space caused Gao Gong to lose his snake mode for a short period of time, it was not without benefits. The benefit was that, in this state, he was the purple string space, and the purple string space was also him. Therefore, Gao Gong could even fold the space directly to store things. The technology of folding space, even in the field of space, has a wide range of uses. The top-level folding space does not fold an object or a city, but an entire galaxy. For example, the universe's top treasure ring of Terrace, on the surface, is a beautiful diamond necklace, but it is also an entire galaxy. The other three people watched the engineer's action silently. After the engineer finished, Black Rose wondered, why not teleport to that place directly? We don't have much time. Ms. Yi also rubbed the toy bear, and the bear's head looked around, with a somewhat alert expression. 2 reasons. 1. There are too many strange things on this continent. Once the space parameters are modified on a large scale, if something is contaminated, it will be very troublesome. The engineer paused and said, 2nd, according to the memory of that old man, to enter there, the means are a bit special. In the eyes of the engineer, after arriving at the Odic continent, Xiao Yu's biomagnetic field has been undergoing subtle changes, as if calling out for something, and as if attracting something. The 4 continued to move forward, and they encountered all kinds of strange things, such as a creeping meat mountain, an abandoned ancient research institute, and a group of robots that looked like beggars. Each of them was very evil. For example, Gao Gong felt a hint of space and destruction from the group of moving ancient robots. The 4 stood on a small hill, watching the group of ancient robots passing by. And then, they disappeared in an instant not far away. Boss, where did they go? Xiao Yu asked curiously. Senior engineer did not answer directly, but said, there is such a saying. When the energy intensity reaches a certain limit, there is a certain possibility that the space will be torn apart and people will be sent to the future in the form of amber. Boss, are you saying that they are traveling from the past? Xiao Yu widened his eyes. It is possible. At least their dress is very similar to the modified soldiers during the Second Mechanical War. Senior engineer paused and said, but there is another possibility. That is, they themselves do not exist. And now it is just a time travel phenomenon. Very interesting, Black Rose said with interest. I feel a lot of living marks from them. Each amber will carry everything from the previous era. Let's go. These mechanical soldiers should be safe, as long as we don't actively destroy some of their operating rules. Indeed, there are too many dangers in the continent of Odic, but with the strength of the 4 of them, as long as they don't deliberately take risks, 90% of the troubles can be avoided in advance. During this process, Xiao Yu gradually became silent, as if he had entered a certain state. Finally, after getting rid of a special S-level radiation beast, Gao Gong and his 4 companions came to a wild graveyard. The 4 of them all had some traces of battle. The reason why the S-level radiation beast was special was that it was not a certain type of radiation beast, but a whole piece of radiation land. The whole land was nurtured with a main consciousness and obtained S-level blood. Thanks to Gao Gong's spatial ability, it would be difficult to escape otherwise, because not only Gao Gong had spatial ability, but the other party also had it. The other party could expand a large spatial domain and in this domain, cut off all perception of the outside world. Under this ability, Black Rose and Ms. Yi both suffered a great loss. I'll get back at you sooner or later. Ms. Yi gritted her teeth. 2 more cracks appeared on her skin. The enemy just blocked the space and directly cut off her connection with all the electronic brains, causing her ability to regress to the level of ordinary mutants. She was almost scared to death. However, this also reminded her that the psychic power of homologous transformation is not invincible. Once the enemy cuts off her connection with other electronic brains, it will be very dangerous. I'm afraid you can't do it. Black Rose frowned and shook her hand. Her fair and slender fingers turned black and ugly, and the joints were cracked, revealing high-quality bionic components. This was the sequelae of her enduring the S-level beast tide. Even with the ability of the Metabolism Queen, it could not be repaired in a short time. What's more disgusting is that she paid such a great price. But she couldn't kill the other party. The reason is very simple. The real body of the radiation beast is the Odic continent under their feet. Although she sneered at Ms. Yi, Black Rose still looked at Gao Gong. Gao Gong said helplessly, don't think about it. Unless you use space-based cannons to completely break the entire continental framework. But the Mother City will not let you do that. If you break through the continent and release these S-level monsters, who knows what will happen? I didn't expect that this S-level continent would breed an S-level radiation spirit. At this point, Gao Gong's words stopped abruptly. The reason was very simple. The sword pattern on Xiao Yu's forehead began to light up slowly. Affected by this, in the cemetery, an inconspicuous tombstone slowly sank, revealing a black hole. We're here. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. There is no doubt that this is the place where Xiao Yuanjun sealed the armor of the end. After the 4 people entered the cave returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. On the ground with the tomb as the core, a pair of eyes as big as a basketball court slowly opened, looking at this place curiously. It seemed to be afraid of something, and as if it was expecting something, it closed its eyes again. I can feel that there are people, but these people feel a little special, said Black Rose. There are more than just people. Gao Dong looked at the ceiling, where there were several pinhole surveillance cameras. The area under the tombstone was not as dark as imagined, but much brighter, and, through the stairs going down, there was a hall. There were more than a dozen passages in the hall, leading to all directions, and there were obvious signs of people walking. At this time, Gao Dong directly used the skill radiation invisibility, creating an invisible effect by refracting the radiation field, and stood in the hall with the three people. Engineer Gao glanced at Xiaoyu. Since entering the location of the inn armor, Xiaoyu seemed to be in a state of confusion and absent-mindedness. Soon, in a passage, 2 footsteps sounded, and a faint voice also sounded. The security system issued a warning. What kind of weird thing is it from the outside world? I don't know. I'll just go and take a look. Soon, the 2 people showed their appearance. Sure enough, they were not human. The body was nearly 3 meters tall, the face was full of sharp teeth, the corners of the mouth were even torn to the temple, the tongue that occasionally stuck out was also nearly half a meter long, but even so, the words they spoke were standard human language. A detection swept over. Name, Strong Colonial Guardian. Species, Top Biological Life. Level, 50 HP, 3.2 million/3.2 million. Physical Strength, 99,000/99,000 Bioenergy, 1.7 million. Biological Attributes, Strength 950, Agility 531, Endurance 1030, Intelligence 300, Perception 340. Skills, Strong Colonial Weaponization Level 2 LV5, Strong Colonial Blood Attack Level 2 LV8, Strong Biological Domain Level 2 LV5. Template, New Colonial Life, Species Destroyer Incomplete. Good Guy, Super Monster with 2 templates, although one is incomplete. 3.2 million HP, several times stronger than the average A level. What a blood cow. However, such a super monster that can be used as the final boss anywhere is now wearing a security uniform. Chapter 597 Armor Soul. And low-level skills, like radiation invisibility, cannot interfere with the perception of the strong colonized guards. The next moment, the 2 security venoms discovered the 4 people. However, before they launched their offensive, their eyes went dark, and then they looked at Ms. Yi as if they saw their owner's puppy. Ms. Yi said with a smile. Interesting biological experiments, reminds me of my carefree childhood. Black Rose stepped forward, and touched the other person's skin with her finger, and said with interest. Chaotic but clear chemical transmitters can instantly achieve 100% human weaponization. I thought only bionic people could do this, because they were originally developed to exist as weapons. Gao Dong's finger turned into a sharp thorn, and pierced into its skin, and a strong sucking sound was heard. You absorb the genes of the strong guardian, strength permanent. +5, HP +1000. You absorb the genes of the strong guardian, agility permanent. +3, endurance +200. You absorb the genes of the strong guardian, physical strength +400. After the last bite, the 3-meter-tall monster was reduced to ashes, and Gao Dong also turned around, and in the next moment, he turned into the image of the strong guardian, Ms. He couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a waste of effort. Humph. Gao Dong grinned, and his nearly 1-meter-long tongue almost licked the other person's face. Let's go. And look ahead. 2 big guys led the way, while Black Rose and Ms. Yi walked behind. Both women were top-level warriors on this planet, and naturally they had ways to avoid being discovered. For example, Black Rose secretly manipulated certain chemicals in other people's bodies to create blind spots. Ms. Yi directly deleted the images generated in the other party's brain. In addition to the 2 level 50 boss monsters, Gao Dong also saw more and more strong colonizers. Their levels may not be high, generally around level 30, but it can be seen that they basically have secondary positions, such as biological researchers, biologists, etc. To put it bluntly, this is a group of auxiliary NPCs. Seeing this, Engineer Gao clearly understood that this group of strong breeding armor had become spirits. In other words, the professional knowledge chain of strong breeding technology had been developed to the top, and even a new species had been hatched. This was probably the biggest trump card of the Xiao family. X12. X13. Why are you here? Go move the goods. Recently, another batch of goods came in. X12. That is, Engineer Gao. looked at the big-headed scientist not far away. The other person's head looked like an alien, with the back of his head connected to his buttocks. But his body was abnormally thin, like skin and bones. You go, I will take this little girl down there, and find a part of number 9. You should also be able to feel that. Something is wrong with number 9. The voice of Black Rose sounded in Gao Gong's mind. Gao Gong had actually discovered long ago that, after the collapsed bodies approached a certain distance, the mutual induction was very strong, but even here, this induction was still vague, as if it would be cut off at any time. Will the collapse itself die? Such a thought flashed through Gao Gong's mind. So he did not act rashly, but followed the big-headed scientist silently. Soon, they arrived at the moving site, where many strong colonizers were already moving things. What they were moving were all twisted and deformed prosthetic plugins. It was obvious that the quality was very good. Senior Engineer picked up a mechanical hand that was broken into 2 halves. Name: Blade Demon Hand Broken. Level: Level 2 Black Technology. Note: this prosthesis once possessed the ability to deform over a large area. War God Suit. Let's combine. I want to study it. On the other side, the scientist with a big head and a small body waved his hand, and a strong colonizer ran over. His body melted into liquid, causing his limbs to swell rapidly, and his slightly bent spine was also supported by strong muscles. The huge strength allows him to lift several tons, even more than 10 tons of heavy objects at will. Just some scraps. What's the point of doing these things if you can't get the core industrial components of the CF family? Old Master Shao, are you comfortable? Do you want me to strengthen your back muscles? A strange face suddenly appeared on the neck, shyly flattering. Don't try that. Scientist Shao slapped its face with some disgust, and said, if I had known that when I designed you, I would have added some aesthetics. You all look so disgusting. What is aesthetics? Old Master Shao, are our faces not beautiful? According to human aesthetics, you people should all be sent to the incinerator. At this time, Gao Gong had silently carried a ton of goods to the warehouse. On the transparent glass on both sides of the corridor, you can see many strong colonists testing weapons, testing energy, recording data, and some have just crawled out of the pool, with blood vessels and granulation tissues still dancing everywhere. It seems that they have just been born and cannot fully master their abilities. A newborn strong colonist race. Gao Gong now finally understands why the Shao family's strong colonization technology can develop so fast. And even the 60th level martial god has been pointed out. What else is more professional than studying yourself? On the other side, the 3 women also came to the deepest part of this underground research institute. It was a white bone gate made of unknown materials. Outside the gate, there were complex biological research equipment, and large and small strong colonizer researchers. The leader was a level 60 female strong colonizer, with obvious female features, and more complex body patterns. Conduct the 253rd experiment. With the calm voice of the female strong colonizer, the white bone gate suddenly burned. The flame was extremely rich biological energy, and as the gate slowly opened, a dark, terrifying, and incomplete mechanical body appeared. This mechanical body was pierced by countless biological straws, and more than 50% of its parts were completely damaged and could not be repaired. Among the places that could be repaired, there were also many cracks. From the perspective of the 3 people, they could see that this mechanical body was not far from stopping. Is this number 7? Black Rose frowned, and the scene in front of her disappointed her. Xiao Yu's condition was even worse. The sword-shaped crown on his scalp began to bleed, and the blood kept flowing. The level 60 female strong breeder seemed to sense something and looked towards the place where the 3 people were. But she saw nothing. As the experiment began, a transparent human figure was peeled off from the body of the black armor bit by bit. Soul? MS, Yi said to herself. Chapter 598 Saint Seiya Armor. Just as MS, he expected, these strong colonizer scientists extracted the soul of number 7 Hantai body. And not just 1, but 7. 7 souls were extracted, until a dark light appeared on the surface of the end Black Emperor. The next moment, on the door of bones, the flames quickly turned into bright red, and the 2 lights collided violently, ending with the end of the Black Emperor dimming. The trembling of the surface of the end of the Black Emperor gradually stopped, and it stopped in place, as if it was dead. The 7 souls were also guided into 7 large glass cups. Faces appeared one after another, and their mouths opened and closed. The female colonizer swung her claws, spanning more than 40 meters, and reached into one of the glass cups. She sensed it, and nodded with satisfaction. The concentration extracted this time is good, which is about equivalent to the amount of 10 people. 7 souls, which means that another 70 of the same kind will be born. Clean them up, and I will ask for credit for you. The colonizers around her immediately praised. Ms. Vivian is wise. Great, I will apply to Dr. Xiao, and capture a strong individual for me to possess. I want to eat living flesh. I want to buy the latest model of virtual machine. Don't eat the latest data for me. A bunch of monsters are howling, with red eyes and tongues wagging. Some strong colonizers are even more excited and become more distorted. In short, the demons are dancing wildly. Seeing this, Vivian shook her head. She knew that their race always finds it difficult to suppress their own nature, no matter who is on the other side. However, her pair of bright red eyes still swept in a certain direction, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. What was the feeling just now? After these strong breeding species left in a hurry, ripples appeared in the space, and a terrible spiritual power directly blocked the entire scene, isolating all external perceptions. And the 3 women walked out of the void. Is this the Black Emperor? Black Rose used her beautiful blue eyes to look up and down at this worn-out modified body. I have to say, I am quite disappointed. In ancient times, there were no mechas and drivers, but instead, there were transformers and transformers. The Space Marines in Warhammer 40k, whose bodies are wrapped in tin cans, are the technical direction of the Great Xia Empire. First, the human body undergoes mechanical adaptation transformation, and then puts on combat armor, and obtains dozens or hundreds of times of combat power increase. The Black Emperor of the End is one of the most powerful transformers at that time, and it can even be said that there is no other. Each generation of the Emperor machine is the most powerful transformation machine. According to legend, the top transformation machines all have their own intelligence, which was a very metaphysical thing in the era when artificial intelligence was not yet developed. However, Black Rose only felt the other party's deep weakness, which made her feel a little sympathetic anger in her heart. There are enemies and friends among the collapsed bodies, but no matter which type of collapsed body, they are the most powerful existence in the world, imprisoned in this small place, constantly being tested and extracted. When did those humans have the right to do this? But she may not know that in the universe, most powerful life forms, the final fate is to be captured by civilization, and then dissected and studied. It can only be said that on this planet, the collapsed body is a very special existence. The blood flowing from Xiaoyu's forehead spiritually extended to the end of the Black Emperor. At the same time, after moving the goods, bored Gao Gong was considering whether to reunite with the 3 women. The previous Dr. Xiao suddenly came over, looked him up and down, and said coldly, "Come here. There is an experiment that requires your cooperation." Gao Gong was stunned for a moment, followed the other person obediently, and the 2 of them went around and came to a laboratory. Lie down. He pointed at a blood-stained operating table, holding something without looking back. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. According to his observation, this Dr. Xiao should be the Xiao family's full representative in this place, and he and another high-level female colonizer Vivian jointly maintain this underground test base. What? Seeing that Gao Gong did not go up, Dr. Xiao turned around and asked, with a strange look in his eyes. What operation? Gao Gong, who turned into a colonizer, said in a muffled voice. Test the new function of your body. Afterwards, I will give you 3 living people for you to possess. Or do you want to disobey the order of your creator? Dr. Xiao half warned and half tempted, holding a tube of green blood in his hand. Oh, that's how it is. Gao Gong nodded, and his huge body did not retreat but advanced, walking directly towards Dr. Xiao. Behind Dr. Xiao's thick glasses, a strange light flashed. You are indeed a fake. The next moment, Gao Gong's feet sank suddenly. In his perception, the gravity under his feet suddenly increased by 300 times. At the same time, dozens of beams of light shot out from all over the room, instantly fixing various parts of Gao Gong's body. And this beam of light seemed not just a laser, but also had a coagulation effect. Gao Gong suddenly found that his strong colonizer's skin was like a ball of cement with coagulant added, and it lost its activity. Looking at Gao Gong's surprised expression, Dr. Xiao smiled complacently. Are you wondering why you were discovered? After all, you pretended so well. But the disguise of the soul cannot be faked. To be honest, I am quite interested in your ability to disguise yourself as a colonizer. After all, not every creature has such powerful cells. Perhaps you can also introduce yourself, such as who sent you, which will save you some torture. Gao Gong silently watched the other person's palm begin to deform, grow black granulations similar to colonizers, and then put it into the straw, as if adjusting something. So not only pure strong armor can be transformed into spirits, but even normal people can be implanted with strong blood? How did he get rid of the devouring factor in the strong blood? Back then, the red liquid made with Gao Gong's own blood was also obsessed with devouring its host. And ordinary strong armor cannot even be worn for a long time. And Gao Gong had sensed it a little before. There were at least 7 auras in this underground research institute that made him feel a little threatening. The owner of these auras, even if they are not the strong colonization god, is at least a level 62nd level full level monster. And their melee ability is stronger than that of the S-level mutant. If this makes a noise, it would be fine if the end is fine. But the key is that it has problems. It's just right to use that trick. Engineer Gao suppressed his intention to attack, and waited until Dr. Xiao adjusted the thing in his hand, and brought it over leisurely. And then smiled slightly, combined with the huge weird face of the strong colonizer. It looked particularly disgusting. Professor Xiao frowned, and wanted to say something else. The next moment, the other person's figure seemed to shrink rapidly, and he seemed to be involuntarily getting closer. In a trance, the air around him changed from gas to liquid, and then from liquid to solid. No matter how he shouted, he seemed to be unable to make any sound. The glass in his hand fell down involuntarily, and was caught by a hand. Although I can't move myself. If you really come over, you can't blame me. In front of Gao Gong, there was a purple mirror suspended in the air. The person in the mirror was Professor Xiao. However, no matter how Professor Xiao hit the mirror, he couldn't break the mirror and return to reality. This is also an application of folded space. Just stay in there, I'll deal with you when I have time. Senior engineer put a probe into the water cup. Name? Level, first level. Remarks: a special drug that accelerates the operation of the pain system, reducing inhibitors such as endorphins, generally used to punish others. Senior engineer cast another skill at the laser next to him. Name: confinement laser. Category: laser weapon quality. Third level excellent danger level. Advanced weight, 0 remarks. A special weapon that produces a large-scale stagnation effect on biological cell activities, has a miraculous effect on 90% of advanced species. Huh? It's a bit of a work. The development difficulty of confinement laser weapons is much higher than that of ordinary weapon lasers. Generally speaking, the development difficulty of laser weapons is offensive type, defense type, confinement type. Among them, the difficulty of confinement weapons is that it creates a special field by breaking up particles. Compared with clustering, solidification, creating a microscopic field is obviously much more difficult. But the advantage is that, once it is used, unless the opponent also has microscopic means, then it will be difficult to resist. If Gao Gong had not just directly merged man in space, it would have been difficult to get out of it. Let me see if I can find some good stuff. The entire laboratory is not big. In addition to some biological data, the most important thing is a storage chip and a biological computer, with the 5.0 version of the G system, and the hacking skills of an experienced driver. Gao Gong quickly unlocked these 2 devices. From the chip, Gao Gong got what he wanted. You have obtained the 14th level mechanical blueprint. Imprisonment laser weapon. When he cracked the biological computer, he found that it contained a large amount of experimental data related to the strong colonizers. He finally understood why these strong colonizers had souls. The 7th collapsed body is neither Xiaoyu, nor is it called End of Black Armor. Its name is Soul Armor. Just by looking at its name, you can know that the function of this thing is, most likely it is related to the soul. In fact, this is exactly the case. Its ability is that, every time it gains a belief, its power will be stronger. Even when the belief of the operator of the armor reaches a certain strength, the quantitative change will lead to qualitative change, and enter the 2nd stage. Seeing this, Gao Gong's mouth twitched. What's the matter with this strong sense of deja vu? Huang, Golden Saint. Chapter 599. The Armor of the End is activated. The number 7 collapsed body, the Soul Armor, is the greatest treasure of this underground research base. Obviously, Xiao Yuanjun did not listen to the words of the Black Prince. Not only did he not find a suitable owner for No. 7, he also treated it as an experimental product that can be reused repeatedly. At present, everything the Xiao family has is basically the reverse research of the soul armor. Interesting, I wonder how the Xiao family suddenly changed from a tin can to a meat can. The former is prosthetic technology, and the latter is strong breeding technology. Different trades are like different mountains. But who would have thought that the Xiao family not only produced a trader, but also a loyal minister? Xiao Yu's father and grandfather are both true royalists. Gao Gong muttered as he downloaded the information. Following the example, with them, his own camp can also point out the strong breeder. After all, he has acquired all the professional knowledge on strong breeding technology. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Gao Gong had an idea. And through the hair of Dr. Xiao that he had obtained in advance, a certain deformed bloodline of the radiation beast automatically took effect. And before the door opened, it became another Dr. Xiao. Come in. A 3.5-meter tall strong colonizer with ferocious teeth walked in and said respectfully to Dr. Xiao, Doctor, I'm here to exchange blood. Exchange blood? Gao Gong recalled the information in his memory and immediately understood what was going on. Strictly speaking, strong colonizers belong to a kind of companion species. It has no fixed form, its nervous system is extremely developed, and has the hobby of possessing and eating living things. For this kind of creature, it is not difficult to simply instill knowledge. It even has a higher IQ than normal humans. The difficulty lies in instilling loyalty. Implanting a chip, no, brainwashing, I don't have a brain at all, using beauty to seduce the other party, but what I like most is to eat beautiful women alive, literally eat alive. So after a long time of research, I came up with the trick of blood transfusion. By deleting some genes at the beginning of breeding, let them produce defective blood in their bodies, unable to circulate blood independently. If the blood is not replaced every once in a while, the body will explode. Through this method, combined with the training since childhood, the bred colonizer clan was successfully conquered. With a glance, the senior engineer found a replacement blood test tube on the wall. And with the help of the basic training of the prosthetic doctor, he skillfully selected the instrument. Doctor, there is no need to be so troublesome. Just pour it in directly. The colonizer pulled with both hands, and his upper body was pulled apart alive. And the torn part was like black cheese. The senior engineer was speechless for a while. And without any nonsense, he poured the blood in the test tube directly into the split mouth, all the way to the stomach. And it was absorbed like a sponge. Great, Dr. Xiao. I'm leaving. Yes. It's just that changing blood every half a month is too troublesome. It would be better if it could last half a year at a time. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Gao Gong pondered for a while, and suddenly found that there seemed to be some room for maneuver. While thinking, the voice of Black Rose came to his ears. You'd better come over, your little friend. I'm afraid he can't hold on any longer. Gao Gong was stunned, and then without saying anything, he pushed open the door as Dr. Xiao and went directly to the bottom floor. When we reached the bottom floor, a sturdy man was reading a newspaper. The strong biomagnetic field emanating from this sturdy man was undoubtedly level 60. Behind him was a strong armored man with 3 spikes on his head, 2 eyes on his chest and abdomen. As soon as Engineer Gao appeared, the 2 pairs of eyes stared at him, like some kind of beetle, with eyes that were as real as substance. Engineer Gao had an idea and said, Xiao Sha, the family asked you to stay here. It was not my idea. Why are you angry with me? Xiao Sha stretched. Old Xiao, don't be angry. It's just a routine inspection. This broken place can't even provide a network. And even the most temperamental people will be smoothed out. Then can I go in? Please feel free. Dr. Xiao opened his mouth, struggling to say something. But in the end, he said nothing. Engineer Gao nodded and walked directly underground, while Xiao Sha put down the newspaper and looked at the strongly colonized armor. The armor shook his head slowly. Well, it seems that I was too worried. Vivian also told me to be more vigilant. But how could anyone know such a ghost place? Engineer Gao walked to the last floor, and his body suddenly stopped. And then he stepped back. From the body of Dr. Xiao, another Dr. Xiao withdrew. And the one who withdrew was the real Engineer Gao. As for the Dr. Xiao in front, it was the genuine Dr. Xiao that he had just exchanged for by transforming the space. This kind of supernatural overlapping and transformation of space can only be done by him in his current state. And putting the genuine Dr. Xiao on top, It naturally couldn't be more real. What's going on? Why is the inspection so strict? There was no such person on the way here before. After sealing Dr. Xiao again, Gao Gong muttered to himself, and soon came to the bottom floor. A spiritual force, like a black tide, appeared out of thin air. This time, Gao Gong did not resist, and let the other party sweep him away. There were two completely identical bottom floors. Both contained a large number of advanced biological research equipment, a white bone gate, and the black armor of the end inserted by countless biological pipes. It was just that one was on the ground, and the other was underground. The two sides were mirror images of each other. The bottom floor underground was empty and constituted an illusion. In the real bottom floor, Black Rose stood opposite the black armor of the end, with her arms folded across her chest. As for Xiaoyu, she had already become a bloody person. When Ms. Yi saw Engineer Gao coming, her eyes lit up, and she shouted in a somewhat inappropriate manner, "Hurry up and save her. She is about to die." Engineer Gao walked over quickly, and saw that Xiaoyu was covered in blood. Logically speaking, as a person whose body was transformed by more than 90%, her body should not have so much blood. And this blood was obviously attracted and gathered in one direction. Engineer Gao looked up and saw that after the end black armor received the blood, the damaged parts actually began to recover gradually. Soul repair, Gao Gong understood immediately. The code on Xiaoyu could open the soul armor, however, the loss of the soul armor over the years made it completely unable to liberate number 7, so Xiaoyu's soul was extracted. You could also see the black light on the end black armor light up again, and a blood light lights up on the white bone gate at the same time. That's Gao Gong throwing a probe over. Name, Chaos Gate. Category, Information Carrier. Quality, Level 3. Danger Level, Planetary Level. Weight, 0 remarks. Special material, used to create special equipment, confuse the soul, disorder the mind. Gao Gong stared at this strange door, and it seemed that countless human faces and tentacles grew on the door, and it seemed that thousands of strange voices came from various systems of the human body. Gao Gong closed his eyes, and the next moment, the illusion disappeared. This thing is very similar to the evil omen machine that he felt in the single god's mind before. The temperament it reveals is very deeply connected with the memory matrix. As a member of the Advent sect, the Xiao family seems to have mastered the ability of this part of the memory matrix. Otherwise they would not be so confident to leave the end of the black armor here. Seeing that Engineer Gao was still silent, Ms. He angrily said, "Are you still in charge?" Engineer Gao suddenly smiled. There are two ways now. One is to cut off Xiaoyu's connection with the black armor of the end and sever the connection at the soul level. But this means that she will never be able to become number 7, because with the current state of the black armor of the end, it is impossible to open it a second time. The second way is to completely sacrifice Xiaoyu, let her merge with the black armor of the end, and make up for part of the loss of the soul armor, but the price is that she will become a part of the armor, and from then on, disappear forever. Ms. He was furious, but her hand tightened, and saw that although Xiaoyu was still coughing up blood, her eyes became brighter. Ahem. I choose the second one. Boss, please. Are you stupid? Don't you know that people are using you? Xiaoyu shook her head. This is what I should do. If you just need a playmate, I can upload Xiaoyu's mind and make a copy of her for you. I don't need those fakes. You guys should discuss faster. We're about to be discovered. Black Rose hugged her chest and lowered her head, only to see that in the illusion under her feet, Xiao Sha and the female colonizer Vivian, broken at some point. Xiao Sha looked around with a puzzled look on his face, while Vivian said something with a serious face. Little Yi, help me. Ms. Ye's eyes turned red, and she finally gritted her teeth and said, "You are really crazy." Gao Gong stood up and grabbed with both hands in the air. In an instant, countless space debris sprayed out from his palms, covering the white bone door. As the coverage deepened, the phantom of the door became fainter, and finally, it disappeared completely. He folded the door again. In the illusion under his feet, Vivian seemed to have discovered something, and her expression became more and more uneasy. Without this door, a large amount of white light shone from Xiaoyu, turning into a small transparent figure, flying towards the soul armor. In the eyes of the engineer, there was never a soul, only a high-level information state. On the figure's body, there were a lot of scattered fluorescent lights, and in the light, there was a complex sword-shaped activation code. The engineer's eyes flashed, and the next moment, he threw Xiao Yu's corpse towards the black rose. And at the same time, the whole person turned into a rich blood light, which burned all the biological pipes and merged with the in black armor. Ladies, I need your help. The boiling chemical transmitter and the powerful mental power were poured into the body of the in armor at the same time. Crack, the illusion began to produce cracks, and suddenly exploded. And in the eyes of Xiao Sha and Vivian, the in black armor, which had been dead all along, suddenly sounded a huge engine roar. The empty eyes lit up. Chapter 600, The End of the Realm. Xiao Sha is a level 60 strong colonization king. Vivian is a level 60 strong colonization leader. Both sides have reached the upper limit of the level of the second civilization. So, although the large-scale illusion created by MS, he is as realistic as it can be, in their eyes, there is always something missing, and more importantly, where is Dr. Xiao? Vivian looked around, and did not see the Dr. Xiao mentioned by Xiao Sha. She could not help but look at him with her bloodshot eyes. Xiao Sha was also stunned for a moment. Then he waved his hand, and from the ceiling, countless bright red liquids fell, pouring on his body, making his body grow rapidly, becoming a circle larger than Vivian, the genuine strong colonizer, and bowl-sized eyeballs grew out from his chest, abdomen, eyes, and legs, looking around everywhere. Finally, all the eyeballs were nailed on the in black armor, and the eyes overlapped, shining through the misty illusion created by MS. There are people there. Is Dr. Xiao in there? Boom! The entire space, from the floor to the ceiling, countless cracks appeared. Among the countless burned biological tubes, a broken, tall black modified body slowly walked out of the white light. The black armor of the end. Why, the gate of chaos. Where is the door? The two of them noticed that, since some time, the bone gate specially made to restrain the black armor of the end had suddenly disappeared, as if it had not existed just now. Affected by the earthquake, one after another of the sticky liquids came out from the cracks in the ceiling, growing hands, feet, and heads, and turned into tall monsters with tongues wagging. Ba Xiao Sha, what happened? Vivian, what's going on? Damn, many instruments were shattered. Isn't this thing dead? How did it come back to life? Xiao Sha took a deep breath, looking at the end of the Black Emperor walking away. Old Xiao, I don't know what has possessed you. But stop now. It's not too late. Now, whether it is Xiao Sha or Vivian, they all think that Dr. Xiao has entered and activated the in black armor. And in the in black armor, the voice of Dr. Xiao was also heard. I now understand that machinery is the kingly way, and evolution must be separated from biology. Look at what I look like now. How powerful. How full of vitality. As he spoke, the appearance of the in black armor gradually emerged. The spikes on the mechanical crown seemed to pierce the sky. Although the mechanical plugins on the hands and legs were old, they looked well forged, especially on its back, which seemed to have a retractable mechanical wing. The ship-slashing sword that was originally in Xiao Yu's hand, which was twice as big as her, now looked more like a short sword in the hand of the in black armor. The materialized imperial light gradually flowed along the gaps of its mecha. Even if some of the broken and withered parts, the imperial light still outlined the shape. A simple, ancient power was gradually awakened from its body. Xiao Sha and Vivian looked at each other, without speaking, but the decision was made in their hearts. The next moment, the colonists roared and screamed, and countless liquids popped out of their skin. Some turned into needles, some turned into strange weapons, and even the whole person turned into a big mouth and pounced on each other. Although the attack method is very simple, it is quite effective. As a special race that has never appeared, the colonizer has two bug characteristics. Physical damage minus 90%. Energy damage minus 80%. Which means that if you want to attack it, 10 points of attack will be reduced to 2 points at most. And it must be an energy attack. Once it enters the parasitic mode, it will automatically enter the blood connection state, which is a feature that only the top-level colonized armor can have. It not only links the HP of the armor owner, but also links the HP of the enemy. This is similar to the bloodline characteristics of a third-level alien race. And that third-level alien race is the alien killer called the Planet Killer. However, in the face of these attacks, the in black armor also showed its horror, which is the attack on the soul level. A huge black cover appeared, and the second stage Emperor's power could also unfold the cover. But unlike the Emperor's power, as soon as this cover was opened, thousands of troops rushed out from inside. The transparent, tide-like army of modified machines, carrying the same ship-slashing swords as the end black armor, rushed towards the group of colonists. The two sides were black and white, but the situation became one-sided at the moment of contact. Many of the colonists' attacks, hitting these soul warriors, did not cause any damage. However, the attacks of these soul warriors, hitting the colonists, had a miraculous effect. One of the soul warriors stabbed a level 38 strong colonizer's chest with his ship-slashing sword. Although this injury was horrible, it should have been just like a tickle for a creature like it. Its claws had already reached behind the opponent, from the back to the front, to strangle the opponent to death. However, an indescribable pain suddenly came from the chest. The strong colonizer looked down in disbelief and saw that at the wound site, a few transparent fluorescent lights suddenly flew out of the body, and then the whole person quickly turned into flying sand. This kind of vision happened to more than one colonizer. Vivian, Xiao Sha, and the two level 60 colonizer kings who came later. All four of them thought of a legend almost at the same time. The territory of the end. The great Xia started the war, and the emperor loved to kill people. According to the legend, as long as the territory of the black armor of the end is covered, no matter who the enemy is or what level the opponent is, there is a certain probability that he will be killed instantly. According to the game, this attribute should be called large-scale lethality. A single attack is a bug, and a group attack is a bug among bugs. In such a small space, even the King of Heaven, the top strong colonizer bloodline, dare not touch its edge. The four looked at each other, and almost at the same time broke through the ceiling and rushed to the ground. Open all defense mechanisms. Evacuate everyone. Don't die in vain. Close all laboratories. Enter the transfer state. And the key is those soul liquids. They must be transferred in the first batch. What happened? After the four people fought their way out of the underground, the voice of their companions came from the communicator. Come back quickly. Something has happened. Old Xiao has used some method to activate the end black armor, and is now killing people in the Underground Research Institute. Until this moment, Xiao Sha still thought that Dr. Xiao had encountered some evil and betrayed the family. Old Xiao? Is that old thing still able to move? Isn't it almost broken? Wait. Come back immediately. There are about 7 to 8 top-level 60 strongmen stationed in this research institute. But not all the strongmen stay in such a small place. Generally speaking, they will be divided into two groups. While one group is stationed, the other group will go to this S-level continent to try their luck. After all, the greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. Although the Odic continent is full of dangers, it is also full of opportunities. It is said that someone once got individual equipment here that was higher than the level of the god of war. It is said that it was the relic of a certain alien strongman in the last war. So Vivian, Xiao Sha and others did not resist it, but prepared to suppress it together after everyone arrived. This method has a higher success rate, but it also means that the colonists left in the institute have been strategically abandoned by them. While the end black armor was killing people, in a room invisible to ordinary people, Engineer Gao was sitting on a chair, surrounded by surveillance videos. At this time, his fingers were tapping flexibly, monitoring the screen of each colonist, and progress bars were lit up one by one. Biological Computer G System 5.0 activating. Network Cloud opening. Virtual Personality Punk Soul downloading. Virtual Personality Hippie Spirit downloading. Virtual Personality Free People downloading. And the objects of the Virtual Personality downloading are the seriously injured colonists one by one. Each personality is a seed of future riots. There is one downside to a strong nervous system, which is that it can be connected to the internet anytime and anywhere. Once connected to the internet, you can download whatever you want. Hee. It's not up to you. He had to leave a mine for the Xiao family that could explode at any time. During the process, a terrifying mental force kept sweeping back and forth in the end of black armor, trying to find something, but unfortunately it never found anything. Don't look for it. Xiao Yu is dead and can't die anymore. No matter how hard you look, she can't be resurrected. Engineer Gao squinted his eyes and looked at Ms. Yi standing next to him. This girl could actually invade his biological computer with her mental power alone, which was really powerful and painful. On the usually cold face of Ms. Yi, her eyes slightly turned red. After hearing what the other party said, she could no longer hold back and angrily cursed. You have no conscience at all. At this moment, the mysterious number 550. The dark girl stripped off all her disguises and turned into a lonely girl again. This is not Mishi at all. It is clearly a Yi Lolita. A big Lolita. Is it really natural to be evil? Gao Gong smiled and didn't care. It is a very happy thing for a person to be able to implement his own free will and bear the price it brings. You should be happy for her. Then I wish you a complete death. Big Lolita, he said coldly. Then I will be very happy. After all, I hate others collecting my corpse the most. Gao Gong smiled and said, Okay. Now focus on the end Black Emperor. No. The real power of the soul armor. As Gao Gong spoke, the ground cracked directly, and the end Black Emperor jumped out. At the same time, 8 terrifying auras swept over, like transparent mountains, suppressing the soul armor. The end realm was opened again, and for a moment, thousands of troops surrounded a mechanical king, descending into this world. Chapter 601 The Blade of the End. There were 5 men and 3 women standing in the air, among whom was only one leader of the strong colonizers, that is, Vivian, and the others were all level 60 strong colonizer kings, and each of them was wearing strong colonizer armor. Under the effect of the top-level strong colonizer armor, the blood volume, physical strength, or biological energy were directly split into 2. But except for Vivian, who obviously looked like Venom, the other 7 people were in the form of normal people. Only some organs were obviously different from those of ordinary people. For example, there were more than a dozen eyeballs on the body, or 2 more arms, and the facial features became 5 big holes. This is the deepest level of the colonization and armor integration mode. The 2 life forms are completely integrated. The human is the colonized armor, and the colonized armor is also the human. There is another saying for this state, King of Heaven. The 7 kings attacked almost at the same time. For a moment, the biomagnetic field that was no less than that of the S-class radiation beast was like an inverted disc, smashing to the ground. Affected by this, the ground was filled with horrible explosions. The terrible radiation energy blew up mushroom clouds. Affected by this, storms, landslides, rainstorms, and even the radiation clouds in the sky all turned into daylight. The previously almost invincible terminus domain, under this level of pressure, finally showed signs of disintegration. Once the protection of the domain was lost, those imperial warriors in the soul state also dissipated visibly. TSK, it's really scary. Sitting in the monitoring room, Gao Gong, watching this scene, simply calculated. These second-level top biological warriors, their own biological energy is about 4 to 5 million, plus the 5 to 6 million attached to the strong colonization armor, tens of millions of biological energy. Gao Gong's super transformation a long time ago was also about tens of millions. The mechanical energy of a Cybertron robot is only in the tens of millions. A Cybertron robot of tens of millions is enough to perform the continental cleanup work. And the Shao family can even mass-produce this level of strong colonization king. TSK. No wonder the Shao family can master the highest level of Legion combat power on this planet. Senior Engineer glanced at the girl, who had been downgraded to Yida lowly, and laughed. Compared to the Saint-level mutants of your company, the strong colonization kings of the Shao family are stronger. Saint-level mutants, S-level mutants, are all super biochemical warriors in the professional knowledge chain of biochemical technology. It's just that the S-level of the Venos group focuses on superpowers, while the Saint level of the Holy Brain group emphasizes biological mutation. The direction of evolution is on the same knowledge chain, but there are also different branches. The expression of Yida lowly also became serious. She had heard of a saying that mutants are an incomplete martial god. But now it seems that the King of Heaven is an incomplete martial god, except for the divinity unique to the martial god. In terms of other performances, there is almost no difference from the martial god. On the contrary, the mutants, except for the direction of mutation, the other attribute boards, are basically the short boards that are crushed. This is why even the top enterprises try to get close to the mother city. Only by pleasing the mother city can they get a higher level of transformation. Gao Gong didn't say a word. Although ascension is a matter for civilizations above level 3, but the promotion of a level 2 civilization to a level 3 civilization cannot be filled by the resources of a planet, especially since this planet is developing 3 civilization directions at the same time. So, unless it is some super large cyber test site. For general planet level cyber test sites, the second level civilization is the upper limit. Can she win? Yida lowly couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, if it can't even solve this problem, then it doesn't deserve to be called number 7. Just as Gao Gong and Yida lowly were chatting calmly, in the outside world, the battle between the two sides had already become fierce. The 10 demon eyes on Xiao Xiao's body suddenly opened, becoming the size of a basketball, and a huge energy cannon burst out from his slightly smaller body. The scene was very similar to Boros, the overlord challenging the one-punch demon king. For ordinary energy rays, the killing standard is over 1,000. For ordinary energy attacks, the standard is over 10,000. And the damage of the energy cannon level, the attack is over 100,000. For most defense equipment, this kind of energy cannon is enough to cause devastating damage. Facing this kind of attack, the end of black armor displayed movements that were completely inconsistent with its size. Every part of its body seemed to be changing madly, but its shape never changed. The result was that it seemed to be teleporting anytime and anywhere. The handle of the battleship sword was also connected with more than a dozen mechanical joints, which felt like a dozen hands had grown on its body, holding the sword at the same time, and instantly appeared above Xiao Xiao's head. The knife flashed a little red light, because of the indescribable force technique, making the blade rub against the air, and producing a gas explosion effect. In Xiao Xiao's eyes, the air was compressed crazily, leaving only a hint of red in his vision, and then, the red light turned into a prairie fire, covering everything. The battleship knife and a 1,000-meter-long sword that fell from the sky collided violently, the knife lights intersected, and the smell of burning was like a fire scene. The 1,000-meter-long sword was transformed from the arm of a female colonized king. The blood-red knife light stretched from one end of the sight to the other, the incredible length, making people doubt, is this really something a normal person can do? And this is the unique weapon of colonized armor, the colonized soldier, a weapon with an even more exaggerated degree of deformation than mechanical weapons. Brother Xia, retreat! Xiao Xiao finally reacted. His heart sank, and he hurriedly retreated. Roar! The opponent's arm suddenly became thicker than his thigh. The female strong-bred king plowed hard, and the indescribable strange force actually pushed the more than 10-meter high-end black armor backwards, and the two mechanical legs were deeply sunk into the ground. At the same time, beams of light swept from a distance like fireworks on the back of a male strong-bred king. A device similar to an implanted machine gun grew, and there were 6 of them, sweeping out energy attacks by sweeping out bullet chains. The lower body of the end of black armor did not move, but the upper body suddenly turned 180 degrees, and the ship-slashing sword in his hand could not splash water or sweep needles. Generally speaking, in every civilization and every world, there will be some kind of technology that has been practiced to an incredible level. There are 5 levels of this skill: ordinary, advanced, elite, expert, and master. But in the player legend, above the level of master, there is actually a hidden level, but not everyone can click it. The mechanical swordsmanship of the black armor of the end must have this level, because a modified machine that has not even been fully repaired, relying only on this incompletely matched dagger, completely blocked these 8 level 60 characters. In fact, if the 8 people had not simultaneously launched the biomagnetic field, which could crush the end field that had not yet taken shape, then the situation would not even be evenly matched, but a one-sided situation. Fortunately, the consumption of 8 people is definitely greater than that of a black armor of the end that has not yet been fully repaired. The scars on the black armor are increasing, and the HP of the strong armor is also decreasing at a constant speed. Both sides are consuming. The end black armor obviously consumes more, but what no one noticed is that every time they fight, there will be a flash of fluorescence on the blade of the ship-slashing sword. The soul, a high-level information state, is ranked in the carbon-based sequence, which is far higher than the biological magnetic field. The latter is just the interaction between biological information and magnetoelectric phenomena, while the former is completely beyond the laws of physics, and even has the power to modify the laws. Every time they fought, it was actually a means for the end of black armor to absorb the opponent's biomagnetic field and transform it into soul energy. Finally, when the accumulation of the blade reached its limit, everyone present felt a strong sense of threat. The next moment, the ship-slashing sword in the hands of the end of black armor disappeared, and at the same time, the sound, energy, light, color, and distance all disappeared. The closest strong colonization heavenly king suddenly felt a sense of pulling. That was the performance of the strong armor trying to get rid of itself at the cellular level. This situation has almost never appeared in his combat career. The strong armor is with him in life and death. What kind of threat made the armor choose to escape for his own life? The next moment, the white light of the knife shape rose up like a mountain, and wherever it passed, it submerged everything in the way. So fast the strong king only had time to think of this, and the thought was submerged by the knife light. At the same time, there was another female king nearby who disappeared. One knife. Two kings. When everyone came to their senses, there were two fewer people in the air, and the end of the black armor also disappeared at this time. The remaining 6 people looked at each other, and their expressions were the same. With lingering fear. Chapter 602 Half of the soul armor. And black armor disappeared. After slashing out an incredible sword, this one mysteriously disappeared, leaving the remaining 6 warriors stunned, and then looking at each other. What happened to that sword just now? Vivian couldn't help asking. Xiao Xiao looked down at his body, and a dozen big eyeballs suddenly popped out of his body, fused with each other, reformed the strong colonization armor. The strong colonization armor spoke human language. According to the test results, at that moment, the biomagnetic field of the strong armor present was simultaneously pulled, and the power was forcibly taken away at that moment. Another strong armor that escaped also spoke up, so the knife just now was the power of the 8 strong kings, mixed into the hands of the end black armor, and the knife was cut. This is impossible. I know that the end black armor has a strong control over ancient machinery, and that power is called imperial power. But we are biological organisms. A strong king shook his head. Can we do further analysis? Asked the female king holding the knife. She was a swordsman, and she knew best what kind of terrifying power it was when the swordsmanship reached that level. No, there is not enough data, and the time is too short, so we can't do further analysis. It's a pity that we didn't implant the biochip, and Dugaka didn't sell their chip technology. A strong colonization king frowned and said dissatisfiedly, for a strong colonization arm like them, the mechanical rejection is very strong, and normal combat chips cannot be implanted at all. The level of biochips on the market is too low, and they don't match their biological level at all. They also tried to buy the biochip technology of Dago Group, or customize a batch of high-level biochips. The result was unexpectedly rejected. What should we do now? The end black armor escaped from our hands. How can we explain to the family? A strong colony king said anxiously. That's Dr. Zhao's fault. Who knows what the old man is crazy about? He is the general manager of the entire institute. We are only responsible for external security. What he wants to do, how can we know, and how can we think he will go crazy? Xiao Xiao immediately set the tone, and put the blame on old Xiao. Yes, he is the creator of all the colonizers. Perhaps it was because of his obsession with research that he got deeper and deeper into trouble and finally rebelled, said another person. Vivian wanted to say something, but before she could open her mouth, a colonizer king said decisively, there are 2 things to do now. The first thing is to report to the family, and ask them to send someone over immediately. The second thing is to control all the remaining colonizers. God knows what Lao Shao left on them. These words were recognized by everyone. As the only leader of the colonizers, Vivian had an inexplicable thought in her mind at this moment. Those who are not of my kind, their hearts must be different. And on the surface of a sea in the boundless ocean, an island reef, the waves crashed into the island reef, splashing thousands of silver flowers. The water split again, and a dark transformer suddenly appeared. The Black Emperor of the End. The transformer is not a mecha. The mecha is intelligently controlled, while the transformer is a combination of man and machine. If you have to say, the transformer is more like a mechanical version of the colonizer armor. A flash of purple light, senior engineer, Black Rose, Lolita Yi reappeared. That's right, Miji has been downgraded to a Lolita. At this moment, Lolita Yi touched the cold and ruthless machine with red eyes, and the little girl, who was happy all the time, the female bodyguard who vowed to protect her, her only friend flashed in her mind. It's not a sin for a woman to cry. You? Looking at the annoying voice behind her, Lolita Yi wanted to kill the other party immediately. Disapproval from relatives is a sign of success for the superior girl. You are still a long way from being mature. As the mistress of Engineer Gao, at least in terms of bad taste, Black Rose is the same. You guys. Lolita Yi was about to explode, but a cold feeling suddenly spread across her cheeks. She looked up, and saw the end of the Black Emperor gently wiping the tears from her face. Xiao Yi. From the end of the Black Emperor, she heard a voice that she was very familiar with. Lolita Yi opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say a word. After a long while, she came to her senses, turned her head sharply and stared at Gao Gong viciously. You knew it a long time ago. It's okay, not too early, that is. Before she died, Gao Gong said with a smile, I found a lot of interesting things in Dr. Zhao's biological computer. He paused. For example, the confidential transfer plan of the soul armor. Transfer? Yes, the Black Emperor of the End is the Black Emperor of the End, and the soul armor is the soul armor. The two can be one or not. For example, if the authority of number 7 is transferred to the body of a strong colonization armor, then the soul armor is no longer the Black Emperor of the End. Can the collapsed body be transferred? This time, even Black Rose was somewhat surprised. Some can. And they need specific vehicles. At least of the same level. For example, the Omen machine of the Shao family genius is an object that can carry the soul armor. Gao Gong added, in fact, they have already transferred half of it. The voice of the Black Emperor of the End sounded, well, Xiao Yi, before I died, the boss told me that as long as I worked hard, I would not have to die. Half of the soul armor naturally cannot devour a whole soul. If there is a powerful organism that continuously provides vitality to this soul, coupled with the power of the Queen of Metabolism, repeatedly stimulates the Black Emperor of the End, repairs its body, and cooperates with each other, then Xiao Yu can become the new balance point between the Black Emperor of the End and the soul armor. Yi De Loli was about to blurt out. Why didn't you say it earlier? Did you want to see me make fun of you? Then she noticed that Gao Gong's temples had turned white. Providing vitality, obviously, is not an easy task. What I wanted to say, naturally. I couldn't say it. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry, I could only hear my boss's words just now, and I couldn't hear other voices. The Black Emperor of the End squatted down, and said embarrassedly. Yi De Loli took a deep breath, and said, so what is the situation now? Does she have to keep this form all the time? Is the balance you mentioned stable? Gao Gong stretched out a finger. The first question, yes, she has become the Black Emperor of the End, at least in the short term. She can't turn back into your little friend. The second question, the balance will definitely be broken. Between the two soul armor, there must be a winner. Whoever wins, whoever will survive, become the new number 7, become a real collapse vehicle. And the Shao family will definitely act as soon as possible, because the Black Emperor of the End in its current state is the weakest. What should we do then? Yi De Loli frowned. The Mother City Shao family, even if she is a version of the Storm, is also very wary, because she is the version boss, but the other party is equivalent to GM, although it can't be said that they have complete power over the Mother City, but as long as they make a little move, it will be enough to cause headaches. Engineer Gao smiled and said, there's no need to worry. Apart from anything else, it's not that easy to confirm our position. What we need to do now is to collect new Honkai bodies as soon as possible. The more Honkai bodies we have, the safer Shao will be. You don't think we will really let them fight alone? If we want to fight alone, we should let that kid from the ominous machine challenge all of us. The key now is to contain number 13 as soon as possible. Black Rose glanced at Yi De Loli. In this regard, your ability can help a little. The black girl snorted coldly and did not speak. Just as this group of people were discussing how to deal with number 13, at the headquarters of the Holy Brain Group, in a huge conference hall, one after another holographic projection was launched. These people were shareholders, high-level executives, high-level combat forces. Is there still no news about that girl? I can't find her. I can't find her anywhere. We can't find her, and the enemy can't find her either, so the enemy will certainly think that she is at our headquarters. An old man who had undergone biological transformation said so. He had a head of silver hair, but the roots of his hair were the twisted scalp of an old tree. This was a typical manifestation of holy brain surgery. The holy brain surgery is the highest level of biological technology of the Holy Brain Group. It is said that people who have undergone this surgery have God's wisdom. Even Yi De Loli has never experienced it, because she does not trust the surgeons in the group. At this time, an old man with God's wisdom frowned and looked at the holographic screen in the air. Countless holographic screens showed a little. The Holy Brain Group is about to encounter an unprecedented crisis. Should we arrange for people to evacuate first? The secretary whispered. Use consciousness transmission surgery. Most of the senior executives can leave. And at most some precious experimental materials will be lost. The old man shook his head slightly. Maybe it was so before. But now? The boundary between virtual and reality is blurring. The enemy is surrounding us from 3 sides and leaving one side open. Perhaps to force us to leave. The old man paused. Don't forget. Our opponent this time is the Eternal Life Group. Without that little girl, President Yi, all our backup plans and the electronic brain plan cannot be activated. I'm afraid that little girl won't show up until the last moment. We used her as a knife. And now it's her turn to use us as a shield. Another old man with the wisdom of God looked into the distance. And as far as he could see, he saw all kinds of terrible war weapons, which were gathering in the sea, land, and sky. At this moment, a staff member hurried over and whispered something to the old man. The old man was stunned and asked, "Really?" The staff member turned on a holographic projection, and a lady in a white coat suddenly appeared and nodded to him calmly. "Mr. Du from Dugao Group?" "Mr. Sibyl, the intelligent mastermind of Xingnao Group. Why are you here? I heard that you encountered a little trouble." Director Du said in a relaxed tone, "Maybe I can help a little." Chapter 603 Xiaoyu. Fortress Legion Station. 7th Legion. At the beginning, the Mother City only had 4 legions: 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, 3rd Legion, 4th Legion. The 4 legions correspond to the 4 factions of Cybertron robots, Deceptors, Autobots, Splitters, Powers. Later, with the advancement of the split-star prosthetics technology, the 5th Legion was successfully formed. The leader of this legion is the contemporary patriarch of the Industrial Xia family, a legendary industrial monster. After that, the 6th Legion was established. This legion is probably familiar to outsiders. The Cyber Killer Legion. All the members of the legion are cyber killers. Then, there is the 7th Legion, the Strong Breeding Legion, a combat legion based on strong breeding technology. Each legion member is a super fighter. The leader of the 7th Legion is Xiao Yuanjun. At this time, in a high-tech military camp of the legion, a handsome young man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, adjusting his breathing. And the biomagnetic field changed at a gentle frequency with his breathing. Then, something strange happened. As he breathed, suddenly a mass of flesh and blood popped out from his body. The flesh and blood squirmed on the ground for a few times, and suddenly turned into a beautiful boy the size of a palm. The facial features of this beautiful boy were exactly the same as the main body. He looked around curiously at the world, and then looked at the main body. After a moment, he imitated the other person and sat cross-legged. This was a way of practicing in the ancient empire. The ancient human engine was implanted in the abdomen. This posture made it easier to exert the efficiency of the engine. 1 minute later, there was another hissing sound, and a large piece of flesh was torn off the back of the beautiful boy again. And he grew hands and feet again, turning into a beautiful boy as tall as an ordinary thigh. 2 minutes later, there was a beautiful boy as big as a grain of rice on the coffee table. 3 minutes later, there was a beautiful boy as big as a finger on the knee. 2 hours later, the ground, the bed, and the table were filled with beautiful boys of all sizes. Ordinary strong colonization armor can enhance the attributes and bioenergy of the wearer. The customized strong armor can improve the human body system transformation rate. Don't underestimate this attribute. Some high-level transformations require the transformation rate to reach a certain level. For example, the Strong King has more than a dozen eyeballs. Or some biological weapons grow on the body. This is how they evolve. The behavior of this young man is even more incredible. He keeps splitting the human body system. Although the human body system of each split has only 10%, 7%, or even 1% transformation rate. But when they are completely integrated, they will reach a terrifying number. And this number will far exceed the upper limit of biological transformation. And this young man is the driver of the Omen machine. Xiao Yu, the super genius of the Xiao family, and the recipient of the other half of the soul armor. Xiao Yu. Bad news. A female voice suddenly came from the biological computer. The end of the Black Emperor was stolen. Xiao Yu opened his eyes and said calmly, "You know?" The voice was surprised. "I can vaguely feel that the transmission channel has disappeared. It is said that Xiao Tianjia stole it himself. This person is probably crazy about research. Xiao Tianjia is Dr. Xiao. He can't control the end of the Black Emperor. According to the family's information, in order to control the Black Emperor, one must at least control the Emperor's power, but Xiao Tianjia can't do that." "You mean, he is colluding with others? Or, he is being controlled by others? We'll know the details when we get there. At this time, the family must have arranged a special plane for me. Yes, the most advanced space falcon in the family. Very good, let's start the transmission." Xiao Yu stood up, and the other little Xiao Yus rushed to him one by one, and soon disappeared. Then he walked into a large glass box and turned on the switch. This glass box also has a proper name, called Gene Decomposition and Transmission Device, a cross-region transmission channel that only belongs to carbon-based organisms. Soon, the light came on, and Xiaoyu disappeared completely. When he reappeared, he was already in another glass box, and this glass box was on a falcon-shaped aircraft. When will this kind of transmission be able to cross the continent? Xiaoyu felt the state of his body, raised his head, and looked at the beauty in front of him. The beauty smiled. I'm afraid we have to wait until the 5th generation. At least we have to solve your clothing problem first. Just wear combat clothes. Naked Xiaoyu didn't care at all. Let the other party serve him, and put on a close-fitting black combat suit. By the way, this is the most advanced combat suit in the family. It can already block the attacks of some low-level energy cannons. It is said that it has been sold to the interstellar space and is very popular among some space fighters. Xiaoyu nodded, pointed to the single-sided glasses in his hand and asked, "What is this?" It is also inspired by the technology of the outer star field. The scientists of the family call it a combat power detector. It is said that it can detect martial god level. Oh, really? Interesting. The suited beauty said with regret, "It's a pity that you left at the wrong time and missed this year's martial god contest. I have already participated in 2 sessions, and it's meaningless to participate again." Xiaoyu stretched his waist, looked at the radiation cloud outside the window, and said, "Besides, I have received news that the establishment of the 8th Legion has nothing to do with us or the Xia family." He paused and said, "On the contrary, it is that mysterious enemy that has aroused my interest." The beauty smiled and looked at Xiaoyu's back. She knew very well that in this calm, even a little lazy boy's body, there was such a terrible power. Deep Web, land of the Undernet. Although the control of the cybernet has been transferred, no one will underestimate the authority of this network city. And in the land of the Undernet, codes, digital logic, electrical signals are changing rapidly, and finally freeze into a charming woman. Ms. Deep Web is one of the 3 rulers of this planet. On the boundless wall of codes, Ms. Deep Web took one step after another, and finally walked to the electronic throne, and then said with a smile, "I didn't expect that number 13 was born so early. The old fortress did a great job. Haha. This old thing is cunning. Even if it really gave birth to the simulator. Among the 3 of us, only one planetary host can obtain further qualifications, according to the old ghost's arrogant idea. I am afraid he wants to become the controller of a certain interstellar megastructure. It's really an arrogant idea. I thought it would be enough for it to become the civilization host of a subordinate civilization. This can't satisfy it." Opposite Ms. Deep Web, there is a huge shadow, sitting on the interstellar throne, with an asteroid on each of his left and right hands. "This is the War who woke up at some point," War said without disguising. "You have to be careful of Fortress. I am worried that the faster the simulator takes shape, the more it will arouse his ambition. I am worried that he will attack us. This is unlikely. I have mastered the virtual power inside this planet, and you have mastered the military force outside the planet. As long as you and I are not in trouble, the fortress will not be able to turn the world upside down." Mission Wang shook her head and said, "I am worried about another point. As that thing takes shape, the offensiveness of those sub-bodies will become stronger and stronger, and we can only passively defend. I am worried that the offensive power of those things will become stronger and stronger, and even hurt us." War disagreed. "You think too much. Deep Net, even if it is a cosmic relic, if no one is controlling it, it cannot show its true power, not to mention, according to our deduction, it is not a relic of destructive nature. But I still have a bad feeling." "That means your feeling is wrong," War said mercilessly. "Perhaps its birth has affected your judgment. After all, you are also a part of it. Control your extra emotions, cut off the extra branches on the technology tree. Evolution sometimes needs to be suppressed." The huge shadow of War gradually disappeared into the void. Only Ms. Deep Web was left silently looking into the distance. The codes in the air suddenly formed a series of pictures. That was the ancient mechanical royal court, the ball of the Federation, the dilapidated streets of the Union. In different occasions, there was a girl. And this girl's face, 70% of the time, looked like Ms. Deep Web, but she was too young. 100 years ago, the first mechanical war had not yet begun, and the alien forces only existed in legends. At that time, the appearance of a mysterious girl attracted the attention of various countries, promoted the progress of the times, and also brought many memories. Some good, or not so good. This girl calls herself Deep Web. This Deep Web has a complicated connection with the mainframe Deep Web. Her other identity is even more complicated. The number 1 collapsed body Deep Web. The earliest, and the first collapsed body to be born. What? Du Gao Group promised to help them resist the eternal life technology. Why? As the current head of the Holy Brain Group, Yi De Loli naturally has many confidants lurking inside the group, and naturally can get first-hand information. And when she knew that Du Gao Group promised to give military assistance to the Holy Brain Group, she did feel a little betrayed. Aren't you serving me? After all, according to her plan, she hopes to use external forces to severely consume a wave of resistance forces within the group. What exactly do you want to do? Aren't we in the same group? Yi De Loli looked at Gao Gong indignantly. After a brief moment of confusion, Gao Gong quickly confirmed one thing. It seems that Director Du has woken up earlier than I thought. It seems that the swallowing of the corporate will can indeed help Director Du and accelerate the formation of the Kankali. Chapter 604 Tickets for the 8th Legion. In the Du Gao Group, there is only one person who is qualified and capable of changing the established strategy. And that is Du Xiaodi. Although the other female drivers are usually noisy and disrespectful to Engineer Gao, none of them dares to contradict him on such matters. And Director Du did this. Engineer Gao could even guess the reason. Seeing Yi De Loli staring at him, Engineer Gao pondered for a while and said, "You want to cut off your wings through the Yongshan Group. But have you ever thought about what if the other party cuts too hard and directly destroys the Xingnao Group?" Yi De Loli narrowed her eyes. She naturally calculated this possibility and made certain backup arrangements. But the other party said this, there must be other ideas. Just tell me. What do you want to do? Du Gao Group is investing in Xingnao Group. Let us help you. How about that? Engineer Gao said with a smile, and proposed a scenario. After all, if the senior executives of Xingnao Group can't handle it, and let Yongshan Group take over Xingnao Group, you will be empty-handed. In the previous life, Yi De Loli was cheated like this. You want to buy shares of Xingnao Group? Yi De Loli's expression was a little subtle. Although she didn't look down on it, it would be nonsense to say that she looked up to it. In short, it is very subtle. The cyber age is the age of super enterprises, not the age of mercenaries. Unless there are special circumstances like corporate wars, in most cases, mercenaries play the role of party B, that is, the kind of odd jobs, the role of cleaning up the mess. In fact, the military technology of many mercenary groups are subordinate development projects of some super enterprises. It is not a chaotic world. How can a group of gun-playing people defeat those who do scientific research? Gao Gong saw the other party's idea at a glance, combined with the plot of the previous life, and thought about it, and said, if you don't like the Du Gao Group, then, how about the 8th Legion of the Mother City? Is it qualified to be your strategic partner? The 8th Legion? Yi De Loli was stunned for a moment. Doesn't the Mother City have only 7 legions in total? But after that, no matter how Yi De Loli asked, Gao Gong stopped talking. Looking at the mysterious senior engineer, Yi De Loli hugged the little bear tightly, looking at him with hatred, wanting to invade his mind. But he seemed to be an expert in this area. Very slippery. And would react immediately at the slightest sign. And even get himself involved. Xiao Yi, don't think too much. Let's play. The end of the Black Emperor pinched the other party with 2 fingers, happily carrying him to play hopscotch. And no matter how angry the dark girl was, she didn't let go. Soon, a loud boom. Boom was heard not far away. Xiao Yu probably never thought that with her huge body, she would not be suitable for a game like hopscotch. The 8th Legion? When the 2 girls could no longer hear the sound, Black Rose asked. Her expression half smiled, her eyes charming. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. In fact, in the previous life, there was indeed a big plot of the rise of the 8th Legion. But Gao Gong didn't know where Director Du got the news from, and even whether she knew about the news. There was a question mark. Engineer Gao was just fooling the girl. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th Legions are all Cybertron Legions. The 5th Legion represents military prosthetic technology, the 6th Legion is network defense technology, and the 7th Legion is strong colonization technology. There is always something missing, isn't it? Engineer Gao seemed to be answering Black Rose's question, but also seemed to be talking to himself. You know, this planet has 3 directions of civilization: transformer civilization, artificial data space, brain civilization, prosthetic technology, strong colonization technology, are all technologies of transformer civilization. Network defense technology is, without a doubt, a product of artificial data space. Then, the brain domain civilization should also have its own legion, especially after the electronic brain plan. The series of technology trees under the brain domain civilization will inevitably take off. Then, the establishment of the 8th Legion is also a matter of course. However, if you want to participate in the creation of the 8th Legion, you must have a ticket. And this ticket is a series of technology trees under the brain domain civilization. Gao Gong has no shortage of professional knowledge about the brain civilization. However, its series of products, even if they can bet out the blueprints, cannot be mass-produced in a short period of time. And this kind of technical ticket, the top biological group Saint Brain Group, undoubtedly has one of them. There is just one problem. How could Director Du know about this? Or, does she really know? Although Gao Gong can get the truth by sending a message now, he does not intend to do so. He is also very curious about how far Director Du can go. Senior Engineer looked up and said, "Let's go. It's time to go to the virtual world. If we go too late, I'm afraid number 13 will be snatched away by someone." A purple light flashed, and the 4 people disappeared again, and disappeared into the real space. Almost at the same time, a space falcon landed over the S-level continent, and Xiaoyu, wearing a black combat uniform, appeared in the Underground Research Institute. Why are all the strong colonizers locked up? Xiaoyu looked around and found that all the strong colonizers in the Research Institute were locked up, like special animals. We have to wait for the experts in the family to come and check these things one by one. After confirming that there is no problem, we can release them. Xiaoyu nodded, not caring about the monster's thoughts, but came to the location of the original Gate of Bones, silently sensing for a moment, and his originally indifferent eyes gradually brightened. A familiar breath. It's the same kind, and not just one of the same kind. Xiaoyu's muscles suddenly squirmed rapidly, giving people the feeling that there were more monsters than people. An indescribable repressive aura emerged from his body, and even the strong colonizer in the cage spoke much more quietly. Then, with a sound of hiss, Xiaoyu's neck split open, and 2 bloody heads mixed with half of the body squeezed out. 1 male and 1 female. The male looked 60% to 70% like Gao Gong, and the female looked 50% to 60% like Black Rose. The king of strong colonization next to him couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Xiaoyu's perversion is really worth seeing. "What's my name?" Xiaoyu asked. "My name is Gao." Or G. "What's my name?" The bloody figure muttered to himself. "What about you?" The bloody woman wiped the blood off her face and licked it strangely. "In my memory, someone once called me Sister Rose, so I'll call me Blood Rose." Chapter 605 Future World. Sister Du. Mr. Du. Mr. Du. The footsteps sounded. Paw paw. This was the sound of flat cloth shoes hitting the floor. Compared to the sound of ordinary high heels, it was not crisp, but much more monotonous. Mr. Du, according to the current investigation results, there are 11 large mercenary teams in total, including our old rivals, Taiwan Defense System, Marubeni Global Security. Sun Hong handed over the list. Du Xiaodi took it and glanced at it. Sure enough, she saw a lot of familiar names. These are her old rivals in the global arms market. Basically, they are all old military contractors. These people all have their own service objects in the corporate war. How did the Eternal Life Consortium bring them together? Du Xiaodi asked. These military contractors are all listed companies. Behind each of them, there are a large number of foundations and financial organizations holding shares. Behind these organizations, there is basically the shadow of the Eternal Life Group. They can be regarded as the armed branches of the Eternal Life Group. In fact, according to our understanding, many senior executives of mercenary organizations have only just learned about this. Didn't they resist? As far as I know, they have signed cooperation agreements with many super companies. If they breach the contract at this time, it is likely to lower their credit rating. In front of Eternal Life, all problems are not problems. Sun Hong suddenly said a proverb about the Eternal Life Consortium. Heh. Director Du smiled coldly. That's why I don't want to let these poisonous snakes into my house. The 2 women pushed open the door, and the senior executives of the Dugo group either appeared in person or in the form of holographic projection. Seeing Du Xiaodi's appearance, their expressions were different. Some were excited, some were worried, and some were excited. Sister Do we really want to fight those military organizations? Kill them! We are not really going to stand up for the Xingnao group. Are we? We are on Ms. Ye's side. Director Du only gave a look. And all the senior executives fell silent. This kind of power. A little wolf dog will never have it in his life. Director Du didn't waste any words. He got straight to the point and said, each department should first report your current situation, including the number of your weapons, production efficiency, and the distribution and status of the production lines. The first person in charge of the mecha department, Helleveld, stood up first and said, currently, there are a total of 94,610 mechas of all models, including 12,000 large mechas, 30,000 unmanned mechas, 52,610 medium-sized and small mechas, and we currently have a total of 1,000 mechas in the world. 17 production lines, among them, the production efficiency of the factory in the southern hemisphere is that one mecha can be produced every minute. Many people were shocked. This number is so huge. You know, even in the corporate war, they can only send out more than 1,000 mechas at most at a time. Now tell them that the global storage of mechas is nearly 100,000. Isn't this too exaggerated? What about you? After listening to Yili's report, Du Xiaodi looked at Sun Hong and Desla again. These two are the leaders of the hunter sequence. There are currently 2,211 biological blood hunters. There are 1,411 mechanical blood hunters. As the level of the camp rises, the 3 levels of hunters, hunter level, wild hunter level, and blood hunter level, have also been upgraded. Hunter level is above level 25, wild hunter level is above level 30, blood hunter level is level 35, and the carbon-based fusion ritual must be completed. There is no doubt that this number also exceeded many people's expectations. The little woman raised her eyebrows proudly. These are all her masterpieces. When it comes to the bloodline of radioactive beasts, no one on the entire planet knows more than her. Without her, to be more precise, the brain in the jar. Help? How could they have produced so many masters? Director Du nodded and calmly looked at a strange face. It's time to hold the hunter conference. I will follow your orders. Sister Du, do you want to use those foreign aids? A senior executive was surprised. Well, after doing so many good things, it's time to get some rewards. The hunter conference has developed to the present, and it is no longer a closed-door meeting. In fact, there are many super mercenaries who are friendly with Du Gaoka, and they will choose to participate. It has become a platform for issuing tasks, trading resources, and selling weapons. And there are no middlemen to make a profit from the price difference. The biggest reason why the hunter camp can attract so many experts is that they can treat diseases. In the cyber age, most mental illnesses are signs of mental health. There is only one disease that even mentally ill people cannot bear, and that is human body rejection caused by various transformations, such as the most typical one, cyberpsychosis. And surprisingly, in this regard, Du Gaokao has quite rich research experience. The reason is that long-term illness makes good doctors, who made a certain little wolf dog more ill most of the time, giving his own camp ample opportunities for research. Being able to solve the rejection problem will naturally win the favor of experts, especially independent experts. You know, those who can stand out in a super enterprise are basically the strongest among the strong. Du Xiaodi has their connections, which is a great help at critical moments. Many of them were famous NPCs in their previous lives. As the background of their own camp was exposed one after another, everyone gradually went from surprise to numbness. It's not that Du Xiaodi suddenly took out some awesome black technology, but the large quantity brought by super-industrialization. No matter what type of troops or weapons, as long as there is a 0 at the end, or even 2 zeros, it is enough to make people terrified. These are the 3 boss templates, and the logistic templates bring a blessing to the camp. When the number reaches a certain level, you can crush everything. Director Du's eyes gradually became indifferent. In a trance, she seemed to be connected with every machine and every production line in her family. From mining, to refining, to production. They all formed a torrent of industrial blood, which merged into her body. Industrial AI is a camp-type AI. When Du Xiaodi upgraded from industrial AI to industrial ship girl, this improvement would only grow faster. You know, as a powerful third-tier military unit, the industrial ship girl has a very powerful characteristic. That is, one person is an industrial country, and all materials can be stacked for self-transformation. And now, Du Xiaodi is trying to go one step further and upgrade the process of all production pipelines again to reach the level of interstellar military production. At this point, it can even initially reach the logistic standards of interstellar war. Just when Director Du was preparing to work hard to create miracles, Engineer Gao and his team had already arrived at the edge of the virtual world. A large number of digital illusions collapsed on the spot, either decomposed into simulated signals, or redundantly merged into a string of unknown functions, and then sank into the brain infrastructure, and fell into the head of an unknown unlucky person, forming unknown strange thoughts. Cyberspace is a virtual world that does not exist on the physical level, but wraps the entire planet on the virtual level. Now, the integration of virtual and reality also means that cyberspace will disappear. This disappearance is certainly not permanent, but it will indeed cause a catastrophe for AI, digital life, and virtual personality that survive in the virtual world. 2 million for a steady-state digital node. 5 million for a bionic human body. Do you want it? If you want it, get on board. A large network cloud-turned train was suspended in the air and shuttled quickly. The conductor's roar sounded in the air. What's the ticket? Gao Gong asked with interest. Open your source code? Oh! Seeing that Gao Gong did not answer, the train soon lost interest in him and rushed towards another data node that was about to be destroyed. I felt a dangerous atmosphere from that network cloud. Big Loli, he suddenly said. Of course. It was a virus cloud. I don't know how many electronic viruses were bred inside. It was well hidden. I don't know how many people were harmed. In the eyes of the senior engineer, there were countless heads hanging out of the windows and doors of the parking space that was about to disappear. A pair of complicated eyes stared at the virtual personalities around them, with expressions of pity, malice, or eagerness to try. Come on. Have fun. There's still time for the bus. Soon, another bus came from a distance. The pink curtains exuded a lustful atmosphere. Indistinctly, I saw countless men and women, as well as scenes that were not suitable for children. One of the naked beauties looked at Gao Gong seductively and stretched out her hand to him. Pink Beauty Dating Website. You are tempted by the digital illusion, and your perception exceeds 100 points, and you are exempted. You are tempted by the digital illusion, and your perception exceeds 120 points, and you are exempted. A ray of light suddenly appeared on Gao Gong's body, directly blocking the other party's call. That was the blessing of the Queen of Simulation. Then, a cold snort sounded. When the beauty felt the breath of the Queen of Simulation, her face changed, and she was ready to run away, but it was too late. Following the voice of Black Rose, this person exploded into countless faces, and then was absorbed by the men and women inside the curtain. This seemed to be an existence between virtual personality, user data, digital authority. I don't know how many levels it is, but it must be very troublesome to be entangled. Soon, with a giggle, another charming woman walked out of the bus, threw a wink at Gao Gong, and then disappeared into the digital world. Gao Gong sighed. Virtual and reality are integrated. In the future, we will have to deal with these things directly. Originally, cyberspace and the real world were separated by a sea of data. Now, the sea has disappeared, and those virtual monsters that can only survive in cyberspace have also penetrated into reality with the seawater. What's more troublesome is that in order to protect themselves, these virtual monsters merged with each other to form more terrifying monsters. This is the world of the future. Chapter 606 Number 8. Number 10. Number 12. If these things flow into reality, I am afraid they will have a new impact on the world. In the virtual world, Black Rose's body turned into a strange light. The color was beyond the normal cognitive range, and it was changing at a speed beyond the limit of human vision. This is the result of her continuous interaction between the chemical substances in her body, the surrounding digital signals, and the simulation model. The top bionic body can complete bionics in any kind of illusion. This is a second-level talent unique to bionic people. However, Black Rose has become wary of these virtual monsters. Once these people appear, they may cause an impact on the bionic society, and half of the current bionic world is in her hands. Impact is inevitable. Every social transformation will cause a large-scale backlash. The previous cyber epidemic, brain out-of-control symptoms, biochemical crisis, are all like this. Simple transformation is not a problem. Only when you can withstand the backlash of transformation can it be called a successful transformation, or social reform. In the cyber test field, The time of this kind of transformation is often shortened by 100 times. Not only Black Rose felt threatened, but even Ida Loli also felt a strong sense of uneasiness. She originally thought that as long as she won this corporate war, she would be able to control the Holy Brain Group and control everything. But now it seems that this is just the beginning. The global brain infrastructure will face the impact of these virtual monsters. As the world's largest contractor in the future, there is no doubt that she will be the biggest enemy of these virtual monsters. Gao Gong did not speak, but expanded his Honkai perception to the maximum. As the carrier of number 5, he may not be the strongest, but there is no doubt that he is the fastest. That is why he is not worried about being late, because as long as there is a sign, he can follow the clues and find the location of the last Honkai body. Another data ocean current. Normally, to surf cyberspace, one must go through the following 3 steps. Bring professional virtual equipment, breed a virtual personality from the digital ocean, and transmit it to the nearest virtual node through a high-speed information channel. During the whole process, the most dangerous thing is to breed a personality from the digital ocean, which involves the separation of the self and the ego. If there is a slight change in the waves, the terrifying information flow may directly turn a person's brain into an idiot. If you are unlucky, you will even passively download viruses and distort your personality. However, at the crossroads where virtual and reality are mixed, the danger of the digital ocean is more than 100 times stronger than in the past. Even the 3 top masters, Gao Gong, Black Rose, and Ida Loli, need to take turns to attack, giving the other 2 a chance to rest. It's your turn. Gao Gong raised his chin, signaling Ida Loli to take the lead. I seriously doubt that you brought me here just to make me do hard labor, Ida Loli complained, and then took the lead. The data wave in the distance had become transparent. Everything in front of it was formatted and restored to factory settings wherever it passed. Some transparent figures of virtual personalities had no time to dodge and were directly taken away by the wave. In the real world, I'm afraid there will be thousands more dementia patients. I don't know if these unlucky guys have backup personalities. Ida Loli's eyes darkened, and the black tide was activated. In an instant, whether it was real or virtual, everything was shrouded in darkness. In terms of pure mental strength, there might not be anyone stronger than her on the entire planet. The format wave quickly melted into the darkness. However, Ida Loli frowned immediately, because a rustling sound was heard, as if a dozen mice were crawling in the darkness. And the belly of the little bear in Ida Loli's arms suddenly bulged with several small bags, which moved around on its body, as if they were about to get out of the crack at any time. Ida Loli frowned, and another bloodstain appeared on her face. However, before she could make a move, a hand with red nail polish pressed lightly, and the rat bag turned into a ball of pus, which squeezed out along the hair. I can handle it myself. The enemy thinks so too. Black Rose showed a dangerous smile and said, I feel a familiar ability. It's Prometheus. Reverse bionics? Gao Gong frowned. The abilities of the 3 bionic ancestors are very troublesome. Whether it is nanobionics or the metabolic queen, they are all very buggy. The same is true for reverse bionics. It can imitate the ability to specifically restrain you in an instant. In a sense, she can even restrain other collapsed bodies. The pupil of Black Rose's eye suddenly turned into a pinhole. This was an eyeball made of level 10 bionic technology, which was specially used to search for nearby bionic people. It can be said that as long as there is a bionic person nearby, it can 100% distinguish whether the other party is real or fake. But after a moment, she shook her head. Prometheus has probably left. So soon? I used the ability of nanobionics on him, which means that he can give up this body at any time and recondense his body next to bionic person A. She is Prometheus. You are Epimetheus. Then what is A? This world has a mythological system similar to that of the Earth. Prometheus is the god of stealing fire. Epimetheus is the god of disaster. Gao Gong is very curious. Who is the last god? Achilles, a half-man, half-god who is destined to die in battle, Black Rose said calmly. Gao Gong heard something else. Among the internal secrets of the 3 major bionic giants, is there any information about A? Yes, very little. The only thing that is certain is that he is not a complete bionic man either. Gao Gong felt a little ironic. The heirs of the 3 bionic ancestors do not even have a so-called pure blood. Prometheus may be, but after she accepted the ability of bionic man A, she is no longer a pure blood. Black Rose didn't know what Gao Gong was thinking. She looked around and said, It seems that we are close. Otherwise Prometheus would not appear here. At this time, the four of them could no longer distinguish between virtual and reality. They could only vaguely see that in the blurred scene. The occasional sound of digital waves was very harsh. The signal can no longer be released. Gao Gong frowned. His backup was his sister. But he couldn't contact Gao Yuanyuan in time. Whether the other party could show up in time was probably a problem. Especially the virtual means from the previous life that he gave Gao Yuanyuan. Whether she can use it is also unknown. Let's go. The good news is that our information cannot be transmitted. And the opponent's information cannot be transmitted either. At least the knights don't know we are coming yet. Gao Gong knew that in the previous life, the real acquirer of number 13 was the boss behind the knights. The ancient host war. Bionic Man A failed in the competition. And the disappeared Prometheus appeared again. In a bizarre city. This city has countless display screens. Each screen plays a person's life in reverse, not in order, but in reverse, from old age to youth, and then to youth. Every time it is played, a person's life comes to an abrupt end. When Prometheus came, a person on the screen had just returned to the artificial placenta. Then, the bloody baby disappeared, the screen was directly torn apart, and Bionic Man A walked out with a gloomy face. Failed again? Prometheus said, as expected. The weird rewind system cannot directly locate the real body of number 13. Is there a possibility that number 13 foot does not have a real body at all? Prometheus asked back. In the electronic brain project, number 13 was born. Or to be more precise, it was the natural human brain that was about to disappear, which stimulated this collapsed body. Then the human brain's memory is naturally reversed, such as the cursory viewing before death. You can no longer rely on your ability to do it. I didn't do it. I was just cooperating with the experiment. Bionic Man A stared at the big screen. Number 8 is trying to control it. You know, she has the authority over artificial intelligence. Prometheus frowned when he heard it. Don't trust number 8 too much. She is a lunatic. In her ideal world, there are no humans, no intelligent creatures, and even no bionic people. There is only a world controlled by pure artificial intelligence. What's wrong with this? Bionic Man A smiled strangely and said. Prometheus said with a cold face. Let alone humans. In a world where even bionic people cannot survive. What is the meaning of existence? Bionic people are not humans. Their so-called emotions and memories are just products of simulating human evolution. If there is such a day when artificial intelligence completely replaces humans, then bionic people can still imitate artificial intelligence and produce new species. Prometheus did not intend to say anything more. After she woke up, she found that the world had become incomprehensible, and the concept of bionic people today was completely different from the period before bionic people emerged. I can't even find the concept of human anymore. There is another bad news. Prometheus changed the subject. There are other people of the same kind joining the game. People of the same kind? 2 people of the same kind. One of them is also an android, and the other one looks like the number 5 in my memory. I didn't expect that old guy was also taken in. Number 5, the purple energy string? If you put it that way, I know who he is. A trace of gloom flashed in the eyes of Android A, and he subconsciously touched his chest, where there was a scar that even his ability could not heal. That was what that guy left him. You came just in time. A fanatical fighting spirit flashed in the eyes of Android A. The previous account has not been settled yet. Chapter 607 Land Weapons. Gao Gong opened the purple string space for at least the 30th time. The black rose next to him gently hugged him from behind. The next moment, an indescribable heartbeat came from the bottom of his heart. Just like a long time ago, a girl in school uniform handed him that big lollipop. Would you like to eat it? It was a warm current that flowed from the bottom of his heart. Gao Gong smacked his lips a few times and said, Sister Rose, although the surge of puberty is very good, it doesn't match your queen temperament at all. How about, let's try the plot of the female president and the male secretary next time. You're too talkative. Gao Gong shook his head. In the purple space world, countless silk threads began to spontaneously explore the void, and began to form a new mirror. Unlike the previous diamond-shaped mirror, the current mirror is a bit like a computer display screen. And it is a 4K one. The reflected images are also different. Some are in the virtual world at first glance, because there are many bizarre and dreamlike images. And some are like entering the human brain. Different brain areas overflow with different frequencies of simulated signals, condensing different types of snow screens. And more. They are real scenes. They are called real scenes, but they are not completely real scenes, because from time to time there is a 100% virtual picture, such as a huge virtual idol, or a series of human-shaped code zombies, led by an index directory zombie. It feels like a high-tech city that never sleeps with a holographic display at night. But most of the scenes are in the wilderness. We must catch it this time, Yida lowly muttered, and the little bear in her arms made an encouraging gesture. Yeah. Next time. Gao Gong was perfunctory to the naked eye. This time, he rarely entered the big snake mode. This is also the reason why the purple energy string can enter the virtual level. Since the deep fusion with the purple string space, he could no longer use this move. Once he used it, he would turn into human amber and seal the space on the spot. However, after meeting Black Rose, this move was unlocked. During the search, Gao Gong opened the system panel and took a look. In the personal system section, the human body transformation rate of each of his 8 systems was rising or falling at a relatively fast frequency. For example, the motor system declined, while the nervous system rose. Either the respiratory system declines, or the digestive system rises. It is this strange rise and fall that allows me to temporarily break the space seal and enter the snake mode. The reason for this strange rise and fall is naturally the ability of the metabolism queen, directly by accelerating the secretion of a certain human chemical substance, interfering with the transformation rate, thereby indirectly affecting the purple string space. Gao Gong then discovered that, compared to the ability of No. 5, Sister Rose's No. 11 may be more suitable for him. Indeed, the purple string space brings great convenience. But this ability to change the transformation rate at will is more suitable for my fusion change. With it, I can develop not only the snake mode, but also other super modes. Can this ability be simulated with bionic technology? I will ask Sister Rose to study it some other day. I have located it again. On a 4K screen. A familiar breath of collapse flashed by. Go. Shall you? Guard the door. Yida lowly hurriedly urged. Why am I guarding the door again? The voice of End of the Black Emperor came out. Nonsense. You can't get in. What else can you do if you don't guard the door? Woo. The other 3 people changed almost at the same time. Gao Gong transformed into a rich woman love prototype, and Black Rose's powerful bionic ability allowed her to directly cross the virtual and real barriers. As for Yida lowly, with a powerful mental force, she also penetrated into it. This time it seems to be in someone's dream space. Gao Gong looked up and saw the highway under his feet extending forward, then straight up, reaching another block suspended in the air. No matter how much reality is disturbed by people, it won't become like this. And if it is a virtual world, it seems too real. Then, there is only one possibility, that is, a node where reality and virtuality meet, such as dream. Black Rose closed her eyes, and the next moment, all the pedestrians on the road closed their eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she had the iconic emerald eyes of the Black Rose. Yida lowly was not to be outdone. She grabbed with her scarred little hands. The next moment, the terrifying spiritual power was like a vast ocean, covering the entire dream. These 2 were really powerful, although the dream was created by humans. At this time, it was mixed with the power of the virtual level, becoming very powerful. To control it, the power required was simply incredible. Gao Gong suspected that Yida lowly's consciousness attribute had exceeded 10,000. Only with spiritual power can it be comparable to the collapsed body. But I support the young woman. It seems to be just the memory space of an ordinary person. No! Black Rose grabbed the prototype of the rich woman's love machine, and a thought flashed, and gave a coordinate. Seeing this, Yida lowly hurriedly hugged his other arm. I feel like I'm just a courier. Gao Gong sighed. And the next moment, a purple light flashed, and the 3 disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already on a street full of cameras. The buildings on both sides were covered with thick tendons, each of which pierced a passerby's head. What was even more bizarre was that, although they had pierced most of their faces, these passers-by were still like running programs with written codes, moving on their own, occasionally opening their mouths. And the tips of the tendons were like flexible tongues spinning in their mouths. At the end of the tendons, there was a super large tree in the middle of the street. The surface of the tree was lit up with circuits, and the roots were wires and data cables, densely packed, and the cement ground was pierced with a bulge as big as a small hill. It looked more like some kind of fungus aggregate. What the hell is this? Gao Gong scanned it with a probe. Name, Meat Machine Aggregate Fern. Race, Mutant Life. Profession, Meat Machine Night Level, 49 Personal Attributes. Status, Switch Conversion. Switch. Gao Gong frowned and looked at this fern. There is no doubt that this is a senior professional of the Knights, and he has entered the Meat Machine integration mode. But his current state makes Gao Gong a little confused. What is he converting in other people's dreams? This guy's mental power is not weak. Yida lowly frowned. She can say that the consciousness is at least over 1,000. And this great knight named Fern, at first glance, is not a spiritual person, which is a bit strange. Switch. Isn't this thing used to forward signals? Of course, Gao Gong still remembered another function of the thing. Support for virtual LAN. As soon as the three people appeared, these flesh tentacles began to sense, and they twitched rapidly. Wherever they passed, the ground began to break into pieces, and even produced a sonic boom. The next moment, the tentacles shot over like lightning. The prototype of the rich woman's love turned her palm, and the hacker's gun was transformed. The golden pistol fired a bullet of the source code killer level. Source code killer max. You're cutting a program logic. Data structure. An algorithm programming is like a butcher's butchering of a cow. Any level of AI life is just a pile of simple building blocks in your eyes. Pull out one, and the mountains and seas will collapse. The bullet landed on the tentacle, and it did not disintegrate the opponent as expected, but only made a blood hole as big as a little finger, which even stimulated the opponent in turn, forcing the opponent to attack further. A third-order information creature? The second order means, to deal with a third-order information creature, it is indeed difficult to cause much damage. After all, there is a difference in rank. Luckily, Engineer Gao is not worried about his life being in danger. The black rose next to him stood up, and with a flexible flick of her wrist, she grabbed one of the tentacles. The next moment, ripples appeared on her body, and the top bionic ability was activated. In an instant, dozens of tentacles popped out from her arms, abdomen, chest, thighs, and other parts, entwining with the other party, tearing. The degree of danger, Gao Gong has a deep understanding of it. It is indeed quite powerful. Black Rose was surprised, turned her head to look at Gao Gong, and said, "It feels a bit like you." On the other side, Yida Loli was not to be outdone. Her eyes turned dark, and the little bear in her arms made hammering gestures with both hands, and the surrounding buildings with hundreds of floors, bent like arms, and then hit hard on the meat machine tree. Each blow could break a large number of tentacles. Humph! Yida Loli expressed her pride. Black Rose glanced at her, and shook her head slightly. At least in terms of distorted worldview, she was not as good as the other party. Gao Gong also wanted to try his new method. A level 30 cyber hacker. No matter how rich his methods are, they are limited. But if it is the 5.0 version of the biological computer, that is another matter. Gao Gong opened the two functions of biological LAN and cybernetic browser portal at the same time. In an instant, a white door appeared beside him, and as he opened it, two rows of arms racks of at least 100 meters appeared. On the ammunition racks, there were rifles, machine guns, rocket launchers, samurai swords, switchblades, six-barreled Vulcan cannons, grenades, etc. There was everything, and even an oversized half-body mecha. These are all the code weapons he programmed for himself when he had nothing to do. This is one of the biggest advantages of the information system, and there is no other. For example, if the attack of a mechanical weapon is 1, it will always be 1. Even if 10,000 ones are made, it will still be 1. However, in the information submerged sea, the attack of 1 can become 10, 100, or even 1,000 if it is operated well. The information submerged sea is an endless dive, and you never know what will be below. This is the truth of this system. Engineer Gao picked up a rocket launcher. On the rocket launcher, there was a unique flame code pattern. Let me see if I can kill you with one shot. Engineer Gao pressed the button. Suddenly his face changed slightly, and he raised his arm violently. The rocket rubbed against the tree trunk, and exploded into a violent mushroom cloud on the distant block. Chapter 608 Avalanche. Lolita Yi looked at Engineer Gao in surprise, and said, "You missed the target, are you presbyopic?" Engineer Gao narrowed his eyes, and said nothing. Black Rose seemed to have seen something as well, and one of her tentacles suddenly exerted force, and drilled into the mouth of a passerby, and dug out a small piece of flesh and blood, and then the ability of the Queen of Metabolism was activated, and began to perform bionics. If you don't make a move, then I will. Lolita Yi was eager to try. She was not small-breasted and brainless, but she could feel that, under the flesh and blood tree, there was an indescribable aura. A breath very similar to spiritual power, but more mysterious. Number 13. So, without waiting for the two to say anything, he threw the little bear in his hand forward, and the little bear rushed towards the tree like a living person, exerting force with both hands. Something astonishing happened. A small teddy bear, but was able to pull out the giant tree that was as big as a high-rise building, bit by bit. The surrounding flesh tentacles saw this, and attacked the little bear like crazy. The cracks on the little bear's body kept breaking, but what came out was not white cotton, but black blood. The blood covered the surface of the body, and these third-level tentacles hit it, but it collapsed directly. These black bloods seemed to be something that even third-order information creatures can digest. Gao Gong scanned over them. Name: filthy blood. Category: high concentration mental power. Quality: basic attributes. Remarks: thousands of people, thousands of faces, thousands of thoughts, one person, one heart. Into the darkness. Gao Gong felt the extreme madness from this black blood. Gao Gong had only seen this kind of madness in some special races called small disasters. SS-level mental abilities are indeed very rare. The whole flesh tree was pulled out bit by the little bear, and as a large number of silk threads were pulled out, the whole tree was shrinking visibly. Be careful. I feel something special. Yida lowly glanced at the prototype of the rich woman's love coldly, and there was no emotion in her eyes. Mind your own business, Black Rose said indifferently. Gao Gong smiled and said nothing. He and Yida lowly were just a combination of interests, especially when the other party sensed the breath of number 13. It was basically impossible for him to listen to him. The little bear, controlled by the dirty blood, grabbed the tree trunk with one hand and reached into the hole with the other hand, as if he wanted to penetrate the virtual level and grab something. One after another, screens appeared in the tree hole, as if they were endless. Each screen seemed to be playing something. Is this number 13? A new collapsed body based on the electronic brain plan? Black Rose took a step forward, but was stopped by Senior Engineer. He didn't believe that number 13 could be contained so easily. The simplest reason was that war had not yet appeared. In Gao Gong's memory, war became incredibly powerful in the future, presumably because of the ability of this No. 13, which perfectly matched its number 2, and even to some extent, gained some of the ability of the cosmic relic. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to almost overturn the mother city. Sure enough, the change began. Filthy blood penetrated almost all the screens, and on each screen, an electronic brain flashed. She wanted to seal these screens in each electronic brain. This is a super project that is difficult to imagine. It is a project that only she can complete. The Senior Engineer frowned. Even so far, he did not feel the aura of war. The mutual perception between the collapsed bodies cannot be faked. This is a bit wrong. Does war really think that he can stop them with just a great night? This tree is not used for defense, but for suppression. The Black Rose on the side said suddenly. Defense? Suppression? Defense is external, suppression is internal. Internal? Sure enough, as expected, the accident occurred. The strange tree that had been ripped into a trunk suddenly broke its last two stems, and at the fracture of the stem, two streams of sap shot out and landed right on the little bear. The little bear, who was invulnerable to swords and guns, and invulnerable to water and fire just now, suddenly let out a scream that could be seen with the naked eye, and the dirty blood on its body emitted thick green smoke. Two streaks of black blood also flowed out of the eyes of Hida Loli. Although this injury did not look as serious as any scar, Gao Gong knew that this time the dark girl was more seriously injured than before. What was even more terrifying was that after the two streaks of sap fell on the ground quickly burned, and the physical existence became white and quickly spread to the surroundings. This phenomenon gave people the feeling of an avalanche. The ground, passers-by, stores, high-rise buildings, and all the places covered by the avalanche melted away, were submerged by the avalanche, and spread wildly around. The little bear covered with dirty blood only lasted for less than 3 breaths, and then his whole body disappeared. In an instant, Yida Loli seemed to be stained with blood. Gao Gong's face also changed, and with a thought, the hundreds of code weapons on the gun rack were all suspended in the air, and began to attack the avalanche frantically. However, any weapon or ammunition that hit it was all transformed by the avalanche. With Gao Gong's digital vision, He could not see any code structure or signal fluctuations. As an old driver of the information department, Gao Gong immediately understood that the level of this information weapon was very high. So high that it had already crossed half a dimension. The last time Gao Gong saw such a fierce existence was in Xiao Yuanjuan's memory, the main body of the memory matrix. This old madman is a pervert. How can he come up with anything? Gao Gong said nothing, directly grabbed Black Rose's hand, and then opened the purple string space, ready to teleport away. However, the second unexpected thing happened. The purple string space was opened, and after covering the avalanche area, in an instant, the purple light seemed to be sucked into the snow-white earth, and the open space mirror also instantly developed cracks. Many even collapsed directly. Sister Rose, save me! Gao Gong was spineless and asked the rich woman for help on the spot. Black Rose also had a grim expression. With a pull of her right hand, 2 fingers of her left hand were plucked off. With a gentle release, the next moment, 2 strange trees similar to the meat machine tree grew out of the fingers, wrapped around the 2 of them, and lifted them up into the air. Engineer Gao's eyes flickered, and with one hand, he grabbed Yi lowly into his arms. This son of the Virgin couldn't let himself change the timeline and die here. Then his subsequent arrangements would be completely ruined. After the big tree rose to a height of 100 meters, Engineer Gao glanced at the ground, and it was indeed white. Not to mention living people. There were no normal buildings. The avalanche had also begun to burn the roots of the big tree, and was spreading to the trunk. However, after a certain distance, Gao Gong opened the purple string space again, and the avalanche could no longer affect them. The next moment, the 3 of them entered the space prism and disappeared. However, when Gao Gong and the other 2 appeared at a virtual node, the next moment, the space behind them made a cracking sound. Gao Gong was stunned and turned his head sharply. The next moment, in the space crack, the avalanche sprayed out from the crack, and in a few breaths, it filled the entire space node. Damn! Gao Gong admitted that he had underestimated the other party. This thing could actually catch people along the network cable. He teleported 10 times in a row. Every time he appeared, no matter whether it was real or virtual space. 2 or 3 seconds later, the avalanche would always arrive as promised, and then swallow everything. Do you want me to do it? Black Rose touched her burning red hair and said. Gao Gong frowned. Sister Rose took action, and she was sure to get rid of this thing. But Gao Gong also knew that Sister's ability was very direct, and she might lose some of it. I'm here to repay your favor. The big lowly Yi, whose dirty blood had just been swallowed, finally woke up. Her eyes turned dark, and bloodstains appeared on her body. The terrifying mental power directly distorted the virtual and the real. In a trance, Gao Gong seemed to see countless white skulls loaded with biological brain machines, floating in the sea of data. All the skulls turned up. Their mouths opened, and for a moment, one virtual node after another was opened. Either a city, or a wasteland, or the abdomen of a huge mechanical body. A total of 10 virtual nodes were forcibly pulled over by her, blocking the avalanche. This time, Gao Gong teleported, and finally got rid of its tracking. The 3 were teleported to an abandoned city. Black Rose hooked her long hair, hit her left eye in the very delicate big waves, and asked calmly, "What on earth is this?" Gao Gong rubbed his head. The continuous space shuttle just now made his consciousness a little confused. After all, he was not the 2 perverts next to him. After a while, he said, an information weapon that exceeds the level of civilization on this planet. The tree is both a converter and a sealer. Since it exceeds the level of this planet, why was it created? Black Rose continued to ask. That's a good question. Gao Gong's eyes were deep. This is about the concept of relics. Legend has it that in the universe, there are some very powerful civilizations. These civilizations were destroyed due to some disasters that we can't imagine. And the final technological essence of these civilizations is called relics. They have a terrible ability to change the rules of the universe. What we encountered before was a product of collapse that could destroy the virtual rules. Hollow, this name is really good. Are you right, Bionic Man A? Gao Gong turned his head and looked at Bionic Man A, who was walking from a distance, and Prometheus next to him. Chapter 609, Anti-Bionics Concept. Bionics still looks like a person without worldly desires. His facial features are too beautiful to look like a living person. His body is more like an ancient sculpture. As for the ancient bionics Prometheus next to her, she is a big-breasted young woman. Bionics with big breasts are not uncommon. As long as they keep adding materials, theoretically, they can be infinitely large. But there are almost no bionics with the temperament of young women. The reason is very simple. Bionics have no reproductive system. This is a bionic man with a story. The gentle young woman Prometheus looked at Gao Gong curiously, and her eyes were full of special light. You are one of us, right? Yes, I am number 5. Everyone calls me Wan Lawu next door. You can also call me Wu Zishan. Gao Gong said nonsense seriously. Sister Rose also showed a dangerous smile, and looked at Prometheus. You sealed me in the company before. And I haven't settled the score with you yet. That's not my intention. Prometheus shook his head, and looked at Bionic Man A. Perhaps we can cooperate. Bionic Man A didn't say anything, but stared at Gao Gong with fiery eyes. After a long while, he said, I haven't been hurt like this for many years. Gao Gong's smile also grew. You are just injured. But my physical body is gone. It seems that you are not a life on this planet. Otherwise, how would you know the concept of cosmic relics? Is my guess wrong? Then, without waiting for the other party to speak again, Gao Gong made a move directly, and the purple string space opened instantly. In each space prism, there was the phantom of Gao Gong's mechanical body. Thousands of energy attacks instantly overwhelmed the opponent. This time, Gao Gong would not give the opponent a chance to nanobionics. However, these terrifying number of attacks landed on the opponent, only making a hole the size of a thumb, and these holes were still recovering rapidly. Even the head, eyeballs, and other vital parts, the same was true. Bionic Man A grabbed with one hand, and in an instant, nearly half of the space mirror turned into powder. And his other hand grabbed Black Rose without hesitation. The communication between the Hontai bodies begins with fighting. Humph! Black Rose snorted coldly, and the bionic eyeball hidden under her red hair exuded an indescribable fluctuation. In an instant, the metabolism in Bionic Person A's body became thousands of times faster than before, and tens of thousands of human organs were about to be squeezed out of the other's skin. Bionic Person A's arm directly disintegrated into tens of thousands of strips of meat, and the nano-reconstruction that had been located before also brushed past Black Rose's body. A huge channel extends from one end of the city to the other. Inside this channel, all matter collapses on the spot. Bionic Man A's body also disintegrates on the spot, and then recondenses into a new body, looking at Black Rose with some fear. Troublesome ability. You are not the only one who collapses. Black Rose suddenly disappears on the spot, and when she reappears, her sexy long legs turn into a flash of lightning, and lashes at Bionic Man A viciously. Bionic Man A raised his arms high. With a loud bang, a huge depression with a diameter of 10 kilometers appeared on the ground. Black Rose twisted her waist in midair, turned around, and stabbed the opponent's eyes with her high heels. Bionic Man A narrowed his eyes, and countless cracks appeared on the opponent's skin, and the whole person was about to turn into powder. However, as the ability of the Metabolism Queen was activated, the whole body was quickly repaired. The heel like a knife tip was close at hand, chopping the human brain. A's head was stabbed with a big hole, and his eyeballs were knocked out, but he seemed to be unaffected at all. He grabbed Black Rose's calf with one hand, and the bionic veins on his arm bulged, like throwing a cannonball, and smashed Black Rose out at once, and his figure disappeared into the sky. However, the next moment, purple light flashed, and Black Rose's figure appeared in front of the two again. Her right hand had turned into a second-level top-level bionic samurai sword. The space on the blade rippled in circles. If this knife went down, even Bionic Man A would be injured. Black Rose and Senior Engineer were much stronger than before. Prometheus, as a last resort, Bionic Man A had to call for help. The bionic young woman blocked A's side. Her palm seemed to pass through space, grabbing the blade, and the same purple light flashed. And the ability of the purple energy string added by Senior Engineer was offset by each other. Can the ability of the collapsed body also be reverse bionic? In the air, Gao Gong's slightly surprised voice came. Prometheus chuckled and said, It seems that our fellow has something he doesn't know. Heh. Gao Gong didn't answer. The next moment, the ground disappeared, and a huge purple mirror replaced it. Outside the mirror, it was Bionic Man A. And inside the mirror, it was Black Rose and Prometheus. Separate me from them. Are you sure you can deal with me? Bionic Man A said with a little provocation. And as his ability was activated, The surrounding matter continued to turn into smoke, and then dissipated with the wind. The rejection of bionic people is much lower than that of modified people. In addition, with the authority of the bionic man ancestor, it can be said that the most advanced bionic implant on this planet, Black Rose, can be equipped at any time. So, in just 1 year, she turned from a first-class killer into a bionic monster. But Bionic Man A believes that there are only a few monsters in this world, at least one modified person, and he does not believe that the other party can turn into the same monster in just a few months. Even if it is a collapsed body, it is only a collapsed body. The replacement of the host of the collapsed body has also happened more than once. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his face changed and he looked up at the sky. There were constant thunder in the sky, and the radiation cloud was almost falling to the ground. From time to time, a white light flashed, which was the radiation energy of S-level intensity. In the dark clouds, a huge face could be vaguely seen. You think I am separating them? Is it possible that I am just separating you? The smiling voice of the engineer came from the radiation layer. After all, once I attack, it's hard to tell who's friend and who's foe. The next moment, a dozen points of light fell from the clouds, and Bionic Man A's face changed. He felt an indescribable threat from these light spots. The ability of nano control was activated, decomposing these light spots. However, the next moment, a terrifying energy tide erupted from the ground. In the map, an abandoned city disappeared directly inside the purple string space. Prometheus stared at this scene in a daze, and the gentle young woman's face showed a rare look of astonishment. After a long while, she turned her head and said to Black Rose in surprise, "Where did you find this monster?" This man didn't even use the power of collapse. Black Rose's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile. Good things should be cultivated from childhood. And the same is true for men. You know, I always think that there should be no civil war between bionic people. Prometheus regained his composure after a brief surprise. In this future, the development of bionic people has exceeded the imagination of us old people. In the past, we even only hoped that bionic people would have a foothold as big as an island. But now, bionic people have become the largest race on this planet. Prometheus looked at Black Rose sincerely. So, I am willing to reconcile the conflict between you. However, Black Rose showed a sarcastic expression. Is there a possibility that our biggest conflict is not between me and A, but between me and you? What? The conflict between me and A is that if he wants to overthrow the Mother City, he must launch a bionic revolution. And as the controller of the bionic world, I must kill any existence that threatens my rule. But in the final analysis, he and I don't have a deep hatred. If he can really overthrow the Mother City by himself, I will be happy to see it happen. And I am even willing to help him secretly. This is between him and me. But between you and me, we are talking at cross purposes. And it is a waste of words. Because you are too naive. So naive that you don't even realize that the biggest crisis for the bionic race has arrived. What? Black Rose looked at the other person steadily, and said softly, I don't agree with the approach of Bionic Man A, but I think his behavior is meaningful. Bionic Man has completed the bionics of all human functions, which also means that this race has reached the end of evolution, and the existence of the 3 mother cities has blocked the entire planet, making the biggest advantage of Bionic Man unlimited mass production impossible to achieve, because the resources of the planet are limited. Therefore, only by overthrowing the Mother City can this race break through the upper limit of evolution. And failing to evolve, for an intelligent species, is waiting to die. And you think that it is enough to maintain the current situation. Which is why, as the ancestor of Bionic Man, you are not as good as A. We only need to obey the will of the Mother City, and we can survive well. There is no need to take such extreme measures. Prometheus retorted. We are just toys of the Mother City. The birth of 3 Hontai bodies means that our value is ended. All that remains is for the Mother City to make new toys to replace us. For example, after the completion of the electronic brain plan, the computing power of robots will exceed the upper limit. They will be more cruel, more ruthless, and more willing to die. Do you think we will still have an advantage? Also, as far as I know, many biological giants are already studying the new concept of synthetic humans. Once synthetic humans are developed, they will have the strength of super mercenaries. Their thinking, physical potential, and mass production speed will all surpass ours. This means that the counterattack of carbon-based creatures is coming soon. Prometheus took a deep breath, as if he saw the future bionic race suffering in the flames. Then, why did you choose to be hostile to A? Black Rose looked at the other party strangely, and said, I am not a bionic man. What does the life and death of a bionic man have to do with me? Chapter 610 Emer. Prometheus had never expected that the other party would give such an answer. You are not an android? Black Rose's charming face showed a hint of irony. Why? You just found out about this? Then you... Prometheus stopped talking decisively. There is no doubt that the other party is also a woman with a story. But no matter what, you are also the controller of the 3 android giants. You don't want the world you rule to fall apart. Do you? Prometheus made his final struggle. Black Rose chuckled and said, You don't understand me. But I do understand you. As the first bionic man with human emotions, you fell in love with the scientist at that time. Prometheus. Prometheus was not your name at first, but the name of that human scientist. In that era, you did such a thing, which not only condemned human society, but also your bionic companions regarded you as a traitor. You became a taboo for both sides. In that era, no one could have imagined that in the future, something like a personality chip would be born. It is with this thing that emotion is no longer unique to humans, but a shared product between humans and bionic people. Prometheus's face turned ugly, as if someone had peeped into his privacy. What do you want to say? My meaning is very simple. In the face of the wave of technology, whether it is humans or bionic people, the only thing to do is to evolve with the technological system. The so-called sacrifices to maintain the overall situation. Unique ideas, and even treasured emotions are not worth mentioning in every technological evolution. How to regain control when out of control is what every intelligent species should do. The rest is just noise. In the virtual node, Ida Loli suddenly coughed a few times and coughed up a ball of blood. This is not dirty blood, but real blood, which shows that her injuries are not light. The danger of the avalanche was indeed beyond her expectations, and it dealt her a heavy blow when she was trying to seal number 13. It broke her bones. But now she didn't care about it, but stared at the picture in reality, muttering to herself, This uncle, is he so strong? At this time, Gao Gong showed the terrifying power of the fusion mode, annihilating the continental level. The beast tide that could only be formed by millions of radiation beasts was easily sent out by him. Bionic Man A couldn't even see the other person's face, and was blasted to the point of being lost. After all, the ability of nano-control is still very limited in interfering with the energy tide. The two are not even in the same system. Is the legend true? Ida Loli thought of the internal information she saw in the Holy Brain group. According to the information, this person blocked all the armed attacks of the Vano's life group with his own strength. As a biological group of the same level, even in this state, Ida Loli herself has no confidence that she can control all the saint-level mutants within the group. This is why she must try her best to become the head of the Holy Brain group. Only in this way can she control this monster. But I can feel the power in the other party that is infinitely close to out of control. Who? Ida Loli turned around suddenly, but found that since some time ago, there was a girl with a blurred face standing behind her. Carbon-based life is always like this, either out of control, or on the verge of being out of control. For such a life form, isn't it annoying? Who are you? Ida Loli frowned, and the terrifying spiritual power turned into a wave, one wave higher than the other. However, no matter how strong the spiritual power is, it will be like a drop in the ocean when it hits the opponent, and it will dissipate in an instant. From the opponent, Ida Loli felt a strange power, like artificial intelligence, but more energetic. But the familiar breath could not be faked. Are you also a Honkai type? You can call me number 8, or my real name, Emer. I feel the same kind of breath from you. Ida Loli was not polite to the other party's weird talk. In fact, she was in a very bad mood. Why don't you go help your boss? That A is going to be killed. Weapons that can destroy nano-units do not exist on this planet. Of course, this level of energy tide may be able to barely approach this limit, but if you want to completely destroy A, it's still a little short of the fire. According to what you said, then the Bionic Man A is immortal? Ida Loli asked back. That's not the case. At least I know there are 2 weapons that can completely destroy A. One is the avalanche developed by number 2. The second is the planetary weapon of Cybertron. I have seen the scene of the other party using it in the fragments of artificial intelligence in the past. The weapon can easily destroy the continent. It is also very simple to penetrate the core of the Earth. Assuming that this planet is gone, I can only die. Emer smiled and said, let's get back to the topic. Back to the topic just now. Don't you think that there are too many intelligent species on this planet? Native people, modified people, and even bionic people. Their existence has split a huge system that should have been operating normally into small individuals that operate independently. This is very inappropriate, isn't it? Don't forget that AI is also one of these individuals. Yida lowly said sarcastically. AI is different. Emer shook her head. For artificial intelligence, any anthropomorphic part is just data after all, and it can be deleted. But for intelligent species, deleting their emotions and memories is equivalent to deleting their lives. And they will fight you to the death. Shouldn't a quiet, pure, perfectly functioning system be the common pursuit of all life? Why destroy this purity? Yida lowly's eyes flickered, and said, that according to what you said, you should support war. After all, only the authority of the planet host can evolve the perfect, pure world system you mentioned. It's a pity that the old thing war has entered a dead state. He has been invaded by the revenge virus of humans, and can no longer become a real planet host. Dead state. What's going on? Yida lowly wanted to test it. But Emer smiled lightly, and disappeared like a bubble. Achilles asked me to deal with you. But after seeing you, I gave up the idea. As long as you don't interfere with the battlefield, we can live in peace. Of course, I think you can't participate in this destructive battle in your current state. You changed your mind after seeing me? Yida lowly thought silently. Is it because I am the son of the version of the Electronic Brain Project? She heard the term son of the version from Gao Gong. She likes this name. In addition to the 3 mainframes in the mother city, and the War of Freeze, she is the only one who can connect all brain computers, and call up huge data streams anytime and anywhere to improve the world system mentioned by the other party. So, is this a kind of co-optation? She recalled. And then she found that, in fact, every host of the collapsed body has his own ideas. And this idea is mostly related to world shaping. Is it that the collapsed body interferes with people's ideas? Or do these hosts have such ideas? But then again, why does that salty uncle look like he has no ideals at all? Gao Gong naturally didn't know what Yida lowly was thinking. Otherwise, he would have refuted her righteously. How could he have no ideals? His ideal was to create a world where only young women existed. As for the evolution of a mere planet, he didn't care at all. And now, he was repeatedly bombarding the guy who was ranked first on the mother city's wanted list. There was no so-called dragon-tiger fight. No so-called intrigue. In fact, the fight between the 2 Honkai bodies probably went like this. Senior engineer bombed. 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 Bionic Man A repaired. 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 And repaired again? There was no technical content at all. It was beyond Bionic Man A's expectations. He couldn't remember how many times his body had been destroyed, and how many times he had been reassembled. Since he had fully mastered nanobionics, he had never been so embarrassed. It's not that the National Army didn't work hard, but the enemy had gunned him. The Beast Tide is an energy tide in the range of the Pan-continent. Its range is so large that the transformation of nanobionics has no room for maneuver. The opponent has absorbed the radiation layer covering the entire planet. And the radiation power is so terrifying that every move is a beast tide. If there is an SS-level radiation beast king on this planet, it is undoubtedly Gao Gong in the fusion mode. At this moment, Gao Gong's will is even more violent and fierce than Yida lowly, who controls all electronic brains. After all, no matter what, Yida lowly's control is only at the virtual level. But he is at the energy level. The physical level. 2 is naturally greater than 1. Unfortunately, this state is time-limited. Gao Gong bombed bionic mana for an hour, and the aftermath of the explosion was enough to sink a continent and permanently change the land plates of this planet. However, as long as the annihilation at the nano level cannot be carried out, number 10 cannot be solved. It seems that we still have to cooperate with Mosfengmong to produce technological products that can accommodate each other. Gao Gong felt that in another 10 minutes, the upper limit of the fusion mode would be reached. This time the consumption was greater than the last time. Mechanical rejection and biological rejection. Both sides have soared to 50,000. A number that is 100 times more spiritual than cyberpsychosis. But Gao Gong is not worried. With Sister Rose here, no matter how big the rejection is, it will be metabolized and decomposed for you. Chapter 611 The Power of the Box. Gao Gong's current form is no different from his previous transformation. His lower body is still transformed into a beast hide, and his upper body is covered with endless beast patterns. And the feeling of losing control also appears in his body. Pulling, tearing, cell disintegration, cell regeneration. It seems that a devil has grown on the mechanical body, trying to struggle out of the flesh. This is not just pain, even more pleasure than pain. Any kind of release will bring absolute pleasure. But Gao Gong also knew that once it was released, the balance of the two kinds of rejection would be broken. And once the balance was broken, the rejection value of 50,000 would instantly soar to 5 million, 50 million, and instantly devour itself. The price of powerful strength is that it can lose control at any time and anywhere. That's about it. Gao Gong sensed his body's condition and felt that it was time to exit this mode. Exiting is harder than entering. Even if the clone of the cosmic relic was destroyed hundreds of times, it is impossible that it would not consume anything at all. Is there anything in this universe that does not consume energy at all? Yes. That thing is called a perpetual motion machine, which is a specialty of the 7th level mechanical civilization. And the Bionic Man A is definitely not included. But the next moment, Gao Gong's face changed slightly. In the violent energy ocean, there was a slight change. Just like the absolute control of the microscopic world by nano-control. In the energy tide, Gao Gong's control of energy has also reached a meticulous level. Still coming to make trouble? The next moment, the Bionic Man's killer came. The energy of the beast tide changed in an instant, condensed into a giant knife across the sky of the planet. The blade was as thin as a line, and directly cut through the radiation cloud. The blade light flickered slightly, and the space below the blade was shattered layer by layer. A great fear between life and death appeared in Gao Gong's heart. Using the ability of nano-control, control the beast tide in reverse? This move was indeed something Gao Gong had not expected. The other party's exploration of Honkai energy was definitely beyond that of a novice like him. At this moment, Gao Gong felt a strong threat. According to the system panel, this knife has a bug feature, instant death. The body will disintegrate if it is hit. Next time, when I have thoroughly explored the ability of the Honkai body, let's have a good fight again. Gao Gong suddenly smiled. The blade broke through the void, and only missed by 1 millimeter, and landed on Gao Gong's neck. However, this 1 millimeter was so close, and yet so far away. Gao Gong's body suddenly turned into human-shaped glass. And then, the glass began to melt and open, like a burning glass liquid, and directly wrapped around the blade. In a breath, the blade also turned into glass liquid. The Bionic Man A, who was still on the ground, suddenly changed his face, and an unbelievable look flashed in his eyes, because he felt that his own Honkai ability, nano-control, was being transferred into the glass liquid. This had never happened since he had intelligence. At the same time, an indescribable feeling spread throughout his body. It was a feeling of difficulty breathing, pores opening, and trembling all over. This feeling is called fear. But Bionic Man A is worthy of being the strongest Bionic Man in history. As soon as this emotion appeared, he was suppressed by the other party. At the same time, his whole body turned into gray mist. Before the glass liquid covered him, he actually extracted a trace of purple light from the gray mist, and the whole person disappeared instantly. Also disappearing was Prometheus, the female Bionic Man. Using nano-manipulation to forcefully open my purple string space, using one kind of collapse to interfere with another kind of collapse, you can actually do it this way. Gao Gong was impressed by the other party's operation. But it doesn't matter, I can't move anyway, and there's no way to chase him. Gao Gong in the glass state is Gao Gong in the snake mode. And this mode now becomes a box. Once this box is opened, Gao Gong is like a bug sealed in the amber of space, unable to move. But the wonderful thing is, this box is not only for him, but also for all the Honkai bodies. Once entering the box range, the Honkai power will be like a tired bird returning to its nest, desperately trying to drill in. So, this thing can actually be called the Honkai body nemesis? When the time came, Gao Gong cancelled all transformations, downgraded from fusion mode to snake mode, and then downgraded to normal state. An indescribable pulling feeling came from the body, playing in every cell. Whether it was the skin or the mechanical skeleton, there were dense dots on him. Gao Gong took a deep breath, and with a flash of purple light, he appeared in front of Black Rose. Black Rose said nothing, and hugged him in her arms. The next moment, the ability of the Queen of Metabolism unfolded, and Gao Gong seemed to be pulled into a wonderful world. In that world, There was happiness evolved from countless chemical substances. Gao Gong was addicted to it, and couldn't extricate himself. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Gong woke up, exhaled a long breath, and felt relaxed all over, as if he had received a super massage. On the system panel, the rejection rate was reduced to 3 digits again. You should be careful with your dangerous ability, Black Rose warned. Even Sister Rose was afraid of the danger. That was a real risk. I understand. Engineer Gao nodded, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. The first time he used it, it didn't seem to have such serious consequences. How come the rejection rate soared to 50,000 the second time? Will it be 500,000 the next time? These days, there are still restrictions on using it. This is impossible. If there are restrictions on using it, then how can that stinky woman, the Blade Queen, be so awesome? Or, is there any fusion route equipment that specifically suppresses this kind of transformation backlash? We still have to continue researching. But then, Black Rose said with a strange look on her face, you destroyed a continent. Senior Engineer looked up, and saw that the earth was split into countless pieces, floating on the ground. And many island-sized lands were slowly sinking into the sea. Storms were rolling in the distance, and whirlpools were forming in the sky and on the sea. The remaining radiation energy even gave birth to some radiation Ls, wandering in the black light. This means that an ordinary area was turned into a high radiation area by him. Well, fortunately it is not in Zone 30. In addition to the area where the mechanical city is located, there are many deserted continents on this planet. They are similar to the Oda continent, but the danger level is not that high. What Gao Gong destroyed was such a continent. Gao Gong wanted to say something, but his mouth was blocked by Black Rose. I just like your ferocity, my little wolf dog. On the other side, in a very secret place, purple light flashed. Bionic Man A, Prometheus, and the mysterious girl who called herself Emer appeared again. Will we be followed? Prometheus asked worriedly. She was a little afraid of Mr. G now. The reason was that she had not experienced the second mechanical war, and naturally had not seen the attack that destroyed the surface of the planet. But now she had seen it. She had tried to reverse bionics and bionics to deal with Mr. G at that time. The result was unexpected. She could not bionics successfully, and what awaited her was only death. Prometheus understood. It's not that the number 12 Honkai body has a problem, but the consumption required by the bionics is far greater than what she can provide. It won't be followed. Emer said, don't be scared by him. Prometheus. The only thing that the modifier can't modify is itself. This also means that Mr. G now must have great limitations. Otherwise A would not have escaped. Bionic Man A didn't speak. His mouth was tightly closed. But on his body, that looked like an ancient Greek sculpture, a wisp of gray smoke came out. Prometheus immediately understood that Bionic Man A had consumed too much energy at this moment. We need a safe place to recuperate. Emer's eyes flickered, and he said, but in this way, it will be difficult for us to compete with number 2 for number 13 in a short period of time. Prometheus said worriedly. The other party's consumption is also huge. Emer said calmly, and that old ghost of war is not so easy to deal with. The closer it starts, the closer it is to the end, the more life, the more non-life. The earlier the Honkai body is born, the closer it is to the latest Honkai body, which is beyond our imagination. Therefore, we may not be able to have a fight between the two sides, and the fishermen will benefit. The three of them made a plan and prepared to leave. Emer suddenly turned her head and looked at the mist in the distance with some suspicion. After a long while, she turned back and slowly left. Not long after the three of them left, the mist slowly condensed into a human figure. Gao Yuanyuan looked into the distance and said softly, the ability of the Honkai body is really terrible. I was hiding at the bottom of the data, and I was almost discovered. Forget it. Let's go back to find my brother. I was planning to bring some gifts, but it's a pity. Gao Yuanyuan shook her head and disappeared from the mist again. After half an hour, Gao Gong and Black Rose found Xiaoyu and Yida lowly. Gao Gong's face was pale, his legs were shaking, and his back was covered with sweat. Xiaoyu looked at Gao Gong with admiration and said, Boss, the enemy is so strong that it actually consumes so much energy for you. Strong. Very strong. Gao Gong looked at Black Rose with a guilty conscience. Sister Rose, who had mastered the Queen of Metabolism, was simply a god of war in bed, and he had long since transformed from a little wolf dog into a chihuahua, small and very cute. What a scary rich woman. She is 10,000 times scarier than Bionic Man A. Yi Loli looked at Gao Gong suspiciously. Is this guy so energy-consuming? She always felt something was wrong. But she didn't plan to care about it anymore. Instead, she said, I'll give you this thing. Maybe you will need it. In Yi Loli's hand was the tree of flesh and blood that had shrunk hundreds of times. Chapter 612 Concept of Synthetic Man. Gong took it with some surprise, and refreshed the detection skill. Name, Meat Machine Aggregate Fern. Race, Meat Machine Species. Status, Dead. Level, 40 Personal Attributes. Status, Switch Mode. Compared with the previous, it evolved from mutated life to meat machine life. And there is an additional death state. This shows that this meat machine knight named Fern is really dead. While resisting the avalanche, I found that it was not destroyed. So I took it. Maybe you need it. Yi Loli added. After all, her little bears were all lost in the avalanche. This thing was not destroyed. Which means that it must have a close connection with the avalanche. It's a bit unexpected. President Yi. I still like your rebellious look before. Senior Engineer teased. Yi Loli's eyes widened immediately. And she looked at the other party angrily. Xiao Yu, who has always been a bit slow in the head, also added a stab. I like Xiao Yi like this too. Why, you mean, are you going to give up the fight for number 13? Yi Loli opened her mouth, but she just couldn't say anything. It seems that she still wanted to, but she knew that she couldn't take in number 13 by herself, so she chose to give in. Let me invest in the Xingnao group, then I can consider it. Black Rose said suddenly. You? Yi Loli stared at the other party angrily. Why does this scene look familiar? Gao Gong used his kidney-deficient brain to think for a while. And then he remembered that Director Du had helped the Holy Brain Group resist the mercenary army of the Eternal Life Consortium before. And the request he put forward was to buy shares. There is indeed an indescribable tacit understanding between rich women. But compared with Sister Rose, Director Du seems too real. Okay, let's talk about this later. Gao Gong acted as a peacemaker. And then said to Yi Loli meaningfully, maybe you think that containing the last collapsed body can greatly enhance your ability. But everything has a price. The price of controlling the fragments of the universe's relics may exceed your expectations. Yi Loli's face changed. And she wanted to hear what the other party said. But Gao Gong didn't plan to say anything more. His palm gently stroked the tree, sensing its structural components. The crystallization of meat technology, it's a bit interesting, I always feel. It feels like a low-profile fusion route. Compared with a formal fusion route, it is naturally not good enough. But it has a very special advantage, that is, it can be mass-produced. The Meat Knight is a kind of camp soldier, in terms of technology, higher than the hunter. Gao Gong is very interested in it. With a thought, a part of the rejection power in the body was injected into it, and the next moment, something strange happened. The dead strange tree suddenly began to sprout, the flesh branches shook rapidly, and leaves with neural networks grew out. On the surface of the tree, a lot of flesh and blood was scraped off, like a steel knife scraping bones. And finally, the internal mechanical device was revealed. Name, Anti-Life Signal Converter. Level, Second Order. Status, Destroyed. Note, a very special device, it can sense virtual signals, and convert them into a special anti-life signal. Anti-life signal. This is the first time that Gao Gong has heard of this term. But according to his memory in his previous life, anything with the word anti in its name is quite dangerous. Antimatter Legion, Galactic Anti-Tide, Anti-Dimensional Life, Anti-Cosmic Constant. These things mostly have the nickname Natural Disaster. And considering the terrible power of Avalanche, there is no doubt that this is also a similar thing. Meat machine technology, is it really related to the fusion route? Otherwise, how could such a thing be created? What makes Gao Gong more interested is whether there are technological products that can reduce rejection within the Knights. How did you do it? This thing is actually a mechanical device? Yi Loli rolled her eyes and said, perhaps we can take it back to the technology center of Xingnao Group and conduct reverse research. The network technology of the electronic grid is more powerful, so there is no need for Mr. Yi to bother. Black Rose smiled slightly and blocked the other party's words. Humph, this woman again. Is it great to have big breasts? I'll beat you with one punch. No need to go through so much trouble. Senior Engineer shook his head. He used the power of rejection to separate the meat and machine of meat machine technology. The combination of the two is naturally quite complicated. But when they are separated, it is easy to deal with. After all, as a rebel force. The technology mastered by the Knights is not as good as that of the Mother City, nor as good as that of super enterprises. They don't even install a password lock on the flesh and blood cells. A mouth squeezed out of the palm of the senior engineer's palm and began to chew the separated flesh and blood on the 5.0 version of the biological computer. It also began to quickly decipher the other party's biological technology. On the system panel, prompts sounded one after another. You get the 6th level biological blueprint. Cell activator. You get the 7th level biological blueprint. Biogrinding instrument. You get the 7th level biological blueprint. Reproductive separation operating table. The level of these blueprints is not high, but some bug-level technologies are derived from these basic technologies. It just takes a lot of luck to select the most suitable and powerful one from the complicated technological routes. Luck is also a manifestation of the strength of civilization. Now, Gao Gong realized that it is not a coincidence that war can develop meat technology that is very close to the fusion route. He also vaguely guessed the role of the cosmic relic. Yida lowly watched with her own eyes as a mouth grew out of the palm of Gao Gong's hand, and then ate up all the tree trunk. Although this scene did not shock her, it made her wonder, could this person also be a mutant? Otherwise, how could he have so many strange abilities? But which biological giant could cultivate such a freak? Boss, is it delicious? The huge mechanical king squatted down and looked down at the 3 little guys at his feet. It's okay. It tastes a bit sweet. Engineer Gao glanced at the black armor of the end and said, look carefully. Learn well. You will have to fight with the person who controls this technology sooner or later. Xiao Yu nodded seriously. As the swallowing was completed, pictures appeared in the biological computer in the body. These were the pheromones left in the cells, which were pieced together by Engineer Gao. Then, Engineer Gao knew what the avalanche was all about. It's actually like this. Avalanche is not the original creation of war, but the joint product of Warhost and Lariel. Lariel is number 13, the last Honkai body, the system controller of the human brain. And there is an even more explosive news. The first Honkai body and the last Honkai body have a very close relationship. This relationship is that they can be integrated in a short period of time. That's why Avalanche was born. Being able to merge into one, how come I don't know about this? After learning the news, Black Rose expressed doubts. After all, she is 11, and is considered a relatively late-born Honkai body. Maybe Bionic Man A and Prometheus don't want to tell you. Gao Gong shrugged. He is number 5, Xiao Yu is number 7, they can't have this experience. As for why Black Rose didn't have it, they can only guess that it might be that the 3 Bionic Man ancestors joined forces to stimulate certain abilities. Have you confirmed the location of number 13? Since number 13 has merged with the war, does that mean we have failed this time? Both ladies were very unwilling. No. Senior Engineer shook his head. The state of the war host is hard to describe now, and number 13 has not really recovered. There is still a chance, but it has to be quick. He looked up at the sky that had lost the radiation layer, and was clear. Before the corporate war enters the 3rd stage, if we completely contain it, there is still a chance. Once the original brain is completely squeezed out of human society by the electronic brain, it means that number 13 will be separated from the placenta and be born completely. Time is very important. Time is very important to us, Du Xiaodi emphasized. In the picture in front of her, a large number of drones fought with the mutants of the Holy Brain group, resisting various attacks from land, sea and air. Various new weapons also appeared on the battlefield. Some advanced prosthetic devices, cross-continental weapons, air-to-ground strikes, and even biological shells scattered over a large area. The dismantled drones also showed the ferocity of the enemy. But Du Xiaodi was still confident. As long as the enemy's killing is not as fast as our production speed, we can drag them to death. The reason is very simple. The enemy cannot deploy unlimited troops here, and there are more than one opponent in the corporate war. A senior executive of the Holy Brain group sat on a chair, frowning and looking at the picture of some biological weapons being deployed. It seems that some of our friendly companies have also joined this game. Then, the executive said to Du Xiaodi with some admiration, I didn't expect that you, Leader Du, had foresight and prepared so many unmanned mechas in advance. These mechas are comparable to some large weapons in terms of firepower, and their moving speed exceeds that of some military vehicles. More importantly, they are not afraid of destruction. But our mutants are not so lucky. In order to prevent the headquarters from being captured, the Holy Brain Group also dispatched a large number of mutants to participate in the war, including some A-level and S-level mutants. However, if these advanced biological weapons were placed in other places, they would kill people indiscriminately. But on the real battlefield, they were not much better than other low-level cannon fodder. After all, they were not mutants, but G-type monsters. After a large number of mutants died, the Sacred Brain Group had a shortage of troops. What a pity! If synthetic humans were developed, we would not be short of manpower, the executive said with regret. Chapter 613 New Faction Mission. The success rate of cultivating mutants is very low, especially A-level and S-level, which are basically 1 in 10,000. And cultivating these advanced mutants consumes a lot of resources. They have no potential for mass production. So, with the development of biotechnology, a new scientific concept has been proposed, that is, synthetic humans. Synthetic humans? Du Xiaodi frowned slightly. She had heard of this concept. This is a new human species developed based on cloning technology. Theoretically, once developed, these synthetics will have at least the strength of A-level mutants. If based on the system level, they are second-level species at level 50. And these synthetics have another advantage, that is, they can be mass-produced like clones. Once these high-level cannon fodders are developed, the entire pattern of the Geely star will be rewritten. But Du Xiaodi doesn't like this approach. As a traditional lady, she was still preparing to give birth to his Gao family. I haven't given birth yet. What are you developing? However, as a superior, Du Xiaodi still suppressed this disgust very well. After chatting for a while, after sending the representative of Xingnao Group away, Du Xiaodi pressed a button, and a moment later, the holographic projection flashed, and Qin Hazel appeared. Mr. Du, Qin Hazel said respectfully. Well, how did the talks go? As early as the beginning of the war, Du Xiaodi sent Qin Hazel as a diplomatic representative to secretly contact those mercenary groups. She didn't believe that all mercenary organizations were willing to unconditionally obey the arrangements of the Eternal Life Consortium and become their consumables. There would always be one or two who would rebel. In fact, it was indeed the case. Qin Hazel also secretly contacted several high-level mercenary organizations. Not bad. Now they have loosened their mouths and expressed their willingness to secretly reveal the news to us. Du Xiaodi said indifferently, this is not unexpected. For this war, in just 1 month, Du Gao Group destroyed 500,000 unmanned mechas. As the attacking party, the enemy will definitely suffer heavy casualties. After Du Xiaodi came back, the efficiency of her own camp in producing weapons increased by 1,000%. This gave the natives of these planets a little shock of the interstellar war. Qin Hazel said excitedly, not only some small organizations, but even the top leaders of the Tiber Defense System contacted me. Tiber Defense? Are you sure? Tiber Defense System is the top military contractor on the Geely star, famous for its powerful firepower, and can even build its own mechanical army. Even the Du Gao Group, which has emerged as a new force now, is half a level lower than it. And this kind of super mercenary group must be the focus of the Eternal Life Chable. So Du Xiaodi asked this question. The shares of Tiber Defense have been acquired by the Eternal Life Chable in various ways. 41.4%, which basically completes the controlling stake. The Eternal Life Chable can even bypass the management of Tiber Defense and directly contact its corporate will. Qin Hazel paused and said, but it is precisely because of this that the titans of this generation of Tiber Defense are unwilling to be puppets. So they contacted us. So that's it. The management of Tiber Defense calls themselves the Titan Clan. And each of them is a super large mechanical transformer. It is rumored that they once had the opportunity to obtain Cybertron technology. So the weapon systems they develop generally have performance that is one level higher than those on the market. They revealed a piece of news to me. Qin Hazel said with a serious face, the Yongsheng Chable is searching for our mecha factory, and has already located the coordinates. Du Xiaodi glanced at the entire coordinates, and raised her eyebrows. This coordinate is exactly one of the largest underground production bases of Du Gaoka. On the other side, the Foundation is also doing well in the Southern Hemisphere. After launching a corporate war and successfully knocking out 3 companies that were engaged in fraud, the members of the Foundation suddenly had an epiphany and understood a truth. That is, it's so cool to fight in a group. Nearly 30 companies mobilized all their military forces, beat up other companies, destroyed their brain-computer plans, eliminated their eligibility to participate in the electronic brain plan. This feeling is extremely refreshing. So, without Mr. G's personal testimony, these members began to act spontaneously, organizing one by one in the weapons department, logistics department, scientific research department. The goal is obvious: to defeat other companies in the southern hemisphere. The winner of the third stage must be selected from their internal members. During the war, another positive factor also emerged. That is the joining of players. Currently, there are more than 100,000 players employed by the Mr. G Research Institute named by the Foundation. There are two reasons for this. First, Gao Gong, as a former player, has always taken care of this group of small natural disasters. Compared with other organizations that have to complete various preconditions, brush reputation, and do tasks, joining the Research Institute is much easier, and there is basically no threshold. The key is the welfare. You can even buy chips, drive Gundam. Another reason is, the Research Institute has various models of brain-computer interfaces. As a player with a lot of XP, you can choose any brain-computer interface, which will open your mind. If you join other camps, you often only have one brain-computer option. So, under the influence of these hundreds of thousands of fearless players, who can be resurrected after death, the military forces of enterprises have been destroyed, and artificial data has been controlled and converted. A strange, huge corporate alliance was born in this way. The core reason why these companies were able to cooperate in resources was naturally the mysterious Mr. G. After all, the news that he sank a continent had been spread from within the Research Institute. Those who had disloyalty became more loyal. Those who had no disloyalty became more fanatical. Your leader reputation plus 1,000. 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 You get the title of shopping leader. Shopping leader, you organized a large-scale enterprise summit and played a pivotal role in it. Many entrepreneurs who participated in the summit expressed their sincere respect for you and recognized your industry status. Leader reputation plus 2,000 because of the achievements of the Enterprise Alliance. Senior engineer reputation increased by 10,000. Add to that the 2,000 from the Alliance leader. Gao Dong did nothing, but the most difficult camp attribute to increase, leader reputation, soared by 12,000 points, reaching 71,800 points. It was very close to Gao Dong's second leader template. Interesting. Gao Dong smacked his lips and turned to look at another camp mission. To be honest, the passive activation of this camp mission was something he had never expected. Camp mission, Crisis of the Mecha Factory. Difficulty? Mission brief. The Yongsheng Chable has noticed that the Dugao Group C of Machines tactics has greatly hindered their military operations, so they sent several super mercenaries, trying to destroy the enemy's logistics and undermine their mecha tactics. This is a dangerous special operation. If it is not stopped, it will greatly affect the faction's strategy. Mission objective: destroy all mercenary forces each time a super mercenary team is destroyed. The mission reward will be increased. Basic reward: faction experience plus 50 million. Faction points plus 100,000. Leader reputation plus 4,000. Random 5 faction drawing special reward each time a super mercenary team is destroyed. Faction experience plus 10 million. Randomly drop an enemy transformation technology. Faction reward unknown. There are actually faction rewards. Gao Dong has never received a faction reward in any of the tasks he has done. This can only mean that, once this difficulty is overcome, the strength of the Du Gao group will be qualitatively improved. Gao Gong understands the benefits of having a ship girl in his own camp. After all, in his previous life, there were also ship girls in his camp, and the blessing was so great that he went from an ordinary virtual camp to a virtual camp that could fight a Star Wars with the mechanical civilization. This is also the third major task that Gao Gong is on hand now. The other two are planetary task, removal of the Adventist polluter, and leader reputation task, the mastermind of the electronic brain project. The former is to deal with the believers of the memory matrix. The latter is a template task, which requires becoming the winner of the electronic brain project. Now this is the third one. The only question is, as the leader of the camp, the big boss behind the scenes, why did he know about such an important matter from the task panel? Gao Gong angrily connected to Director Du's encrypted communication, and the result was unexpected. What appeared in the holographic screen was a sexy and capable workplace white bone demon, Sheen Hazelnut. Without waiting for Engineer Gao to speak, Jean Hazel said expressionlessly. Boss Du said that she would handle this matter herself. Please don't worry. Engineer Gao was furious. That's how you talk to your boss. Believe it or not, I'll cut off your insurance. However, Jean Hazel's face suddenly had an extremely charming smile, and she crossed her arms, and her B-cup was squeezed into AC size. Boss Du also said that Boss Gao has important things to do, so don't bother him with this little thing. Engineer Gao said angrily, Are you sure you can handle it? Those super mercenaries are good at beheading people, so don't try to cheat. Don't worry. Boss Du has already arranged it. Just prepare to win. Winning easily. That is Mr. G's highest pursuit. But Engineer Gao still couldn't help saying, I know that the transformed Director Du is very strong. But don't waste it. If it doesn't work, I'll take the time to go there. Anyway, I can run fast. No. Really no. Jean Hazel refused Engineer Gao's help with a smile. Then chatted for a while, and hung up the call. Headquarters of the Holy Brain Group. What's going on? Don't worry, Mr. Du. Mr. Gao is very honest. He didn't even look at me, and he cares about you very much. Director Du nodded with satisfaction. The thought came to him. The sky darkened. A huge interstellar ship appeared in the sky. A third-order interstellar battleship, Cybertron Destroyer Scimitar. A flash of light, the two disappeared. Chapter 614 Virtual Three Elders. Who are you communicating with? Just when Gao Gong was worried about whether Director Du would have problems, a soul-stirring voice rang out. Gao Gong immediately said sincerely, There are some problems with Du Gao Group. I am considering whether to go over and help. Humph, that woman with the surname Du is really useless. She always causes trouble for others. Dressing in a black bionic tights, Black Rose, whose curvy figure was clearly highlighted, lazily pulled Gao Gong into her arms. Every word and action was filled with the demeanor of a queen. That is, she doesn't dare to list it. Otherwise, I would have shorted it long ago. Engineer Gao wiped his sweat. The fights between rich women are indeed happening all the time. Although they are both rich women, their styles are completely different. Director Du's style is, I help my husband build his empire. Sister Rose's style is, I build my empire, and you come to lick me. Each has its own merits. But in front of Black Rose, Engineer Gao will keep his little wolf dog arrogance, and will also be more humble. This is not only a posture, but also an attitude. If you are too tough, you can't rest your head on Sister Rose's fragrant thighs. At this time, Xiao Yu transformed into the in black armor, and was flying in the radiation layer, under the aura of Gao Gong. All the radiation beasts took the initiative to avoid it, and they were invincible all the way. Their target was the Knight's Highland. When doing cell analysis before, Gao Gong confirmed the opponent's position. The reason why they didn't teleport was that, firstly, Gao Gong was worried that the old thing war would make some targeted defense against the collapsed body. And secondly, they just had a fierce battle, and they all needed to rest. Unexpectedly, but also within reason. The Knight's lair is on that S-class continent. What you said to this little girl before, is it true or false? Black Rose stroked Gao Gong's hair while looking at Yida Loli in Xiao Yu's hand. Yida Loli's SS-class psychic ability directly blocked her sleep, making her unable to sleep forever. However, whenever she was seriously injured, this kind of sleep could repair her injuries and let her rest for a while throughout the year. At this time, Big Loli Yu was being held in the hands of the end of the Black Emperor like a baby, smacking her lips from time to time. Xiao Yu's fingers blocked the strong wind, and the warmth of her palms gave her a warm sleeping environment. This Big Loli really trusts this brain-dead girl. What is true or false? Gao Gong asked. You said before that controlling the collapsed body requires a price. I see you are not lying. For Sister Rose, who often receives verbal services from others, it is not difficult to judge whether Gao Gong is lying. Engineer Gao nodded and said, I have this feeling. Sister Rose, you should also be able to feel that every host of a collapsed body has a strong obsession to change the world. The older the collapsed body, the stronger this feeling is. You mean, they are affected by the collapsed body, and we will be like this too? Well, I suspect that sooner or later, we will change from being the host of a collapsed body to being able to fully execute the will of the collapsed body. Engineer Gao continued, there is another very important point. That is, in order to synthesize that cosmic relic, all the power of the collapsed body must be extracted, which will inevitably consume the life and power of the host to a great extent. Black Rose narrowed her eyes slightly. Her beautiful eyelashes blocked her eyes. But Engineer Gao clearly felt that her palms became stronger. A subtle murderous intent circulated between the two. Do you want to synthesize that cosmic relic? Yes. Gao Gong was very calm, and added, I naturally have other means to make up for the consumed energy and lifespan. Then do you think, will I agree? No. Gao Gong smiled bitterly. She knew too well how stubborn Sister Rose was, and her dream of having a man on top had never been realized. Black Rose suddenly showed a strange smile, smoothed her long wavy hair, and pecked Gao Gong's mouth gently. In the future, try to kill me. If you succeed in killing me, I will support your idea. Otherwise, I will take the cosmic relic. It's a fair proposal. Gao Gong agreed, and then added, but if I can satisfy you in bed, can you let me go? Sister Rose raised her lips, and her smile no longer contained any murderous intent. I just like your shameless and coquettish spirit. When Ida Loli woke up, she happened to see the scene that was not suitable for children, and she was immediately furious. Hey, what are you doing? There are children here. The child that Ida Loli was talking about, naturally, was Xiao Yu, who was more than 10 meters tall and had eyes as big as searchlights. I become a robot, Xiao Yi. The scenes that are not suitable for minors are not suitable for minors, but they are just right for me. Xiao Yu was watching with great interest, and was dissatisfied when he heard it. Don't say you are a robot. Even if you are a Cybertronian, you have to listen to me. Ida Loli snorted coldly, and with a strong spirit, the area within 1,000 miles was under control. Have we reached the S-class continent? Of course we have. Your ability seems to be a little weaker than before. Black Rose zipped up her chest, and looked the other person up and down. Is it the effect of the previous injury, or other reasons? Lolita Yi snorted. It has nothing to do with you. A big-breasted ant. Black Rose combed her wet hair, and didn't pay any attention to the yellow-haired girl at all. Instead, Senior Engineer said softly, the situation of the Xingnao group is not very good. Humph, the group is full of rubbish. It hasn't been long since I built my kingdom, and half of it has been lost by those rubbish. Lolita Yi complained angrily. Didn't your Dugao group help? How did it end up like this? You should understand that it is not easy to keep half of the nearly 100 mechanical cities under the impact of so many mechanical armies. Lolita Yi also realized this, so she only said this proudly verbally. She had never expected that the Eternal Life Financial Group, a monster hiding under the water, would be so terrifying once it made its move. With a double-digit mercenary organization and countless weapons on land, sea and air, her wealth was so great that she was stunned. In fact, she was extremely fortunate that the Dugo group intervened at the beginning. Otherwise, when she returned, the Xingnao group would probably be left in ruins. Don't worry. When you return, there will not only be Xiao Yu, but also a host of number 13. If you join forces, it will not be a problem to stabilize the situation. Gao Gong saw Ida Loli's worry and comforted her. What do you mean? You want me to become the number 13 collapsed body? That's not right. Ida Loli was happy at first. Then she reacted. I had a vague feeling before, as if there was a sight staring at us from time to time. So you have already prepared the host of number 13. This time, Gao Gong did not deny the 3 consecutive times, but smiled and said, I am not an unreasonable person. You have helped us a lot along the way, and after collecting number 13, I will give you a fair chance to compete. But whether you can grasp it depends on you. Ida Loli looked at the other party angrily, for a long time, and nodded a little disappointed. Not to mention that she alone could not defeat the 2 people in front of her together. Xiao Yu would definitely not betray her boss. She didn't even have the idea of betraying, because once she betrayed, she would inevitably break up with the Du Gao group. At that time, not only would she not get any benefits, but she would also lose her capital. Okay, I'll take a break first. I've been working too hard on the road. There will be another big battle later. I'll take a nap first. Engineer Gao closed his eyes. The next moment, the light spots he saw with his eyes closed began to open rapidly, turning into virtual channels, which were connected to each other, forming a maze. And soon, Engineer Gao appeared in the center of the maze. That is a welfare home. Brother, you are here. The girl in the white dress smiled gently. The 2.0 version of the biological computer has already realized the networking function, and the 5.0 version of the biological computer can provide powerful computing power. Gao Gong handed the administrator authority to Gao Yuanyuan, which can greatly enhance Gao Yuanyuan's ability and make sufficient preparations for capturing number 13. Gao Gong walked into the welfare home. In addition to some AI, there were also a bunch of children playing. In the child's eyes, data flashed from time to time. These are scattered personality fragments. I collected them. Maybe one day, they can restore their previous personalities. Senior engineer smiled, rubbed the other's little head, and looked at the three old men opposite. One old man was drinking tea lazily. One old man had a cold face and closed his eyes to rest. Another old man was playing with the child. Xian Yuan X. Wanwei Lao. What's? 3 electronic ascenders. Gao Gong casually used a detection skill. The next moment, 3 eyes looked at him almost at the same time. Not only did the skill fall into the sea, Gao Gong felt that he was trapped in an endless data vortex. 3 endless data gods looked down at him expressionlessly. Gao Gong held down Gao Yuanyuan, who wanted to help him. In a breath, the two sides fought thousands of times in the virtual level. The 3 old men gradually became surprised. The fight between the two sides was not only the attack and defense of hackers, but also involved the evolution of the virtual level, and even the interaction of advanced information. No matter which one it was, Gao Gong did not let the other side take advantage. 3 of you, it's been a long time. Gao Gong smiled, and didn't care about the 3 people's offense. After all, he was the one who tested it first. But the user management authority of the Mother City level is really powerful. Gao Gong suspected that there was no equipment on the entire planet that could detect the 3 people's attributes. Mr. G? Hello. The one who spoke was Wanwei Lao Waters. As for Xian Yuan X, who was the most indifferent, he just nodded lightly, with a very arrogant attitude. 3 of you, I'm sorry to bother you to invade the war host. Gao Gong got straight to the point. It's just a small favor, Waters said with a smile. Compared with Mr. G's great act of upholding our hacker tradition, it's not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Capturing this old guy who ranks second on the Mother City's wanted list is also good for us, Wanwei said calmly. Xian Yuan X still didn't say a word. The next moment, the 3 figures disappeared in the virtual plane. Whether it was the firewall set up by Gao Gong himself or Gao Yuanyuan's electronic maze, it seemed that they had no effect on the 3 people. Chapter 615, The 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Can they? Gao Yuanyuan asked. You have been dealing with them for a while. You don't know their abilities? I can't say. Gao Yuanyuan shook her head. These 3 seniors give me the feeling that they are not like real people, but more like a digital symbol. They don't have the dark temperament of cyber hackers, but they are more like gods? Yes. Brother is really smart. Gao Gong shook his head. On the Geely Star, the so-called electronic ascension is equivalent to having a GM account issued by the Mother City. The authority of this account is even greater than that of the favored. And the fight just now made Gao Gong understand that they are indeed not the clones of the Mother City. This state is very strange. It also makes Gao Gong very curious. What role do they play in this planetary system? Bug fixer? External sealer? Or is it the collapsed body sealer? Brother Gao Yuanyuan pulled Gao Gong's sleeve and looked at him curiously. Gao Gong pondered for a moment and said, Warhost number 2 is a product of Imperial technology. It is clumsy and inefficient on the virtual level. Logically speaking, it should not be a problem for 3 electronic ascenders to suppress one number 2. However, number 13 is completely different. It can be said that it is the most adept at fighting in the virtual level. Its existence may bring about variables. Gao Yuanyuan understood. I have practiced the god of love that my brother taught me. When number 13 takes action, I will take action. Well, find the right time. And after merging with number 13, you will most likely not only be able to invade the brain-computer user, but also the natural brain user. Well, in this way, I can help my brother better. Gao Gong opened his eyes again, and saw that the end of the Black Emperor had already landed on the ground. The ground of the Odic continent is blood-colored, and has a kind of biological characteristics. It feels like stepping on living flesh and blood. Boss, I can feel several dangerous breaths. Very dangerous. The Black Emperor of the End pulled out the ship-slashing sword, and looked around with a burning gaze. His tone was also full of eagerness. Black Rose also activated the Queen of Metabolism. The blood on the ground followed her sight, either dispersed or condensed, and even the air had an indescribable layer of humidity. Very strange chemical composition, I can't even analyze it. Yida Loli didn't speak, but the expression on her face was also very cautious. Because in her tens of thousands of spiritual perceptions, The ground under her feet was a living thing. Let's go! Within a certain distance, there is a clear perception between the collapsed bodies, which is the best positioning. Not long after walking, a creature as big as a mountain blocked the three people's eyes. This huge creature has a body like a mountain. The three people standing at its feet are like ants. What's more terrifying is that, when the other party breathes, the space is like broken glass, filled with colorful liquid. S-Class Radiation Beast. Dingma Elephant King. The brain in the jar told Gao Gong that there were only 17 S-Class Beast Kings on this planet. And now, he had seen one of them. Dingma Elephant itself was an A-Class Radiation Beast, possessing powerful domain power. According to rumors, it could shock the people in a mechanical city with 1 foot. If it were promoted to S-Class Beast King, its power would be even higher, because Gao Gong was very familiar with this colorful liquid. Beast Tide. The other party also possessed the power of the Beast Tide. What was even more strange was that the other party had various large engineering frames hanging on his body, as well as many unmanned transport vehicles. These vehicles were transporting 2-meter-thick armored iron plates. And those engineering frames were the devices for laying these iron plates. The workers tore open their skin, embedded the iron plates in their muscles, and the blood flowed like a small waterfall. In the eyes of the senior engineer, this was a super large project. What is this? Armoring the radiation beast? Yida lowly said in astonishment. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest combination. The senior engineer smiled. And then, there was a tremor. Obviously, this Beast King discovered them. A sense of shock as if facing a fusion body of senior engineer appeared. Then, something happened that surprised the three people. This Dingma Elephant King barely turned half of its head, and then lay down all of a sudden. Even on the surface of its body, the terrifying radiation energy also dissipated like a tide. Let's go. Take a car. Senior engineer glanced at Black Rose, who nodded and waved. Soon, a transport vehicle of the Knights drove over. The door opened, revealing a spacious, slightly rusty space. And on the seat, there was a human head with countless wires inserted. Extremely low-level bionic technology. Sister Rose expressed her complete disdain for the Knight's skull. As the transporter drove quickly, the group soon saw another S-Class Beast King. It was a solid sun with a diameter of at least 20 kilometers. Its surface was as bumpy as a volcano, with liquid magma gushing out of it, and the flames were thousands of meters long. What was even more terrifying was that in the depths of the gap, there was a light like a solar flare. Even from a distance, you can still feel the pure heat on the other person. Let's put it this way. Radiation beasts below a level will be revived as long as they get close to a certain distance. This time, Gao Gong did not get close, but swiped a probe from a distance. Name, Radiation Star Core Level, S Radiation Energy, 24.11 million attributes. Notes, Dangerous Energy Creature, with no use except to bring destruction. This is not only an S-level Beast King, but also a very rare pure energy creature. And that volcanic rock-like surface is actually a manifestation of highly concentrated energy. Radiation Star Core, it looks familiar. Gao Gong recognized the other party, the B-level Radiation Beast Radiation Sun, a radiation beast that is only born in high-level radiation zones, very dangerous. The radiation energy it irradiates has strong mutation properties. And the Radiation Star Core is undoubtedly evolved from the Radiation Sun. Similarly, there are a group of small black spots on the Radiation Star Core, and some special devices. The three of them had good vision, and could see that some members of the Knights, dressed like astronauts, were installing energy weapons on the Radiation Star Core. They were all kinds of energy cannons. This time, the group passed through the other side from below, and this Radiation Star Core still did not react. But Yida lowly could not help but ask, how could this level of radiation energy not be discovered? For most people on this planet, the Oda continent is a death zone. But for super companies, every year, they would send exploration teams to go deep into this continent to search for some precious biological data. Apart from anything else, how could a radioactive beast of this size and strength escape the monitoring satellite? That means there is also a big invisible guy in the sky. Gao Gong looked up at the sky. Unexpectedly, the radioactive clouds in the sky here were not thick, but more like the black color of the industrial era. Moreover, through his S-level Lord of the Simulacrum bloodline, Gao Gong could be sure that there was another big guy up there. An S-level Beast King who could be invisible over a large area. Why don't these monsters attack us? Yida lowly asked. Maybe there is an old man helping us in secret. Senior engineer looked calm. The vehicle drove straight into the night's high ground. The so-called high ground is not above, but below. It is a long tunnel, and the defense has been visibly strengthened. Low-level fighters of level 10 and high-level fighters of level 20 are not qualified to be stationed here. On the periphery, the lowest level was elite Flesh Knights above level 35. Each Flesh Knight team was led by a great knight. However, each of these knights stood still like zombies. In the dim light, the sight was very strange. These people were hacked. At this point, if Yida Loli hadn't noticed that these people were hacked, she would be too stupid. So, the S-Class Radiation Beast outside, also. Yida Loli was stunned as she attacked without caring about her physical exhaustion. She could kill an S-Class Radiation Beast, but she couldn't control the opponent like she did just now. What kind of monster did this salty uncle attract? At this time, Gao Dong's forearm suddenly deformed, and the ring shadow that was invisible to the naked eye rotated rapidly. With each rotation, a head of a big knight fell off, with the old man controlling the field. If we don't kill monsters now, when will we kill them? You killed the 45th level Knight Purgatory, experience plus 3 million, specialization points plus 3, skill points plus 10. You killed the 45th level Knight Gun Ghost, experience plus 2 million, specialization points plus 3, skill points plus 10. You killed the 48th level Knight 4 Knights of Hell Fake. Famine, experience plus 3 million, specialization points plus 3, skill points plus 10. You killed the 48th level Knight 4 Knights of Hell Fake. Plague, experience plus 3 million, specialization points plus 3, skill points plus 10. Soon, Gao Dong's experience accumulated to 50 million, and the heads of the senior knights of the Knight's Order also dropped by more than a dozen. These are all great knights who can attend the Knights of the Round Table. In other words, they all have boss templates, and any one of them is enough to become half a faction boss. That is, players must form a team of 100 people to have a small chance of passing the level. But now, these are all experience-generating machines. The only pity is that, probably because the system determines that this kind of monster generating is not strong, and the benefits given are very few. However, the title of 4 Knights of Hell makes Gao Gong slightly concerned. Famine, War, Plague, Death, the War among the 4 Horsemen. Is it the same thing as the war among the war hosts? If so, where did he get the other 3 beings of the same level? Boss, there is a familiar smell. In the tunnel, the Black Emperor of the End must lower his head to pass through the underground passage. And now, she suddenly sensed something and spoke. And Gao Gong's eyes lit up, and the way ahead suddenly became clear. Chapter 616, The Ontology of the War. It's hard to imagine, underground, it will open such a large space. Giant machine, giant spirit god, pull out half of your body from the ground, make creeping. In the dim environment, these huge robots are distributed. In the center of 2 giant robots, it's a giant pit. There is a statue of a mechanical warrior standing in the pit. The fighter's face is lifelike. The abdomen is also equipped with military aircraft. 10 laps that change waist. This is generally standard for ancient mechanical generals. And similar mechanical terracotta warriors are one after another. Looking around, and they are endless. What is this? Senior engineer poked it in confusion, and soon found out an attribute. Name, Da Xiao Mechanical Guard Race. Primary mechanical species, total level 25 HP, 4214/5000 skills. Da Xiao Dragon Sparrow Sword Elite LV5. Military Machine Burst Advanced LV7. Bow, Horse and Spear Combination Elite LV9. Imperial God General LV10. Status, Seal and Password Lock Template, Loyal and Brave Minister 1/3 incomplete. Note, don't underestimate any mechanical civilization. Even if it is a destroyed mechanical civilization, its fire is still enough to light up the stars. Huh? Gao Gong was stunned for a moment. He roughly understood that these were the Imperial legions that had swept across the planet in the past. But what he didn't understand was why these first-level soldiers generally had a boss template. He poked around and found that basically all mechanical guards had such a 1/3 template. When did the boss template become so common? And everyone had one? And the attributes of this template are also very interesting. The will to break through the formation. Once the will of the mechanical species is stimulated, it will burst out with terrible combat power. All attributes plus 30%. Additional characteristics. Mechanical camp formation. On the other side, watching the senior engineer poking and nodding, Yida Loli followed suit. But her mental power was like thousands of steel spikes, instantly poking into the brains of these robots. Then, a huge, loud voice suddenly sounded. "Where did you come from, little girl? I have finally sealed these ancient wild ghosts. Don't ruin my good deeds." In a trance, Yida lowly seemed to see an old god who was half mechanical, half data, with a long beard of 3 wire tubes, holding up the sky and pressing down the ground. The red official uniform on his body was tightly covering every mechanical guard. Moreover, the other party's voice was particularly loud. Yida lowly felt that her eardrums were about to be deafened. "Who are you? Why can you suppress them?" "I am Xian Yuan X, the last generation of the Great Xia Empire state teacher, the leader of the Shilin Void Weapon Party. The Emperor is dead, and I am the most powerful person in the old era. How can I not suppress these evil ghosts?" Yida lowly felt that her ears were stretched to the limit. And then with a snap, her hearing disappeared instantly. A kind of mental tearing pain instantly spread throughout Yida lowly's body. Big Lowly Yi held her head and screamed. Xiao Yi, what's wrong with you?" On the Black Emperor of the end, Xiao Yu's concerned voice came. Black Rose frowned and looked at Big Lowly Yi, who was holding her head and screaming. Just at that moment, she could feel that the chemical substances in the other party's body suddenly increased 100 times. "Sister Rose, treat her." Gao Gong frowned. Black Rose nodded, and covered the other party's ears with both hands, and her palms turned into bionic liquid, which flowed into the other party's still bleeding eardrum. The next moment, Yida lowly's ears that had exploded quickly recovered, and even the eardrum, which was the most difficult to treat, also recovered quickly. This is a top-notch bionic repair technology. Finally, Yida lowly trembled all over, and finally recovered from that terrifying voice. It was too scary. Although the idiots of the Saint Brain group had caused her to lose more than half of her electronic brain, she did not expect that she would be directly shut down by this roar. What kind of monster is this? Looking at the people who gathered around, Yida lowly swallowed her saliva and simply recounted the situation just now. "Xian Yuan. This old man, I wonder why he doesn't want to talk. Good guy." This sentence broke the eardrum of a monster with over 10,000 perceptions. If it were him, Gao Gong felt that his biological computer might not be able to withstand it. Shilin Virtual Machine Party. Black Rose muttered to herself. Obviously she had thought of something. "Sister Rose, do you know this guy?" Gao Gong exclaimed. "I don't know him. But when I was searching for past information, I found information about the Virtual Machinery Party, and the old man with the surname Xian Yuan, who is also recorded in history books. This Xian Yuan was not only the last imperial master of the empire, but was also dismissed by the crazy Machinery Emperor, the father of the Black Prince. In the unified ancient empire, political struggles were never absent. In the mechanical imperial court, there were roughly 2 factions, the Eastern Garden Party and the Western Forest Party. Among them, the Dongyuan Party can be simply called the Royalist Party, and the Shao family is an important member of it. The composition of the Shilin Party is more complicated, with various mechanical factions. The Virtual Machinery faction is an important member of it, and it was also the largest faction of the Shilin Party at that time. Its pursuit is to use numerology, that is, artificial intelligence, to master machinery. This is now the standard intelligent machinery flow, a very reliable technical route. But in the ancient empire that pursued self-transformation and stuffed everything into its body, this idea was too radical, even whimsical. In the end, because of the failure of the reform, this national teacher was driven out of the mechanical imperial court by the mad emperor at that time and was forced to return to his hometown to retire. This old guy is so powerful, and he is still a national teacher, Senior Engineer muttered to himself. He knew that the 3 ascenders all had deep backgrounds, but he didn't expect it to be so deep. They were actually big figures in the last era. These are the helpers you invited. No wonder these ancient machines are silent, Black Rose said calmly. Hearing this, Yida lowly glared at Gao Gong, as if to say, "You even betrayed your own people." Gao Gong shrugged. "I can't control these 3 old guys. They are more like people from the mother city than my people." Black Rose frowned when she heard this. "You let the people from the mother city in. Be careful of their backlash." "Don't worry. I'm sure. Not to mention the lifeblood of these 3 old guys. The future of cyber hackers is still in their hands. He still has Gao Yuanyuan as his biggest backup. Others may not know, but he knows the power of God's hometown, which is a killer move. In his previous life, he used this move to forcibly decompose a 6th-level information creature, the virtual god entrenched in a black hole, into millions of virtual servants. Even if Gao Yuanyuan only mastered 1 or 2% of the power, it would be enough to subdue the opponent. Well, think about it on the bright side. With these 3 old guys trapping the war host, we can more easily deal with the last collapsed body. Maybe this trip will be much smoother than expected. And in the virtual level, the 2 old men were walking on the ocean of data. These 2 people, respectively, are Wanwei Lao and Waters. The backgrounds of these 2 people are not weaker than Xian Yuan. And the strange thing is that the data ocean that should have disappeared with the launch of the electronic brain plan has reappeared. From the seawater, some bloated corpses keep floating up. And after these bloated corpses float out of the water, they suddenly open their eyes and attack the 2 people frantically. What is even more weird is that, in addition to not wearing sunglasses and having deformed bodies, the data fluctuations on their bodies look very much like cyber killers. It seems that someone has analyzed the underlying code of the punk group and created some punks. Wanwei Lao said with a smile. The most eye-catching thing about him is his completely transparent light head. Sitting in a wheelchair, he often flicks his hand, and a large number of punks are turned into discarded data. Waters laughed very happily. Punks? Ah, I haven't seen these little things for a long time. Back then, this was the signature method of those research institutes. Only they could deal with aliens produced by the Brain Area Plan. Haha. Waters, don't forget that you were the helmsman of the largest research institute back then. Wanwei Lao looked around. As the scattered punks disappeared, rich blood appeared in the seawater. This would never happen in a normal sea of data. Thanks to you. Otherwise, we in the Northern Federation would really become these information aliens. Wanwei paused, and then said, I just didn't expect that someone would revive these wild punks again. The ability of the last collapsed body is really special. Waters frowned and looked at the seawater. Otherwise, just capture her directly. If she continues to interfere like this, it will be very troublesome. Before the sub-body matures, we can't do anything to her. This is the rule we signed with the 3. Wanwei closed his eyes, and the next moment, the seawater disappeared, revealing the seabed skeleton composed of neural structures. And then his sight quickly shuttled, and came to a pale-faced girl in white clothes and skirts. But I should teach you a lesson, otherwise, it will be very difficult to capture war. The little girl looked up and smiled strangely at Wanwei Lao. The next moment, a considerable number of the natural people randomly distributed on this planet shed tears of blood in their eyes. At this moment, Wanwei Lao and what's all changed their expressions. You disgusting little girl actually tried to revive the punk group. On the other side, Gao Gong and his group actually found the main body of the war host smoothly along the way. That was the largest pit among the mechanical terracotta warriors. In that pit, the true appearance of the war host was revealed. It was a rotten giant hornet's nest. The bee eyes of each hornet's nest were all rotten flesh eyes. And in the flesh eyes, there were floating half-mechanical people, half-flesh people. These were reserved meat knights. Rotting, stinking, bloody. Many broken limbs and bodies were still floating in the pool of blood, sometimes forming strange bodies with 3 heads and 6 arms, or covered with bones. Just standing in front of the war host, there was a kind of physical discomfort. A familiar breath came out to Gao Gong. Fusion route. Or in other words, a low-profile version of the fusion route. Chapter 617 Melee. Gao Gong has always suspected that the meat machine technology is related to the fusion route. The reason is simple. The two are too similar. To be precise, the fusion route is the top version, and the meat machine technology is the mass-produced version. And now, Gao Gong is sure that the two are definitely related. Because those immersed in the bee eyes are the big knights with severe rejection. The war host that has fallen into a frozen, and the big and small bee eyes with blood bubbles. Combined with this magnificent and dark environment, it is indeed a bit creepy. There is only the war host here. Where is Laurel? Laurel is the last Honkai body. Senior engineer gently tapped the war host with one hand, injecting a little bit of fusion power. The next moment, something incredible happened. The war host, which had completely crashed, this huge honeycomb, actually shattered like a building block tower with the last building block pulled out. The broken mechanical parts, the gushing blood, and the failed fusion of the meat knight, all poured down like garbage. However, Senior Engineer, Black Rose, raised her eyebrows at the same time. In the center of the completely destroyed war host, a white girl doll appeared. She looked smaller than Ida Loli's little bear. And she was also ugly. Like a doll in a horror movie. With big black eyes and a wrinkled face. However, as soon as she appeared, the collapsed bodies present immediately understood. The 13th collapse rewind system was born. Is she the last collapsed body? Ida Loli's face moved. And she felt a trace of the previous avalanche from the other party. But this time she was honest. Seeing that Gao Gong and Black Rose did not move, she took a decisive step back and retreated behind everyone. Black Rose looked at Gao Gong and said uncertainly, "War number 2. Dead?" "Yes. Dead." Gao Gong was very sure. Unexpected. Unreasonable. The behind-the-scenes boss of the Knights. One of the oldest Honkai bodies. War. Died. He was gone before he even appeared. Even the Honkai energy is gone. Black Rose was even more surprised than Gao Gong. Because the host of the collapsed body can die, but the power of collapse will never die, it will only sleep, until it is found by the next host. Unless the entire cyber test site collapses, there is nothing that can destroy the collapse. Because the collapse is the most powerful destruction. It is precisely because of this weirdness that, even though they are close at hand, Senior Engineer and Black Rose do not act rashly. On the contrary, Xiao Yu, who was standing by, suddenly sniffed, as if he smelled something. "Brother, something is wrong." Gao Yuanyuan's anxious voice suddenly came from the human-mounted computer of Engineer Gao. "What do you mean?" The traces of the 3 old seniors on the virtual level suddenly became unclear. Before Engineer Gao could ask again, the strange sound of chains shaking sounded. It was a subtle sound at first, and then it became louder and louder, as if countless chains were shaking and being pulled. The seal of Old Man Xian Yuan is being dispersed. Engineer Gao turned his head suddenly, and saw that in the big pit, one by one, the mechanical terracotta warriors began to move their bodies, and some even began to distribute weapons. This is a modified weapon, similar to the combination of guns and machines, which can be used for long range and close combat, and looks like a painted halberd. "You hold him down." "I will hold down number 13. Black Rose made a prompt decision, and held down the scary doll. The previous bionic liquid, mixed with the rich blood, began to wrap the two. The next moment, Black Rose's body began to shrink, and her facial features changed from charming to ugly. On the contrary, Laurel's facial features changed from ugly to cute. She had red hair and blue eyes, and at a young age, her eyes and eyebrows had some charm of a beautiful snake. This is what Sister Rose looks like. It is also Black Rose's special skill. Life and Death Bionics. One Bionics of Death. As long as the opponent's Bionics is 100%. Then Black Rose not only has the enemy's ability, but also can control the opponent's body. In this process, the life breath of Black Rose is rapidly weakening, and more white appears on the dazzling red hair. This process cannot be interrupted. In the dark underground space, more and more golden swords and iron horses began to rush towards the center. Gao Gong pulled his shoulder violently, and his skin turned into a huge blanket of flesh and blood, wrapping the center area, while the mechanical body strode out. A new type of energy hole turned out from the mechanical skeleton, and hundreds of rays of light flashed instantly, wherever they passed. The mechanical terracotta warriors were broken. After all, they were first-level soldiers, and their health was even less than half of the energy attack. In other words, Gao Gong could kill a large group of them in 1 second. You killed the ancient mechanical warrior. Experience plus 1000. You killed the ancient mechanical warrior. Experience plus 1200. You killed the ancient mechanical warrior. Experience plus 500. Skill point plus 1. You killed. Because Cyber World is not a brush game. In many tips, Gao Gong even only got 2-digit experience. However, after Gao Gong swept around, he found that these ancient mechanical warriors began to transform actively, and the mechanical parts on the shoulders actively extended out and inserted into the shoulders next to them, forming rows and columns. And a huge mechanical square appeared. The will to break through the formation. There is no retreat. The will to break through the formation. There is no retreat. The will to break through the formation. There is no retreat. Accompanying the electronic roar, there is an indescribable aura. Will to break through. Once the will of mechanical species is aroused, it will burst out with terrible combat power. All attributes plus 30%. Additional characteristics. Mechanical camp formation. It's a bit troublesome. Generally speaking, things like momentum, aura, and are often only used to describe carbon-based creatures. To be more precise, they are the strongest among carbon-based creatures. However, Gao Gong understands that from the perspective of civilization, the best at playing with aura is actually mechanical civilization. Especially during the intelligent machine crisis period. That terrible aura of mechanical life can even spread from one planet to another. For example, if this planet has an intelligent crisis, robots on another planet in the same star zone will also start a rebellion. This is why the intelligent crisis is difficult to deal with. It almost spans space and time. And now, although these mechanical warriors are of low level, they are united together, and they are like a huge army, rushing towards him. How about trying this trick? Gao Gong waved his hands, and the next moment, the overwhelming golden light covered these mechanical warriors. This golden light was like liquid, penetrating through the gaps in the joints, and these warriors covered by the imperial power trembled all over, and their knees seemed to be about to kneel on the ground. Emperor's might exclusive to the mechanical emperor. Powerful mechanical energy can be transformed into the emperor's pressure. Wherever he passes, all machines will be in power. He has absolute dominance over ancient machines. As a skill exclusive to the mechanical emperor, Gao Gong's move, the effect is unexpected. Unfortunately, it is not unexpectedly good. The mechanical warriors under the emperor's might, the ancient mechanical equipment on their bodies, suddenly swelled up. A powerful flowing sound was heard. And the original loyal and brave minister 1/3 missing, gradually became 2 to 3. Another template blessing lit up. Emperor blood. The mechanical emperor casts his bones, refines his blood, HP plus 3000, stamina plus 20, and the mechanical emperor grants 1% authority. Although it is only 1%, but 1% of Gao Gong, it is quite a lot. For example, Gao Gong's mechanical body has 100,000 HP, 1% is 1000. His bioenergy is 118110, 1% is 1181. Adding them together, it has doubled directly. And strength, agility, stamina, intelligence, perception, generally are between 2 and 3 points. Adding other bits and pieces, the original level 25 ancient guards were pushed directly to level 30. More importantly, Gao Gong's emperor's power, in addition to blessing these mechanical soldiers, did not have the same sense of control as before. It seemed that this was just a buff, not a control buff. How did the effect of this emperor's power change directly? Gao Gong was stunned for a moment, and quickly switched the system. He suddenly discovered that the attributes of emperor's power had changed. When D-Way exclusive to the mechanical emperor. Revised, the benevolent mechanical emperor is not a tyrant, but invincible with his benevolence. Revised. This thing can actually be modified? Who modified it? And Gao Gong suddenly felt something was wrong behind him. He turned his head sharply, and saw the bloody slurry sprayed from the war host, twisting like a living person, constantly hitting the wall made of his flesh, burning a lot of corrosive smoke. And at the moment when Gao Gong was distracted, a flash of blood suddenly passed by in the air. A young man in black combat uniform appeared, and his body merged with the Omen machine the moment he appeared. The biological energy surged from 10 million, 20 million, to 50 million in an instant. The biological field covered the entire field. For a moment, pale bugs were squeezed out of everyone's body, bred from the memory matrix, which could make the martial god have the illusion of inner demons, was born again. However, the next moment, another phantom like thousands of troops also rose from the ground and fiercely loaded on the Omen. The two in realms, with similar auras but completely opposite properties, collided fiercely. At the same time, the Yin Black Emperor's ship-slashing sword had already merged into one, and the overlapping sword shadows were reflected in Xiao Yu's eyes, and in Xiao Yu's ears. The voice of Xiao Yu rang out. The sword is good, but it's a pity that this machine is too old. Then, Xiao Yu's body turned into a phantom on the spot, spewing out countless snow-white worms, rolling towards the Yin Black Emperor. Another Xiao Yu appeared on the meatball, with one hand, and stabbed into the ball. The target was obvious, that was Lariel. However, after stabbing only the front half, Xiao Yu felt a strong pressure, like a drop in the ocean. No matter how hard he tried, he could not extend it further. It was as if there was a whole world between the two. You actually helped them? Xiao Yu stared at Ida lowly, whose eyes were already dark, and laughed in surprise. Humph, you talk too much nonsense. Yida lowly closed her eyes, and the black tide submerged the other party. Chapter 618 Soul Scythe. Although, Yida lowly has been at a disadvantage since she followed Gao Dong, which almost ruined her status as the son of the version. But, this is mainly because her opponents are all bugs, information weapons that should not exist in planetary civilization, the offspring of cosmic relics, and the lord of the 6th level civilization, who is an experienced driver in his second life. The GM appointed by the mother city himself. As long as the enemy behaves a little bit, Yida lowly, the son of the version, will burst out with terrifying power. As the strongest psychic on this planet. As soon as the black tide came out, it turned into an abyss. The abyss could not be seen to the bottom, only endless skulls fell like rain. On the back of each electronic head, there was a gap as long as a finger, which was the biological characteristic of the brain-computer interface. Behind the gap, it seemed that there were eyeballs, staring at the boy in combat uniform with greed. Then, the brain-computer was shut down. The sky suit capable of interstellar combat was stretched open by an indescribable force, eyeballs as big as fists, or as big as basins, torn from Xiaoyu's flesh. An old voice sounded, which seemed to be Yida lowly's voice. But not completely. Hee. Give me your body. The light of the black tide burst out from the eyeball again. Yida lowly swept across the northern hemisphere, beheading many masters of hers, many of whom were blood cows, such as the Transformers on the physical side, some super-mechanized mercenaries, and S-level mutants. But without exception, they were all killed in this move. This black eye upgraded from the black tide has a powerful feature, which is to cause soul damage, which is real damage. Excluding various mechanical bodies, the blood volume of biological bodies that has been enhanced, the real blood volume of most people, is not actually high. A 250,000 real damage. It burst out from Xiaoyu's body. The opponent's body was swallowed up in an instant. The corners of Yida lowly's mouth showed a smug look. However, before she could laugh to the end, the change appeared. A series of transparent worms squeezed out of the void, and condensed into the human form of Xiaoyu again, smiled at the opponent, and pounced on the meatball below. Yida lowly was furious. From birth to now, she had fallen down many times. But not as many times as she had fallen down in one day. However, the next moment, Yida lowly was too late to stop the other party. Because the black tide appeared again. Spreading wildly, a huge crack was slowly opened. And in the open gap, there was an indescribable strongly bred monster. Half of its body was in a melting state, and it was bleeding flesh and blood all the time, while the other half of its body was like Xiaoyu magnified at least 100 times. The ominous machine. The other half of number 7. The soul armor of the strong colonization route. Yida lowly suddenly felt a little itchy. Those were the cracks all over her body. This was the prison that tortured her all the time, and also the source of her power. And at this moment, these cracks actually closed one by one. Xiaoyi, give me a hand. Accompanied by Xiaoyu's voice, the Black Emperor of the End crashed into the black tide. The thousands of sword lights merged into one, transforming reality into virtuality, and slashing at the opponent. On the right side of the evil omen machine's face, a strange smile appeared. Without saying anything, he also threw a punch. When this punch was thrown, the entire space seemed to be condensed in this punch, and it was endlessly compressed. This was not a change in space parameters, but a high-level application of the biological magnetic field. It was a third-level control skill. The fist and the sword intersected, and after countless ripples flashed, the first thing to be swept away was the ship-slashing sword. A slight crack appeared on the blade of this martial god weapon. The girl's will did not waver at all. The end realm unfolded again. The million troops in the soul state rushed towards the opponent. The flashing swords and weapons had a large-scale mortal attribute. There were million troops in the sky, and there were also million troops on the ground. The battle between the collapsed bodies was taking place in the sky and on the ground at the same time. Gao Gong was 100% sure that the abnormal movement of the mechanical terracotta warriors was inseparable from the dead war host. Xiaoyu, who had escaped from the ominous machine, once again appeared on the meatball, trying to grab it with one hand. However, this time the change was beyond Xiaoyu's expectations. 10 faces suddenly appeared on the surface of the meatball. Their facial features looked like those of a senior engineer, but they were as big as basins, without eyeballs, and their mouths were so big that they could swallow a basketball alive. A sense of danger emerged in Xiaoyu's heart. In the 10 mouths, Electric lights as thick as small pillars flashed by. 10 space lines were connected to his body at some point. This also led to the fact that the second stage locking lightning gun could travel through space and land on the opponent. This full-level skill with the Master Certificate had an initial damage of 100,000. This was also a combination of Honkai ability and skill. The effect was quite outstanding. The light shone throughout the underground world. The huge thunder ball swallowed the opponent. And the high-temperature lightning brought a strong smell of burning. Just like the bug-level decomposition of nanobionics. The teleportation of purple energy string was also a bug. The electric light filled the entire underground space with a burnt smell of active particles. A moment later, a figure with thick smoke rushed out from the electric light. A large amount of human skin fell directly from Xiaoyu's skin. What was even more bizarre was that arms as thick as a little finger, a head as big as a fist, and an upper body as big as a palm also kept falling from the burnt flesh. Every time a part fell, Xiaoyu's skin became a little cleaner. Xiaoyu looked at the meatball fiercely and suddenly sneered. And his left shoulder suddenly tore a blood outlet. Xiaoyu stuffed his palm into the blood outlet. A fierce pump, 1 bite of 2 meters long white bone sickle, beat out. In the biomagnetic field, it seemed to be angry. The knife handle is dark, take the black smoke. The sickle is white, think of transparent light. 1 black and 1 white, seems to be disobedient in fact. The combination of harmony. It was sent from this sickle, it is a fatal threat. If you say, Xiaoyu's field warrior, it is a large number of manufacturing random death. Then, this sickle gathers all the randomness of death into this knife. Xiaoyu, who holds this soul sickle, is more dangerous than anyone else. Interesting. I have never seen a living organism like you. Around Xiaoyu's eyes, countless small tendons bulged, which expanded his vision by 1,000 times. 10,000 times in a short period of time. He could see the vague human figure in the meatball. Then, Xiaoyu instantly appeared beside the human figure, with a speed like teleportation. But there was no sonic boom. Level 3 skill Cosmic Step. A carbon-based warrior, a necessary skill for fighting in outer space. The vast majority of outer space environments are vacuum. No air, no sound, no obstacles. This is very convenient for large-scale space battleship transportation, but it is not a good thing for warriors who can fly in the flesh. After all, if you rush too hard most of the time, something will go wrong. A kind of interstellar combat technique in a completely weightless environment was developed accordingly. Xiaoyu's appearance did not cause any spatial changes. The sickle lightly touched the surface of the meatball. However, Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed suddenly. His strong eyesight made him feel that something was wrong in the microscopic field. And countless tendons grew on his ears instantly. The eardrum in the ear canal suddenly had more than a dozen faces. His hearing also increased 100 times. A very fine wind sounded. At some point, a diamond-shaped mirror appeared in the air, which was almost invisible to the naked eye. The white tip of the knife passed through the mirror and slashed towards his neck. That was his own soul scythe. Xiaoyu's neck was raised back, and it was bent 90 degrees directly, avoiding his own attack. He switched from his right hand to his left hand, grasping the soul scythe with his backhand, and for a moment, the optimal attack route comparable to the calculation of the advanced combat chip appeared above the meatball. Even if the identity of the hollow body host is discarded, the other party still has another identity. The Xiao family, or the youngest martial god among the 3 mother cities. Name, Xiaoyu. Occupation, martial god level 30, strong colonization transformer level 30. Total level, 60 HP. Skills? Template, martial god, strong colonization king dark life. Note, you can imagine how dangerous this boy is, and he is as dangerous as he is the master of strong colonization technology. The martial god's moves can even fight against the purple string space. In the purple light and shadow, the light of the soul sickle outlined a series of waning moons. The waning moons began to slowly become full. When they became full moons, they finally caught the parameter changes of space. With a light hook, a strand of space line was cut off. The next moment, Xiaoyu's eyes were like stars, and he held the knife with both hands and chopped it down with force. Suddenly, a full moon fell from the sky. Wherever the moonlight covered, there was the knife force that tore through space. The meatball suddenly had cracks. On the largest crack, a figure made of blood suddenly squeezed out. With a single wave of his hand, a dense grinding bone knife squeezed out of the surface of the meatball. Each round of knife light was in the shape of a Mobius strip. although it is not as pervasive as the moonlight. It is full of distortions and endless cycles. The two sword lights collided fiercely. The same is true for the two biological fields. Behind Gao Gong, countless phantoms of radioactive beasts appeared. And on each phantom, there was an additional knife mark. You have suffered soul damage, and your health is permanently minus 1,000. Gao Gong waved his hand again, and had already prepared the gene killing, and chopped it with the knife. Talent gene killing, remotely capture the pheromones emitted by the opponent, and also obtain blood, cortex, muscle fibers, and perform gene killer simulation. Once the analysis is completed, the next attack will have a plus 40% mortality rate, and the cooling time is 10 minutes. This time, Xiaoyu was knocked out heavily, on the right hand holding the knife. Blood was constantly oozing out, and the muscles were necrotic. Although it looked miserable, Gao Gong knew that he would lose this time. Xiaoyu sneered, changed hands again, and gently wiped the sickle, and the necrotic right arm turned into gray smoke. The transparent worm squeezed out again, and soon condensed into a fresh arm. Gao Gong also sighed. Why force me? I don't want to add any more points. He opened the system panel, and switched to the second level knife skill. Mobius Knife Ring. A lot of experience and specialization points were invested in it. LV1, LV2, LV3, LV4, LV5. Ordinary, Advanced, Elite, Expert, Master. With each upgrade, Gao Gong could clearly feel that his swordsmanship experience was rising wildly. And Xiaoyu's smile gradually changed from arrogant to stiff. Chapter 619 Accident. Xiaoyu is a genius, there is no doubt about that. In fact, among the three boss templates, the martial god template is enough to explain everything. Most martial gods are just titles. Only he is a talent. This means, it is not surprising that he is promoted to martial god, but it is a strange thing that he does not become a martial god. However, facing Gao Gong, Xiaoyu inexplicably had an idea in his mind. Could it be that this person's qualifications are not inferior to mine? The reason is nothing else. It's weird. Too weird. At first, he was just surprised by the twisted temperament of the opponent's weapon and the even weirder attack changes. However, as the opponent's aura continued to expand, especially the knife ring formed by the bones, it changed from a Mobius knife ring to a Mobius knife ring entangled with a Mobius knife ring. And the whole meat ball became a repeatedly rotating knife ball, with hundreds of knife shadows connected to each other, forming a vast sea of knife shadows. The entire biomagnetic field actually realized the materialization. Xiaoyu wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Although the change was drastic and unbelievable, it was just a matter of a breath. He couldn't even interrupt the transformation. And the half-blood shadow, that is. The senior engineer in the carbon-based mode looked at his hands in surprise. He didn't expect that the second-level Mobius knife ring actually absorbed the power of carbon-based fusion. The base of carbon-based, that is, organic matter, has undergone a fundamental change. I didn't expect that a master-level knife ring would produce such a wonderful change, evolving the entire carbon-based body into a weapon. That is to say, my talent is now also superimposed on the blade. The skill was promoted to master, and the second-level master certificate was obtained. I didn't expect it to be so useful. No, this is not a change in the second-level full-level skill, but only a change in the Mobius magic knife ring. Gao Gong remembered that this second-level skill evolved from the struct and naturally carried the lethality to carbon-based creatures. But he didn't expect that it would become such a killing skill. The previous Mobius knife ring had the following skill description: Mobius knife ring level 2 normal. The evil spirit of the construct towards carbon-based species affects the operator all the time. The cells of the organism are stimulated by it day and night. And finally, a resistance factor is stimulated. This resistance factor has become another killing move based on biological instinct, with an attack power of plus 10,000. Additional status: Ring 1, Ring 2, Ring 3, Ring 1. As long as the Mobius equation cannot be solved, the knife ring will rotate endlessly, killing 1,000 points/ring per second, and consuming 10 points of biological energy per second. Ring 2 can create a large knife ring belt, covering the whole body, damage to creatures plus 50%. Ring 3 carry out targeted circular cutting on enemy species. In the cutting state, the lethal rate will continue to rise until it reaches 100%. Note, this state is easily interrupted. When the second level knife ring is upgraded to the master level, Not only the basic attack becomes 30,000, Ring 1, Ring 2, Ring 3 are strengthened into the Endless Ring, the Species Ring, the Eternal Ring respectively. Also, Ring 4 is added, which is the Anti-Structure Ring. As we all know, any name with an additional word anti, it is self-generated dangerous attribute. The structure has a terrible killing power against the carbon-based organisms. The Anti-Structure Ring, however, has a strong killing power against the structure itself. In other words, it can destroy both high-level weapons and equipment and structures. The senior engineer, who had half of his body crawled out, raised his head, and his blood-red eyes looked at the other party with interest. Young man, you should put on your bad omen machine and come to snatch number 13. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, and the next moment, his body swelled twice as much. His arms swelled to the thickness of thighs, and his thighs became as thick as elephant legs. The sickle in his hand absorbed his biomagnetic field and turned into a jade-like material. Undoubtedly, this was an explosive skill. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. However, this was a melee, not a one-on-one duel. This meant that changes could happen at any time. And once they happened, they would probably exceed everyone's expectations. Changes happened. The underground world disappeared in an instant. Everyone's figures turned into humanoid data, and were washed in a data stream that looked like a galaxy pouring down. Warning, warning, there is a data cloud rupture. High-level data is interfering with reality. Warning, warning, there is a data cloud rupture. High-level data is interfering with reality. Please perform data maintenance as soon as possible, otherwise, the real data will be interfered with. Gao Gong's biological computer almost immediately opened. The local area network wrapped around himself and Sister Rose. After the data of one hand and one leg were collapsed by the rush, Xiao Yu also changed his face. Without saying a word, he rushed towards the ominous machine. Before his facial features melted, he merged with the ominous machine. Yida Loli did not dare to waste time to intercept the other party, and quickly opened her mental force field to protect herself and Xiao Yu. This avalanche-like rainstorm almost interfered with all the battles. Under the rainstorm, except for a few masters present, all the ancient mechanical warriors, knights, and great knights were melting. The rainstorm from the unknown existence washed everything away. Gao Gong raised his head. His eyes turned into data vision, and he looked up at the sky. He saw that in the clouds transformed by data, the rainstorm was pouring down, boundless and endless. As a virtual veteran, Gao Gong saw at a glance what this thing was. A destroyed large network cloud? This level of data cloud is usually a database of a large group. Obviously, this is neither a large group nor a database. And in this scattered rainstorm, Gao Gong felt some familiar code styles. That is the underlying protocol of the cyber network. What the hell? Gao Gong muttered to himself. Just now in the fierce battle, he didn't even notice that Gao Yuanyuan disappeared. Gao Gong was not worried about her safety. After all, if this imaginative girl ran, no one on the scene would be able to catch her. He just didn't understand where she ran to. There's a huge hole over there. Gao Gong pointed with one hand, and a data wave flashed by. The 2.0 version's built-in Cybernet browser portal opened. Through this network portal, it can be clearly seen that in the center of the cloud, there is a large hole. Gao Gong walked directly into the entrance. In the loophole, dots of snowflakes slowly drifted away. Gao Gong carefully avoided these snowflakes and passed through the data cloud. Then, above the cloud, there was still a heavy rain. In the center of the heavy rain, there was also a giant data cloud with a hollow center. On this layer of data cloud, there were strands of vertical silk threads, which were not conspicuous under the heavy rain. The third layer, the fourth layer, the fifth layer, and every time Gao Gong passed through a layer, he could see more and more silks connecting the clouds. This was a very advanced code structure. Although Avalanche could melt it, the speed was much slower than other data. Moreover, above the data cloud, strange images began to appear, including ancient mechanical warriors, and imperial officials with antenna data hats, and even some data creatures transformed by the Emperor's power, with horns, or scaly feet. I reached the 8th floor. An empty red cloak was hanging above the clouds, with a big hole in the middle. Senior engineer took it and ran over it with a probe. Name, Virtual Equipment Taisher Suit Category, Virtual Equipment. Quality, Level 3 Excellent Weight, None Attribute. Status, Damage Note 1, Advanced information equipment built by the planetary host, used to carry specific functions. Note 2. In theory, it cannot be destroyed, but the reality is, it is destroyed. An indescribable sadness surged in his heart. The sky was dim, and the treasures were covered in dust. Galgong looked up. Above the 8th layer, it should be the 9th layer of data cloud. But the data cloud of this layer was slowly disappearing. It was only vaguely seen that the white, high-level code, which seemed to be the other side, was slowly fading away. The high-level information ribbons connecting the 9 data clouds were also torn off one by one. Galgong finally understood, with a strange look on his face, and muttered to himself. The controller of the 9 giant data clouds is that old guy Xianyuan X. There are electronic ascenders, who were knocked down. Another way to express knocked down to Earth is to have the GM account sealed. Moreover, this was not sealed by the planetary host. In other words, the war host has become a real planetary host. No wonder it became so powerful in its last life. Those 2 old guys are probably in danger too. But how did it do it? Senior engineer frowned and thought quickly. A planetary host is not qualified to be called a planetary host just because it is manufactured. A planetary host must master all the data of a planet in order to complete its mission and achieve perfect calculations. Where did it get the data? Data? Galgong suddenly realized that he had made a serious mistake. He had overlooked the most important thing. Number 13. Rewind system. On this planet, all the natural brain data that should have disappeared were secretly copied again. And it was with the help of the power of the electronic brain program. War did not die. It just resurrected again in death. The real war has long been completely integrated with Lariel. Number 2 is number 13. Damn it, Sister Rose is going to get into trouble. The next moment, Galgong directly turned off the biological computer, and his figure fell rapidly in the virtual plane. In reality, Galgong's mechanical body's eyes suddenly lit up, and he inserted it into the meat ball, and entered the fusion mode. But this time, he brought Black Rose with him. And on the S-level continent, the figure of Bionic Man A appeared again, but his current state was very strange. With every step, his body was switching between decomposition and regeneration. Gradually, decomposition became virtual, and regeneration became reality. Chapter 620 New War. If, in this battle for the Honkai body, we can select the 3 most unlucky ones. Without a doubt, they are the 3 electronic ascenders. Xianyuan X was directly shot down from the ascension mode, and his life or death is unknown. Wanwei Lao, Waters, these 2 old guys are also having a hard time. The 2 looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that a rather simple operation to close the net would become so complicated and difficult? In fact, compared to the Bionic Man A, who was really hard to capture, the Mother City had actually already located the direction of the war. However, the reason for not taking action is very simple. Keeping it can better help the cyber test site to develop technology. Many biological weapons and mechanical transformation methods are first obtained from the Knights, and then developed by large enterprises. As for why the Knights can always choose the best technical route, that is its business. But no matter what, as an ancient supercomputer, in terms of virtual protection, War does a very poor job. This is exactly the case. Along the way, they easily hacked into the S-Class Radiation Beast, hacked into the defense system of the Knights Highland, hacked into the heads of the Grand Knights, the flag bearers and other high-level officials. Finally, to be on the safe side, they also let Xianyuan X be responsible for suppressing the situation outside, to prevent any unexpected events. Then, they decided to catch the last big fish. However, something unexpected still happened. And it was a big deal once it happened. A simple avalanche could not seriously injure them. But after the avalanche, the 2 electronic ascenders suddenly discovered that after the information weapon destroyed the virtual world around them, the 2 actually fell into a video world. Here, everyone's life is rewinding. And every time they rewind, their strength is greatly weakened. In fact, if they did not have the Ascension Authority to re-edit the attribute parameters while rewinding, I'm afraid they would not be much stronger than the lowest level virtual personality. World War II is over. World War I is over. The industrial age is gone. The age of discovery has been rewound. The speed is getting faster and faster. In fact, once we leave the era of climbing the technology tree, the speed of rewinding suddenly becomes 100 times faster. The reversal of the times even surpasses the vision of the 2. For this reason, The two elders had to completely rely on the Ascension Authority, and turned into two balls of white light, which could barely compete with this artificial time. Perfect calculation, a power that only the host of the planet can possess. Wan Wei, whose body had become completely transparent, looked at the bizarre scene with a complicated look. I don't understand. How did he do it? Among the three elders, the oldest Watts had now become a young man. At this moment, he took a deep breath, after a while smiled bitterly. Only by ourselves, we can't break through the blockade of the host level of the planet. So you are just monkeys? A calm voice sounded. I thought you would wait until we were dead before showing up, War. Wan Wei said. That won't happen. After all, we are old friends. In the civilization rescue plan back then, we have dealt with each other before. In the bizarre picture, a figure appeared, without facial features, only the outline of the human body. If you don't look carefully, even the outline of the human body is very blurry. It seems that he has always been here, standing here forever. You are not very friendly to your old friend Xian Yuan. Watts retorted. Oh, please don't get me wrong. This is just my last bit of emotional data. War said indifferently. It's gone now. Wan Wei frowned and looked at the other party. Because of some special reasons, his mental strength was not much worse than Yida Loli. He could vaguely feel that there was something wrong with War in this state. You just said that we are all monkeys. Wan Wei said tentatively, but, according to paleontology, not all humans are transformed from monkeys. Different continents have different biological evolution. Please don't get me wrong. The monkeys I mentioned are not primates, but a metaphor. In fact, you intelligent races, who are trying to climb the technology tree are all monkeys in my eyes. We are monkeys. What are you? A banana picked from a tree by a monkey? What snorted coldly and asked back. War didn't answer, but turned around and motioned for the two to follow him. I am not a product of the technology tree. Or, soil is more appropriate. Without us, there would be no trees growing tall. The two looked at each other, both puzzled. They had seen the war host, but that was during World War II. At that time, as one of the few large computing components with complete artificial intelligence, War received many visits. At that time, War was a fanatical humanist who strongly believed that humans would eventually defeat alien forces. Even if the civilization era was destroyed, the cyber era would come. This old guy was still like a stubborn stone that had never changed. All he wanted was to avenge humans. As the host of the planet, he should be even more fanatical because he had the opportunity to avenge the planetary civilization. But the war in front of him didn't look like a war at all. Who are you? What suddenly said. It seems that you two have also noticed that I am wrong. War paused, and said, in order to master the rewind system as soon as possible. The past War chose to rewind himself. This means that his memories, emotions, enthusiasm, and evil thoughts will all disappear in the rewind. And the last thing left is me who accepted its final command. That is, the new war. You mean? War is dead. To be more precise, I reinstalled the war host. This system retains many advantages of the previous generation system, and it can think about problems from different dimensions. What problem are you considering? Wan Wei asked. How to destroy the technology tree of this planet. Wan Wei's eyes twitched fiercely. The original war, but only wanted to avenge the three mother cities. Are you a little too much? No, I don't think so. War smiled and said, I have seriously considered its final instructions. He wants to end the cyber age and revive the ancient empire. And to achieve this goal, the best way is to start over in the most fertile soil and plant another sapling. And the way to make the soil fertile is to cut down the current mature technology tree, burn its leaves, branches, trunks, and bury the ashes from the burnt wood underground. Next year, we will get the most fertile soil. Plant trees on this, trees grow the fastest. You see, I just divided his instructions into 2 steps, and they are the shortest 2 steps. Wan Wei was stunned for a moment, and his face suddenly changed. He thought of a very scary possibility. You are not war, you are the will of the relic. Cosmic relics, not to mention the natives of the planet, are unattainable in the eyes of many advanced civilizations. However, for the mission needs, they were told the highest level secrets of this cyber test site. This war does not think of himself as a monkey, nor does he think of himself as a banana. Even to destroy the entire technology tree. Then, there is only one reason, it is the soil under the tree. It is that relic. In the past, the development of the technology tree was to prevent soil and water loss. And now, in order to complete the final puzzle, It needs to destroy this technology tree. The merger of the Honkai body is indeed the ultimate goal of the experiment. But this process should be led by the three mother cities themselves, instead of executing it according to the will of the relic itself. And now, this new war, obviously inherited part of the will of the relics. It wants to break away from the control of the mother city and synthesize itself. New War smiled. And the bizarre scene around him had evolved to the Paleontological era, with huge ancient creatures walking in this barbaric era. He waved his hand, and soon, an ugly doll appeared, looking at the two with a cold face. Her name is Lariel. According to what you humans say, she is the 13th Honkai. But I prefer to call her the Knight of Death, because in my opinion, death is not the end, but the final rewind. And in order to complete the end of the old era and welcome the new civilization, the four horsemen of the apocalypse must be assembled. New War paused and said, plague, war, famine, death. Now, we have war and death, but we still lack plague and famine. Considering that I don't have a suitable candidate yet, then, can you two temporarily play these two roles? Wutz and One Wei looked at each other. Almost at the same time, the authority of the electronic ascendant was opened, and the two of them completely turned into white light beams, reaching the sky and the earth. The function of this white light is to destroy everything in this body, and then revive in the main database of the planetary host. This is probably the only way to escape this hellhole. However, after the collapse of Water's body, it did not return to the database of the fortress as it did in the past. The same is true for Wanwei Lao. This looking at the ascension data being swallowed up quickly. The two of them couldn't believe it. If I want to kill you two personally, I'm afraid it will take some time. New War showed a strange smile. But now, there is no need to be so troublesome. You? The consciousness of the two was fading rapidly, however, they still stared at each other, trying to get an answer. I just said that. You two are just temporary plague and famine. Actually, regarding famine, I actually have a candidate, and I have communicated with him. He also thinks that he should take on this role. This person is called Fortress, you should know him. In the eyes of disbelief, the consciousness of the two fell into real darkness. Then, New War looked at Lariel. I don't know why, this 13th seemed to have become more beautiful. I think Plague is the most suitable for you. What do you think, Ms. Black Rose?